And Shlomi's now thinking, if you've read me for aces or kings, surely you can beat aces or kings. I have to fold.
If I show one, do I have to show all? No. Okay. Okay. I can show one? I can show one if I want to? I don't feel like it. Never mind. I don't have a good one to show.
Aces or kings was good, right?
Of course. I'm just saying, that's what I thought he had, but not that I could beat it.
Daniel knows how to entertain the table, but for max entertainment, you have to show the bluff. At number 1, from Shark Cage, Miss Finland Sarah Shafak pulls off the best bluff of all time on the very first hand.
Hi.
Hi.
Ronnie, if you bust her on the first hand...
He bets.
30,000.
And Sarah raises with a straight draw.
You have something?
Yes, I do.
I believe you. I believe you. 30,000?
Yeah.
It's the way all my relationships start, with lies.
So Ronnie has called the raise and improves to trips on the turn.
Oh boy.
Why are you checking?
You raised me on the flop.
Num.
She bets just over half the pot.
Ronnie, do not bust her before the swimsuit portion.
Ronnie's clock is running. Remember, every player has 30 seconds per decision.
If he thinks she's bluffing, he'll call. If not, he could raise.
The shot
Yeah, I forgot that.
Raise, 155.
155.
She really should not be calling this.
255.
She re-raises.
What?
Okay. I'm not used to those, yeah.
Really, huh? 255,000.
Yes.
Ronnie calls, which means we're going to the river, and that means the cage is coming into play. The board bricks out for Sarah. She has just ace high.
Check.
She's bluffed every street so far.
All in.
And she shoves!
Please slide which your card is.
She slides out the bluff card.
Oh my God! How is this happening? I thought it would be. I wanted to stay and play with you, Miss Finland.
I understand.
I know I am.
10 seconds, Ronnie.
Wow, I like that.
He's playing a time bank chip. He gets an extra 30 seconds.
There's a reason why it's the Finnish reputation, right?
I have a 4.
He shows her his hand.
You know, I have trips. I don't know if I can fold this hand. I don't know how you play. I never played with you before. What is going on here? If I fold this hand and they see this fold and you have like king, queen or something, it's gonna be the most embarrassing thing ever for me. You understand this, right? I don't have any time to think over this hand. I'm like nervous. I don't know what's going on.
It's nice over there.
300, 500. Oh my God, no, 600.
5 seconds. And Ronnie's folded.
Holy shnikes.
Come on.
It's a bluff.
Show. She has ace high.
Ronnie, you're going to the cage.
Oh.
He cannot believe
I
it.
was really scared. Oh my God.
You're really scary.
Oh, what?
Is this real life? Does this happen to me?
I almost had a heart attack.
Awesome. Wow, that
Thank
was
you.
fantastic. You got some balls, girl.
I could have 2 million chips. Oh my God.
Good laydown.
Oh my God.
Rumor has it Ronnie is still in that cage crying. So those are the PokerStars top 5 bluffs. Keep an eye out for more countdowns on PokerStars.tv.
Holy. Would you fold in my hand?
There are clear rules in poker, and then there are the unwritten rules. The point of etiquette. And when etiquette is breached, a discussion may ensue, which could become heated.
Don't do it again. I don't want an apology. Don't do it again.
Which could result in controversy.
Everybody except me is really upset at him.
And when there are controversies, we have a top 5. From the expanded PokerStars library, here are 5 times players have crossed the invisible line.
Cool.
At 5, we find the usually mellow monk, Andy Black, giving a player a piece of his mind in Baden back in '06.
Matthias Eriksson has been folded round to him. And he's going to limp in.
He can't possibly limp with that hand.
I'm afraid he just has. And Andy Black's all in again.
This time I have a good hand.
Peter's right, but he shouldn't be saying that.
And strictly speaking, Andy's hand is better than Eriksson's. Well, he can't possibly call.
No, he's doing this for Andy's benefit, to just let him stew a little bit while he thinks about it. But no, he's going to fold.
Bit of dwelling, bit of TV time. And his cards go in the muck.
Don't make comments during
Oh,
the hand.
Andy's kicked off.
Really bad.
And
yeah?
he's right, of course.
You know?
I was just joking.
No, but it's not a joke, yeah?
You're right, Andy.
It's not a joke. It's
he's not happy.
It's not. It's
No,
the second
no,
time
he's
you've done that,
extremely
right?
unhappy about this.
You made a comment which could influence the pot, yeah? You can't do that. Oh, he doesn't have a good hand. You should know better than
You're
that,
right,
yeah?
you're right, Andy. I apologize.
Yeah, just don't do it again. I don't want an apology. Don't do it again.
Hey, this coming from the guy who moved all in out of turn.
Well, you know, sometimes you just get caught in the heat of the moment.
Well,
It's okay. Just don't do it again. I know I know you forgot, but please don't forget again.
he's apologised, Andy. Move on.
Affect the destination of this tournament, you know?
No, I felt the immediate.
All right, let's just deal the cards, fellas. Next hand.
Not sure which was worse, the crime or the punishment. But Andy makes a fair point. Poker etiquette is there for a reason. Certain things can influence the flow of a hand, even an honest mistake. Like number 4 from the $1 Million Cash Game.
I think for 1,200 we're going to see Mike at least call this.
And we haven't seen him raise those kind of hands, and he stays true to form and just calls.
You're the guy that
The problem he finds is too many of the other players like to raise.
Remember what I told you I was going to do? You remember?
So we got pocket 6s, pocket 5s.
You're the only one that has me beat too.
There's a raise already here from Tom. I think if Phil calls this, he could bring in the rest of the table. Well, he has. There's enough marginal hands out there that...
Actually, I was gonna raise 12,000, so you save money.
I'm pretty sure Mattisau and Benjamin are going to call. They both have pocket pairs. And if Phil Ivey calls, that could bring in every single person. Phil Ivey, the first player in the $1 Million Cash Game history with over $1 million in front of him.
And he wants more.
Thank you.
He calls that bet.
You're such a bad beat for me. I was going to raise 12,000. He was going to re-raise me, and I was just going to get 200,000 the same. And you had to enter
9,600 more.
Or whatever it is.
Patrick decides to go. Mike's been relatively tight, but he's got the kind of hand he knows if he catches, he could get the lot. So he's called.
That's exactly why he's called. If he can hit his magical 6.
No tiny raise.
Don't ever call me a coward. I was folding this hand, too.
What do you need, Mike?
How much do you have, Mike?
Like 250 starting the hand.
Now we're playing the game. I mean, it was getting a little slow.
No, it ain't.
Wow, what a flop for 10 Jack.
God dang it all. Man, what am I doing? I got the maniac kid on my right, and I didn't re-raise him before the flop.
is the bet.
I guess I deserve to lose. I keep
Looks like... I can't imagine he's going to get a caller here. There isn't actually that much for any of the other players. Phil Ivey's got a pair and a straight draw, so maybe he'll get a call from him. It is bottom pair, though.
This is really bad. I am
That
so
was pretty
appalled.
bad, yeah.
I don't see, look it. Can anybody see his cards over here?
That's all right, Mike. We know a deuce or three
Would you
didn't
be able
come
to see his
anyway.
cards right here?
It's okay. They knew he was folding anyway.
Mike, we know you needed a deuce, 3 or 4 anyway.
No, but I mean,
Talk about your hand.
I didn't say anything about my hand. I just thought he's folding.
You don't know who's in the pot?
Well, you have 17 chips on red cards.
You don't
red
know who's
chips.
in the pot at the beginning of a pot?
You come over here, and if you can see your, I'll give you 10,000.
I bet that if I was over there, I
you
would
can see
know
your
that
you
I
can see
was
your
in the
cards.
pot.
10,000 says you can't see your cards. Right here. You got to bet.
10,000 says I know everybody who's in the pot from the beginning.
I apologize, but there's no way you can see your cards. What else do you want me to say about it?
Well, Mike's passed out a turn.
You want to bet 10,000? Because I always know who's in the pot.
I know who's in the pot, but I thought you folded.
For the rest
I
of the
can't see
session?
your cards. Your cards are all hidden by the red chips.
Okay. And where was I?
A lot of money at stake.
33.
Temper starting to rise. Pot is 90,000, and it's 33,000 to call.
Of course, it really should be Tom Dwan that Mike Mattisau should be apologising to.
33.
3,800.
He's giving Phil Ivey free information. He knows that Mike Mattisau's not going to raise or play behind him.
Phil Ivey going to give it up.
I think he was the only potential customer here, unless David wants to be creative. He doesn't. Tom takes that one down. He's a bit unfortunate. No one else caught any of that flop.
Wow, what is going on here?
7-8-9 might have been a better flop for him. The 8-10 might have felt a bit stronger, and the pocket sixes might have even played.
There were at least 3 etiquette infractions in that hand. But the real controversy? Those graphics! Am I right? And number 3 is from Prague in 2015 and asks the question, when is a call not a call?
Gleb's raise of a super small river bet got a fold before. Pretty good reason to think it might work again.
There's the bluff from Tremsin, 2.3 million.
It doesn't look like it's gonna work.
And San re-raises.
Good call. You call? Yeah. You win. I've just 5. 5.
Yeah, it's a good call.
I think there's some confusion here. I think Gleb thought Ensan was calling.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I win.
Yeah.
Yes, I win. 4,6.
4-6.
I said good call.
Call. You call.
No, I said good call.
I call. I raise. Hey man,
But I
you
didn't
call.
say it.
I call. I call. I call. You say I call.
Floor?
Yeah, he bet 400.
Of course, I'm not calling. We say.
This is I raise. This is I raise.
You said raise. Like it's clear.
He didn't say raise.
Raise, my friend.
And you said call.
I said good call, not that I'm calling. How can I call with 8-4?
Well, this is awkward.
Let's go back to the tape and hear what Gleb said.
Good call.
Good call.
You win.
He thought Ensan was calling, and he praised him on his call.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Okay, gentlemen. It's okay. I don't want more. It's okay. It's okay.
Of course, I'm not calling.
No. I don't want more. Yeah. It's okay, man.
Yet another amazing display of sportsmanship.
Be careful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
it's okay.
sorry for that. It's my
okay.
mistake, but
But next time, please don't bluff.
yeah.
It's not good.
But you bluff also.
I have 5. Don't flop. You have nothing.
good call is probably the last compliment Gleb Tremzin has ever given. That's what you get for being nice. Number 2 has some super high roller hijinks and a questionable play from Daniel Negreanu.
Welcome to the table, everybody.
Ace-king for Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, apparently someone other than Steve Silverman is allowed to pick up a hand.
Negreanu raises. And raises big.
Oops. 29, buddy.
Whoops.
45 even, not 29.
45?
It's so nice.
I meant to put in 9.
I thought it's 29 first, too.
That is an 11x raise from Daniel.
And an apparent misclick. Weird.
How much are you playing?
350, so about 4.
Oh man, this could get real ugly for Steve Silverman if he reads Daniel's sheepishness for weakness.
He's got King-Jack suited. He's got everyone at the table covered.
Maybe he won't go too crazy though, because it's clear Daniel did want to raise in the first place. He just didn't want to raise that much. This spot is weirder than walking into a room where people have just been talking about you.
All in.
Silverman shoves.
Whoops.
And Negreanu calls.
Wow. Did you get me?
No, I have ace-king, but...
He got you.
Okay.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament.
That really was a misclick.
The misclick may have been genuine, but him feeling bad about it definitely isn't.
Well, it's mainly spades on the flop. 9-6-4. So far, so good for Negreanu.
Only 3 cards capable of saving Silverman. Finally got that one in.
Hey! You have clubs, right? Oh, okay, I thought it was spades. All right. So now he needs a queen or a jack?
Correct.
It's running hard. It's
Huh?
dangerous.
Ah, hey.
It's very dangerous against this guy.
He's running through it, huh?
The river is an ace.
I got 4, 38, 5.
Negreanu doubles up. He wins a massive pot. He's chip leader once again by a considerable margin.
Misclick, you say? You suspect, Negreanu. You suspect.
The question is, did I do it on purpose to trap the big blind, or did I just do what's called a misclick?
Raising to a larger size than normal and then talking about how it's a misclick and how you meant to make it 9. If that's not actually the case, I think that's a little bit shady.
That really was a misclick. I have no problem with that sort of move. It's all part of the psychology of the game, and you have to guess for yourself whether or not I'm acting or not. It's part of the game.
We played a pot for the chip lead, very big pot that basically just shouldn't have happened.
One of the things about being a good poker player is you got to keep your cards close to the vest.
It's hard to give someone credit when you find out they have priors. Like our number 1 controversial play, it's the now infamous angle shoot from Madrid 2011.
Knight might be wondering if he can get away with a raise. The board's pretty dry, however, so he'd be repping a very strong hand.
He elects just to call. The turn card is another 5. Freitas continues to run golden.
Freitas runs better than Usain Bolt.
Goes check, check, and a 6 on the river, giving Freitas a full house.
Freitas boats up. I think he missed some value on the turn, but I doubt he'll be checking behind this time. It's going to be really tough for Eugene to not think he has the best hand.
He's going to put out a value bet, 275,000.
A little Hollywooding, maybe.
Okay, raise.
Raise coming.
I'm sorry, I call.
What?
I call.
You said raise.
You announced raise.
No speaking English. No way he meant to just call the full house. That was not a mistake.
Thomas Krems has been called to the table.
I believe we're looking at an angle shoot here. Freitas knows the rule is that his raise must stand. And I think he's trying to make it look like he didn't want to raise, so he'll get a call out of Eugene.
I think this is exactly the same situation I had already in this tournament. It's exactly the same move
also shows the full house. Ugly move was so dirty, feel like I need a shower. I've never seen Thomas Kremser look so disgusted. Speaking of disgusted, look at the other players at the table. Look at Juan Steris. You know, back in the old days, running an angle shoot could get you actually shot. Controversially, that's the end of our top 5. It's alright, Mike. We never do so. Would you go with your top 5?
It's okay. It's okay.
Look out for more. TV. I did not see that being resolved so happily. Dodging the disaster. Great lay down from Daniel Negreanu. Fading a flip. He does indeed let it go. Going with your gut. Sometimes you just have to let a hand go. These are our top 5 fantastic folds. Number 5 is from the EPT 11 Malta final table. Dominic Hank came close to winning his second title on the tour. John Monturi had other ideas, but we were impressed with this play from Hank. Hank has got 10s in the small blind. And Dominic's going to be 3-betting here more often than a hypochondriac checks WebMD. So this is a re-raise to 850,000, and Monturi's got queens and big. Oh no. Really bad news for Dominic Hanker.
The other one can help you. Not yet. I trust you. I don't need you.
Okay, I want to welcome everybody now back to day number 2 of our mini-event. Just before we we start, I want to also announce the confirmed prize pool for our main event. So in total we have 1,121 players, plus 2 no-shows, so 2 qualifiers from PokerStars didn't show up. So this money goes to the prize pool, so officially we have 1,123 players. This creates a prize pool of €1,089,310.
Hello everybody and welcome to Rozvadov at the PokerStars Festival main event, where we are delighted to be able to bring you 2 days of cards up coverage courtesy of the King's Casino here in the Czech Republic. I am Matt Brown and I'm joined by the man you know as Big Horse, Mr. Lee Jones. Welcome to the commentary cupboard.
Thank you, Matt. This is a lovely cupboard we have here.
It is. We're just trying to get our audio sorted, everyone. We've been given the tip off by the guys on Twitch. Thanks for letting us know. We're going to give you a quick flash of myself and Lee in the commentary cupboard.
That's us.
That's
Hey.
us. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Don't worry, we won't do that too often. We just want to make you aware that we
So
are
you know
here.
what you're seeing. There we go.
Right, that's it. You can go now, Lee. Lots of announcements going on out in the real world. Thanks for tuning in. We are here today and tomorrow as we play down to a champ here at the PokerStars Festival. Been incredibly well received. It's broken all sorts of records. We have 1,121 entries. Considering last year, when this was the Eureka before it evolved into the PokerStars Festival, it had 682 entries. So you can see we've gone from 682 up to 1,121. Pretty impressive stuff. Day 1D was just for re-entries, and that was 208. Thanks very much. We're just being adjusted. That was booming. It started off that our friend Paul, who said, "Oh, the table sound, it's a bit low," so he walloped it up to the point where we could hardly hear ourselves think.
All we heard was chips.
All we can hear is chips. We hope this is a bit better for you, boys and girls. So again, welcome to our first day of 2. You can see we are at 800, 1600 with a 200 ante. We've actually got a 9-handed table for you, featuring a certain young man by the name, I don't know if this means anything to you, Lee, James Mitchell Staples.
I never heard of the guy.
Never heard of the guy. I mean, maybe he's related to Jamie Staples. I could be wrong. But if you were with us as we first came in, you would have seen the chip counts up on the table. Is Jamie Staples pretty short stacked, about 16 big blinds. The rest of the table, Cheng Wei Yin, Ili Smintanka Januszewski, Konstantinos Nanos, Petros Pantzaris, Michael Manfred Hock, Salvatore Greco, Heyrula Etemir, and Robotkin Dmitri. There they are on your screens. We can see. Oh, I missed it. It was too slow. Who was the big blind? The big stack there? Was it Salvatore? Someone had 100 and something big blinds, but it flashed past me.
I'll work on it.
We'll work on it. Now, as you've already gathered, I would imagine from our presentation, we are piggybacking on the King's Casino's own output. So it's going to be a bit different to the normal PokerStars TV output. We don't have as much control, to be honest. We're not able to just bring forth information at our whim. We are piggybacking on what they give us, and we are very grateful for it nonetheless, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to bring you anything. Everyone, join us on Twitch if you want to chat with us. Don't forget, it's twitch.tv/PokerStars. You can also get to us on Twitter using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. We've already pumped up some pictures and some details there for you. We'll let the game get underway. We'll bring you some more facts. We've got some prizes. We can do some competitions. We've got some information about Panama, which is, of course, kicking off in just a few days' time. I feel a bit like Phil Collins at Live Aid, and that's a reference that already ages me. But I get to jump in a jet direct from Rozvadov to bounce over and carry on the good work.
To go play White Room with Eric Clapton?
No, not quite, not quite. But so I get the best of both worlds. I get to, in the space of 1 week, do both a final table of a main event at PokerStars Festival, and then I get to take in the delights of a championship. So I rock. I will be a trivia question at some point in the future.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? It'll be the 16th year.
What do
of
Matt Broughton and Phil Collins have in common?
Exactly. Well, maybe that isn't that. In 16 years, that'll be an even less relevant question. But certainly, I will be a unique commentator who will be the only one that's ever managed to bounce from one to t'other. Our cards for the first couple of hands, we've already been advised, are going to be a little bit higgledy-biggledy because there was a bit of a mix-up between the dealer's communications and our output. do not fear. We will ultimately be able to bring you all the cards of all the players. There's just a couple of hands to get through. But we can finally settle down. We have all of our players. Everything appears to kind of be working, even though things are slightly jumping, but we'll get over it. Other than that, I think we're good. Right, I'm leaving now. You're in charge for the next 48 hours.
Thanks very much.
So
Well,
welcome.
When you said that we're going to be broadcasting today and tomorrow, what you meant was straight through.
Yeah, yeah. There was a time when, in fact, I can tell you the plan for today is to play through 12 levels. We play 2 levels back to back. They're an hour long, so it'd be 2 hours taking in 2 levels, a 15-minute break, and again, and again, and again. There's also a 60-minute dinner break planned after level 16. Right now, we've just begun level 11. But it's going to be a long day. We're going to bring you about 11 hours worth of coverage today, and then we're going to head off because tomorrow is also going to be a pretty long day, and there's just no way we're going to be able to do 2 16-hour days in a row in the name of self-preservation. That was magic. Did I imagine it, or did Jamie Staples just teleport out of there?
Jamie who?
That was pretty incredible.
Now you see him. Yeah, I think we're going to have a little bit of, as you say, higgledy-piggledy for the first couple of hands, but then things get back under control. So never fear. Jamie Staples will magically reappear in his chair.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. I've not seen him do that before. That's a new move. So this is Smintanka in the 3rd seat that we were watching there. They said it was a bit weird. I was going to attempt to pick this hand up, but the fact that every now and then it seems to jump forward 10 seconds each time. Look, Jamie's back. We're being asked, WTF is the teleporting poker. Have you not heard of this? It's a new thing.
It's a new thing. It's a new product by PokerStars. Telepoker. It's coming out. We have it in beta in April.
It's, you know, a lot of people, they complain about having to travel to these events, and it's really tricky. So we're working on teleportation.
It's like a new version of Zoom Poker, Matt.
It's like... Okay, no, we're still teleporting. The thing is, the good news is, thanks to the Poker in the Ears podcast, I'm constantly on the lookout for anecdotes. So to be honest, everything that goes slightly wrong, it's golden for me. It's just all good material.
PokerStars Festival Hogwarts with this one, all the magic.
Exactly. Smintanka gets rid of the ace-4. Just trying to familiarize myself with the faces. It's really hard when they keep just disappearing. That's Konstantinos Nanos.
Who is actually the chip leader at this table.
Okay, I think he is the player that had something like 118 big
actually,
blinds.
he has 300 some odd thousand chips.
Okay.
No,
sorry, the teleporting is slightly...
I'm sorry, I'm lying to you. Ching Wei Yin was the chip leader at the beginning, and he had 133,000 chips, which is 92.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Hyrule Artemir took that one down. And you can see right now, there's the 9th player. He's kind of got his back to us. He doesn't get to enjoying the glory of having his face televised.
But we do get to see his cup of tea.
That is true. That's Robotkin Dmitry. It's a really long time since I've done any commentary on the kind of the blackjack banana tables.
Yeah.
Don't forget, incidentally, I should also remind you the PokerStarsBlog.com. A lot of people asking about starting stacks and how many people are in and how many people are out. We are pretty much focused just here on these features tables. The feature table will change at every single break. So we'll get 2 full levels with the feature table, and then we will make a decision. You'll also find details on the PokerStars blog about who is in, who is out, who has already played. We've had some big names out there, Elke and Randy Liu, James Mitchell Staples, as he is known here in Rozvadov. Well, I'm slightly disappointed to say I think the teleporting has stopped. And it was a great feature, but the problem is it uses a huge amount of nuclear fission. And
Exactly.
that's the problem with these experimental
Yeah,
technologies.
we are in kind of an area where we're short on nuclear fission, so.
Yeah. Okay, so we've actually got a legit hand. I think we've settled down. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. We've only got one of Konstantinos's hands, but that's all right. We'll take that. I'm guessing it's a suited connector. I have no idea.
I mean, he could hit that flop a little or a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, so 998. Oh, there's a little jump there. We're still, oh, but. It's okay. It's followable. 9,800 in the middle, a better 3,800 from Nanos into Greco. German player, Salvatore Greco. No, he isn't. That's a lie. That was Michael Manfred Hock. Do apologize. I've got a pie chart here, actually. 33% of the field German, 10% of the field Czech Republic, as you might expect for our location. 3% from the UK, 3%. In fact, everyone else is just 3%. I think we'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
I'm not a big one for
basically,
pie
it's Germans and Czechs.
Now this man under the table, I think he's in charge of teleportation and chip cleaning. I don't know. What does it say? Hand one. Is he played 120,400 hands? That can't be right. That must be chips. The good news is we've got like about another 14 hours today to get used to this.
I mean, yeah, we'll just all settle down at some point and be able to tell what's actually happening.
So once again, in case you're late joining us, welcome everyone.
He's
to
Matt
Rozvadov.
Broughton. I'm Lee Jones.
Exactly.
And we're at the King's Casino in beautiful Rozvadov, Czech Republic.
Where teleportation is just hours away from being mastered.
Oh, look who's watching.
Who's watching now?
Hardigan.
Oh, God. Oh, now we're in trouble.
James, look, today is Sunday. There's NFL on. Go watch that.
Yes. My friend James Hartigan, he must already be in Panama unless he's traveling in the next day or two.
Oh, it's too early for the NFL to be on yet. Okay.
Don't forget, after this, we wrap things up here tomorrow. Although there's a good chance, actually, this is going to finish in the early hours or the late hours of Tuesday morning when I'll already be on a plane abandoning Lee and Gabby, who's with us.
Yes.
The terrible trio that have made it over to Rozvadov. But once this is wrapped up, the third festival, breaking all sorts of records. 1,121 entries, beating last year's 682 when it played out the last time as Eureka Tour before the festivals kicked in. Following on from New Jersey and London. And then we're all off to Panama, a new stop in a new championship.
Oh, we have a king versus a king-queen. So statistically speaking, I like Greco's hand.
You're easy to please. This is Salvatore. Looks like he's going to come along as well. In the 7th seat, I believe. King, queen. That's nice. Harula Artemir is the player that is folding as we speak. Round to our 9 spot. Rabotkin Dmitry, who was the original raiser. So, let's teleport to a flop. I thought there were 3 players in this hand until seconds ago.
I think he said he had to call, but he didn't.
Oh, okay.
Okay, goes check, check here on the flop. Greco is betting his king, queen, which Dmitry calls pretty quickly. I'm wondering if maybe his other card that we can't see is an ace. Now Greco checks. Check, check. I bet it's going to be ace king. King queen versus ace king is my bet. Sure enough, look at that. So Dimitri is going to take that down with his ace king. And we slide the button around to Greco in the 7th seat. All of you Jamie Staples fans, don't panic because that is in fact Jamie that's in the 1 seat, despite the fact that the official titles are calling him James Mitchell Staples. And we will now call him James Mitchell.
Yeah, forever.
Forever, pretty much now, and much to his chagrin, no doubt.
Few people in Twitch saying, why can't we see both of their cards? I don't think that's going to be a
that was
issue
just,
for long.
That was just think of that as a glitch.
I must say that teleporting appears to be a bit more under control, although every time I say that, it comes back to us. Look, both cards.
4 nanos.
A man called Konstantinos Nanos with a German flag next to it. Something doesn't feel quite right to me.
Now, speaking of nanos, they're asking if the original nano, Randy Liu, is still in. And actually, I believe he is fairly well stacked. We will get a report from the field as soon as we can.
A lot of love for the teleporting, actually. We might have to genuinely take that to panel.
I think that would be cool.
I'm doing it, by the way, this is a commentator's trick. I don't really know what's going on, so I'm just being quiet until it becomes really apparent. So it looks like we're going to have side action. So Hock is all in seat 6 with his queens. I'm guessing Pantzaris and Nanos are just going to check this down.
Unless one of them makes a legit hand.
Check, check. Can anyone knock out Hock?
10 high is not going to do it.
That much we know. Pantzaris. Oh, they want to see his cards. It was suited 9-10, didn't get anywhere. And Hock is going to survive with his queens, 25,000 for his troubles. Pantzaris is like a modern day Fonz. That won't mean a lot to a lot of our audience. We're just
I
too
think
old.
people know who the Fonz is, right?
Well, I don't know. You imagine if you're a 22-year-old today, why on earth would you need to know about
Because
the
I
Fonz?
thought he was just like a cultural thing, you know? That just
Well, he is, but, you know, I don't know. In Twitch, press 1 for we know what the Fonz is, and 2 for what on earth are you old people talking about. Okay, I think technology has settled down. It seems like now we can actually get into a flow. So, properly welcome to the commentary cupboard, Lee. Sorry about that. It was a bit of a rocky start for you. Gave you a bit
Matt
of
Broughton, I'm Lee Jones. Play at PokerStars.
That's all you need to know at home.
I think we're doing quite well on the people that recognize Fonz.
Yeah, well, I'm glad. I'm glad. Henry Winkler. Not quite spelt right, Dr. Spin, but thanks for playing.
Close enough.
Good.
No, that's not the mom from Honey Boo Boo. Oh. So Itamir on the button says he wants to re-raise, I think. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, suited ace-king raised it up. Oh, no, he's just called it. He's just called it. Going to take a flop in position.
No. he. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the graphics don't act the way we used to. I think we're going to have to do a little bit of... oh, look, Jamie gets rid of the pocket fours. Discipline. Good boy. I think he's going to go a long way in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty disciplined fold right there.
Oh, in the door. Isn't that just what you hate with the 10s? So full of promise. You flip them over and you go, yes, finally, premium hand and on the button. Hocker, of course, just recently doubled up, gets another opportunity.
So he just shipped for
32,000, yeah. And he's got 80 grand behind, so there's no real reason for Artemir to do any damage to his pretty healthy stack.
Ademir makes a very good disciplined fold. I mean, Hocker made it fairly easy for him.
Yeah, that's the thing with his stock. It's not like he could do anything particularly tricky or trappy. It was like, well.
Although I think if I'd been in Hawk's position, I would have checked it once because I can get the chips in soon enough. It's like.
Yeah, I guess you either just check and you got a reshove, or you just try and get it all in. I guess the only problem is if somebody's drawing a little bit and you give them a card.
It's ace-3 deuce. You've got ace-king. Like, what draw do you want him to have? Now Hawk has made his way back up to the to a tolerable level now.
Yeah, not exactly giddy heights.
You can see in the upper corner that the blinds are 800 and 1600 with an ante of 200. Tanka lets it go, as does Nenos.
Fonzarelli lets it go. You're not a fan of Salvatore's scarf, are you? I can tell you have.
You know, the scarves are fine.
It's not even a full scarf. It's
No,
like kind of. It's a bit cravatty. Somebody's going to have to work with Dimitri. He has not understood this whole card thing.
Show us your card thing.
Is that an all-in triangle?
Yes,
Death
it
in
is.
front of Jamie Staples.
That is, and he's picked a good time to do it. That's.
Eights, that's my absolute favorite hand to get knocked out of tournaments with. I don't want to cast any spells, but that is easily... That's the hand that I get really excited about for no good reason. I look down, I get really excited about it, and
Snowman.
then within minutes I'm standing up shaking everyone's hand, and I can't seem to stop myself.
Well, Jamie's going to have to fade a 10 and whatever.
Let's hope it's not a 10 for Jamie's sake.
It's a 10. Oh, it's ace 10.
Okay.
Oops. Oops, oops, oops. That's a few more outs. That's not one of them.
Man, he was our feature table celeb. The good news, boys and girls, is we'll track him down and we'll get him into the booth. Well,
but don't worry, Jamie Staples is still here. That was James Mitchell Staples who's
yeah,
out.
Yeah, Jamie Staples is doing well. It is, yeah. There we say goodbye to Jamie Mitchell Staples. James Mitchell Staples, excuse me. And just in time for people that popped up in Twitch going, is Jamie still in? Oh, okay. Okay.
That's too bad. Sorry to see Jamie gone.
Don't forget, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us as well as on the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/PokerStars. You can get to us on Twitter. Use the hashtag PokerStarsTV. Always love your company. And don't forget to check out the PokerStars blog as well if you want to see how we got to where we are today. I can tell you it was pretty unprecedented. And to be honest, the casino was creaking when we all arrived yesterday.
No
It was
kidding.
creaking under the pressure. They had 3 day ones. Sorry. Well,
Three
they
and
had
a half- 3.5
They
day
had
ones.
3.5 day ones. Day 1A had 183 players.
Yeah.
Day 1B, 255. Day 1C, 475. And then day 1D was for re-entries only, and they had 208. So ultimately, we ended up with a field 913 unique, 1,121 in total, 215 getting paid. Top prize of 146,464 euros.
And a total prize pool of just a tad over 1 million euros.
So, there you are. Being asked if this is a final table, no, Bayern, this is just a feature table. There are still many, many hundreds of players out there. We got to get through 12 levels today. And then tomorrow, it really is anyone's guess. I'd be very interested to see how many we get down to by the end of today's play, because it was a point today where they were looking at playing 14 levels, which would have
That
been
is
something...
till dawn tomorrow.
Yeah, like
literally.
4:45 in the morning here in the Czech Republic. So they have got to get through a lot. But as mentioned, it is 2 one-hour levels back-to-back and then a 50-minute break. So we will chug our way through it. By the end of the day, we will be playing 10,000, 20,000 with the 3K ante. So we're going to step through the gears just in the space of one day. Pretty grueling for the players.
Yeah, it is going to be a long day for the players.
And yesterday, I believe they finished play about 2 o'clock in the morning. So they are working for their money.
They are indeed. Is it just me, Matt, or does the dealers, the way she like drops the card and then slides it around, does that tilt you?
No,
you don't even notice it, do you?
I don't have a problem. Well, the thing is, it's weird because our little our flop cam, it feels like it's inverted. It feels like it's, do you know what I mean? It feels like we're, whoa, looking over the edge of a cliff of it. So everything is looking a little bit weird. It's just not what we're used to, but I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I have seen worse dealing in my time. Let's put it that way.
I reckon we all have, right?
Okay, and I can confirm, boys and girls at home, everyone on Twitch going, oh, that James Mitchell Staples is out ready. We are going to get him in. He's going to come and join us after the first break of the day. So he will be with us around about 2:45 Central European time, and it's just coming up to 1 o'clock here in Rozvadov right now. So we will get him in. It's a bit of a shame, really, but he can tell us about how the last couple of days have been for him, how he is finding Rozvadov. By following him on his Snapchat, he seems to be doing a bit of a world tour at the moment.
He's actually living in Vienna now.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Big stack here, Salvatore Greco. Over 100 big blinds, 174,000. The short stack, Smintaka with just 6 bigs. These cards are awful, says Ledberries. What's your problem?
They look
I mean,
like every other playing card I've ever seen.
They're rectangular. They have different colors, both red and black.
You just wait till we break out the 4-color decks, and then you can get tilted.
Myself and Mr. Hartgen did we did a home game Twitch cast recently, and I forgot that it would be my cards that were broadcast out to the world, and I am a 4-colored guy because of my Badugi playing. I think it looks prettier when you get a really nice Badugi hand.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks so gorgeous with 4 colors.
Pure rainbow, right?
And everyone gave me such a hard time with me blues and me greens.
I love 4-color decks.
By the way, I will put up on the Twitter in a while a picture of our cupboard. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we are not in Germany by about 200 meters.
Yeah. Yeah, our hotel is in Germany, and it's only a 6-minute drive.
The lobby is in Germany.
The lobby is in Germany.
The actual driveway is in the Czech Republic. No, I mean, that's our hotel is, in fact, in Germany, in the middle of the Bavarian forest. It is, I have to say, Matt, in terms of location, of all the PokerStars venues I've ever been at, for sheer verdant beauty, it is tough to beat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty impressive.
Idemir fires, having, yep, that's going to do it. His top pair with very good kicker got the job done. Bet 4,500 and everybody folded it. And we are still waiting on somebody to replace James Mitchell Staples in the 1 seat. The 2 seat is still standing in line for coffee.
I should tell you, one of the perks of the commentary cupboard is that right outside our door is the coffee machine. So we get to meet a lot of new people. We get to watch a lot of people standing in line trying to get a cappuccino. What was that? What just went past there? I looked up just and saw some strange object go by. But the coffee machines are awesome in that they take it in turns. There are 2 of them, and they take it in turns to break down for different reasons.
If I had one of those at home, I would be on a constant, nonstop buzz.
I would just be tilting because you have to keep messages, empty the drawer, put in more water. But I went this morning, I had an Americano, which was almost entirely transparent hot water. There was very little coffee in there, and this guy just looked at me. I was like, yeah, I think this one's out of order.
Okay, so Qingwei Yen has come in for a raise, and they all folded, and that got that done. So I suppose we must be playing fundamentally 8-handed around the tournament at the moment because we haven't yet to see a replacement.
Yeah, I must say, the one thing I don't actually know is how many players in total we have still out and about. I'm going to have a quick look. Can't see how many.
Boy, Twitch is upset that James Mitchell is out.
Well, he's a very popular player.
I'm going to see if I can find out how many runners we have left.
Go for it. I think somebody's got their phone at the table right by the microphone. All I can hear is the old school.
Yep.
I was about to say, I'm in control of the sound desk here. This is real hands-on stuff. And if I was going to say, if any really incredible table talk breaks out, I will bring it up in the volume because I know our audience love a bit of table talk. I got a feeling that isn't going to be an issue.
No,
here.
I don't think. Looks like Smintanka's all in with an ace, and I think it's going to get the job done. Yeah, it is.
Very quietly, just playing some poker. I hope seat 2. I hope that isn't actually the player there hanging over the back of the chair because
exactly.
he might have just collapsed. If in a minute that just stands up and sits down because
Matt
they have
is going to leave the communications cupboard.
They
no,
have
it's actually Qingwei Yen and he's back.
Okay. Because I thought after the length of play that these boys have been putting in, to see the odd collapse
Yes.
wouldn't be unheard of.
Don't you have a story about Jesse May?
Oh, I do have a story about Jesse May. Bless him.
Qingwei just can't sit down. That's his fundamental problem. It's like he was in that seat for about 15 seconds.
Well, maybe he was at the front of the queue for the coffee machine.
That's what it was.
And just as it was about to
That's
spit
my
out,
cappuccino.
he was like, oh.
Smintanka did it again. He shipped all his cookies in.
With the 5-something, right, we're going to have to, do you know, I'm going to send an angry message to somebody saying, can we get the dealer to try and get the guys to show their cards?
Yeah, if this were a typical PS Live event, some young woman in black would suddenly appear behind the guy, whisper in his ear, say, if you don't want to visit from Guido later, start showing us your cards.
Well, that's normally our girl Gabby, part of the what I call the Rozvadov 3.
Oh,
which
right.
is ordinarily, you know, we have a pretty huge team come out on any of our events.
Look at this. He's just like
something wrong.
You know what? What do you predict? He's a smoker.
Well, but the thing is, he's only got to go about 5 foot away and he can smoke. I noticed that, are they not allowed to smoke in this part of the casino?
No, they can't smoke like in the whole poker area of the
casino. Sweet. Yeah, I did slightly fear for my life. Anyone who was with us in Prague will know I had some smoker-related issues in Prague. And when we first got into the casino here, I thought, oh my God, I forgot which country we're in and their liberal approach to just burning leaves into me. But there's only one part of the casino where that's allowed, and the rest is pretty clean. Very nice casino, actually. My first time here. Have you traveled here before, Mr. Jones?
I have been in the Czech Republic many times, thanks to Prague visits, but I've never been in this particular portion.
Big blind for Artemir with the suited ace-queen. It was Mr. Michael Manfred Hock, who was on a bit of a heater there. Pushed it up to 6,500 with Jack something. Clearly wasn't that great.
I guess it wasn't Jack's. Or if it was Jack's, wow.
If it was Jack's, then he has just dodged a huge bullet, because we know that Jacks never win. Apart from on the odd occasion they do. Iceblade, one of our season mods, is saying Lee Jones and Matt Broughton, you guys are living the dream right now. Hey, there'll be a time when people go, who were those other two guys used to do it? James something and Joe somethington?
Yeah, exactly.
No, this is when we move in.
It all began in Rozvadov. I just want to know. I think we're going to have to create a whole meme of the missing Chang Wei Yin.
Just sit down. Look, it's got there. Huh? He had 8-9. Didn't want to play the 8-9 at a position.
Smintanka has I don't think Smintanka has had the 5 of diamonds just like nonstop. Look, you have to give the card back.
Fonzie Panzaris is going to get involved here with 10-something. On the button with a suited ace-5.
I have to say his hair is perfect.
He is a well-groomed chap. Look, nice watch, good nails, good fold.
Like he can actually bring the scarf off.
I must say, I understand the scarf a lot more than I ever understood the dark glasses. Like, you know, when people that worried about giving away tells.
Right.
I would say from my observations that there are more people I play against where I get a lot of information out of their throats.
Really?
Compared to their eyes. I can't say I've ever really looked in someone's eyes and gone, oh, he's definitely bluffing. Or he's definitely got it. But a couple of guys where their chests are heaving and their throats are going, gung, 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 gung.
Yeah.
This is your first ever full house, isn't it?
Right.
This is exactly what your throat is shouting at me.
Okay, so we have word from our official person on the floor, Melanie Moser. Hi, Mel. And she says there's about 440 runners left.
How many, sorry?
440.
Okay. So, yep, still a couple of hundred off the money. Remind you, 215 players get paid.
Yep.
Heading to that first prize.
So we're very close to basically half of the remaining field's going to get paid.
Yeah.
Ching Wei Wen's going to have to sit here for a moment because he's got a blind now. Ha! He's in the big blind.
Min cash, by the way, 1,534. That's not you, by the way, is it, the mobile?
I'm pretty sure it's not.
I'm just looking for someone to blame.
You can blame me if you want to, but I don't think it's actually me. Now, Yen actually called, so he must really like his hand because he has to actually stay in his seat at this point.
See, and that is why he mostly walks away. Look at that flop. I mean, he's just got to be so
Why would you
disappointed.
bother calling? You know, just go ahead and get him and walk away. Oh, now he's picked up some outs.
Yeah.
4 of them specifically.
Yeah, Nanos decided it was safe enough to just stay under the radar.
And we're not quite sure what happens, but I predict that Yen checked and Nanos bet. That would be my...
You were right, sir. Even without seeing what was going on, we knew what was going on.
Sometimes you just know.
Being asked by June on Twitch, is this still a rebuy? No. And what is the buy-in? The buy-in for this one was 1,100 euros. Day 1D was for re-entries only. And that's how we ended up with 1,121 entries, 913 uniques. So 208 people did take that option to re-enter. Record-breaking, again, nearly double the field of last year when it finished up its time as the Eureka.
Oh, and we've got a new person where Jamie Staples used to be.
Roman Kmina, I believe. Could be wrong. We'll wait for it to pop up on the screen at some point. That's the logo, in case you're wondering.
Apparently, Kamina just roaming over here. And don't worry, the bad puns are just getting underway.
I was going to say, there was me thinking, well, without Stapleton, there'll be absolutely no punnery. And then in rolls Big Horse. Why are you Big Horse, by the way? Is that voluntary, or is that like a Joeism that's got horribly out of control?
It's extremely non-voluntary. It actually started during the Isle of Man UK IPT.
Oh, right, okay.
When I was actually at the feature table, and they managed to get my cowboy boots on the video feed.
Wow. A man who plays poker in cowboy boots.
Wow, now that's branded, isn't it?
That's like a human equivalent of a Formula One car.
No, it's like a NASCAR racer. Do you guys know from NASCAR?
I know NASCAR. There's a lot of turning left, isn't there? That's the one where you just go round and round in circles.
Yeah, but NASCAR is famous because they were basically the first big sport to say, do you know what? If we put a patch every square inch of our drivers, we'll make $1 billion.
Yeah.
And it worked. So if you look at a NASCAR driver, they are literally just patched up head to toe.
I always wanted to make, when I was in the video games industry, we had lots of rally car games. And you know there's the kind of the co-pilot that's calling out the instructions about what's coming. Right. And they would go hard left, easy left, hard right. Da, da. And I thought it'd be great to have a rally version of NASCAR where there's just a guy going left a bit, left a bit, left a bit. Oh, it's straight for a bit. Oh, left a bit, left a bit. Yeah, it's one of those sports, I guess, where on paper it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but watching it is probably way more exciting.
Have you ever watched it?
For a little while.
I mean, I don't watch it, and it doesn't appeal to me at all. But I will tell you that it is a massive, massive sport, and they in terms of as a sport. Oh, hello, it's the ladies,
Lady Kings.
Watch the Twitch chat explode about right now.
What about NASCAR? NASCAR is a fake motorsport, says Laborie. I don't have opinion. The thing is, to be honest, I'm not really a sports snob. I find cricket very boring. If you find cricket exhilarating, then great. I'm kind of jealous because I wish I liked it, but I don't. But I don't have a problem with it. NASCAR, I've watched it a bit and kind of went, how many laps to go? 216. Well, I think I'm going to go and sit in my garden, you know, and read a book. But if you love it, then good on you. But yeah, I don't really get it.
I honestly think that. Oh, hello.
Oh, how does he get any action out of the one-carded Nanos though? Please give him a king. King of spades for Nanos is the Guessatron. Go on, make it good. I like this bet. I like this bet.
You have to.
Because if he's got nothing, well, that's hand over anyway.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
Just if he's
and
got
you know what, people? That's a really good point. And those of you that said, why did he bet? Well, because you don't always flop middle set, right? You want to take it down most of the time. And if he doesn't have anything, you're never going to get any action anyway. The point is that you can't check big hands if you want to get a stack.
I hear you.
And you also have to actually be sitting in your chair if you want to win it. I want to know where he goes. I honestly think it's a smoking thing.
I
really do.
I mean, one, it's too quick for him to like. I mean, unless he's got one of them silly vapor
Does
sticks.
anybody that speak Arabic, could you basically tell us if his shirt says, you know, like I have a bad smoking habit?
I smoke every 5 seconds. A lot of hate for NASCAR and cricket. Somebody's saying, not only did I fall asleep watching cricket, but I fell asleep playing cricket once. NASCAR sucks. I agree. Cricket yawn. NASCAR go round and round and round and round and round. Yes, that's a great summary of the sport.
Actually, do you know how NASCAR got started?
No.
Moonshine bootleggers used to race their cars. And first, the cars originally had to outrun the sheriff. And after a while, they went, let's see who's got the fastest car.
We don't have a really long track, so let's just go round and round and round in circles. And then that developed into an oval.
And there you were.
And there you are. That's NASCAR.
Yeah.
Slightly true story with a bit of lying.
But yeah, no. But the actual first NASCAR drivers were moonshine runners in their prior lives.
I'm being asked, do I like F1? Although that's becoming more sterile. I've got a bit more time for F1. I certainly have a bigger appreciation of the skill. Although, again, I used to watch F1 back in the days where suddenly Michael Schumacher won everything. And it was like, do I really want to watch Michael Schumacher win, or shall I wait until the next one to watch him win that instead? So I think when somebody dominates a sport, I kind of drift away again. The problem is I like racing games primarily where you've got turbo button and missiles and lasers. So exactly. I was brought up on Wipeout. And
so you think that NASCAR would be more interesting if they had lasers?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to argue with that, then good luck.
I think you're absolutely right.
I think because my favorite kind of racing is video games racing, and you just get more weapons. So that's my only problem. Although I did see something recently. I don't know if I tweeted it or if I checked on my Facebook, but there was truck racing where there were these ramps. And they were these big, sturdy trucks. And then suddenly there'd be a ramp, and these things were absolutely getting trashed. And that was quite exciting because there was more near death.
Right.
It's like, I don't like downhill skiing. But if someone's going to smash themselves up at some point, I'll probably stay tuned in.
There's a fair amount of death in NASCAR.
Well, I don't want anyone to... Oh, is there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't want anyone to die. I just want people to crash and kind of come staggering out with their thumbs up going, all
right. Some of the most famous NASCAR drivers bought the farm. It's kind of like the motorcycle racers. So Yen came back, sat down, and got her hand and said, oh, I'm going to raise. And Fonzie is calling in the small blind.
Yeah. Cheng Wei Yin from Belgium, believe it or not.
Huck is letting it go. I really would be interested. Somebody who speaks Arabic, tell us what his T-shirt says. Oh, Fonzie did not call. He 3-bet his queen jack out of the small blind.
I mean, that's a tricky spot for fours, isn't it?
It really is. And he 4-bet. What in the world? I guess maybe... Wow, that was a sturdy little. You know what? And I'll tell you why. That's why he 4-bet them, because they're a mess.
I like the 4-bet because what else do you do?
Right. I mean, he's got a 4-bet or fold.
And also, I would like to think, and we always say this, is like when you play hands, you've got to have a plan for what happens to you.
Right.
It's like you can't just raise with the fours because you think, oh, it's a pocket pair, and then someone comes back over the top and you go, oh, what do I do now?
Right.
I think that's exactly the thing to do. Is to get things jiggy, bit of a leveling. What good look at how many things he's got. I know. Yeah. But yeah, beautifully played. Both players, I think, did exactly what they should have done there.
Yeah, that was one of the things that makes poker very interesting. That was an interesting hand. And those of you that are watching, pay close attention because, as Matt was saying, those fours are miserable. Like, he's not getting the right price to try to flop a set. They play miserably after the flop unless he flops a set.
Yeah.
And so he basically said, look, let's just get this hand over with one way or another. Because if the guy shoves on me, then I fold. And, you know.
Yeah.
And he, by the way, he's the second chip leader, so that's not a bad place for him.
Action's going to start here in the big blind.
Iceblade is asking, are Matt and Lee doing the full 11 hours, or is there a B team?
No, it's just us. I mean, we're home to bring you. We know that we're going to have Jamie Staples join us at some point, probably the beginning of the second session after the first break of the day, which is in just over an hour's time. Oh, fish hooks.
Up the new Jamie Staples, also known as Roman Kminek, has woken up with jacks. And he's probably going to put in a raise to 30, 40, 40, 30, 300.
Yin's off. See ya, laters. Smintanka now with the suited ace-king. Big slick, all in.
This could be...
Well, I mean, unless somebody else does something funky in between, I don't
It's going to be a call and flip.
Greco is out of there, just getting his change. Back to seat one, Minek. Being told what it's going to cost him. Showdown. Classic race underway. Pocket jacks versus suited ace.
Wait a minute, without graphical Nick, how will we possibly know what to do?
I don't know. We'll just have to wing it. Oh, yeah.
That looks good for the jack so far.
That's beautiful.
Yep, and that's going to do it.
We lose Mentanka.
Jamie's thinking, why couldn't I get that hand?
Seat open. I was asked, incidentally, by Iceblade about drone racing, which I think is awesome. Have you seen drone racing
No,
at all?
I've not seen drone racing.
Oh, my God, it's awesome. They make these amazing courses, like through stadiums and stuff. There's these little kind of like windows of light that the drones have to go
so
down.
like obstacle courses for the drones.
And you get to see through the eyes of the drone. These
Right,
guys,
of course, because the camera is the GoPro-like thing.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's very good to watch. And what I'm waiting for is I recently joined the world of virtual reality. After our experiences with VR in the Bahamas, I went back and got myself a PlayStation VR, is to be able to watch a drone race through virtual reality with a link up to the cameras. I would imagine is quite a pant-wetting experience, and I can't wait for that myself.
So something weird is happening here. Qingwei Yin, everybody is moving seats like they're in a cash game.
Well, are we maybe now we are going to go to 8-handed and everyone is just tidying up? So maybe we aren't going to be replacing Ili.
But why is Kminek?
I don't know. So what?
Okay.
Robotkin Dmitry,
who was the 9 seat, is now the 1 seat. Ladies and
Okay,
gentlemen,
that makes sense.
what we have here is what the computer scientists would call a rotate 1. We've moved the 9 seat into the 1, and everybody has shifted around by 1, and now I guess we really are playing 8-handed.
Yeah. Well, otherwise you would have had to move 7 people one direction, or just 2 people, well, 3 people in this instance, along by 1. Okay, makes sense to me. I'm happy with that. I can go for that.
Okay. All right, well, if you're keeping score at home, you'll need to adjust accordingly. And there's probably, like, only the Americans would have the Vegas idea. But in the old baseball days, there were a lot of people that would sit and basically keep a box score of every single play.
Wow.
During the baseball game.
That doesn't sound like fun.
I used to do it religiously.
Oops. being recommended Rocket League, yes, that's a very good game on the PlayStation, which is basically football in cars that can blow each other up. That is the kind of racing game I will accept.
Football in cars that can blow each other up.
It's brilliant.
It sounds genius.
It's absolute awesomes. It's got a bit complicated.
Okay, so Hawk has flopped flush draw and a couple of overcards. This could get interesting because he's up against top pair.
I love this. Nanos with best part of zilch just decided, well...
I probably have the best hand here.
It's more a case of who could possibly love their hand after a flop like that.
Yeah, it is the other two guys.
I mean, as you say, Hawk's actually in good shape. 2 overcards, got a king-high draw. So
he's actually got the most equity.
Yes, yes, indeed.
But the guy with 8% equity is doing the betting, so
I
love this game.
It'd be interesting to see what Artemir makes of this, considering he does have the best hand. But you just think, well, what's the turn and the river are just going to be horrible.
Okay, Hawk is definitely putting in a raise. To 12,000. And Idemir is like, wait a minute. I'm supposed to have the best hand here.
It's really hard, though, isn't it?
And the problem is he squeezed between a guy who bet out and a guy who raised.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just because you have the best hand doesn't mean you have any way of believing for a moment. And that makes it basically impossible for, you know, I mean, how can Nanos have 14% equity? What has he got?
Backdoor. It's all about the backdoors.
I guess I mean, if he catches a 5 on the turn, then he picks up a straight draw. Oh, you need to pair. What am I saying?
Well, yeah, exactly. If he pairs up, his ahead is. That's how.
But yeah, if you hit a pair, you're briefly in front.
Well, that's a good job. I mean, Mr. Hawk, Herr Hawk, as we call him, is Ham Hawk to his friends, is had a nice little session since we've tuned in here. With only a couple of minutes left on that level, we go
nice hand, Hawk.
Straight into 1,000, 2,000. But he's had a nice little run of it. He didn't start off too strong, but he's come back. I just want to say good day to Spear on Twitter. He says, good morning, the Wastrel H. Jones. Looking forward to the action. Good to have you with us. I appreciate it's a Sunday, so it's pretty quiet. I think we haven't had anything on Twitter for nearly an hour. That shows you how many people are with us. Don't forget hashtag PokerStars TV if you want to chat to us on Twitter. Twitch is doing its thing. Thanks for keeping us company, guys. If you've got any questions for us, do bounce them that way. Remind you, we'll also have James Mitchell Staples. That's going to be his nickname. It's James Mitchell Staples. JMS, as is known to his buddies in the hood.
And now we can actually find out what Dimitri looks like.
Yeah.
Before, all we knew is what his teacup looked like.
Exactly. It's nice. Give him a bit of love. A couple of people asking me about Panama, by the way. We'll talk about it more. But basically, the thing you need to know is that March 16th to 20th, so from the middle of next week, Thursday onwards, we will be bringing you a new stop on the championship roster. Bit of Panama. You're not in Panama, are you?
I am not in Panama.
Why are you not in Panama?
Because I'm going to spend some time at home, actually.
Home.
So Hawk raised, and then Greco just flat called on the button with his ace-king. This could get interesting if an ace flops. Or that.
Well, that's pretty interesting. It's not quite what you asked for, but I'll take it. I gotta be honest, pretty impressed with everyone's play so far. Not any like really ridiculous
nobody seems to have just like lost their mind yet.
Everyone's kind of doing the right thing in the right place at the right time.
Greco's thinking, damn it, I wish I had 3-bet. All right, I call.
If you could click your fingers and suddenly have a head of hair, would you like Greco's?
I was just thinking he's got great hair. I wouldn't want to have to go to all that trouble.
It doesn't look like it's a lot of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, those of you that know me know that I look a whole lot more like Hawk than I do like Greco, but yeah. I've sort of become fond of the don't have to work at it. Now, this is really interesting because Hawk has way the best of it. But that would be the one card that might make me a little bit nervous if I were in his shoes. Like, was Greco thinking about, wait, look at this, Greco's still calling. Wait, all in. No, that don't believe that graphic. That graphic is wrong.
You sure?
Are they?
What's happened? They are.
They're
Whoa.
Okay. Okay. I was like, things have really gone off the rails. You were saying everybody was playing so
Exactly,
reasonably.
and then suddenly they've exploded. Showdown.
Oh, that's a very good hand, sir.
That will do it. And another nice move for Mr. Hawk. Herr Hawk is on the up and up.
Would somebody who speaks German tell us what Hawk means? Because I think it means high. So it means like high hand.
Well, we've missed. I think Christine Mashman was in the Twitch a while back, but I think I think she said goodbye. I think she came to say hello and goodbye.
Well, she was coming in. She said, "Oh, it's not hard to get in the States."
Exactly. Thanks a million. Oh, also, I just want to point. It seems relevant as Twitch is kicking off. Is that your boy James Mitchell Staples? There's a nice feature on him has just popped up on the PokerStars blog. Don't forget the PokerStarsblog.com, not just for your chip counts and stuff. There is a lot of great interviews.
There is some fine writing on the PokerStars blog,
Yeah.
I will tell you.
And I'm being told it's Jamie Staples on Living in Europe, Kevin Martin's Big Brother Chances, and Bill Perkins' Steamboat, which some of you that listen to the various broadcasts we do will know Joe Stapleton was basically bending over backwards to try and get invited onto the Steamboat. I don't think Operation Steamboat has been successful for Joe just yet, but we'll get an update from him when we all land in Panama.
Operation what?
Operation Steamboat. Basically, just Joe sees something sexy going on and tries to get on it.
Oh,
anything that might get a bit of exposure. Seeing something from Nanos. 7-something for Greco. Come on, guys. Come on.
You can do this. It's really not that hard. Cheng Wei Yin has decided to sit around for a while. Stay with the table action. I think Idemir on the button has put in a raise.
So it was 7,700 a call, has raised it up. 3-bet to 19 with ace queen. Nanos has got the pocket kings. Yeehaw. Wants to know how many Atamir's got left behind. Queen high flop.
Oops.
Real tricky. If Nanos gets fruity here.
He doesn't have to get fruity. This is all the money is going to go in. There's just, I can't imagine how the money doesn't go in here. They've got a 3-bet pot. This is what the kids would call a cooler. And Nanos significantly underrepped his hand.
Yeah.
By flat calling there. So.
Get ready to set the fireworks off.
Dude, you just saw flat. I mean, come on. There's a million draws out there. You've got top.
He's got the backdoor clubs working for him as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he just said all. Yeah, he says.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Back, all in. Quick call from Nanos.
Stop shaking your head, dude. You're way in front.
Why? I would feel dreadful if I was sitting there with my kings. I wouldn't be shaking my head. You're in a good spot. You're
I
not
guess
out of the
maybe he was
woods.
afraid going to see pocket queens or something.
Okay, so the club's no longer an issue.
Easy game.
Easy game. And Etemir, I believe, was covered. So we're going to lose our 8th seat. Thanks for playing. No money, I'm afraid to say.
Yep.
You didn't even get to make any of your high roller jokes.
You know that really bothers me.
I mean, we had a competition, probably. We could have given stuff away. No. Unbelievably rude of the player with the most gag-worthy name to leave us before we'd even tapped into it.
Well, maybe he'll go play the high ruler.
Hey! I can tell you, that's a beautiful segue. As we've finished our first level of the day and tick into level 2 of the day, which is indeed level 12, 1,000, 2,300 ante, I can tell you that Vladimir Troyanovsky was one of the big name exits from the first level of the day. But the good news is that he is going to jump into the 22,000, excuse me, 2,200 2200 euro high roller happening here in about 20 minutes time. That kicks off, so that's good news. Anyone that's been knocked out can, of course, get themselves involved in that. We'll vaguely keep an eye on that just in case something sexy happens.
Oh, wait a minute. Look. Oh, my goodness. This is awful.
Has he got a chip in the chair?
He literally has a chip. Ladies and gentlemen,
wow.
He really is a high roller. He has a chip and a chair and a napkin
and a coffee-based drink.
Yeah, he's got a coffee that you don't have. So.
You know what? I've tried so many times. You know how many coffees have I had today? The answer is none, 1, or 2.
Like, dude, why are you looking at your cards?
Well, you know, it's nice to know.
He's actually he is all in for. This is really interesting. He is all in for half an ante.
If he comes back from this.
I mean,
we will carry him high on our shoulders.
Well, you might. What's interesting is that, like, all he has to do, I mean, because there's this massive side pot, it's very likely that somebody could, like, raise and win the blinds, as it were, and then all he has to do is fade that one hand to quadruple or quintuple up.
Well, he's going to have to do really well.
He's going to have to outrun Cheng Wei Yin's queens.
Yeah, he is going to have to flop like God.
Now Hawk is going, oh, dude, what are you trying to accomplish? Hawk re-raised with, and we know his hand is worse than Yin's.
Ooh, reaching
Is
deep.
Is he reaching deep?
Unless he was just he was just moving a lot of chips out of the way to.
Oh,
put
he's calling. Okay, Jack 10 suited, Jacks, King Jack suited, Ace Jack suited.
Well, I guess in these situations, because so many.
Oh, hello.
Because so many times things get checked down because of the all-in player, you
It
might be a bit more.
It wouldn't be checked down because the side pot itself. Idemir is all in for 600 or something.
Yeah, of course. The side pot really is all that anyone
all
cares
that cares about.
Yeah.
But Hawk could have flopped the Holy City Zoo here. We just don't know. Or he literally could have flopped the nuts, and he has at least a pair. Now Yin does have the second nut flush draw, no matter what Hawk has. Okay, Yin bets 10,000.
If only he's shown us his other card.
I think this is actually really interesting. I think he's got. I think he probably had a bit. I think he might have very well had the King of Spades with that Jack. He didn't have Jack 10 of Spades. He didn't have Ace Jack of Spades. I don't think he flats a spade flush on the turn. Whoa.
Well, that effectively puts Hawk all in if he wants to carry on with this. Yin using his big stack, wielding it like a big sword.
You don't suppose he flopped a set? He turned a set of jacks now.
I guess he could have done.
But does he call? I mean, what if you had two blackjacks on that flop? You call one because you've got the singleton spade draw, and then you accidentally turn a set.
It's in the range. Oh.
I guess he's thinking about that pair. Now, the interesting thing is Jens basically turned his hand into a bluff at this point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't expect to get called by worse. I think he was planning to make an ace fold. I mean, basically that bet, ladies and gentlemen, is I can make an ace fold. And it's a sweet bet. Idemir, unfortunately, I mean, contrary to the etiquette of the game, has gotten up and left the room, perhaps left the casino.
He's already in a
Germany.
cab.
He could be in Germany by now. No, he didn't. He's not in a cab. There's no way that happened.
I think the call has been made. Call has been made, and it's 5-7.
No, that was the other one.
Oh, I got very excited.
And it was the ace jack.
It was the ace jack.
Wow.
Nicely done, sir. Not an easy call, but such a scary board.
It was two pair. I mean, that was just a bad card for Yin.
Man, Hawk pointed out he was on a good roll here in the last hour and a bit. Hugely improved from his starting stack.
Nice hand, Hawk.
165,800. It's not the number.
He just
of
took a
hands,
dent out of Yin's.
Yeah. Being asked by someone on Twitch who is the walking billboard at the table. That is Roman Kmina in the blue.
That's what set off our whole NASCAR discussion.
Exactly. Somebody answered their phone. Unbelievable. Man, life is good for Herr Hock.
The banana table.
It's a look, and they've got an automatic card shuffler and everything.
Well, see, they can't use it because that wouldn't be fair to the other players.
Didn't she just use it?
Did she?
I thought she did.
No, I don't think she's been using it.
Oh,
because
okay.
It wouldn't be right if this table was dealing a whole bunch of hands per hour faster.
True.
Than the rest of the tables.
Do not all of the tables have shufflers, though?
No.
There's an argument on Twitch saying that one of your speculations, the Jack 10, would never be a call. That's just silly. Well, I don't know. You haven't watched as much poker as us. You'd be amazed what people go fishing with.
Believe me.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. It's not optimal, but a lot of people, they love a bit the old
and I'm
connect,
not. Did he not put in a raise? I think he put in the original raise. I actually think he did. And then Yen 3-bet with his queens.
Got some more bad news from the outer tables. Do you remember our young, enthusiastic Barcelona winner, Sebastian Mallets?
Yeah.
I'm afraid
he will not be the winner here. Is that what you're telling us?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Don't forget to keep an eye on the PokerStars blog. You want to keep abreast of what's going on out in the field.
Okay, it's Nanos and Yen have a pair of sevens between them, but other than that, that's all we know. Oh, hello.
Well, what are the chances?
One in 26. We could, could we see a chop pot? We could actually see a chop pot here. There we go, chop pot. Oh no, 2 pair. No. Sevens, queen, 9, 8. Oh, sevens, ace. Boom. I wonder if Mr. Yin is listing a little bit to port here after that, running those queens into ace jack.
Just slightly letting in water. By the way, I can't help people that are asking me about specific players and who are in. I can't help you to that degree. I can only follow the reports about specific players in big hands. I mean, feel free to travel over here. It won't take you long. Have a little walk around the card room. If anyone's nearby, you are very welcome to come and spectate. We'll do our best for you.
There is the update. I don't know if that number of players remaining is correct or not.
I would be very surprised. Over €1 million in the prize pool. Impressive stuff. Man, these festivals are getting out of hand. I thought you said the festivals are going to be like the smaller, you know, kind of
exactly.
Niche local tournaments.
Nothing like a 913 runners in a niche tournament.
Yeah.
Ice Blade, I'll just hop on a plane from Calgary. Suppose you're in Calgary and you said, I need to get to Munich. The minimum number of planes required to get from Calgary to actually, probably through Toronto be 1 bounce.
It's just the luck of the connections, isn't it? And also how tight your stipulations are on timing. I think that's the crippling thing with these kind of journeys is when do you need to be here?
Right.
And then all of a sudden your options are really reduced.
Hey, look at that. We've got Nightbot wired up to tell us what the payouts are. That's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I've used that quite a few times.
Paul Schaefer gained a lot of weight. I like that one. For those of you that don't get the reference, Hawk actually does look like the famous music director from the David Letterman show. Paul Schaefer.
Yes. Now I know. I'm so used to, especially working with Joe, I'm so used to just like 50% of the references will mean nothing to me. But that one I actually can picture.
Yeah.
Well, a better something for Kminek in the way of the real small flush draw, but it's middle pair for Hock. I don't imagine Kminek is going to stick around for too much of a price with his ace and tiny draw.
Well, he's not going to stick around with the draw, but he's allowed to bet, too.
That is true.
I mean, if you're Hawk, how much do you like your hand?
Not a whole lot. Looks like the pressure is on. As you say, you just don't like it much.
That's what makes poker interesting.
Nicely done, sir. Nicely done. It's where being out of position actually works so hugely in your favor. Or was that checked? Oh, was that checked to him post-flop? Sorry,
Yes,
I missed that it had been checked to him. I thought he was first to act, and I'm thinking, well, this is great, because actually you love being out of position, but no, he wasn't in position. He just got checked to. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Hawk
see.
checked, and
I
Kminek
missed.
said, oh, well, in that case, I need to throw a bet out here.
Exactly.
And here we have the chip colors. I guess we haven't told you about those, so we should probably discuss that. They say brown, but they really show up black on the screen. Are 100s, and the pink ones are 500. The reddish orange ones are 1K. The blue are 5K, and yellow, which I don't.
There's a couple of yellows out there, and the bottom I can see a Roman stack. He's got are they a couple of yellows hiding at the very bottom?
I don't think.
know.
It's hard to tell.
No, maybe not.
In theory, there are some yellow 25K chips, but we haven't had an official sighting of one yet. Now, Roman is doing some. This guy Kminek is doing something that some players find a little bit spicy, which is he's basically collected as many of the 100 chips as he can. So it basically looks like he's got this massive stack.
Yeah.
When in fact it's not as big as many of the other stacks.
Marcel Lusk used to love doing that, and then he'd get really angry if the dealer asked him to help change up someone else. He'd be
really?
very precious about it. Yeah, it was one of his shticks.
Marcel Lusk getting precious.
I know. Believe me.
Who knew?
I know. I'm not making it up.
Did he get upset with the dealer told him to put his sunglasses on in the right direction? Or stop singing opera?
So now that we're over an hour into this, is this everything you dreamed that being in the commentary cupboard
Do you know
would
what?
be?
The glamour here is just more than if I could only get to the coffee machine, that'd be it.
It's overwhelming.
Kminek clearly has a yellow chip at the bottom of his blues.
Well, I thought
you know,
that, but I'm not so sure.
That should be a Muddy Waters song, at the bottom of his blues.
That's the name of my new album.
Don't you think would I would buy that album?
I don't know. I don't know if I could take a whole album of blues.
I couldn't. And I'm talking about a truly original American music form. You know, this is an important American music form. But
yeah, but it doesn't mean you got to listen to it.
Amen. Jazz is an important original American music form. I don't want to listen to a whole album of jazz. Here come the jazz aficionados to just.
I don't. What are the chances of people on Twitch watching poker being jazz aficionados? What do you reckon the odds are? How many? How many?
Just you wait. And by the way, smooth jazz doesn't count. Like Kenny G is not on the list.
Smooth jazz.
Can you do the smooth jazz announcer voice?
No. No, I don't need to be associated with smooth jazz in any way whatsoever. Another cheeky one for Roman, with or without his yellow chip. Undecided, unconfirmed sightings of a yellow chip.
Those last 4 songs you heard were all by Kenny G.
Nice. Nice and easy.
102.3 Smooth Jazz. K-I-N-G.
Man, there's a lot of people on Twitch now saying they are jazz aficionados. I'm pretty sure.
You're all lying.
Pretty sure. You're lying.
I actually feel very bad about not appreciating jazz because I think it's very deep, heavy, important music, but I can't make it work. And there's very little music that I won't really get into. Okay, Yen's has got a raise in with a perfectly fine little queen 10 suited. Greco's looking at the dealer like, are you going to give me better cards or not? Like, what? She throws you the card that comes off the top of her deck. And Roman's showing. He's thinking about it. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Oh. Yeah, I think making forward motion with your duck mascot is fine. I don't think anyone thinks there's any angle shooting going on there.
Yen says, I don't actually give a duck.
The spirit of Joe Stapleton with us.
Uh-oh, here come the rules lawyers. And here I thought I was the biggest rule lawyer in town. If that yellow chip is truly a yellow chip, the dealer is not doing her job by letting him keep it at the bottom of that blue stack. Says Slikey.
Well.
Why is he hating on Kenny G?
I know. I can't believe there are people prepared to publicly defend Kenny G. Do you know what's really funny? So Gabby is outside the commentary cupboard, and I sent her a message a while ago saying, it's getting pretty hot in here. Do you want to open up the door? We get a bit of air. And she said, it's quite noisy. And I went, well, let's just try it anyway. She's outside. She spent the last 5 minutes trying to open the door. Because the door to the commentary cupboard it's got a key lock kind of protector. Watch out you don't unplug yourself, Lee. Lee's going to assist.
I'm going to try here.
And
I'm going for it.
We've had two comments today that have linked to the Fonz. Because at one point, I appeared to be the only person that had the correct technique to open the door, which was a bit like the Fonz being able to make the jukebox change to whatever record he wanted.
Exactly.
And then the Fonz appeared here on our screens, and I was thinking, hello, it's all gone, very happy days. And I just got visions of our petite friend Gabby just absolutely holding onto the handle with her feet up on the wall.
Like a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah. But...
Dimitri may be getting ready to ship. Yep, that's all of Dimitri's biscuits.
Not seen a lot of Dimitri or his biscuits since he moved around to seat 1. He's not clearly had a lot to get very excited about. Kminek with his Jack 3 suited. He's a character.
Why are you staring at him?
He just wants to say, don't do this too often, mate, yeah? Don't think I'm going to fold this time, but you got lucky that I didn't have any hands.
Me and the duck, we don't take much of that.
Exactly. Duck master.
He looks like, Dimitri looks like somebody else from the poker world, and I can't put my finger on it.
He looks like a Dane. He isn't, but he looks like a Danish player who's a lot of fun. Just make up, get online. There'll be a Danish poker player name generating app somewhere. And somebody is pointing out, you better figure out that door before there's a fire or something.
Well, we're okay to get out.
Yeah, we can get out okay.
It's the getting in bit that's hard.
Which is great. I mean, everyone loves a security door that is so secure that you can barely operate it. When we need to get out, we're okay. If anyone needs to get in urgently, and I can't think of one scenario where somebody would want to get in here urgently.
He does not look like Doogie Howser.
I don't really know Doogie Howser.
Patrick Neil Harris.
Yeah, I know him as an adult actor, but wasn't he a kid when he was Doogie Howser? Is that
Yeah, exactly. He was
right?
a kid.
Okay,
When
I don't.
But he doesn't really look like.
Assuming he looks exactly now as an adult as he did as a child, then I don't really know what Doogie Howser looks like.
No, he does not look like Neil Patrick Harris. Now they're like, well, wait a minute. Wait, this is the second time you've done this.
Exactly. No one gets 2 good hands in a row. Okay, let's take a flop. Ace Queen versus the 9-7. Oh.
This could be for all. This could be for all the cookies right here.
Yeah. Up and down for Nanos. Top pair, great kicker for Dimitri.
Did he call?
I would imagine he's going to take another card off this. Splap and blap 'em.
Why would you not just ship your stack in at this point, I'm thinking?
Because you're a tricky player. Yeah, you're doing tricky things, keeping everyone on their feet, I guess.
Oh, look. He's getting laid a price.
Yeah? Yeah.
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm betting 10,000, but I'm going to let you call 9,999. It's a very good hand I have here. You know, not all of your outs are to the nuts anymore, sir. Very specifically, none of your outs are to the nuts. You'd have to think you'd get him to pay off worse if you got there. Interesting.
Oh.
Now look what you've got yourself
exactly.
into.
I mean, don't go broke on a draw.
He's not going to go broke on a draw.
No, I know.
No, you didn't check. You did not check. No.
Well, you know, it's a scary board out there. It's a scary world. He called with something, didn't he?
Oh. Oh, that just makes me sad.
Don't forget, they can't see the cards.
They don't have to see the cards. Think about the range of hands that Nanos is calling with.
Look, he's paid his 1,100 euros. If he wants to play poker that way, then he can play poker that way.
He's welcome to. I just wish he would have bet the river.
And what happens if he gets re-raised? What does he do then?
No, he shoves the river. That's the whole point. He had
all the options in front of him.
He had 3/4 of a pot left. He just ships in when the guy. That's the whole point. If the guy had him beat, he was going to ship his stack in. He just ships his stack in and goes, "Here, call me." And Nanos might have found a hero call with his pair of nines.
I've got some exciting news for you, Lee Jones.
About time somebody did.
Because as mentioned, after every 2 levels, there's a 50-minute break, and they bring us a new feature table.
Did they bring us coffee?
They don't bring us coffee. There'll be an enormous queue during the break for the coffee. The sweet spot is you should either leave 5 minutes before the break or come back 5 minutes late.
Yeah.
Hang
But
on.
remember, we're not in time.
Oh, actually,
That's
of course.
right.
Of
We are in an alternate universe, ladies and gentlemen.
So actually, it should work out pretty sweet for us. So in fact, yeah, in the real world, the players are already on the break. We've got 25 minutes to catch up with them. But anyway, you're absolutely right. I've forgotten that we originally we didn't expect to be on the delay here, so this has worked out pretty well for us. But the news was that though we started with our first feature table to try and keep our eye on Jamie Staples,
How'd that work out?
that didn't work out so good. The good news is that when we come back after the break, not only will we be joined by Jamie James Mitchell Staples, but our new feature table is going to feature the Elkster.
The Elkster.
Elkie is going to be on our feature table. I must admit, I've seen the lineup for the new table. I don't immediately recognize any of the other players, which is kind of, I guess, what we would
All
expect.
the players who aren't Elkie.
But there will at least be an Elkie, so people that are used to watching PokerStars TV will certainly be aware of Elkie, both as a player and as a guest in the booth. So we will have double bubble. Elkie on the table. Jamie James Mitchell Staples in the booth. It's all good.
Fantastic. And when is that said break coming up?
That is coming up in just under 25 minutes time. It is 7 minutes past 2 here in Rozvadov, so at 2:30.
Oh, look, here come the dead mouse references.
Yeah.
We knew it would happen, ladies and gentlemen. Full marks to Nanos. God, if we could get Nano and Nanos at the same table. Yin is calling with his he is on tilt after those queens.
He might just be mixing it up. Apparently
that's also known as tilt. Okay.
Yeah, well, if you don't want to call it tilt, then you call it mixing it up. Yeah, when he takes this pot down, disclaimer, he may not take this pot down, then...
Well, that's the problem. He's got the best hand, but he has no way in the world of thinking or knowing he has the best hand. How do you want to flop the best hand and have no idea that you have the best hand?
Pantzeris, look, he's got the backdoor spades, he's got a gun shot. He's got the gut shot. He is feeling like life is good. 24,600 in the middle. Let's get a bet out there.
You bet 20,000 too. See, that's the problem. Yin can't call here. He's flopped way the best of it. He bet 18,000. Excuse me. He's turning to Nano saying, "What are you going to do?" Nanos. Okay, here's what Pantera.
Will you stop punching me?
I was thinking. Panteris is thinking, Nanos flatted. See, he limped in on the button. He was never limping on the button with a king. Panteris, Nanos checked. Panteris is thinking, neither of these guys has got anything.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with my 9-7. It has to do with the fact that these two guys have nothing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you play good poker.
Yeah.
He wasn't playing his cards. He was playing their cards, and he did exactly what he needed to do. Well done, Fonz. Way to kick the jukebox.
This poor chap has no idea what we've done to him. Is he not hot? I mean, he's quite warm out there. Oof.
He is wearing a heavy leather jacket under the lights.
Carpet cam. Everyone check out the carpet.
That is one legit carpet.
We had it shipped over from the Atlantis because
yes, we did.
The Bahamas, that has some amazing carpets.
They do have some amazing carpet.
Blisteringly poor carpet choices.
Everybody, turn up your hallucinogens, and that carpet is going to rock.
Everyone pretty comfortable here. I mean, we are going to come up to the break in a new blind level, but only Yin, who's been slightly tilty-tilty, under 30 big blinds. Yeah, the 10-8's super speculative. Not entirely sure what he was trying to achieve with that.
Yeah, it's not super speculative. It's a piece of trash.
How dare you, sir? He could have flopped 2 pair. He could get himself a straight.
He could have flopped the best hand and not been able to call a bet.
That's exactly true. That was one of the options.
Which was, in fact, the one that happened.
Well, but then you're just playing the results, Lee. Yeah, you'll make that typical mistake of being right a lot of the time. No one likes that. Oh, we're getting a look down. Getting a stare down from Minek. King Jack kind of so pretty, but so painful, so much. Oh, hang on.
Wait, what? No.
Oh, I thought.
Okay, now Nanos is going to do something. Is he going to 3-bet? Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did, in fact, 3-bet.
Raise.
He's made. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that call with the ace-jack.
But surely if you hit the ace, you're under-repped and your opponent goes to town and gives you all of his chips. I'm being devil's advocate instantly, by the way, just in case you're not familiar.
That to me is the ace-jack is. Remember how was it Yen that played his fours by 4-betting them?
Yeah.
Ace-jack. Very similar situation.
You know you're not going to like the flop, so you need to get aggressive early doors.
And he's out of position too. Yeah. See, that's exactly the problem that he had.
And as you say, you could so easily have substituted that for the fours because it's the same spot. You like your hand right now, you're not going to like it, and you're so easy to get pushed off it. Is that you've got to be more aggressive?
Because you're out of position. Exactly. And it's as it like, okay, I'm going to call his raise, but now what am I going to do when a flop comes down? And by the way, you see we're now down to 420 players. And no, the number 420 has no significance whatsoever in this discussion.
Glad you pointed it out.
Yep. What can I say?
I'm a details kind of guy.
As Twitch
I just read what I see.
Here come the run-it-up kids now. I can hear them. Yeah, 420 players left. 18 minutes to the break in our world. As a matter of fact, in the real world, they're on break now.
They're enjoying themselves. They're laughing. They're queuing up for the coffee.
And the door is open, and it's not too bad.
Yeah, there's a bit of a hubbub out there, but I don't think it's a pestering.
That's just the sound of the steamed milk that you're not getting.
Yeah, those big cups of hot water with nothing in it.
Actually, the coffee I got yesterday was quite good.
Oh, really?
Oh, look, now they're staring at Kaminik again. It's the eyes, and I can't think of who the guy is, but there is a Scandinavian player that looks like. He didn't raise 45,000. Just, yeah. That's not right. I think it's probably 4,500.
Hey, who's this attractive guy? I can tell you.
Nice hair.
That's Lennart Adrianus Dijkamo, who is going to be with us for only about 15 minutes before we actually swap over our featured table. So let's welcome him to the table. Good luck. Good luck to you, sir. Not Thor Hansen you're thinking of.
Oh, he doesn't look like Thor Hansen.
Not Liz Lou. Yeah.
Yes, he looks like Liz Lou.
Got to move the duck out of the way just to get to the chips.
That's a tilt call right there. Absolute tilt call.
I mean, this is where Dmitry stuns us with a check raise. Now he's not going to get the opportunity.
9.
Kaminik just staring at the side of his face. This is going to be a check now, for safety, I reckon.
If he fires here, man.
Well, see, I mean, even me, and I'm as tight as James Hartigan, is 10's going to be good, and he's going to be happy for it. I think even I, with the flush and the straight and all the possibilities of my opponent having checked on the turn, you got to take a shot there, surely.
Feels like a really good opportunity.
It does. Nice pop for Kminek.
Elke walked in the building last night, and I didn't recognize him because he wasn't wearing sunglasses.
Oh, really? That's something.
Elke, that's what your eyes look like. Oh my goodness. I literally recognized Jenny before I recognized him.
Wow.
Wow. Now you were asking me about hair.
Yeah. See, now you got.
I would not take that hair.
Yeah, you gotta go between Greco and Dishcamp. Now Dishcamp, see, I think that probably is quite a lot of maintenance. That's quite a lot of time spent on that particular hair.
Do you know, I used to ask George Danzer about his hair, and George said his hair took like 10 minutes to get ready. So.
Hold me closer.
4,500. Keep looking at him. There's nothing there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it going to flat the tens? No. Nope. Re-raise. This could involve Dmitry shoving and Yin. Oh. Oh, there goes Greco's jacks. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Dmitry got out of the way.
As we've seen, Yin has been like Yin Yang. He started off really solid and really like kind of, you know, selecting his hands and playing them really aggressively, and then the last kind of 30 minutes just been a bit spewy and a bit.
Well, but tens, I mean, there's nothing spewy there, right? I mean,
No, I just mean I don't know if I feel entirely sure how he will play them in this spot. Of course, too good to give up. As it turns out, he is behind.
Way behind. At least his suits are working for him.
Well, you got to be positive about these things.
Oh well, so much for the suits.
Man, I mean, no help.
It always upsets me when the guy who's like way in front stands up.
He's just stretching his legs, you know. Never know your luck. We are going to lose Yin. He was an interesting player.
Yeah, he was.
Not always in a good way. You kind of feel that him
I'm
walking
kind of
away.
expect him to come back in a few minutes anyway.
That is true. I mean, it's a habit that's going to be hard to beat. But with only about 10 minutes left on the level, we've got yet another seat open. You kind of feel like a lot of the damage that led to his departure from our featured table was self-inflicted. But great news for Salvatore.
Well, I mean, I mean, the queens, I loved the shove on the river, and it would have worked in many cases, but then after that, he kind of like lost the plot. And now Nanos is chip leader at the table.
Can't believe how much discussion about exactly the color of the chips. Teal.
I'm kind of disappointed by that amount.
Turquoise.
There must be nothing else. Bye-bye Moroccan guy.
The thing is, they're absolutely happy to kill us when we start talking about cricket or carpets. You stop hitting me, Lee Jones.
Did Staples bust? Like tomorrow, lunchtime.
Yeah, they'll be asking.
Did Staples bust? No. He's back.
No, he's back. Back with a vengeance. I remind you, after the break coming up, 10 minutes time, it's the break, and then 15-minute break. After that break, we'll have a new feature table for you, headlined by Elke of the Elkster clan. And we will drag Mr. James Mitchell Staples into the booth. Got some pretty big stacks. Elke is going to come to our table with around 47 big blinds, so pretty comfortably stacked. Be great to watch him do his thing.
Kamenek has an ace and something.
I have asked that the dealer be more proactive in instructing the players to show us their cards. So hopefully.
Wow! And as soon as you
Boom.
asked,
see,
wow, you do carry some weight around.
you know what I mean? If I say something needs to happen, then after a number of hours, sometimes days, it might be implemented.
Is Greco gonna?
A 3-bet with a 10-5?
That's what we're talking about.
That's the player we're looking for. So this is the spot, like we had it before with Dimitri, where you want either a fold or a reshove. You want a fold? You want a 4-bet or a fold?
Yeah, I really do. I really do. Like, what are you gonna? Do you want to play Ace Jack out of position against a 3-bet? What are you gonna?
Nice timing, Nanos.
Yeah. Wait, Kamenek's going to be hearing from his friends on the break about that one. Linart Adrianus Discamo. Wow.
I think, in fact, I was fed that name, and I think I've got it wrong. I think it's 2 J's. I think it's DJJ from the Netherlands. Camel. We normally butcher. The good news is that he'll be gone in 10 minutes, and we can. You wait until you see the next
tables. If you had
table's
Fatima here,
names.
she could tell you how to pronounce it.
Oh, she is queen of the pronunciations. But yeah, we'll have a whole bunch of other players to completely butcher their names. Look out for that in the coming levels. Just as I got comfortable with these guys. Have to wave goodbye to the Fonz.
I'm going to miss him.
He's been pretty solid. Nanos is our kind of exciting player that does random things and wins chips. Can't say that Dimitri has particularly shown himself in the best light. Herr Hock has had a great couple of levels with us. Oh, yeah, it is Digicamp. It was the K's that there was a double of. There you are. See, I second-guessed myself. I should have stuck to the plan. Again, doesn't matter. He'll be gone. He'll be gone.
Dimitri was thinking about shipping those threes.
What did he have? Did he have threes?
Pocket threes. Yeah,
okay.
he thought maybe you would just like dump the whole thing in there.
The 7-8 suited in the big blind. It's the sort of hand where you can just go to town imagining how you're going to flop until the flop comes. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow.
Well, again, he has to think about what Nanos is raising with. If he saw what Nanos had 3-bet with before, he'd be...
It's superb, isn't it? When you've been like the active, fruity player at the table, but you start actually hitting the board,
Yeah, exactly.
and you think everyone's going to start hating you, and at some point somebody will make a move against you.
They haven't seen that yet. We have, but they
True.
haven't, right?
True that, true that.
Hey, look, he's got 2 coffee cups behind him. He's been hitting the
I know.
coffee machine, if not the...
Unbelievably rude. Some of us can't get 1 coffee, and here he is with his 2 coffees.
Dishcamp called. Interesting. Oof. Oof. Call for your 3-outer and get there. Nanos is going, I got the best hand. I mean, he thinks he's got it.
28,200 in the middle, and now this bet from Nanos.
It's about 8,000 something.
8-8. No spoiler on the end for Dijkamp.
The question is going to be when Nanos checks, is Dijkamp going to find a bet?
He might. I can understand if he doesn't.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
tough to think what worst. I don't know.
He's not. It's not the best kicker in the world, and
That was good on the flop.
correct. I mean, you got to lose the odd hand, otherwise it's just not fair for the other players. That's all I'm going to say, Nanos. Somebody's saying this background music sounds like a lift door opening nearby. I think that's just the general hubbub of the casino and the poker area you're being fed. There's probably some music somewhere.
So my brother will be coming in on the feature table soon. Excellent. Who's your brother?
Everett's. Yeah, let us know. Some people going, there's not a lot of table talk. No, but don't forget, we have, as always, a pretty international field. I think a bit earlier on I mentioned we do have 33% of the field German, 10% Czech Republic, as you would expect because of our location. But the rest is Polish, Italy, Russian, Slovakian, from the UK, Belgium, France, Netherlands, etc., etc.
No. Oh.
You can imagine there's a lot of different nationalities. It's going to be hard to get a good chat going. What happened there? Did Dimitri just...
Oh, he did raise.
See, it's all right.
He's going to turn and stare at him. Just you watch.
He's gone the wrong way. There you go.
There we go.
Well, he's looking at his chips. That doesn't count. There we go. Thank you. Good man, Roman.
Good old Casino Cernigov. That's a 4-king good hand. Called?
Yeah. Gone fishing. Couple of spades and a king high. There she blows.
Oof.
Good on the flop, just like the last hand until he got outturned. Doesn't happen this time. Still good for the money. Got to have a little pop of this, surely.
$6,000 in change, 6,500 I think.
Yeah.
No. Stop that.
What's strange behavior from Dimitri. See, unless he was going to make some big move here,
right.
which, you know, especially where the club comes down. But, you know, the problem is I don't have faith in Dimitri to, like, suddenly make some...
Now, he's got a pot-sized bet left.
Yeah.
If he rips it... Ow!
Nanos has stolen his thunder.
See, I don't understand because I don't know what worse hand Nanos thinks he's going to call with. Don't do it, Dimitri. Yeah.
There was an opportunity for Dimitri to take control of that hand, but
yeah,
that moment has passed. Just a couple of hands, or maybe just one more hand, I guess, but catching up on the delay. Remind you, we're coming to you with live commentary and chat on the social medias, but we are actually being fed a 30-minute late delay to keep the integrity of the game, and we will be changing players every single break again to give everyone a fair crack at the whip as far as seeing their hands in action. After the break, Elke will be on our feature table. If we can find him, we will drag James Mitchell Staples into the commentary cupboard.
You've really done a good job of sort of really adapting that nickname.
I like it. I think
absolutely.
If he just had a name like Bloodstone or Eagle Hawk, that I've got no time for. Do you know what I mean? But a good, solid, stupid, he didn't even want it nickname. Those are the kind that I really invest in, because if somebody else started to call him that, I would be overjoyed.
Well, everybody stand up and salute and say goodbye to Fonzarelli.
Yep.
To the overweight Paul Schaefer. This is apparently the last hand. But now he doesn't look like Paul Schaefer because the sunglasses are off.
Well, there's a hand in play. Let's let these guys play the hand out before we all start moving and taking ourselves to another table.
You see that fairly. You see that fairly often, actually. You know, like, oh, it's a break. I'm getting full value for my break.
Yeah, that's understandable. So Nanos with the king 9, and he has hit the jack 4 for the Fonz. Panzaris.
Now Fonz is drawing dead.
And that's going to be the last of our first featured tables.
Does that mean we get a coffee break? Oh, wait,
we get
no,
to
we
join
don't.
in the queue.
No, because everybody else is on break.
It's all right. Everyone's back at the tables. So, guys, the players are going on a break. We're going to do the same thing. Join us in 30 minutes and 48 seconds when we continue our coverage here from the...
Is that right?
Yeah?
That says 13 minutes.
Well, that's because they already had up a minute and a half of the break when they went into the hand.
So it's 13 minutes.
Look, Lee, I was trying to do it out there. You can't punch me and shout in.
Sorry.
I can't even remember what I was saying. Anyway, needless to say, kids, come back in 13.5 minutes. We'll carry on our coverage here from the PokerStars Festival Rozvadov main event. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rozvadov and the PokerStars Festival main event, where we are able to bring you a second feature table of the day. As mentioned at the top of the day, we're bringing you 2 back-to-back 1-hour levels, followed by a break, and then we will have a new feature table every single new session. And you can see that the headliner of this feature table is the man, the Elkster, Elky. If you've ever watched any PokerStars poker, you will either know him as one of the players or one of the commentators. Also massive on Twitch for both his poker and his Hearthstone and StarCraft action. Another man well known for his twitching, also sadly no longer in our main event, is the man that you know as Jamie Staples. I know him as Jamie James Mitchell Staples. It's a bit of a heavy nickname, but I think it's going to catch on. Welcome to the commentary cupboard.
I'm excited to be here. You're not joking. We really are in a cupboard here, but it's nice.
It's a nice cupboard. Yeah. I mean, it's our cupboard. You know, it's. I mean, there's a lot of soundproofing. The only problem with that is that soundproofing is also insulating. Right. So as well as it keeping the sound waves under control, it also means that all of your body heat will be retained and multiplied by a factor of 6.
It's getting hot in here.
It is.
It's
so
intimate. It's nice.
You might want to. I mean, as you can probably see, both me and Lee decided to go both topless and pantless.
Right.
So if at any point you want to join us, it is Topless Tuesday in a couple of days, but we've decided to kick in early. Hello to everyone. Don't forget, if you want to chat with us, you can join us on twitch.tv/PokerStars. If you want to keep in touch with us on Twitter, then it's #PokerStarsTV. If you're only just joining us for the first time right now, this is a bit of a bonus for us because the King's Casino here in Rozvadov has its own streaming facility. This is the first time we brought you coverage of a PokerStars festival. This is the 3rd festival. We had New Jersey at the end of last year. We had London earlier on this year, 2017. And here we are in Rozvadov. An incredible field, 1,121 players.
Huge.
913 uniques. Considering that this time last year, when this was still the Eureka, they had 682 entries.
Wow.
So, I mean, we commented that when we arrived yesterday, the casino was just creaking under the weight of the number of players. But it's pretty impressive. We'll just introduce you to the players on our new feature table, and then we'll get down to grilling Jamie James Mitchell Staples. I mean, do you like it as a nickname? It's pretty snappy, isn't it? I mean, you know, we've had Devilfish, we've had, you know, Nanonoko. I think it's a good one for you. Meanwhile, seat 1, as we know, Elky. Seat 2 is Alman Alexandru. Number 3 is Xinti Katalin. Denny Muller in the 4th seat. Thierry Sergey in the 5th seat. Number 6 is Michael Gattinger. Seat 7, David Kristek. Seat 8, Marian Flesak. And then we are back to having a 9th seat player. Konstantin Tupalo is the player in the maroon top that's kind of mostly got his back to us. We'll get the chip counts back up on the screen at some point as well, just to follow it. When I last looked, Elky had something around a 45 big blind stack, but that was, I believe... Oh, actually, no, that probably was this level. That probably was this level because, obviously, the delay. So we're now at 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante, 60-minute levels. I think that is all the housekeeping. So we didn't get to see you get down to much action today, to be honest. We only had about 20 minutes of your company. How has the overall experience in Rozvadov been? When did you come in? Have you just played the main event? Catch us up to date with you.
So I got here on day 1B. I was over in the Isle of Man, meeting with PokerStars, so that was cool, and flew over. Transfer experience was pretty interesting, you know, just driving through the countryside to the very remote Rozvadov. But when you get here into the casino, it's just opens up. You know?
It kind of feels like the only thing in Rozvadov is the casino, and anything else in Rozvadov is kind of related to or promoting or excited about the casino. But I was, part of me thought, this is so remote, why is this so popular? And then you get here and go, oh, there's just, it's so well set up for poker, isn't it? It's incredible.
Yeah, so it's been good. Just played the main event on 1C. I went to the players' party as well the night before, which was a lot of fun. I don't know if you had the chance to make it.
I didn't, because I only flew in yesterday afternoon. We had to get this set up. I've seen a couple of viral videos of you getting it down and shaking up in the dances in the go-go cage.
I had a couple drinks.
Excellent.
And I was convinced to get up there. Yeah. So
immediately regretting it, or is the regret still sort of settling down with you?
yeah, no, it's still growing.
Right.
Actually, yeah, minute by minute. It's
As the
getting worse.
number of views on that video ticks up over the 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 mark. Excellent.
Yeah.
That won't be with you forever. Oh, okay, so this is kind of a wham-bam trip for you, just in for the main event, and then heading off to Panama?
Yep. I'll be joining you there fairly soon, so making my way back tonight. I feel kind of sad, though. I was just here for like 2 days, you know. I have the separation anxiety with this event.
Yeah. I must say, it is just a fabulous location. Considering we spend a lot of our time in casinos where they have to kind of open up their conference facilities. You know, it's a hotel and a casino, and you end up a lot of the time not really in the casino, but in where they've just got a conference that maybe it's 1 week it's this and 1 week it's that. To be in a place where they just take poker so seriously, it's pretty luxury, really. And the fact they've got this permanent setup to be able to stream the events, I think it's pretty unique.
I've heard some stories of like very big cash games going on here as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a couple of people popping up in the Twitch saying, hey, you know, do you know any idea whether Kings are going to do this or that cash game? Is that I must admit, I've hardly really got to pay much attention to it, because we got in here yesterday evening. I think that's our problem. I've got a funny feeling our TV is going to turn itself off in 53 seconds. It's not touchscreen. Find a button. Anyone, find a button. I don't know what to do. Oh, jeez, I think
we need a translator.
That's all right. Sorry, just to show you behind the curtain, yeah, a big message has just come up on our TV. I think because it thinks that no one's here, and it's threatening to turn itself off unless we do something in 31 seconds. I was counting down. It's so stressful. When the hell are the buttons on this thing? Okay. Sorry, Jamie. I do apologize.
No, this is great. I mean,
this is how TV. What?
This is raw.
This is raw. What? No, there's no buttons on this thing. This is ridiculous. I can't even. I mean, I'm not dreadful with technology, but this thing just has no buttons. Okay, well, that's going to turn itself off in 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. I'm going to have to call for tech support. Luckily, we have a second screen.
Thanks for tuning in. No, just kidding.
I can't believe. Wouldn't it be awful if Twitch went down? Stick your fingers around that.
Okay.
You're a young man. Maybe you can.
Oh, this is a button for sure.
Oh, well done, well done.
Okay, all right.
Man, that's literally the only place I didn't bother sticking my fingers. Well done. Well, now we know for the future.
I found it.
Right, we won't touch that. Now it's come up with lots of options in German. I apologise. What were we talking about? Rozvadov and its wonders. But yeah, I feel like I've not really had the opportunity to take a proper look at all the cash going on, just because when we got here yesterday, they were like, this is absolutely crazy. This is the busiest day we've had, and it's just absolutely bonkers. But originally, they were looking at doing 14 levels today and playing through to like 4:45 in the morning. Now they've reduced that to a way more reasonable 12 levels, which has it finishing at something like 3 o'clock. We're actually only going to go till 11 p.m. here. Actually, no, till 11:30 p.m. But we will keep the stream going, just if anyone really is hardcore, is that we will keep the stream going, and we will keep the table mics up. But we are going to have to do a bit of sensible self-preservation, because tomorrow is going to be a real long one too.
Yeah, I saw day one, and you know, day one was what, eight hours or something
yeah.
like that. I was kind of wondering as I was playing, like, how is this going to work?
Yeah. Yeah, I spoke when Jens, the chap doing the German commentary, he came in this morning and went, and this will finish tomorrow? And we're going, well, kind of tomorrow, probably sort of early Tuesday morning. And then I thought, actually, not really early Tuesday morning, probably more like 9 a.m. Tuesday morning. But I've got the best get-out clause in the world, in that a car comes for me at 4:15 on Tuesday morning to take me to Frankfurt. So there's a real good chance I'm going to just leave Lee Jones here, because he's not heading off to Panama, so he has no excuse. But, I mean, we might still have 30, 40 players by 4:15 on Tuesday morning. But it's all good. So now, having familiarized myself with our previous feature table, now I've got to try and learn who these guys are.
These are tough flags. I always get these wrong.
Belgium,
oh no, the background was.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of Belgian action going on.
And Romania, or is that Bulgaria? Chat can let us know.
See, you're absolutely. Yeah. See, you'll notice I do the old trick where I just don't mention nationalities, because I'm not sure. Yeah. Until somebody comes up and I go, well, here he is from France, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But I'm thinking right now, just not that confident.
It's an unknown perk of playing online poker is you get to memorize all the flags,
Yeah.
the countries.
But see, it's amazing. All they have to do is use a slightly different visual with a little bit of a flap in it, and suddenly my mind, that's it. I don't know what the nationalities are. Oh, we've lost the table for you. Incidentally, I just got to pick up. There's a great tweet came in from Paul Walsh saying he managed to tune in just in time for me to say, "Stick your fingers around that. You're a young man." It was a TV, all right. It was the TV. The TV was going to shut itself down. Just don't panic. Alexandro Ullman is our chip leader, 98 big blinds, 236. Oh, so in fact, I had his name around the wrong way. I had him down as Ullman Alexandro, but it looks like it's Alexandro Ullman. Apologies. As mentioned, we are piggybacking on the King's Casino's output, so it's not got all the bells and whistles that we're used to with the PokerStars TV output. But let's be honest, this is pretty damn close.
Not bad. It's an interesting table too. I've never played at a table like that where it's everyone sits on the outside.
Do you know what?
Big.
It's really weird. It's kind of like old school back when, well, certainly at least for in the UK, when televised poker was starting to be a thing. I think it was because the cameras like to be able to sort of take in all the players.
Right.
So these are kind of what we would call the blackjack table. So the only person you saw the back of was the dealer.
Right.
And everyone else was sat from seats 1 through to 8 as a kind of a nice little fan out. But it's been a long while since we've really seen this, because obviously things got more sophisticated, and also you realize it kind of infringes a bit on the poker players. And you know, it's one of PokerStars' big shtick is, you know, like we don't like the fact that something's being televised to really affect the players as much as possible. And I know it's like, you know, you got a feature table and there's some bright lights and etc., but it's quite strange. But, I mean, at least you get the luxury seats here. You get the Captain Kirk seats.
I didn't know you guys had cards up as well. Not bad.
Yeah.
What with my 4-4? Do you remember that hand? I had 4-4 in the
yes.
big blind. Was it a good fold?
Yes, it was. It was a good fold.
Stuff.
In fact, when you did it, I said, "That's an excellent fold. I think this young Jamie James Mitchell Staples is going to do really well." And then we got word that you'd been knocked out.
The JJMSS.
Yes,
Yeah,
him. It was a classic JJMMS fold situation. Right. Okay. I really need to find out who these people are we're looking at. Like, we'll start off with the guy with the goatee. So he was first up. So that's Gil. I don't have anyone by the name of Gil. That's quite disconcerting. Who is Gil? I've got Gattinger. Yeah. I'm gonna have to call Miguel Gabian. Okay, we're okay. We've got Denny Miller.
It's a bit more stoic here in Europe.
Yeah.
Poker play.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, less chatter. I think that's just a nature of the culture a little bit.
Well, also, it's such a big, we were saying this before, it's such a big international field, is that, again, you've got so many different nationalities at the table, you don't necessarily imagine that everyone's going to be super comfortable in any number of languages.
Definitely, yeah. A lot of Russian, a lot of Polish,
yeah,
German, obviously.
Yeah, a lot from the Czech Republic, some Italians. It's a real mix mash, as always.
I don't know if we have that graphic like we usually have at the PokerStars Championships, where you get the breakdown. I always loved looking at those in the PokerStars Championship.
I've got a pie chart for you.
A pie chart?
I've printed out pie chart. There you go. Fill your boots. Let's even colour. We've got a colour printer on site. All.
That's very diverse.
It is. It is pretty crazy. See, I don't know who Mary is. I have no one by the name of Mary on my lists. I hate to pull the curtain back and let everyone know exactly how these things work. Denny Muller. Okay, so I've got Thierry Serges. Actually, maybe that's a middle name. I think that's Thierry Gill. Just Trying to marry up the various bits of information that come to us. Oh, okay. So what it is that Marian Flesak is known by all simply as Mary. Now it's all coming together.
Shows the 7 deuce.
You don't get any extra points for that here.
No,
it's not that kind of game, all right? Okay, so yeah, it's Gil is our guy with the goatee and the dark glasses, and Mary is our chap in the 8 seat. Poor old Constantine stuck round the corner. You must feel like you're a million miles away when you're in seat 1 and you look across the distance at the guy in seat 8.
It's really big.
It's ridiculous.
It's a very big table.
It's like before when they made more recent changes to the way that all of the big event coverage was done, and we used to have the big mothership feature table, and it had kind of a 4-inch gap, you know, between the felt and the bumper, and everyone's kind of hanging over it. We had the little cameras built into the bumper, and you know, some of the more petite dealers would have to ask people, could you pass me your cards and chips, because it was just too far to reach. I think the way that the setup is these days is slightly more reasonable.
Yeah. I do like being able to see everyone. I mean, there's a lot of merit to that, being in the 1 seat or in the 9 seat.
Yeah.
You can see everyone's facial expressions here on these big tables. So.
Yeah. I must say, ordinarily, I hate being in the 1 or the, because you're kind of looking around the dealer at the other guys, and 5 or 6 is my preferred seat. But
I was gonna say, like, are you an end of the table or a center?
no, I like being in the middle.
Yeah.
And also, I like to think that you get more TV time. You know.
Seat center.
See?
Yeah.
Got to think about your profile, James. Very reluctant to give it up,
Yeah,
but it was
so
pretty.
a slow fold.
Exactly. Doesn't want to give Mary a walk, but when you're holding that, it's like, yikes. As it was, King 9 suited in the big blind. Would have been entirely playable. Good fold. Good fold, sir.
So these are the 2nd-tier chairs. You know, I'm a big guy, so I always scout the chairs when I go to the stop, right?
Right.
Try and find the nice chairs. There's 3 tiers in Rozvadov. So there's the everyday chair.
Right. Okay.
Which is for everyone. It's fine.
fine, yeah.
These are the 2nd tier. Pretty nice. You know, up and down. You get some tilt control.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very comfortable. And then they have the baller chairs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the high limit room. They're a nice mocha white.
I saw those from a distance, obviously, because they wouldn't let me near the high rollers. But yeah.
Kind of looks like a Bentley chair. You know?
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Yeah. Wow. Man, that's... You know you've made it when you can't think of a chair you'd rather be in than the one you're in a casino. That's...
Never thought of it that way. That's exactly true, though.
That's the good signs.
So Elke, is he playing tight? What's the story, or did he just?
Do you know what? You've seen as many hands as we have. That we had a different feature table before this one.
Seems to be catching up on some sleep.
Yeah, well, you know, tight is right. He had a kind of a mid-range stack, so I guess no real reason to panic. And you know, they're playing 9-handed here, so you know, I mean, I find it very hard to play full ring anymore. I have to be 6 max. I just drift off, or I get bored and do stupid stuff.
Yep.
So I can only imagine what it's like to be playing live 9-handed. It's like it's a grind of grinds.
Well, here we go.
Krista all in. Gil with the beard and the glasses.
It's
just
close.
I mean, it's
He's got a fine price, but I mean, seeing the A7, we would fold.
But you know, 7-9, it's pretty. It's the same color. It's the same shape. They're kind of gappy connected, fun cards. I mean, you don't get a bounty for knocking Kristek out. Look, Kristek trying to do his best to look absolutely miserable. Looks like he's been called.
Oh.
Gil is going to spin the wheels.
All right, so what are we looking for? I think like an 8-10 with 2 diamonds.
You don't want a direct connection, but you want something sick.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Man.
And now the Queen of Spades.
Yes, good shout.
Come on.
Good shout. Pretty slim pickings. Well, that's not nice when you're all nicely dominating. And then, boom, straight on the flop. So we're going to lose Christek. Thanks for playing. That's nice of us. Look, we're still keeping him. He's got no chips, no big blinds, but we keep him in the leaderboard because that's how we roll here.
Rest in peace.
Now, what I wonder is if we'll bring in a ninth, because we saw on a previous hand, a while back, they decided to go from 9-handed to 8-handed, and everyone just shuffled around to make things more comfortable. But right now, it's seat open. I want to do a quick shout out to Undersea Monkey, one of our regs. I appreciate it's a Sunday. I know it's asking a lot of you all. But thanks for being with us. I see Elke dragging himself away from the 1-1 cash game to play in the main event. We did the podcast, the Poker in the Ears podcast last Wednesday, and we called Elke up live to get him on as a guest, and he was sitting in the 1-1 cash game, and he had to sit out, but he was still posting his blinds. And Joe was doing one of the most inane competition, like, you know, hey, play a game with us, Elke. And Elke totally didn't get the game, and it was just the most expensive crap quiz in the history of podcast records. But I did feel bad. I've got an update for you. I'm now being told that Thierry, who's recently we changed his surname to Gil, is now Gil Thierry. I don't know if I believe that, because Thierry is a pretty popular first name. There's a lot of misinformation. I'm not sure if I'm being trolled by the production team here. Anyway, action is on Gil. Thierry Gil or Gil Thierry. The man known simply by me as Gil. Gonna raise up with the pocket threes. I mean, if it's pocket fours, you've got to get rid of it. You
gotta fold fours, but threes is a different story. No, I mean, there's just those stack depths where it's so sad. You know, you just have to fold the pair.
It is horrible, isn't it?
It really is. And one of the beautiful things about poker in general is that such a, you know, stack sizes can have such an influence on just a whole card, you know, whole cards.
Yeah, and it's funny because I remember it being like years and years and years ago when poker was much simpler and therefore my ability was far greater, is that we do these boot camps and you would try and explain to people how sometimes pocket jacks is stronger than pocket jacks a week, you know, like depending on, you know, like you say, pocket six is like, well, if you're this stacked, then they're a great opportunity to do this. Or if you're shorter stacked, well, they're like, but it's still the same cards. You're going, no, it's...
Yeah.
They're dynamically influenced by how many chips you've actually got to throw at the hand.
Elke making a pretty frisky call there with the 5-4 in the big blind. I mean, not a lot of action on the flop, ace 9-6, but he's ready to get in there.
Yeah.
Mix it up.
Okay, look, here, look, I told you that they were gonna play musical chairs. This we don't see a lot of.
No.
On the PokerStars TV output, but I like it. At least we get to see Constantine properly.
That's a big stack to move too. I'm curious how he's gonna figure out this one.
Very slowly, very carefully, and stack by stack.
Just go for it.
Yeah, yes, just get stuck in. And so, yes, we have a rearrangement. So now we are no longer 9-handed. We're not going to bother filling in the space that David Christek left behind. We're just going to simply shuffle everyone up. Man, I sell my trousers for a pen that worked. Here we go. We're all good. So how's Vienna treating you?
It's great.
How long have you been there now?
Since February, early February. So about halfway into the trip. But it's just very different from home. You know, it's the lifestyle is simpler, and I'm really digging it so far.
Yeah, that's good.
Got to play a little bit of live poker the other day at Montesino, so that was cool. It's much more serious, you know. I'm used to Canada where there's a lot of small talk.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, how's it going? It's more direct, so that's different, but it's not good or bad. It just, you know, it just is.
Yeah.
Yep. Here's a setup. All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
Okay.
You called it before it happened.
All right, Elkie. Get in there.
No set, no bet. Man, are we going to go 5-way to this? I mean, the price now.
10-7 in rough shape.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
Orman just getting such a great price with his junk hand. I guess it's easy to play. You either catch lightning in a bottle or you just go home. Check, check. I mean, against this many opponents, ordinarily, if you're playing the pocket fives and you got a diamond, you go, well, that could be good too.
Right.
But up against 4 opponents, like, do you know what? Let's not get too freaky. Look, no one fancies this. A 5-way free check to a 4th diamond.
Okay.
So Tupano now has this absolutely locked up.
Do you think we're checking this down? Might go
Well,
to the river.
Everyone's kind of got enough, but not quite enough, haven't
Right.
they? Do you know what I mean? It's like no one, well, apart from Orman, who just had to take a look. You know, everyone's kind of got something. Elkie's no doubt done with it, but the actual guys who have connected big style, I don't think I've ever seen a 5-way pot actually get legitimately checked all the way down to a 5-way showdown.
Tupano could bet here on the river. It's kind of thin, though. 5 ways.
Look, Muller's going to take a shot. He's got the 7th flush, and he's thinking, well, maybe this is good, or maybe it just doesn't need to be good. I just need to look strong enough.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter what I've got. How strong does someone have to be to call me on this board?
I guess it's a bluff.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I don't think you can really confidently think this is him. Tupano's got the 10 high. Gonna re-raise here. Or raise, should I say. No, he just called it.
I was hoping for something crazy.
No such luck. Simple, simple, a call, a show, a lose. Everyone kind of knows where they are, just sort of hanging over the edge of a good hand. Nice work for Tupano. I just want to check whether our boy is called Catalin or Catalin. I'm seeing a couple of mixed messages between some of the screens I've seen.
I'm gonna do a quick shout out to
Go for it.
I Am Fellow, asking where I am and saying we want to see Jamie.
Right, I can put the camera on.
Yeah, I'm
real
right
brief.
here.
Real brief. All right, we don't like to. There you are. There's your boy.
What's up, guys?
Good to see you, boys. Thanks for joining us on your Sunday. We have the ability. I mean, we're both very familiar with OBS. We could really just absolutely throw this into chaos, couldn't we?
We could.
I'm not going to, I promise you.
Yeah,
we can make ourselves full screen and just have a really tiny amount of poker. That would everyone would love that.
But it's going to get too hot in here. There's not enough clothes for Twitch, I feel like.
Oh yeah, I've blown my topless boast. We need to. I think what we need to do at some point when no one's paying attention is get in some of the high roller chairs. Do you think anyone noticed?
Yeah.
Drag in the caramel leather. 7-8 suited for Murray. Might fancy this. Quite a few folds ahead of him.
You know what else is interesting here? Just being observant, if I can.
Well, good luck.
Is that the average age appears to be older at these events than it is in North America as well.
Yeah.
Like a lot more people in their middle age to, 50s even, 50s, 60s that are playing the event, whereas in North America you can see a bunch of guys in their 20s.
I'll tell you a stat I'd like to see. We have all this breakdown in the nationalities. I'd love to know what number of the people playing here are regulars to Kings.
Right.
Because the Kings Casino seems to come up so much in conversation like other events where people are, we get a bio and say, okay, this guy is a regular at the Kings Casino and he's got a couple of live things. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a dynamic that a lot of the people here regularly play, or they're from the cash games and they're sitting in the tournament, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is the older guys where they're just, they've got decades of being live cash players behind them.
Yep.
But yeah, absolutely, for sure. And it's especially interesting considering that the age limitations here are more open than in some of the locations we play in.
Right.
But you're right, it's much older field.
Okay.
Do you have any like kind of stereotype preconceptions when you sit down with different age groups, or not really?
I think you sort of have to. Have to make some assumptions. If you're going off nothing, generally you're going to assume the older someone is, the less time they put into poker theory. You know.
Yeah.
So they're going to have a lot of experience and preconceived notion about how poker is played, but maybe not be on the cutting edge. Of course, that's proven wrong all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Such limited information. I think it's smart to sort of paint everyone with a broad brush.
I mean, I know my game is 10 years old, so you know what I mean. It's like, and I'm entirely comfortable with that because the games I play in, pretty much everyone's like that. You know, it's I know I make some bum moves and some I think also it depends what your destination is. You know, I make some incredibly ICM poor decisions because I'm really just fucking about. You know, I'm just having some fun. It's like I don't need to play optimal game to actually enjoy playing poker, but I guess for these guys. Ooh.
Interesting. Is Marie gonna bluff?
Considering he's been quite passive, considering he actually hit this quite big, I would say, you know, on the flop, like kind of got lots of good reasons to be aggressive. He's sort of not really showing himself to be. Watch it, he's going to shove now, having me said that. But my impression watching this out of one eye was that he's not been too fruity. It's nearly 69,000 in the middle, so if he takes a ill-timed stab at this, it's going to have to be meaningful. He's going to regret it as soon as Elkie snap calls. So 68.8 in the middle. With the hearts, can Elkie do anything other than call?
I think he's just got a call here. Too many better hands that Marie could have running into two pairs and sets, and you know, even flush that would have bet.
Oh, do you know, for a minute, oh, maybe Murray just folded face down. I was thinking it looked like Elkie mucked there.
That would be too tight.
But, well, no, what I mean is it looks like he made the call and then he mucked, but I guess the other guy didn't even want to show, so Elkie didn't need to show to win the hand, and that just blew my mind for a moment there. I forgot you can do that live. Murray just too embarrassed, didn't even want to show the bluff. Pretty convinced that the 8 high was not going to be winning that any percentage of the time. Being asked by Smitty in Twitter. Don't forget, by the way, hashtag PokerStarsTV. Asking me if I'm flying solo. I am not. Myself and Lee Jones are here for the next couple of days. Right now we have Jamie, James, Mitchell, Staples in the booth. And we hope to drag in more superstars as they get knocked out. I mean, the thing is, it feels mean to say that, but actually, odds are, you know, with a big field like this, maybe we get Randy in here. Maybe we get Elkie in here. I mean, I hope that isn't the case. We'd love to watch a final table with all you guys on it, but it's not easy to run deep. Although you've done pretty well so far, haven't you, since you've been playing out and about live?
Been a couple good runs, yeah. Dublin and Bahamas. So.
Yeah. You took the made a good show of it in the Twitch home game.
Right. I hope we do more of those. That was so much fun.
That was good fun.
It's just when everyone's a broadcaster, it's so easy to just start babbling, you know?
It's brilliant. And the thing is also, especially when you get people on there like Moneymaker, you know he's going to be value.
Yeah. Because
he's just, you know, been there, done that. And if there's anyone with vaguely sparkly eyes at being on the TV table, Moneymaker's just going to absolutely punish them. So Elkie versus Tapana here. Pocket Jacks versus the suited 9-10.
Trouble.
Yeah, with a capital T.
It's interesting. He looks interested. When he was looking at the flop, he looked interested at it. I've been working on trying to pick up my live reads and stuff.
Nice,
you know?
yeah.
Channel my Fedor Holt to try and win some more tournaments.
8,500. Elkie's got just a bit too much of that to let this go away. I mean, Elke must just be loving this.
Yeah, can't get away now. I mean, you're calling the turn for sure with those 4 extra outs if you're behind.
And he may well, if Tupano bets out again, he might just flat call it, just kind of thinking that his ice is perfect. Just lay out the breadcrumbs, let Tupano do all the damage to himself.
I think so.
34,800 in the middle. This bet from Tupano. 12-5. Elke with 9 outs.
It's a pretty small bet considering how big the pot is. You see that a lot when you play live poker, though. People just lose track of how much is actually out there.
Yeah, I find sometimes it's easy to read too much into it when somebody makes a bet size that is, you're going, oh, this is unusual. But actually it's just because people are not so on top of it. And also, if you're used to playing online, everyone's got their percentages, their 55 percentages and their 2.3s. And, you know, so everyone gets into a certain habit of betting. Whereas here, you're like, well, there's about 60, so I bet about 27. You know, it's like, there.
Yep. Check on the river. That's a good river for Elke. Saves him some money.
Yeah. Optimus Clank saying, who's the biggest name left in the tournament? I'm kind of guessing maybe Elke.
Elke or Nanonoko.
Yeah,
are
I mean,
the two
those,
that I really know.
Those are really the only 2 names that we see traveling around the circuit. There's Dead Mouse.
For the mouse.
Mal 5, as James Hardigan calls it, much to the annoyance of Elke.
Jenny, so sick.
That's not a very good impersonation. I don't want to be mean as a guest,
really
but you know. And you see what I've cleverly done here is that by me taking the time with you as a guest, I've ensured that Lee has to have a lot of Elke time. Because it's a bit like Han Solo and Chewbacca. I mostly don't know what Elke is saying.
Right.
And it's like other people, like James Hartigan, it's unbelievable. Because Elke will sit here and go, oh, it's a there, but I'll be like, what? And then James will answer him, and I'm like, wow. I'm working on my Elkes, as I believe the language is called. I'm getting better. But it's not easy. Actually going to start with Gatting. I haven't really seen much of him. A German player. That's a flag, that's an easy one. 9-3, no good. Pocket 4s, here we go.
Yep.
Over to you.
All right. Well, you're just supposed to fold. No, I'm just kidding. This is a dicey one where you can do some things with ace-6 suited in the cutoff. Sometimes it's a good 3-bet, and it looks like that's what they're going to go for.
Yeah, and Alexander Ullman's been pretty quiet since. I mean, I know it's kind of early days. We've only been with this table for a short while, but he's been quiet enough that he might, you know, when players like that suddenly do something, you're like, oh.
It's just a good strategy when you have a hand that's not quite good enough to call. Throw out the 3-bet and put the pressure back on them. And what happens when they have a hand like 4s is when they don't hit the flop, it becomes really difficult for them to...
Yeah, it's a bit like a hand we saw. Should he not either be folding or 4-betting with the 4s? Like, you know, because you're kind of paying quite a big price to kind of go fingers crossed set mining.
It is a big price. I think they're so deep stacked here, like 212, 230K. I feel like he can justify it, but in most scenarios, you're just going to be folding out of position with those pairs.
Well, I would like to think Ullman did not get this far with an ace-6 to check this through. $33,200 in the middle. 15, I believe the 5s are the blues. About half pot. And there you go. I just want to respond to Smitty on the Twitter, hashtag PokerStars TV. He's saying, I've just arrived. Can you give me a brief lowdown? How many, who's, what's? I can tell you that the whole of the main event ended up with 1,121 entries. 913 were unique because we had 3 day ones. And then day 1D was for re-entry only, and another 208 players came back. There's 215 players to be paid. The top prize is 146,464. There was over 1 million in the prize pool. The last time we knew of how many players were left, it was around 400. So we're still a way off the money just yet. The plan today is to play through 12 levels. This is our 3rd level of the day. Play through to 12 levels, and then God knows when we really finish tomorrow. It's probably going to be a really long day tomorrow as well as today, unless some real key car crashes occur. But so far we've seen mostly just real good, solid players not making too many mistakes, and certainly not making very expensive mistakes. So sadly our boy Jamie Staples is out. That's why he's with us. But Nanonoko is still out in the field. Elke, you can see, is here on our featured table, still doing okay. Anything else, don't forget, boys and girls, you can always tune into the PokerStars blog. Follow them on Twitter as well. In fact, there was quite a nice feature on you up there, Jamie, talking about living in Europe, Kevin Martin going into the Big Brothers, and Bill Perkins' Steamboat.
Yeah.
Has Joe Stapleton made any more embarrassing attempts to be invited onto the Steamboat?
It's kind of fallen silent, our relationship. I don't know. He might be hurt. I'm not sure.
He's probably decided to play it cool. You know, like, you don't want to text the girl, like, hi, we met at the party. You know, Joe's very good at timing those things. So he's probably just trying to act cool, like he doesn't care. Right. And if you want to invite him onto the Steamboat, well, he'd be very happy to.
Yeah, it's coming up in about a week here. I don't know what to expect, honestly. It's going to be madness.
That's brilliant. It's such a great... I was once invited to go to a World Series where a bunch of Brit players were all hiring out a villa for the whole duration. They were like, do you want to come? And you could just, like, document everything and film it. And I was like, that sounds like the best fun ever, but also an absolute car crash. Yeah. Like, I may not come back from a trip like that. And I, of course, regret saying no at the time. But I can imagine the Steamboat will have some pretty intense shenanigans going on. So the gut shot for Gil, the heart's working for Gattinger. Bet in the call. Gil pairs his 3 on top of the draw, and of course the ace over card.
We just announced the winners to come with us on the Streamboat as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get the names here so that I'll let you guys know.
That's fantastic. Incidentally, as this hand chews its way through to a conclusion, people are going, oh my God, wow, 12 levels. And our mod's doing a good job of answering your questions. We will not be showing the full day with commentary. We are going to show the full day here. We are going to wrap things up about 11:30 tonight, Central European time, because we have to kind of basically be a little bit sensible and give ourselves a chance of not dying tomorrow. Check on the end, and it's a winner for the pair of 3s. So yeah, the deal for today is that we will wrap up things here about 11:30, but we will continue streaming the game. Just basically nothing but the footage you're seeing, all the on-screen graphics. We'll keep the table audio up. Not that there's a lot of chat going on, but so if you do want to see how things go through, I can't remember what the new time. We were due to finish originally about 5:15 in the morning, and then they took 2 levels off it. So you know it's going to be a solid 3 in the morning for if you want to stick around. And then tomorrow, our coverage kicks off at 1 p.m., I believe. The game starts 12:30, and we have that same 30-minute delay. And then we're going to do our bestest to keep you with us right the way through to a conclusion. I've got to get in a taxi about 4:15 in the morning, head to Frankfurt to fly to Panama. But at the very worst, you will have Lee Jones and anybody else he manages to drag into the commentary cupboard. So it's a short but sweet couple of days here in Rozvadov, but it's the first time we've had the opportunity to bring you some coverage from a festival with a field of over 1,000. It's definitely worth doing.
I think it's working well at the festivals. I've talked to a couple of people that have been to the stop so far. And
I tell you the other thing, I don't think it's necessarily going to have an impact here because I think the King's Casino already has a really healthy schedule. But I've already seen from the Hippodrome in London, where they had the amazing response to the festival that was run there, they are increasing the number of tournaments. So they've now got some series and a super series, and we'll get some information and talk about that later today. But there's already been a whole bunch more, because I think it's like any casino. Once they see and have the confidence of how many people are going to walk through the door and sign up, they go, maybe we should be a bit braver with how many tournaments we put on and how many kind of opportunities we give people to play poker. And it's a bit like what happened years and years ago. Like, I'm really old, so I can tell stories about playing poker in the 90s. But, you know, playing poker in casinos was really tough because just no one had the space for it. And, in fact, there was a period in the early 2000s where a lot of the big casinos, like in Vegas, were just cutting down their poker rooms and just getting rid of them and give them over to slots and roulette and that. And then, of course, Moneymaker did his thing and the boom happened. Right. And suddenly all these casinos had to reverse it. And in some of them, there would just be an area on the floor where they would move a couple of blackjack tables out of the way and put up a rope and go, this is our poker room. Yeah. And I used to love playing in places like the Imperial Palace and O'Shea's, all these little rinky-dinkies that have been sort of demolished and eaten up by bigger chains now. But, you know, everyone had to go in reverse. Just as they were getting rid of their poker rooms, poker suddenly got big, and they had to kind of reverse the process. And now it's great, because when you do get a venue put on a good tournament, people walk through the door, especially with social media. It's so easy to reach the audience to let them know when stuff's going on. It's a good time. It's a good time to be interested in live poker, especially if you've mostly only played online and can't be bothered, or it's too much hassle, or there's nowhere near you. Right. I think now it's a great time of convergence. Ah, so pretty. What's your favorite suit to have Ace King in?
Hearts.
Hearts?
Yeah.
Okay. I like spades. I don't know why. They just look quite menacing.
They're bold.
See, it probably says a lot about your personality. You know, you like the hearts. You know, very welcome guy. Whereas I just want to stab people. So the spades work really well for me. Incidentally, just in case anyone from the police is listening, I don't want to stab people. It's just like a joke. I just say these things. Definitely not going to stab anyone anytime soon. Although Lee Jones is due back in the box. Again, just joking. Really, totally not serious at all. Well, if only the ace had landed, we could have expected a bit more exciting action, but I think this is going to be pretty simply played. Gattigan might let another one go. No, it's all in.
Oh, that's a big bet.
That's an all or nothing. Yep. Not entirely sure that was optimal chip gathering there.
I've seen that a few times.
Jens from the German team has just opened the door behind us and gone, oh! He's heard about this James Mitchell Staples guy. Famous man. You've hit the big time. When a random German appears and goes, oh! Jamie Staples.
It's been cool to meet some of the friends of the stream, because I'm just never near this part of the world, you know? So
Yeah, I guess so.
It's been pretty rewarding.
It's really good. I mean, I must say, it sounds a bit creepy, but it's really good the fact you're here and like Randy's here, and it's like, I mean, obviously Elkie now is living in the Czech Republic, so it's easy peasy for him. Yep. But, you know, is that we have become quite used to, especially back in the European Poker Tour days, that we would know when we got to like the Bahamas, you know, for the old PCA, we'd see all the US guys and there'd be Dan Negrano and there'd be, you know, like lots of the big names. So it's kind of cool to be, especially here at a festival and have you guys here. Never mind the fact that it's, you know, a festival rather than the championship, because we know the big names will roll out for the championships because it's a big part of their calendar. But I think it's good. I think it's great. You guys are spreading yourselves around. Where's Randy living now?
I'm not sure. I know he has a place in Vancouver, but he's spending a lot of time in Macau as well.
Yeah.
So
that's great.
I think he's all over the place, living it up.
I mean, it was brilliant, especially like in the Bahamas, having, you know, yourself and Kevin, and, you know, it's just really good. And even having, you know, Jake Carver, you know, it's great. We don't see him come out of the basement too often. But
it was my favorite event ever, Bahamas this year. I loved it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, I ran well, so that might have contributed.
That
but it was
probably,
just
but
a good group of people, just a lot of fun.
It just strikes me, again, because I'm old and crusty and things like this matter to me, but I think it's healthy that the guys who we always saw the two sides. We saw the live guys, and then there were the online guys. And, you know, there'd be some player would turn up at our table going, who is this guy? And then you find out who's this incredible online player, but we just never knew him as a live player. And I think it's good that, like, what I would consider the you know, the newer generation of big names that are actually caning on live and doing all the twitching and getting out to the big events. So, you know, we get to see them as just like healthy participants in the world of poker.
Right.
And I just think it just feels healthier. I fear sometimes for Lex. He just seems to be on a real Twitch mission, and I just hope he's getting enough sunlight.
Lex is great. I was just hanging out with him in the Isle of Man and London a little bit, and I mean, he's such a beauty, and I think his show is great. So.
And it's interesting because for someone who had already been pretty well established as one of our kind of regular live pros, to embrace the Twitch the way he has done, I think a lot of the guys kind of did some twitching because they thought they kind of ought to, because it seems to be the new thing.
Yeah.
And if we had a pro, you know, we'd have Vanessa Selpsum saying, you know, you on Twitch? Is like, yeah, I'm going to be doing some of that, but you could sense it wasn't in their blood.
Yeah.
But or very high as a priority to them. But, you know, Lex has just jumped into it with all 6 feet. Incidentally, people will be pleased to know that I did get my coffee. That's the end of our coffee report.
I think I'm on a detox right now. I haven't had any coffee this trip.
Really?
I find it useful to, like, you know, take a week off so it hits you harder.
I was going to say, I'm exactly the same with tequila. No. No, I think you're actually right, is that if you do too much of it, then you can no longer use it as a medicine.
Right.
It's like an antibiotic. You've got to take a few downtimes so that when you need it, you haven't got to go like triple espresso for it to have any impact, because that's just dangerous. But yeah, smart. Philip Weather is watching the coverage with Jamie Staples in the booth. Great content. Glad you're enjoying it. I'm kind of chuffed. I hope that we do more of this. It would be awesome if all casinos had their own streaming stuff, because we could just roll in. Like I mean, there's a team of 3 of us here. It's just awesome. Just roll into any venue. We've got over 1,000 players in the main event here. You know, this festival knocks some of our championships events into a cocked hat. It's like,
yep.
I think it's just fab.
It's my #1 dream. If I could stream with reliable internet on the road, I don't think I'd have a home. I think I'd just go from spot to spot.
You just wouldn't need it, would you? Do you know, and I tried it so many times because sometimes we would have downtime or the time difference would favor us. So we might finish in wherever, pick a location. And then we don't tend to go out partying much because some of our days are quite long. Some of the stuff we do is in front of a camera. Right. Is that we don't, me, Joe and James, we might go for a little meal and then kind of go, right, well, I'll see you tomorrow for breakfast kind of thing. And I would be back in my room and I'd probably sit and play 100 spin and goes thinking, I should just stream this. Yeah. But then you understand the world of hotel internet and go, oh, okay, I can. That's why poker is so brilliant, because you don't need an awesome connection. You know, I used to play on dial-up modems in 1997, so I'm pretty sure that most of today's Wi-Fi is going to be able to cope with that. But yeah, streaming becomes slightly more painful. This could be a bit of a car crash. The diamonds might save these 2 guys from going too crazy, I guess.
Is that a raise? Interesting. I guess going for some value here to try and get a diamond to put some money in, but not a hand I would have raised. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think depending on the turn, you know, if a safe turn comes down, maybe I would get a bit more creative. But now seems to be a strange time to be inflating the pot, because now, as things get more difficult, potentially turn and river, you're building quite a big pot to bet into. And the problem is now is if you don't get rid of Murray on this flop, well, how are you ever going to get rid of him? That's such a brick now. It's like, well, he's going to keep coming.
So is Alman might be is sort of bluffing at this. Like, we could see Marie fold by the river and have a real think here on the turn.
He just keeps his foot down. It's absolutely. We should have kept a camera on us all the time. The commentary cupboard is just like a world into its own. It is like. I would take a selfie, but I don't know if it will capture the majesty.
It's very dark in here. It's soundproofed.
There's a lot of. Oh, see, we can kind of get the strangeness of the soundproofing, but it just doesn't do justice to the general murk.
Yeah.
I was saying to Lee, we should turn the lights off to keep it from getting too hot. I was like, no, because I feel like I've died.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I thought I couldn't turn the lights back on then. That would have been quite horrendous. Well, there you are. He took his foot off the pedal. Things got more creative.
Chop it up.
Yeah, playing the 10. I won't do the song. It's a festival. We don't do the song when it's festivals, I've decided. Let's just say everybody appreciates when a pot is split equally down the middle and distributed to the players. Few minutes left on this level. Level 13, remind you we're at 1200, 2400 with the 300 ante. Next level we go straight into level 14, 1500, 3K. And I would like to introduce and welcome back to the commentary cupboard, Mr. Lee Big Horse Jones. Where's your cowboy boots, Lee?
Proud of yourself, man? The answer, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, is yes, he is.
Touche, Big Horse, touche. Mr. Staples will return. He's just taken a moment out of the booth. Just as literally your timing was so perfect, we were just bigging up how oppressive our commentary cupboard is. And just at that point, Staples was like, right, I'm out of it. He will return shortly. Don't you worry, boys and girls.
Jamie James Mitchell, Staples.
Right, now I just need to explain. There's a list you're going to want to refer to.
Uh-huh.
It was slightly wrong.
Excellent.
Elke is definitely Elke.
Right.
Alman Alexandro is actually Alexandro Alman.
Okay.
Azinte Catalin is actually Catalin.
Okay.
There was an A, but I've got rid of that. This chap is either Thierry Gil or Gil Thierry.
Okay.
He's gone.
He's gone.
And Marion Flussack is known as Mary.
Okay.
Other than that, it's good. I had to modify our list.
I don't. Okay. All right. Okay.
Other than that, we're golden. They also did that thing where there was a ninth player and then they all moved round when someone got knocked out, which I love. It's so funny. So the numbers are also wrong.
Do you know the expression? There's a great American expression. It's morbid, but there's a great American expression. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Right. Okay. I like it. Being told, everyone, that we're getting robo-voice on the audio. Mods, will you confirm or deny for me? It's not that I don't trust. Oh, in fact, it's some of the mods telling us. Sound is broke, says everyone. All right, guys.
And the chat is filling up with robot icons. That's probably not a good sign.
Don't worry.
There's nothing wrong with the sound. The sound is completely fine.
Apologize for the sound. We are taking care of it. And by we, I mean some people.
Our people. We know a guy that knows a guy. And somebody's all in.
Somebody's telling me the audio is fixed.
They're back to normal now. It's not us for sure. Mueller is all in. And wait a minute, let me check my list here. Mueller is, in fact, Mueller. Okay,
Yes.
So Good.
Good move for you, sir. Blinds are up, so we are now into level 14 of the day. Well, actually, level 4 of the day. Level 14.
We'll come around shortly.
Man. Yeah, in fact, stick around.
Because we'll still be here. Wow, look at the video effect on this guy.
He is getting warped. I mean, Elke has never looked so unattractive. He is totally fish-eyed out of there.
But the guy who's wearing the black shirt is just like, it's just like a disembodied head.
And it's not even black, it's actually like a lovely burgundy color.
Is
but
it really?
The camera is squishing him. Big horse in the cupboard, shouts Paul Welsh. Yes.
Big horse in the cupboard.
People asking me to tell the story about my rowing machine. No. Do download the podcast, Poker in the Ears. I think it was 2 episodes back I told about the rowing machine story. It's a long story. I won't subject you to it. By the 16th hour of our broadcast tomorrow, I probably will need every anecdote I've ever told.
Exactly. You'll have to save them up, and you'll just be basically playing back Poker in the Ears episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I just put my microphone near the iPhone, just play it out.
Fire that mother up. Right?
You're right. So here we are, 1,500, 3,000 with a 500 ante. I believe we'll be racing off the hundreds in the next break. That's always fun.
So that is either Gil Thierry or Thierry Gil.
I believe it's Thierry Gil because
we'll just call him Gil.
They're showing Gil, and that they normally show the surname. And Thierry is a very popular first name, as is Gil. But I'm going to just hedge my bets.
Okay.
And this is our German playing Gattinger with the diamond big slick. So that's getting up. That's Mary. That's the man known only as Mary with the glasses there.
Okay, very good.
And that is our boy in the black stroke burgundy top, Constantine. And this is an up-and-coming young player. His name's Bertrand.
Bertrand.
And apparently his friends call him Elke. And he's got a mouse.
What's he going to do? Oh, he's going to do something silly.
Yeah, he's going to sadly. He's been very, very, very quiet up until now. That much I can tell you. And I am going to take a moment out of the cupboard, and we'll bring Mr. James Mitchell Staples back into the booth.
James Mitchell Staples. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while Matt steps out to try to stand in line at the coffee, James Mitchell Staples and I will man the situation.
You're muted. You need to turn the sound down. You've got your sound playing out on the laptop. So I can hear my commentary.
Yeah, we're live.
All right.
that was one smooth broadcasting handover right there. Don't worry about us, ladies and gentlemen. We're professionals here.
We're fine. We're okay. Lee Jones, it's good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the asylum is in the hands of the inmates now. James Mitchell Staples, it's good to see you too.
When we saw last time in the Bahamas, right?
Oh, darling, it was the Atlantis, wasn't it? Or was it Cannes at the film festival? I just don't remember.
I like this fisheye we got going on here. Elke's a little
bit
distorted
I
in the
feel
corner.
it's the guy over here that I feel really bad for. He's just been basically reduced to a head because of the color. I mean, like he's basically got a solid color. They say it's a burgundy shirt, but I couldn't. We're going to find out shortly. Okay, so I'm having to figure out the players here. You've been watching these players, so
I was leaving that up to Matt. Matt's the expert at it.
Okay,
I struggle to.
Well, the guy's got so many chips in front of him. Okay, so that's Gattinger. And this is the guy, no, that's the guy known as Marie. And he's folded. And then that was...
I know that one, Elke.
All right. Elke is asking why he got out of line with his ace jack before. He 4-bet ace jack over ace king and didn't end well for him. Okay, so this is Alexander Allman coming in for a raise with his king queen. Thierry Gualtieri is deciding what he wants to do.
Raise and take it.
Burgundy shirt confirmed, says Iceblade.
Iceblade in the chat. How's
And
it
it's,
going?
Iceblade is in all chat.
Yeah.
You can basically go to any chat in any forum anywhere in the world, and Iceblade is there.
He's there, and he's helping out too.
And he's helping out too. Like, you don't know this, but somewhere there's a knitting discussion going on. And Iceblade is in it saying, no man, the best place to get your wool is from this little store in Acapulco. Dude, how do you...
So blinds are up now. Ante 500.
Yeah, 15 and 3,000.
Okay, getting down to it. I always think about what starting stack was. So if you registered the tournament now, which you can't,
Which
but
you
if
can't,
you
but
did,
if you could,
it would be 10 big blinds.
Yeah, you could. Oh, we have. Look at this, pocket jacks. He probably is not going to call.
Very slow, deliberate. That's 68. Something like that. 67. Okay.
Don't do it, Elkie.
He's got some hope, though. You know, there's some straights, there's some flushes, there's queens out there.
Oh, he's suited. I mean, I kind of get it. Is he out of position for this?
Uh-oh. One less queen.
Yeah. That's one queen he won't be hitting.
There
Oh,
we go.
boy.
There we go. That's an action flop.
There we go.
With the king of clubs and all.
And Elkie's got position. So
if I was Marie, which I'm not, I would probably want to start with a check here a lot of the time.
Why? Tell me. I'm really interested.
Just because we have second pair, so it's really difficult to get worse hands to pay us off on multiple streets, right? It's going to be tough to get like 2 or 3 streets of value from a 10.
Right.
And then there's not too many bad cards for us that can come on the turn
That's
of the
true.
river, right?
That's true.
Just an ace or queen. Only 8 cards. So I would start with a check call, but it goes bet call. And
Whoops.
ooh,
That may not be a good card for Mary. But the fact that Elkie called should, I mean, you know, he has to give Elkie something.
yeah.
I'm if it's me, I'm gonna bet the jacks again, and I'm gonna just run smack into the stone cold nuts.
So I think Elkie is obviously going to bet here.
Hey,
No.
ladies and gentlemen, we have a poker pro
Breaking news.
in the commentary cupboard.
So the question is, does Marie get away? And I don't think we can see anything but a
He
call
thinks he's
here.
got a gut shot too.
Yeah, exactly.
He thinks, I mean, but you know, like, what is Elkie betting?
That's the
You know,
problem.
a 10 with diamonds.
Yeah.
You know, a 10 with diamonds. You're thinking that's his range has got some diamonds in it.
I mean, he could choose to bet a hand like ace, queen, ace, jack, but of
Right.
course, you know, you have 2 of the jacks, so it's hard to put him on that.
This may get him away from it.
Yeah.
This may be.
The backdoor flush draw completes.
There's no way Elkie doesn't bet. There's no way Elkie doesn't bet. Elkie, do not disappoint me. Oh, come on. He is going to bet, isn't he, Jamie?
I mean, I think so. I would bet. But there's got to be some chance that he's worried. Okay, here we go.
It's one thing to be worried. It's another thing not to bet.
Right, yeah. Yeah. That's a really common comment on Twitch, actually. So if you're going to fold to a raise, why didn't you bet? And those are different things,
Right.
right? Those are different things. we were in Super GTO Poker Land 2027, Marie could go for the bluff there. He's got the Jack of Diamonds blocker.
Yeah.
Elke's not going to have too many diamonds.
Right.
But
I want to know what the chip at the bottom, is that a
25K, I think.
Is that the quote yellow they've been telling us about?
Yeah, yellow green. It looks more green to me.
See, there's one on top of.
I think that's a card
4,
protector.
5, 6.
Yeah, I think the Under Armour hat. I think that's a card protector.
Okay. Now wait a minute. I'm not sure about the names and the seats at this point.
There we go. That's burgundy. That's a burgundy.
That is legit burgundy,
Yep.
isn't it?
It's kind of nice. Swaggy. I like it.
It's a very nice shirt. Very nice shirt. Just I really feel bad for the guy on the overhead shot. That's all.
So Lee, I've learned something about the world since I've been to Europe.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me that.
Still and sparkling water. I just want to know where you land on the spectrum. What do you prefer?
Oh, I'm totally a sparkling guy.
Sparkling.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
I mean, it exists in North America, but
Yeah.
it's kind of new, you know.
I've been drinking it for years.
Really. So my philosophy is that Tonka P drinks Perrier, right?
Oh yeah.
Doug Polk drinks Perrier while they're streaming. So I'm starting to think like maybe this
Maybe
is
maybe that's the key. Yeah, but see the thing is, I don't have to drink Perrier. Like to me, you can get carbon dioxide into water.
Right.
Like at any restaurant or bar, they've got it in the gun.
Yeah. Right.
And they'll generally serve it to you for exactly 0 and put a lime in for free. Yeah. So.
I'm just trying to take a general survey of what people think, you know. Maybe incorporate it into my
Look at
life
this.
game.
We got 3 ways. Man. Yeah. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a 3-way flop here, and Elke is in the thick of it. And whoa! What is it about Elke today? I just show up, and Elke starts flopping the Holy City Zoo. I bet he's got more equity than everybody else. Look at that, ladies.
I think so.
He does. He's got 60. He's got 2/3 equity in a 3-way pot, and he doesn't have a pair yet. Like if we end the hand here, he's in 3rd place, but he's got 2/3 of the equity. You rarely see that in Hold'em. And there's exactly 0 chance. And apparently we have somebody correcting the lights now. Tupano and his shirt cannot. Really? You have no back doors.
Oh, he's
got a pair.
He's got a pair. Yeah. It is one of those close spots where maybe you could go for a call, but looks like he's got some more frisky ideas.
Oh, I like that. Now he picked the wrong time to do it, but I like it. Now, what do you do if you're Elke?
I mean, you don't fold. Just figure out how to get money in the pot, I think.
Well, but my attitude about these situations is usually if a whole lot of money goes in, I'm in some trouble. I mean, I do have a 15 out draw, so I can't be in too much. I can't be in a ton of trouble here. That's you know, if I just had the naked flush draw, or did he say give me a triangle?
Yeah.
He said give me a triangle. You know what? I don't mind that.
Hand.
I don't mind that play at all.
I think, you know, the worst case scenario would be the ace-high flush draw, and we have to assume that Tupano would decide to check raise the ace-high flush draw, and they're very deep stacked here. I think it's kind of unlikely. So ace-high flush draw or a set, and even against those hands, we're doing
well.
So
But the
well,
interesting
right?
thing is the ace-high flush draw, unless he's got like ace-jack of spades, has difficulty calling.
Yeah, right.
You may rid yourself of the ace-high flush draw with that. And a set, you're obviously sad, but at this point, Elke goes, well, if he calls, I'm behind, but not terribly.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to note, yeah, okay.
Bit of Hollywooding, I think.
Yep. I don't think he was ever seriously considering calling. Somebody's asking, why do you like to check raise with bottom pair? It's not because he has bottom pair. It's because he suspected that maybe Elke was just trying to buy the pot.
Right.
And so he's got some equity, right? I mean,
5 outs.
yeah, he figures he has 5 outs, and more importantly, he can get Elke to lay down a bunch of weak hands.
It's just tough to win hands out of position. It's the worst.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, if you're going to do one thing, play your hands in position. Play at PokerStars and play them in position. Those are my 2 bits of advice. If you're just joining us, I'm Lee Jones. He's Jamie James Mitchell Staples. And we're at the King's Casino here in beautiful Rozvadov, Czech Republic.
Your first time here. To the
First
Kings.
time,
yeah.
Yours?
Yes, as well. It's very unassuming from the outside.
It's pretty unassuming out here, but I will also say that, I mean, the Bavarian forest is just gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful out there. And I mean, really, we were just, when Jamie came into the booth, I was into the commentary closet, or commentary cupboard, as Matt refers to it. I was just in the process of looking at Google Maps to see where we were. And we should be talking about the other things that are coming up, like Panama.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to be hopping on a plane in the coming days here to go check it out.
You're jetting off to Panama, and that, by the way, is why you're hearing Matt and me and Jamie here, because James and Joe are headed off to in the other direction. They're flying west out of the UK.
Truly international, these
Yeah.
PokerStars tours.
They are. We are. You know, between the championships and the festivals, we are all over the planet. And speaking of all over the planet, do you know where else we're going? Sochi.
I've heard about this. That's so exciting. That's the best.
It is. We are going to the site of the we're going to the site of the 2014 Olympics to have the largest poker tournament in Russian history, I believe.
I really would like to go. I'm not confirmed yet, but I don't know if I'm ever going to have another excuse to go to Russia, you know?
It is a very different country.
Right.
I've been once, and man, you know you are not in the West anymore.
Right. Which is great. I love those experiences.
Well, in that case, it is definitely. Now, I've only been once, and I was in Moscow. And I think, basically, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understand is that Moscow there's like, within Russia, there's Moscow and, you know, St. Petersburg and the big cities, and then there's everything else.
Right.
And the two are extremely different, so I don't know. But, yeah, PokerStars coming to Sochi, and let me give you the specific dates. It's so fresh off, I mean, like, the paper is still warm in my hands from coming off the press. May 20th through 31st. PokerStars Championship main event worth. This is fun because rubles, they're very small units, right?
Right.
So the prize pool guarantee is 150 million rubles.
Perfect.
Oh, we've got an all-in.
That's 20 big blinds to call. Yeah.
But what else are you going to do with pocket nines and 20 blinds, right? I mean,
yeah.
You're going to raise and fold?
No, I think the shove is good with the nines. And that's it. Takes it. It'll be my birthday during that Sochi festival.
Really?
Yeah.
Well?
Might have to go celebrate my birthday over there.
But yeah, that is the largest guaranteed prize pool ever in a Russian poker tournament, and I imagine that they will hit the guarantee and then some.
Yeah,
is likely to happen. And I don't know how many events they have there, but And supposedly they really built up Sochi for the Olympics.
Tons of infrastructure.
Yeah, tons. I mean, if you think about the infrastructure that you need for the Olympics, that should leave a lot of room for poker players.
I think the festival will just fit in.
Yes, it's not, and I don't. I have to check. I don't think it's a festival. I think it's a championship.
Right. I misspoke. Yes.
So yeah, so it will be. And actually, the other championship. I mean, it's already happening. They're already rocking and rolling, and you'll never believe this, but guess who's leading the high roller in Panama right now?
Who?
Steve O'Dwyer. I could have given you like what 4 names, and you'd have got there.
Of course. Yep. Ah, he's such a boss.
Elke's like, I got the best hand here.
Yep. Take it down. That's one of the best flops you can see with the ace-5.
Yeah, I mean, really. It's like, what else do you want?
I wonder if there's 100K chips. Do you know, Lee?
I guess let's think about it. There's basically 1,000 buy-ins. What was the starting stack?
30K.
So that's 30 million chips, right? And when we get down to the final table, like when we get down to the final 10, the average stack is 30 million. Wait a minute, 30,000 times 1,000, yes, 30 million. So we subtract, it would be, the average stack would be 300,000. You don't really need 100,000 chips. 25,000 chips would be like, average stack would be,
I think average
12 chips or something.
3 million, right? There's 30 million in the prize pool.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm bad at math.
No, it's okay. I mean, it gets very complicated.
But yes, that means that the average stack would be 3 million. So yes, they should probably have some 100K chips in play.
It's one of my favorite things is watching final tables and get to see the new colored chips.
Out come the 100K chips.
Or when there's a PokerStars, 10 million guaranteed tournament or something, and all the chips are at the final table. It's just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Here's the 500 million chip.
Right there, right? Yeah. Actually, I was just, I don't know if you're a Tommy Angelo fan or not.
I am. Yeah.
But he's got a new book out.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah, it's called Painless Poker.
Nice.
And he actually quotes. I'm gonna. This is a thinly veiled brag.
Okay.
Is that he actually quotes me in the book?
Oh no way.
Yeah, way. And he tells a story that I told about chips in a tournament. Excuse me. And the point being that when you get down to the end of a tournament, like you see these high denomination chips, right?
Right.
And pretty soon those chips begin to represent a buy-in.
Yeah.
Like you see that yellow chip right there that's on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 25,000 chip, right?
Well, I don't think it actually is. I think it's a card protector.
No, that's a 25. Is it?
I think it is. Because the 25 is green. Elke has one.
They told us yellow.
There we go, like those ones, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that little greenish yellow chip
Right.
that we're seeing right there is a 25,000 chip. That's basically a buy-in.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Right?
It's
and so what that is,
$1,000
that's somebody's, that's some poker player. That's like the corpse of one player from the tournament, right? Or 3 of the 10,000, like when you see 6 of those little blue chips, that's somebody's dreams.
Yeah.
Compressed into 6 chips. And so as they get down to the final table and they get the 100K chips in play, right?
Yeah.
That's like three poker players.
3 human beings.
3 human beings' dreams and aspirations for the tournament compressed into a single little disc of acrylic.
Yeah. I love reading about the mental game in poker. I think it's one of the parts of my game I feel strongest at. So I maybe should be working on things where I need to develop more.
Right.
But I love going back to, and right now I work with Elliot Rowe. I've read a bunch of Tommy Angelo stuff. Jared Tendler is great as well. I mean, there's so many.
If you haven't
great
read
coaches.
if you haven't read Tommy Angelo's Elements of Poker, go and read it and then read it again, and then read it till you've memorized large portions of it. And it basically, the concept is that, look, he basically says at the outset, I'm going to assume you have an A game. And I'm not going to try to improve your A game. We'll assume that you've worked hard, and let's say that your A game will beat the average field that you play against. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get you to play your A game more often.
Right.
And when you sort of realize how much you can improve your results simply by playing your A game more often relative to trying to actually improve your A game, you go like, wow, if I just like take my C game out of the mix, or, you know, reduce it in a significant amount, then it's a big deal. Okay, there's the listings, and Elke is our chip leader as well as the #1 seat.
Just behind
Not quite.
Alexandra. I mean,
they're 1-2, both in seats and in chips.
They can both be chip leaders.
They can. We'll make them sharing chip leaders, because I'll tell you what, if they get into a big pot together, and Elke wins, Allman would be left with pretty much dust. We had one before you got here. We had a guys get an all in, and one of the guys was left after the all in with 100 chip. And it was literally a chip in a chair. It was so sad. I mean, it was half an ante.
Right, yeah.
Okay, Mary, what you gonna do? He's got 140. That's like 50.
50 big blinds.
That's 50. So that's a fine raise if you have 50 blinds.
It's getting low down on the suited connector scale, the 4-3 suited. It's fun to play though.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Okay. No, it's not.
It is. I love playing it.
Yeah, well, go right ahead. This is Mueller with, there's just, if you stop calling raises with ace-6 suited on the button, your results will improve.
Yeah.
Especially when a raise comes from under the gun. You're just rarely in any good shape. The pocket deuces get the job done.
Okay, 31 minutes left in the level. As you can see, average stack is 130,000 and only 260 players left.
We are beginning to creep in on the bubble here. The number for which is 215.
146,000 euro for first place. I'm a little bit heartbroken today, Lee. I don't know why I'm busting this tournament. It just hurt me today. I really wanted to do
You were
better.
planning to be there for the final bitter end, huh?
Yeah. I think it's just because, you know, here at the King's Casino, the only thing to do is to play poker. So when it was over, I couldn't go hang out with friends and like go to night, you know. It was like, well, that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Game over. Yeah. It's kind of sad. So, Jamie, you get to play on the PokerStars client, unlike, I don't know, me. So, what is your now it says the hosts are Matt the Waster Broughton and Lee Big Horse Jones, but in fact, at the moment, the role of Matt the Waster Broughton is being played by Jamie James Mitchell Staples.
That's true.
But as we said, you get to play on the PokerStars client. So what interesting is going on in the client? Like they have the deal going on. We got card match going on. What are your favorites?
The deal brand new. I really love.
The deal brand new.
Well, it's relatively new. Right? In the past month or so.
Right. So why don't you explain it? Explain us, please.
Sure. So it's not open in the UK, which is the first thing, because I get a lot of people in the UK asking, like, why can't I play? And I'm like, I'm sorry.
Pissed off people with British accents.
Your government, I'm sorry. But no, it's a totally rake-free game, right? There's no money taken out. And essentially you use your Stars coins to just
You should say Stars coin.
Stars coin. Right.
Yeah,
Stars
it's like Euro.
Yeah, you use your Stars coin to like play in this progressive jackpot. So it's pretty fun to play on stream because you can have a chance to win, you know.
A stupid amount of money.
Like the jackpot got up to over 400,000 at one point.
Oh, look. Look.
Oh, here we go.
the two chip leaders, ladies and gentlemen. This could get ugly for the French kid.
Hang in there, Elke.
Don't do anything stupid, Elke.
Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
well, actually, this is going to save Elke a lot of pain and agony.
So Mueller, with 103,000, it's 15,000 to call. Sort of in an interesting scenario as to whether they want to 4-bet or go all in, but obviously we're seeing now all you can eat. Oh, kill.
Wolf. Wolf. Which Elke and Allman are basically drawing dead.
There's one ace left and one king left in the deck.
Now Allman's thinking, well, wait a minute. Elke raised, I 3-bet, and this guy shipped all his cookies in. What?
It's real tough to get away, though. I mean, if Mueller ever has a hand like queens or jacks, there's just so much money in the pot already.
Yeah, and your problem is I'm blocking aces and kings, right?
Yeah. That's the thing how combos work. So when you get sort of more advanced in poker, you break hands down into combos, not just hands. Because ace king, there's 16 combinations of ace king in the deck, but there's only 6 aces.
Right.
Right.
There's 6 aces and 6 kings.
So it's more likely someone has ace king than aces and kings combined.
Exactly.
Which really factors into these decisions.
It's a 4-3 favorite for him to have, but the problem is that you've got aces, you've got ace king.
He's got blockers here.
He's got blockers to ace king, right?
He does.
So now,
So there's 9 combinations
but it's like,
of ace
but you
king.
don't get to. The other thing is you don't get to outplay it, right? It's like you don't get to decide. Oh my goodness.
Well, 1 ace left. 1 ace left in the deck.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever find yourself in that situation, this is not where you say I folded an ace.
Yeah.
Don't ever,
Don't do
ever do that. Not even any backdoor.
5?
5?
Oh, okay. Oh. I wanted the chop.
They don't. You know, it's interesting because like quite often on the other PokerStars shows, there's like this long drawn out, you know, like that's less time than it takes than the PokerStars client actually puts more delay into that run out.
The all in.
Well, she's like, hey, we got a bust to catch.
And it used to be longer too.
And it used to be longer until people went nuts. Yeah. Now I can remember the old days when it used to be arbitrarily long.
I'm kind of a fan of that, honestly. I'm on team go back to the long. I like the sweat, Lee. The all-in moments.
Okay, so there's some stuff coming up on. Somebody just said it. I folded an ace. There's some stuff coming up on Twitch chat.
Hello, Twitch. I miss you.
But they don't let them play just so there's 0 chance they can accuse them of any wrongdoing. Oh, they were asking about the fact that I can't play on PokerStars.
Right.
Yeah, basically, if you are a PokerStars employee, you can't play. You can't play on the PokerStars client, and I don't have access to the servers. I can't see the cards while they're being dealt. Nobody at PokerStars can see the cards while they're being dealt during the hand. Immediately after the hand is over, we have a hand history.
Yeah.
But nobody at PokerStars can see the cards while they're being played.
I just came back from meetings in the Isle of Man at the PokerStars office. So it was really cool to talk with.
There you were at the mothership.
I was. It was very cool. And one of the ideas we had as players and they'd thought about was, wouldn't it be so cool if we could have like a delayed feed, you know, with cards up like 30 minutes later or something. And right now it's not possible. Again, there's concern. You have to mix it with the company's perspective and the entertainment perspective, right?
Yeah,
so it's,
and you know. I mean, I am so about the entertainment perspective, and I think that's so crucially important. But it's the game integrity is just absolutely 100% everything. And I will tell you that I am in a lot of, I'm in tons of meetings at PokerStars where you can see those two motivations just running into each other.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this would be great entertainment. Oh, this would be. No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Because he's dead mouse and you're not. Okay, so this puts Elke about like 2% equity. How can he have any equity? What can he hit?
4 deuce.
Hearts? Running
4
hearts?
7.
As long as no diamond gets there in the meantime.
Ace jack.
Yeah, ace jack they chop.
Yeah.
Dude's like, if I'm going to raise with 6-5, that's a flop.
Yeah.
Right? That's my flop right there. So the deal, you spin your stars coin, and then what happens?
So, you get 7 cards in the most normal version, right?
The most
and then
normal version.
And everything is
in
face
standard
down.
traditional deal.
Right. Exactly. In traditional deal. And then you have to choose 2 to throw away. Now you can't see it, so it doesn't affect the EV. But it's just fun.
Yeah, okay.
It's just fun. So you choose the 2, and then it turns face up. And if you're playing the 7 stars coin version, then if you hit a royal flush, you're onto the bonus round.
Okay.
Which is this big jackpot. And then you can get other prizes for winning hands less than a royal flush.
Sure.
If you're playing the 70 stars coins version, then it's a straight flush.
Any
You're
straight
onto the
flush.
bonus. So the bonus is where the fun is, and you can see other people that hit the bonus. And let's say there's a jackpot of 100,000, right? A wheel spins, where if you're 1 in 6 on this wheel, you're gonna win half of that jackpot. But the best part is that the other half of the jackpot gets split up between everyone else that played the game over the last 12 hours.
Oh, really?
So it's like a share, like everyone they want you to win, right? Because then they win too. So it's like a shared moment, and just something fun on the side, It doesn't cost anything. It's just a little.
I think it's great.
Yeah. What else is going on? We have Spring Championship of Online Poker coming up.
Scoop is coming up. Oof.
Is my favorite time of year.
Because
not just
the
poker.
birds are singing, the flowers are out, and it's Scoop.
The world's coming back to life, and it's just like, here's, 15, 16 days of the most amazing poker
Elke
tournaments
says,
you can
I have
play.
nothing.
Yeah. So I'm getting excited for Scoop. I almost get romantic about it, really. Like, I tear up the days before it's there to play. Just with the low, medium, and high tiers, I was able to participate as like a small bankroll player, play in the $27 and the $11.
Oh, yeah.
And that was my main event. I was playing with the big guys in their series, It's such an awesome series. I love it.
It's, I have to say that I am incredibly fortunate to work for PokerStars, and I love working for PokerStars. But man, if there's a downside, it's just like I work in a it's like I work in an ice cream store. Oh, look at Elke. Look at Elke. How was the party last night, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, if Elke falls out of his chair, would somebody please get him up?
I'll take over.
Yeah, we'll
Stab
put
me
you. What's the same seat you were in? I want you to know that the Twitch people just lost their brains when you busted out. They were just like I bet that we can look at the Twitch viewership and we can spot your departure. Delayed by 30
very kind.
minutes.
Thank you, Twitch. I wish I could have put on a better show. Get him next time. In Panama. I'll be on the stream in a couple days.
If I said something about David Lee Roth singing Panama, would anybody get that, or is it just too old?
It's over my head.
Wow. Somebody will do it. Somebody will recognize it. Okay, Elke's going to go get some coffee.
Yep, something to wake up. He's such a figure at these events. You see him walking around, and he's larger than life, you know?
Really? He doesn't strike me as larger than life.
To me, he does. I
Well.
mean, he's always looking very on point, you know?
Oh, well.
Very stylish.
Yeah.
And he walks, he's got this, like, stride, you know? Like he's floating. Elke's a boss is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Elke's the best.
Elke is a boss. And the thing is, yeah, he's just... He is the guy. There's a raise coming from Marie.
Has picked up a lot of playable hands the last 2 hours here. Been in the mix, but has had the cards to do it.
Do you consider that at a 9-handed table?
It's a loose open. Elke's sitting out. So
That's true. So it's an 8-handed table, and the guy that who could give you some trouble is out of the way. You know, that's one way to win a poker pot. Here's a quiz for you,
okay.
And I expect you to get it fairly right. What percentage of hands on PokerStars go to a showdown?
Wow, that's a great question.
And let's see if Twitch chat can get us
the answer.
Yeah, and we want a little more volume from you, please. So just roll the mic around a little closer. There you go.
So I'm thinking it's going to be in the single digits. I'm going to say 8%. That's my guess.
Okay, we'll let Twitch chat get their number.
All right, get it up.
2%. 17, 25, 7. Lots. You must have moved the line, Jamie, because all these like 1-digit and low 2-digit numbers are coming out.
I really have no clue if my guess is good at all.
Oh, look, he's going to do it again.
Alman.
Don't do it. Don't do it. No.
Oh, different cards? What's going on here?
No, that was Alman. Alman's in there with his 7 deuce.
This is great entertainment. I think for the stream. You must be watching the stream.
He 3-bet. Well, okay, so at this point, ladies and gentlemen, he's maybe this is something that he does. He just says, this is going to be my completely crazy 3-bet hand.
Oh, and an all in.
That solves that problem. Now let's see. How long is the timer before he mucks?
You can see on his face. You can see. He got caught.
It's okay. Like if he just says 7 deuce, I'm going to 3-bet, right?
Yeah.
Like to me, why do it with that? Right? Because you're never going to hit. If you're going to have some bluffs in your 3-bet range, which is a beautiful thing to do, have some that can hit a flop.
Yeah. Just not good enough to play normally.
Exactly. Where you fold them with a clear conscience to a 4-bet, and that's fine. But a lot of the times he's going to call, and then you have to play a pot. Right? If he folds, problem solved. If he 4-bets, problem solved.
Yeah.
It's if he calls that you actually have to play a hand of poker.
You're in trouble.
Have something that has that can hit a flop.
Like a 9-8 offsuit is a better candidate, you know. Okay, Lee, you're killing me here. The percentage.
25%.
25.
25% of hands. And I don't. So what I don't know is that includes our play money hands.
Right.
Because if it does, then that means that I'm sure that that's higher than the. I'm sure that it's much higher in play money hands.
Yeah.
But I guess the point of that I always tell people when I'm teaching poker and giving lectures about poker and stuff like that. Matter of fact, I'm going to put in a minute. I'll give you a plug for something I'm doing. But the point is that it means that the cards only matter 25% of the time.
Right.
Right? In the immortal words of Sami Farha, the person who bets the most wins, we only use the cards to settle ties.
That's good. That's great. I've never heard that quote before. So just bluff.
It's
Bluff
not.
is the key.
No, it doesn't mean. And don't. The point is that quite often the point is the stories are being told.
Right.
Right, with the chips, and the point is that 3/4 of the time somebody's story is believed. Probably a significant percentage of that time, the story being believed is the true story, i.e., I have the best hand, and that way the story gets heard and believed, and everybody folds. Right? So the point here is that 25% of the time we have to settle the tie
Right.
with the actual faces of the cards. Whoa, whoop, whoop, there we go. That's Elke's flop. Backdoor all kinds of things.
Elke seems to be playing fairly aggressively as well, from what I've seen this morning.
All in to call? What? No.
No, that's...
No, do not believe. Do not
million.
believe the graphics, ladies and gentlemen. The graphics are wrong. There has been an error.
I think that's 7,200, not 7.2 million. There we
So
go.
the thing I wanted to tell you about is I am actually teaching a 3-week seminar on poker at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's great.
So they actually asked, through a couple of connections, they've asked me to to actually give a seminar in a continuing education program that Vanderbilt runs. And they have like cooking and wine tasting and gardening and stuff like this. And
yeah,
some people saw a seminar that I gave, like a 1 day or 1 hour seminar I gave about poker, and they said, "Would you be interested in expanding that to
a 3-week course?"
Yeah, it's a 3-week course. It's 12 hours. Yeah, it's 6 classes, 2 hours each over 3 weeks.
Huh.
And I'm excited. I've never taught like a long form poker course like that, right?
Right. Yeah.
So we can do history, we can do strategy, all of it. And conveniently, it's going to come right during the World Series of Poker. And I'm thinking field trip.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the goal of your course, to prepare everyone for the World Series main event?
No, I don't think. No, Jamie Staples is not in. James Mitchell Staples is in the booth with us.
I am. Hello. We have a camera feed, actually. Do you want to say hi?
Yeah, let's all say, here we go. 3, 2, 1. There they are. Hey.
This is it.
This is it. This is us.
A little bit of a cupboard.
We are in the comms cupboard.
Yeah. Just watching the coverage.
So Almond is raised with his pocket 4s. Gattinger's deciding what he's going to do. I mean, it's a crappy hand out of position, right? It's just like...
And he's just got a few too many chips to want to go all in there in the small blind with 68,000. If you're sitting on something like 50,000, I think I'm moving all the chips in, trying to steal that raise in the blinds and the antes. But just a few
50,000 would be what, 17 blinds?
Yeah, something like
I mean,
yeah. And we know C2 has been very, very aggressive. We just saw him 3-bet with the 7 deuce, so.
Right. Yeah, but nobody else saw that.
That's true. But he's giving off the perception of being aggressive.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Now, I will tell you something interesting. The guy on Almond's left, Azinte Catalan, has just a passing resemblance to the CEO of PokerStars.
Does he?
Yeah. He looks just enough like Rafi Ashkenazi that you're kind of like,
Yeah. I was going to say, that guy looks familiar. Maybe that's where I was aware.
You may have seen him when you were in the Isle of Man. Haley Jones, why are UK plebs not allowed to play the deal? Because government.
Governments.
I mean, because governments. That's really, that's all we can say here. I wish there was a better reason. All righty.
Queen 8 deuce, all spades, not a piece for either player. Catlin is kind of short here. And this will probably end his hand if Tupano decides to bet. Bet and take it for Mr. Burgundy.
That's done the job. We're starting to wind down towards the end of the level. I'm trying to get information about exactly the number of minutes left.
Yeah, it feels that way. Looking at those guys, they look like they need a break. You know, a good 10 minutes. Grab some water. Check out the buffet here. You know, grab a snack, something like that. This is very like Vegas here, Lee. You know, free foods.
There we go. Okay,
there
it's
we go.
8 minutes left in the level.
Okay.
And I think with that, I think we're between hands right now. So I think what we're going to do is wake up Elke and let you head out and get some food and step outside and enjoy the fresh air.
Perfect. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. So much fun to play this event here. So I look forward to doing it again next year.
And listen,
hopefully.
stick around. You're here the rest of the day, right?
Potentially.
Okay.
Might be heading back, not sure.
All right. Well, look, if you're around, maybe we'll pull you in later because we're here for like literally the rest of the night.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so a big thank you to James Mitchell Staples for being here in the booth. And sorry you couldn't crush the thing. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, he is headed off to Panama, and you will be able to hear him on the broadcast.
I'll be there doing a broadcast. We'll be doing the stream
or going to the final table. You're doing the stream down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you guys want to check that out, twitch.tv/PokerStaples is where I broadcast on Twitch.
There you go.
You can see it there or on my YouTube channel. So
Alrighty. That's perfect. We'll see you soon.
Greatly.
All right. Bye. And with that, Jamie Staples is out of the room. In the meantime, we have a flop with Marie and Elke. Elke's got pocket eights, and they've just been out-flopped by Marie's king-queen suited. And this hand probably won't last very long because Marie will bet, and Elke will probably let it go fairly quickly. And within seconds, we should have Matt the Wasted Routen back in the commentary cupboard.
Oh my God, I'd forgotten how warm it was.
You know what? When you step inside here, and Jamie wore his sweatshirt the whole time he was in here.
Do you know what? I didn't want to say anything, but in fact, I got the inside of these earphones are really moist. 1 second.
Okay, well, while Matt is tending to the his headphones, we'll watch Marie stack up chips from his little encounter with Elke.
I don't know if anyone has this, but when you go on holiday and you've only got one pair of swimming trunks and you've been swimming and you hang them up to dry and you go to wear them the next day but they're still wet, and there's almost nothing as unpleasant as putting on wet, cold swimming trunks. That's a bit like what putting these headphones on after Jamie Staples was like. They were just a tad moist and cold. Anyway, look, I've come back for aces.
Yes, you have.
I am blessed.
Well, I'll tell you what, sometime go scuba diving with me and you can put on an entire wetsuit the day after you went diving, and then it's still wet, cold, and salty. And
that's so appealing.
It is.
So many
and you say
ways.
To yourself, I must really love doing the sport because I really don't want to do that right.
Yeah, that sounds dreadful. So did you have a nice time?
You know what? We had a blast.
Good.
like you got two guys that love poker talking about poker, watching poker. It's like, okay.
It doesn't get much easier.
No,
than
it
that,
really
does
doesn't.
And I can tell you that after the next break, we've got a table, a feature table that's got 3 PokerStars qualifiers.
Really?
And I love watching the qualifiers because all I do is get excited about. Imagine that's you, and you've just spent a few dollars and you qualified here,
And now you're
fighting over a prize pool of over €1 million.
Right.
Top prize of nearly 150,000.
Oh look, this is what you dream for when you have aces.
Yeah.
You raise, you think they're all gonna fold. They're all gonna fold. Oh look, somebody 3-bet.
Look, and he's sitting there, like.
Well, but the thing is that you're thinking, am I gonna 4-bet? Am I gonna flat and stack him on the flop? What's my plan here?
That looks like. If
4-bet.
the blues, yeah, that's going to be a 4-bet. Ka-chunk.
I mean, it could be very tempting to just flat the aces, but you have to think there's no chance he's going to do something spewy pre-flop if I call.
That is true.
Right? I
That
mean, this is the one chance for him to do something completely wrong.
And this is where any information you picked up about your opponent in the hours beforehand is just key. Is this a guy who ever missteps pre-flop? Is this a guy who ever just goes ballistic?
Right. Is there any chance he's going to do something insane?
It's like our boy Dimitri from a while back. He would have called with a number of quite wobbly hands. I don't know if Murray is quite so loose. He might just take the hint here. There are some players where once they've already got their 3-bet in, they're committed.
Yeah.
Whereas there are others that go, do you know what, to make a 3-bet and then fold to a superior play, that's just day-to-day business.
Right.
And I'm not gonna worry about it.
And then there's some players that are just going to, with some frequency, do something really stupid right here. and I mean, and you have to think about those players too, right?
Yeah.
The ones who kind of level themselves into thinking, oh, he thinks I'm way out of line. He doesn't have anything. I can ship this ace-10 in there. He's going to fold. And if that's the kind of thinking that you think he might, it's like, that's where you get all your money. If you can get him to ship ace-10 here. There you go.
Yeah. I didn't really think, from what I saw of Murray in that first round, I didn't get the feeling he was going to go and become too creative with the ace-10.
No. Nope. And that's, that's not bad. You get, like, when you get a big chunk of chips, when you get somebody's 3-bet and everything else that goes with it, with no flop, that's a good result.
Yeah. If they were suited.
They were
wow.
Well, that's a whole different matter.
That's just a really good excuse to just throw some chips away for no good reason. Al, thanks again, by the way, to Jamie Stepper. That was very kind of him to put in a good stint with us.
Oh, yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, good lad.
Always enjoy having, and because of his Twitch background, like Jamie can just sit there on the mic and just do whatever. He's like,
absolutely.
Yep,
sometimes we get the Team Pro guys in and they're looking at their watch.
Yeah,
and you think,
exactly.
do you know what?
Do you know what? You have to say at least 100 words before you leave the booth.
Exactly. It's not about how long you're with us. It's about how much you're contributing. And I'm guessing from that little shot of the tournament clock that this is probably going to be the last hand of the level.
And we're going to go out with a bang on 10-7 suited.
Don't do anything crazy with 10-7 suited. That's the name of my new book. All right, raises it
there
up.
We go. There we go.
Snowmans. Just
Don't do anything
blinds.
silly with Queen 8 suited.
Exactly.
Either.
That's the sequel. That's the sequel
yeah,
to my
exactly.
book.
It's going to be volume 2. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do you got? What you got? Tell us.
Yeah, why can't we see? Look,
Come on,
Elk is
Almond.
folded. Why are we looking at Elke's hand that's already in the mark? And
Come
yet
on,
we don't
Almond.
know?
Tell us. Whoops.
In.
Do you suppose that's true?
I trust it.
That's a lot. Oh my goodness, call.
Yikes.
Yipes. We're going out with fireworks.
Man. Kind of safe.
Wow. Whoops. Whoops. Jack.
Oh. Wow.
What just happened there?
Man, the ace-10 shove. I don't know if I like or condone that in any way whatsoever.
I think, like, that was 100. That was like 30 blinds each. I guess Almond decided he wanted to take an extended smoke break.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's got chips to play with. That seems a bit. I mean, not that it's an insta-call with the eights by any stretch of the imagination, but that's some tip-top news for Murray there.
Wow. I think it leaves Almond with like 3,000 chips or some terrible number.
Oh, well, we're going to leave that.
So much for that.
So much for that. We'll be back in just under 15 minutes. We'll be back top of the hour with a new feature table with 3 qualifiers to follow their journey. So do join us at the top of the hour. Myself and Lee back with you here from the PokerStars Festival Rozvadov main event.
Sander Lylov is the chip leader. And he will call in the big blind with his pocket fives.
And Dyer is checking back to see, what did I have again? I knew it was crap. 8-6, oh, okay, that was it.
Flop is 9 of spades, check of diamonds, 4 of spades.
And the question is, who's going to bet at this pot first?
Sender checks.
The answer is Greg Dyer.
You would think that was enough to just take down this pot then.
11,000. Sorry, 110,000.
He could very easily
110.
have a jack, a 9, or a pair higher than fives.
I said 11. It's not a. So therefore, you should have to make the minimum bet.
Oh.
That's the correct rule. Okay.
Mark Telcher's playing the role of tournament director.
Okay, great.
Well, what that in essence means is that Sander Lylov gets a free card right now.
24 is the minimum, right? Yeah, that's the bet. 24. 24.
Unfortunately, Greg got caught up in his words, and he's been punished for it.
Turn card is a 7 of diamonds.
Well, now, Greg Dyer has picked up a straight draw.
And a 5 is sure to have caused a lot of action on this river.
That might be enough to get Sander Lylov to lay down the fives. He might put Greg on a draw. A couple of spades, a couple of diamonds, the straight draw out there as well. And that's probably why he has called here.
River card, 4 of clubs.
And Greg Dyer misses on the river.
This is an interesting pot right now. I mean, I would not expect Lylov to make that call in the turn. But he has, and having made that call in the turn, he has to make the call in the river as well.
Well, Greg Dyer can only win this hand by betting. Can he make a big enough bet to get Lylov to lay down his hand?
Well, right now Dyer is hoping, in a sense, that Lylov was on a draw, because if he wasn't on a draw, he's already made up his mind. He called on turn, he's going to call in river, and that's what we see people doing so often here, getting called in these situations. But is Lylov experienced enough here?
330,000.
It's a big bet from Greg Dyer. And I'm not sure if I was sitting there with a pair of fives, staring at that board and playing the hand back in my head, I could make the call, but that's what he does.
That is an amazing call. But it's not a good play by Dyer because he knows that Lylov made his choice in the turn.
Which is 8 high, and with a pair of 5s.
That's a pot of 1.1 million.
And that is a confidence pot.
Sander's instincts were correct, and instincts just get better over time. Take Eric Seidel, for example. He's played more poker than you've had hot meals. And Eric ate Dmitry Ivanovic's lunch in the EPT 11 Grand Final Super High Roller. We're going to sweat with Eric Seidel here, which means we're only going to see his hole cards.
Sweating with one of the best in the world. I love it.
Ivanovic completes.
Check.
Seidel's hand is Jack 4 of diamonds. He's checked his option.
I like a free flop with this hand, sure.
Only 1 diamond on the flop.
Yeah.
Seidel has checked. And Ivanovic checks behind. Oh, there's another diamond. Hello, flush draw.
Finally.
Here comes a bet from Ivanovic, 300,000.
Totally fine with a call here.
There is the call. The river card is a heart. Seidel with just jack high.
So now we just want a free showdown.
I don't think Seidel's going to get it. Ivanovic bets 525K.
Well, for me personally, this is an insta-fold. I just don't see how we're ever winning here. Yes, we know he tries to win every single pot, but we're losing to some of his bluffs even. But Eric Seidel, not me. He's a really good poker player, and it looks like he's thinking about heroing.
Heroing with jack high? I still can't quite believe he is thinking about calling this. He's called with jack high.
Makes a call I wouldn't make.
And he's right.
And wins a pot I wouldn't win. In a tournament I would never be in.
Wow, behold the master at work.
That is 5-0 for the old-timer. Urbanovic is getting his lunch eaten, and he knows it.
Well, that heads-up battle against Seidel made Urbanovic rethink his approach to the game. At number 3, more super high roller supremeness. At the 2015 PCA, with the title on the line, Steve O'Dwyer found himself facing an audacious bluff from amateur Roger Sipple. Ace 10 for Steve O'Dwyer.
Uh-oh, Steve's doing the dominance dance.
He calls.
Plays it kind of slow.
The flop is Queen 8-8. It's a gut shot for Sipple. O'Dwyer still ahead with ace high. O'Dwyer's playing in flow. He's checked the action to Sipple.
And Steve can now call a lot of C-bets because it's a smaller pot.
It's a chunky C-bet from Roger, 750K.
And I don't think Roger's going to have much here very often.
O'Dwyer calls. A pot of 2.4 million. The turn card is a deuce. It changes nothing.
Can Roger dump? Nope.
Check, check on the turn. The river card, a 3. It's a brick. Sipple misses its draw. Ace high is the best hand. O'Dwyer checks for a third time.
I'm all in.
And Sipple bluff shoves the river.
Roger. Roger, what are you doing to me?
This is really tricky. Last time Raj did this, he was stronger than the drinks at the players' party. But this is not how most players are going to play their bluffs.
And that is certainly the kind of thing a player of Steve O'Dwyer's caliber is going to notice. We can see he has the best hand. A lot of players are going to fold in this spot, and if Steve does fold, he'll still have a 2-1 chip lead over Roger. But considering he has the best hand, if he heroes with ace high, he will win the tournament.
Father time is going to need some time.
Good call.
He calls!
It's over.
Good call.
Incredible call.
Ace high.
With that hand, Steve O'Dwyer wins!
Wow. I didn't have you on a pair and you didn't have one. I didn't think you were going to make that call.
I was worried I had a 10 and that blocked some of your gut shots. So.
At number 2, we revisit the EPT 8 Berlin main event and Davide Katai's quest for the third jewel of the Triple Crown. Jack 7-5 flop, ace high still good. Katai checks.
Checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Chen should continue.
He does, 330,000.
Ace high will often be the best hand, just like it is on this hand.
Katai calls. 9 of spades on the turn. Changes nothing. Gatai checks a second time.
See if Chen slows down as well.
He does. He checks behind. 10 of clubs on the river.
You would expect it to go check, check, maybe check bluff here. But it looks like we're going to see a bet from Davide Katai.
Is this a value bet or a bluff?
Pretty sure he doesn't want to call, so I'm guessing this is a bluff to try to fold out a 7 or a 5. Chen should be ditching this right about now. But he's not. I know he's not calling.
Well, this is certainly a bluff. A raise to more than 1.5 million.
To be perfectly honest, there are tons of hands Andrew could have here that have ace-3 beat. Tons. Katai is not taking his gaze off Chen at all. It's like me with a chubby redhead. This would be some kind of absolute sick soul read.
Yeah, call.
Awesome call alert.
Agreed. I don't know how often ace tray is going to be good in that spot, but it's infrequently enough that I'm confident in saying that is a losing play in the long run. Davide Katai just made a soul read on par with Mystic Meg.
Katai went on to win the title and earn that coveted Triple Crown. Well, talking of players who've won a lot of tournaments, Jason Mercier is at #1. Before anyone knew his name, he came to Italy in 2008 to play EPT San Remo, and he made the call that launched a career.
Okay, 5-9 there for Jason Mercier. Oh, he's suddenly,
wow.
Now he's suddenly. Now
this is not something we've seen before, is it?
No, well, four-handed. You see, he's going to start opening up now that the four-handed. The right thing to do. Good for him. He's set up a table image.
Yeah.
He's going to capitalize on it.
80,000.
I can't see him getting called unless.
Anthony pass, small blind pass. Eric calls.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think.
Yeah.
He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him.
Check.
So if you've got aces or, you know...
Two players, Eric check in the dark.
Let's see what happens here.
Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop comes.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks.
Jason
Here
checks
is the
as
third.
well.
It's an 8.
What's Koska's going to do now?
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
220,000. Did he say call? Oh, well, he's picked up a middle pin. He's picked up a middle pin straight with his pair of 5s. So he needs a 7 or a 9. Well, he actually, as it is,
he doesn't actually need anything.
Winning.
But if he thinks he's behind, that's what he thinks he needs.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm thinking in my head too.
Board is 5, check, 6, 8.
Koska's didn't like that call.
And 8.
Okay.
I'm all in.
Eric all
Wow.
in.
Very great strong play there. If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. If he can. How much has he got to call here? 700,000. And his stack is 2,244,000. So he'll still be left 1.3 million if he calls and gets it wrong. Has he got a jack in his hand? Has he got an 8? Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language. He's looking at Eric.
From what we've seen,
corner of his eye.
From what we've seen of Jason, do we think he can make this call?
I've no idea.
Can you get a read on Eric Koskas?
I think he thinks his 2 pair are good here. I think instinctively he thinks his 2 pair are good. You remember that these guys play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hands online. You know, they have a sort of feel for when they might be ahead. What's he got? He's got ace king. If he's got no pair, then I'm good. Could he have been betting a flush draw?
If his instinct is that his 2 pairs are good,
I call.
Just got to decide whether to trust his instinct, and that's what he does.
Showdown.
What
He's
a great call.
Made the call, and Koskas will show he had absolutely nothing.
That is an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made the call, and he's eliminated Eric Koskas.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
What did he do?
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Jason now has more than $17 million in live winnings, and crucially, we now know how to pronounce his last name. Well, those are our top 5 hero calls. In the movies, there are bluffs, coolers, and bad beats that flirt with implausibility but create the maximum amount of on-screen drama. They couldn't possibly happen in real life, right? Well, here are the top 5 hands that look like they were scripted in Hollywood, but were actually pulled straight from our expanded PokerStars vault.
Without the bluff, is great. I like it.
That'd be too good.
At number 5, 3 unlucky players and 1 incredibly fortunate one. With only 13 remaining in the Prague main event in 2015, this happened.
I'm all in. I mean, 2 all-ins in front of you, then you wake up with kings. You got 2 players behind. You have no choice. You have to put it in. I'm all in.
We have a 4-way all-in with 3 players at risk.
I saw an ace, but after these crazy decisions before me, I just snap, folded. I leave you alone.
The flop was crazy. I mean, everybody back at home, they were watching live, they went mad.
A triple elimination.
That is awesome.
Yes.
I mean, I feel bad for all the guys that just got cold decked, but that was sick.
Living a dream.
It's like incredible, you know?
I was really happy with that situation, obviously, because I was short stack and then I secured my spot at the final table without playing a hand.
My telephone was bursting after that part. I don't think I will ever forget that part.
The unbelievable part of that hand is that kings held up. Number 4 is probably the best way to end a tournament. Remove the sweat after the flop. On Poker After Dark, 2 legends were heads up for 600 grand and bragging rights.
Another good hand for Huck on the button.
Raise it to 20,000. Yeah.
And Ivy's got a pocket pair as well.
No, I'll call. Go ahead.
Raise it to 85,000 and an all-in and a call.
And just like that, all the chips hit the middle, and Phil Ivey is in rough shape.
Maybe I'll get lucky. I'll chop it now if you want the whole tournament.
Huck Seed, a better than 4-1 favorite, heading to the flop.
You're looking for diamonds. 666. Here she comes.
Good game, my
close.
friend.
Good night, Phil.
Nice.
Game over.
Wow.
Wasn't much to that cooler, was it? What are we celebrating?
Quad 8s on the flop means Phil Ivey was drawn dead. And Huck Seed is this week's champion.
That's Huck's excited face. Now, from watching poker in the movies, you'd think that royal flushes are a common occurrence. Well, we all know they are rare. And at a TV table, they're practically unheard of.
So Tedeschi's all in with a set of queens, but there's still monster draw action on the side.
The river card is the ace of hearts, a royal flush for McAllister.
No way.
300.
Rubber is betting. It doesn't matter what his cards are. He can't win.
All in.
With his royal flush, McAllister shoves on rubber.
I know you're sick, but I don't know if you're that sick.
He's not that sick.
Flip a coin. Literally. Probably best.
Oh, look at this baller.
Rubber lets it go.
Folded a flush? No, king 10 clubs, yeah?
Royalized.
McAllister came third in the tournament, but he definitely got all the cool points for that one. Number 2 is from Barcelona 2012. It's one of those crazy hands where fortune changes with every card.
How do you not call it this? It's juicier than a velour sweatsuit.
He calls. Vladimir Troinovsky has Jack-Queen in the small blind. He calls. Martin Schleich with ace-deuce in the big blind.
Not juicy, dominated, out of position, but he's getting better than 8-1.
He calls as well. Seriously? 5 players to the flop? Which is Queen, 6.
Oh my God. Bring out the stretcher.
Check to the razor.
Somebody is going home in a body bag.
Theo Jorgensen does not continue with less than 1% equity.
He's built an amazing pot for someone.
Nikolaisen thinks it's him. But right now, it's Pavlovskis with the full house, and he bets 6,500. Nikolaisen with trip queens will call. Troinovsky also with trip queens.
With his stack, I think we're fairly likely to see a shove here. This is going to be a shame. I think he means 15,000.
He only has 13,000. He is all in. Schleich and Jorgensen fold.
Pavlovskis is folding less often here than a guy who always wears wrinkled clothes. I don't know, he's never folding.
All in. He reshoves. What does Nikolaisen do now?
I think he should sometimes be able to find a fold here, but no.
He calls, so Troinovsky and Nikolaisen both at risk and both way behind. A 10 on the turn sees Nikolaisen improve to a better full house.
That is just horrific.
And a jack on the river sees Troinovsky win the pot.
What is happening here? The dealer just went over to Pavlovsky's house, let himself in the front door, went to the kitchen, and ate his lunch.
And on that bombshell, we're back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the King's Casino here in Rozvadov for the PokerStars Festival. Main event coverage we have today and tomorrow. We are getting very, very close to the money. 215 players paid. We are coming to you with a delay, 30 minutes behind the action as it's occurring in real life. To protect the integrity of the game, as always, I'm Matt Brownton, and he is Lee Big Horse Jones.
Thanks, Matt.
You need a catchphrase. You need to come in with a "Hello, McCowboys" or something. I don't know what.
You know what? We'll leave the catchphrase as the joke.
Yeah, I think you're right. Brand new featured table for you. The big stack. Timo Jobman, you can see with 510,000. I'll give you a bit of an update on some of the other big stacks out in the main field. A couple of shorties here. We got a player on 10, 15, 15, and 16 big blinds. Mario Jakubek from the Croatia in seat 1. Now we have 3 qualifiers. Jerome Scarano from Belgium is one of our qualifiers.
Oh, excellent,
and
excellent.
Olsen Gisler, who I was told is actually Gisler Olsen. I think we have the names run the wrong way, from Denmark. Then Jens Mielsen is another of our qualifiers. He is from Denmark. Dave Kroon from the Netherlands. Andreas Samuelsson from Sweden. Timo Jobban, we just said, is our big stack. And then the third of our qualifiers at this table, Milan Ivanov from Bulgaria. Some other big stacks out and about in the field. Michael Mrakes, I believe, is the largest stack right now, 580,000. Timo is second in the entire tournament. Felix Schultz has 450,000. Patrick Bornik has 400,000, as does Andrei Vlasenek. So some big stacks, some short stacks. And if we're getting near the money, I'm guessing that these guys with the short stacks are going to pretty much be just hanging on for dear life to get in the cash.
Very well be. So somebody just said, Dave Kroon is Dutch. What kind of flag is that? And I was thinking the same thing. That does not look like the Dutch flag.
That does not look like the Dutch flag to me either. Don't forget.
It does look like George Carlin, but it doesn't look like the Dutch flag.
Don't forget, we do have players like Steve O'Dwyer, a clearly American person who plays under the Irish flag.
Right.
We have Ole Shemian, who, depending on the day of the week, is either Austrian or German. So it might just simply be one of those situations.
Well, I mean, it says here that he's from the Netherlands. That is not the Dutch flag.
Well, that's the point I'm making, though, is that don't forget, he might be from the Netherlands, but plays under another flag, or he might be from somewhere else and plays...
Is that like ships that have the Libyan flag for, like, no reason?
Possibly.
Okay.
It's a different metaphor to mine, but I'll go with it. I guess what I'm suggesting is it might be that we have both the flag right and the fact that he's from the Netherlands right, and there's just a slight crash of desires. Anyway, it doesn't matter. His name's Dave. He's a lovely guy.
Somebody just said it's the flag of Mali.
Could be. Maybe he's originally from the Netherlands, but he lives in Mali, so he's chosen to be represented by the Mali flag. That's something we see quite a lot. Don't forget, the key thing is that when people register for the tournaments, we generally take their nationality, like maybe off their passport. But if actually he's lived in Mali for the last decade, maybe he would prefer that to be his flag. So that's the kind of thing that we tend to see whenever there's a mismatch.
Okay, cool.
It's not an entirely unusual scenario for us. So there's Mario on the left, Jerome in the hat, one of our qualifiers. He's got the pocket sixes.
We're going to call him Jerome the Hat.
Jerome the Hat. $0 money. It would be great if his hat updated. You know, if he gets in the money and then it changes to 2.
That would be cool.
That would be pretty sweet.
Re-raise.
It looks like Olsen has recently won a big pot because he is stacking a lot of chips. Unless he just made a mess of coming to our feature table.
And he just made a re-raise.
He made a flippity-flap chip re-raise. Oh, that's why.
That may explain it.
Gisley. Acting cash. Millen in the blue top. One of our qualifiers wearing the t-shirt. Thank you. Play on PokerStars. Scorano. Sixes.
Don't do anything silly
His
here.
pocket falls all over again, isn't it?
It kind of is.
It kind of doesn't matter whether they're 4s or 6s in this spot. You're either going to make a big mistake or play it aggressively or play it passively.
Yeah, the point we were making about the pocket 4s is that calling a 3-bet here is just, it's an awkward situation because you're not getting the right players to flop a set. And it's going to be difficult to play out of position. So what are you going to do? He's going to call.
Asking you sham receive.
Oh, now what are you going to do? Like, no set, no bet?
Maybe so. I think the thing is sometimes there's nothing wrong with that. You go, do you know what? I'm going to pay a price and cross my fingers. And if I hit, payday. And if I don't, I'm gone. Easy flop. Easy flop.
But
bye-bye. I'm not saying it's winning poker, but I understand it. Let's set the trap, set the trap.
And by the way, the guy with the aces, Gisley, just went check, check on the, it was just like.
Yeah, like his jacks, totally missed.
Now you're going to have to put out some money. At some point, you have to bet the best hand. I think we have 25,000 chips in play now, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, check out the hat. And I don't mean...
Oh!
That is a legit Panama hat right there.
That is indeed. That is one of our qualifiers, Jens Christian Milson.
He's a qualifier. He's a PokerStars qualifier?
Yep, that's what I've been told. He brought his own hat with him. Another Danish player. Plenty of Danes here.
Making up 2% of the field or something.
But with a field of over 1,000, that's still a decent amount of humans. There's Timo, second across the whole of the tournament as we do close in on the bubble.
Wow. I wonder if we have an update on how close we are to the bubble.
I don't know. Part of me kind of does want to know. What I don't want to do is confuse the humans by talking about both our time bubble and the real time bubble, because therein lies madness.
Yeah.
Thanks, by the way, for all my my sound crew out there. Various different people letting us know. Apparently, our sound levels have been a little bit freaky throughout. What I hadn't realized is that the volume control that looks after the audio from the table is also controlling the output in our breaks. So whereas we've had the audio at the table pretty quiet just because it was a bit overwhelming with chip shuffling, that just then means you can't hear the stuff in the breaks. Anyway, we're sorted now. Giselle goes from having pocket aces to pocket kings. Life must be good.
This is an easy game. And by the way, Nielsen is not Nielsen, it's Nielsen.
Well, that's what I thought, but they keep spelling things wrong, and I just read out what I'm told. I was originally told, in fact, you can see, I had Nielsen, and then I was told to change it to Mielsen.
So instead of son of honey, now he's son of Neil.
I mean, he'll be devastated.
Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, my Lord.
This could end poorly. That's the chip leader, too.
That's well, the second in chips, so certainly a lot at his disposal to play with.
He's a chip leader at the table, second in chips for the tournament.
Indeedy.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we could have ourselves a mess here. Whoops.
Oh.
That's so many. That just seems like a really poor choice there.
I mean, surely this is one of those old school things where, when are you ever getting called?
Exactly.
When you're absolutely like up against the wall and bent over, it's like, what's the plus EV of that move?
I don't understand that at all with the kings.
You're
getting called exactly by aces.
The guy with ace queen and ace king and pocket jacks just goes away, and the guy with the aces and the kings goes, wow, that was easy, thanks ever so much.
Look at this. He's going to make the guy fold a hand that he was crushing. Friends at home, please don't do this. He basically, Gisle is incredibly fortunate. This is basically the one hand. This is exactly the one hand he's beating that is ever going to call maybe.
The thing is,
put yourself on queens.
But the thing is, it's such a strange move that how do you ever put the guy on kings? Because you'd be thinking, well, there's no way the guy wastes kings with a shove like.
But you know, you just have to say to yourself, did he do that with jacks? That's a question that I find, you know, and as a matter of fact, I managed to fold kings pre-flop in a cash game a couple weeks ago, and the way that I managed to do it was to ask myself if he would ever do what he did with queens.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. Like,
yeah,
I'm not saying he should be able to fold the queens, but you sure made it easy for him to fold the queens.
Yeah.
Easier. It's never easy to fold queens in a situation, but if you're going to pick a time to do it, yep, they're queens.
Yes, I will. You can see it on television anyway.
I don't watch television.
Okay. You didn't even watch when Matt and me are broadcasting?
Unbelievable. What a diss.
Just do it, man. You will feel so good about yourself when you do it.
I mean, this is I normally would put see, I normally would put someone on ace king when they play this crazy, thinking they just. I just got to put the table volume up a bit. Wow, what a huge pot. Oh, just for a minute. Wow. That's a hand.
I'm just still.
Yeah. So Timo Jobman, who was second in chips across the tournament, table chip leader by some way, just handed 334,500 chips. Gisle.
I just.
That is one way to play kings.
And one way to play queens.
And that's all we really want to say about that. The really frustrating thing is I lost my internet connection during that hand, so I didn't get to watch Twitch going crazy.
Twitch is announcing that they would have never called there.
Oh, man.
Twitch would not have called.
You still got internet. I'm so jealous. That seems unfair. As I say, I think the only reason I could maybe have made the call is because if I was thinking about what hands people play like that, is things like jacks where they don't want to have to play at post flop, or ace king where they just want to guarantee all 5 cards. But I don't really think I'm ever expecting to see kings there. Man, poor old Austin Gisler, you know, hasn't even been able to stack his monster from the previous hand.
I know.
And suddenly called upon for action.
And look at this. I think he got queen jack suited this hand.
I saw that was. I would have been tempted. I did that once actually. I remember one of the first ever live cash games I played in Vegas, and I got a really massive pot, and I had a full house, and my hands were shaking, my heart was pounding. And I won this really big pot. And just as I was bringing, with my shaky hands, bringing the chips towards me, the waitress turned up with my coffee, and then I was under the gun, and the dealer was going, "Sir, it's on you." And the dealer was going, "Here's your coffee." And I was like, "Ah!" And I just folded, and I have no idea what I had, but I just thought, I just need a moment to gather myself. And it was like, right,
it's totally fine.
Here's a tip for the coffee, thank you. Now let's stack up the chips. And I could have folded aces, for all I know. But I was like, I just need a moment. I'm not used to winning big pots live.
Exactly. No, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. And it's not a bad thing to do. It is not a bad thing to do.
And even if I'd had a good hand, I probably would have played it badly. So we will let it go and wait for another opportunity. By the way, once my internet is back, everybody, I will be posting a competition, going to be giving away an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot t-shirt with a runner-up prize of $11 T. I'm restarting. I've taken the full plunge. I just restarted.
Rebooted.
But I'm going to be calling upon your creativity. You're going to need, even if you're a Twitch viewer, you're going to need to have a Twitter account, even if you just create a Twitter account to send me, because it's going to be a visual thing.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
Open the pod bay doors.
So while Matt is rebooting his computer, well, it looks like we're done with the kings and queens and everything else.
Yeah, that was quite a run of cards.
And now they're just going to declare Gisler the winner of the tournament. Everybody's going to go home.
Yeah, they go, do you know what, mate? You've clearly got that magic touch.
And the poor guy that gave him all his chips, who was that?
That was Timo Jobson. From Germany. He's probably going to be sitting there quite quietly for some time, is my guess. 6, 9, 10, 2 spades. 10 hits for Scarano, one of our qualifiers, with the hat, the man with the hat. Wow, that's quite nice. Improved to the draw. Would it be a split 80% of the time if everyone ends up with a straight?
His only outs are to a chop, and he gets it because
Wow.
he is.
That's his idea of a bad beat.
Gisler is living the dream right now.
When the worst thing you can do is suck out to a split, you know that you're on the right side of life. Well, this chap plays a very simple version of the game we used to call poker.
Whoa. Whoa.
I mean, it's brilliant because what if he had ace-queen? No, he's going to get the call anyway. But, you know, is when somebody plays aggressively, you think maybe he's trying to get value out of me, but I wonder if this is just how.
Is he going to show me ace queen and I'm going to vomit?
Yeah, I mean it's possible. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. The thing is, it's tricky because now they've seen him go all in with kings.
Right.
They've seen him go all in with, you know, like less than the nuts. So what do you make this guy when he's got an all in against you? Like how do you put him on a range of hands? He could always have the absolute nuts, or he might just have, nah.
The buy-in for this event was 11. Oh, they just night botted it. Cool.
1,100 euros. Remind you, the top prize 146,464. Quite a return on your money.
We just learned the German phrase for I can't miss.
Or possibly the Danish version. It depends how many languages he speaks.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he's probably got more than one under his belt. Hey. Is that Andreas? I don't feel like we've seen him yet with the Clark Kent glasses. Another one of our Swedish players. Sitting next to Timo, still feeling the pain, but at least got an ace-jack suited to play with.
Yeah, poor Yobman. I just feel like, man. Oh, it was Danish, says Twitch.
Yeah.
He's thinking, okay, how many 9,000 chip pots does it take to make 343,000?
Yeah. When do I get back all that I gave away? By the way, I'm being asked from C. Menkes, how's my tennis elbow? Much better, thank you. They injected me with steroids, and I had the most painful 12 hours of my entire life. It was a bit like giving birth, but once the pain subsided, so did the pain in my elbow. I knew I had arrived as an entirely unknown person when somebody said, "What's wrong with elbow guy's eyes?" Because in Barcelona, I managed to sunburn my eyes.
Really?
I don't know how. And also had my arm strapped up because I had tennis elbow. Somebody just went, "What's wrong with elbow bloke's eyes?" I thought, that's it. No one even knows my first name. Never know my full name.
Elbow bloke's eyes.
I know. You know what? I just thought, that's it. I have arrived. The other good news is I appear to have my mid-internet back.
Oh, good.
So
good,
I can post myself a little competition in a minute. Get ready to be creative, kids.
I was waiting for the comments to come in, and now they are. It's basically to the question of, what is your reference point for the pain of giving birth?
Well, because I once gestated... No, I didn't. No, I guess what I should have said is, I imagine it's as close to the pain of giving birth as I, as a male, will ever be able to get. It was... I've never had so much pain where I kept kind of semi-fainting.
Really?
So it was pretty bad. Being asked how many left, don't know exactly, but we know we are very, very close to the 215 bubble. Our real marker will be when our feature table gets the instruction to go hand for hand.
Right. And just so you're clear, there are two versions of the universe happening right now in Rozvadov. There is the normal version of the universe, and then there's the universe that we and you are experiencing, which is 30 minutes behind.
So we can keep life interesting and safe. We just live in our bubble.
Right.
We leave the real world to its own devices. We'll get there in the end.
Fortunately, Gabby is out there straddling the line between real and 30-minute delayed universe.
Her mind is a mess.
Yeah, it is, but she's letting us know like what's going on at any given time. She's like the British-French Justina Baron.
Mario Jakubek raises it. Ace King off 9,000. Mr. Samuelson in the big blind. Is he paying for his 6-9 suited? Good.
He's already got 3,000 in there. He can't fold 9-6.
It's just too juicy a hand, and it's so easy to play when it comes down King 10.
Flop the nuts. Oh, I like this bet. I do like this bet. A lot of people would be tempted to check here, but I think it's a very good bet. It's like you're not going to get action from most hands, and you just have to. It's hard to flop trips.
It's not as easy as he made it look.
No.
Okay, I just want to give a couple of shout-outs to Glenn Weber, one of our regulars, saying, "Hi, Matt and Lee, finished some Sunday chores, and now it's time to watch and play a little poker. Good man." Also to Dana Cravens, about to tune in for bubble coverage. It's not going to be our world-famous bubble coverage.
Without Neil Johnson, how can it be?
We can't activate him. We've got 218 players left, 215 get paid, so we are getting very, very close with 35 minutes left on this level.
Oh, yeah,
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, we're basically three from the money now.
Yeah. So, depending on how the stalling is going out in the main room, hand for hand will be initiated at some point. Dana say, I really like the new table shape and all. To be honest, this is a one-off. In case you are late to us today, we are piggybacking on the King's Casino Rozvadov's in-house streaming facilities. So they do this a lot. This isn't the full-on PokerStars TV shebang that you normally get, hence why everything is a little bit funky. But this is their old school. This is how televised poker used to always be a good 10 years ago. Everyone all facing the dealer.
I'm going to play the part of Jesse May.
I'm going to be Nick Shermetta.
There we Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah? What do you think of that?
He passed away 5 or 6 years ago, didn't he?
No? No, he's well and living in Torbay. No, he's fine.
Wow. Okay, sorry, Nick.
Apologies to Nick and his family for the startling news.
R.I.P. Don't help.
News of your demise has been greatly exaggerated. We're being told it's a quiet stream. Well, you know, these guys are just... They're just having a quiet afternoon playing poker.
Yeah.
What do you want from them? Also, as mentioned a bit earlier on, there's a lot of different nationalities in the house. So,
yeah, the Venn diagram of languages may not converge on any one language. I do like the Clark Kent glasses.
So good luck, Samuelson in the big blind. These are classic hands. King 3 versus the Queen 7. Oh, that's easy. Okay, so I'm going to pose you guys a little task. I'm going to put up for grabs here a competition prize of an Everybody Loves a Chop Hot t-shirt with a runner-up prize of $11T. We're going hand for hand, meanwhile, in the tournament at 217. So this is myself and Lee's first ever commentary job together. Like any good radio station, we need a name. Like, you know, like all the good guys get, like, you know, Dingo and the Baby, and, you know, like all that kind of stuff. So I need you not only to come up for a name for Matt and Lee's team. You know a lot about Lee, you know his nickname, you know his background, the same with me. You know my hobby is the whole beekeeping and music and all that sort of stuff. So I need some good names, and I need a poster made. So get on your absolutely average Photoshop and Microsoft Paint gigs. I want a name for me and Lee. By the way, there's no rush for that because we are playing 2 levels back-to-back here. Our next break isn't due for another hour and a half.
And we're going to be here till dawn.
We're going to be here till dawn. So I'm going to say when we get to that break in just over... I don't know what we're looking at there. Great camera work. Well done, everyone. A lot of people. There's Thomas. Thomas Smash. Did everyone see Thomas? So think about good names. This is going to be run on Twitter using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. Somebody's going, beekeeping, WTF kind of hobby is that? It's a beautiful hobby where I become one with nature, yeah? You got a problem with that? So, the idiot and the idiot, thanks ever so much. First entry. Hand for hand. See, normally I have to go down and help with hand for hand. Not today. I am not doing my bubble help. We will deal with the excitement of hand for hand. I will keep reminding you about the competition. Please stay in your seats. They never do. They never do, Lee.
They never, ever
we always ask them really politely. We always say, please stay. Fadian saying, I have a funny name, but I don't have time to do a bad Photoshop. Yes, you do. You've got an hour and a half. No excuses. Honey and the Beekeeper. I think Hakuna is calling you Honey, Lee. there's and all the rude stuff starts. I mean, this is an easy prize. There are so many people that apparently don't have time to make up a really crap Photoshop entry.
You know, and we'll probably give extra credit to the worst Photoshop entry as well. So.
Our mod Ed is saying, what's the question again? So the task is to come up for a name for this new radio show that me and Lee are doing here. Is I need a good name for us. Somebody came in with the Cyborg and the Professor. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. I need a good name, but what I'm really looking for is a really rubbish bit of Photoshop action.
Slug and lettuce?
The slug and lettuce. You know what?
That's taken.
It might be taken, but if it's clever, if it amuses us, then you could win yourself a nice Everyone Loves a Chop Pot t-shirt. Anything you want up onto PokerStars TV. Oh, clever from Smitty. Rather than the Horse Whisperer, the Big Horse Wasterer. It's kind of, not quite, but. Go on, Thomas.
There's no action anymore. There's no showdown. Please also don't talk about your hand. Don't show your hand to anybody. Just wait for us to continue the game. Also for the peanut rules, if there are 2 players out in the same hand on different tables, they will split the prize money. If 2 players out on the same table in the same hand, the higher stack will get the higher prize. And also please players stay on the table and on your seat. Please just help us run the hand around, don't run around the room. And people, please, you always have to wait for my sign to start the next hand. So wish you all the best of luck for the hand for hand and for the bubble. And deal the next hand, please.
Okay, now my other question to you, Lee, is, as a pie chart, what percentage are you going to give to players who understood a thing Thomas said and players who don't know what on earth is happening? Do you know what I mean?
I'm gonna say that most of the players probably even if he didn't talk about it, they say we're close to the bubble.
Hand for hand.
Everything's just going slow.
If I went around the room and went to everybody, tell me at least one sentence that Thomas just said. Like, do you know what? I have no idea.
Now this, by the way, is when you can really punish short stacks.
Oh, yeah.
You just come in and you just like, I just raise. Now, of course, it helps to have ace-king suited.
Oh, some nice hands.
Oh, this is where sometimes it becomes quite a game of chicken. Like the first one that gets all of his chips in wins. Man, look at those dreads. This is a guy who's not afraid to 3-bet tens.
Mr. Kroon is going to make this a bit more expensive. Jakopek sure is going to be more than happy to take this much further than pre-flop.
Well, see, he may not be.
I don't know if you. I mean, I don't
bubble the tournament.
That is true, but surely if you're going to start folding, I guess this is where it's interesting to know who the qualifiers, because Mr. Jakubek, Mario Jakubek, is not one of our qualifiers. If he is a bread and butter poker tournament, he might be here for the win, and he might not see folding ace-king suited as optimal plus EV play. I know there's ICM considerations, but some people don't want to creep into the money. They want to ensure a big payday.
Is Ivanov? That wasn't Ivanov, was it?
Yeah, Ivanov in the three.
He was thinking that hard about 3-deuce offsuit?
Possibly. Don't know why. I think the fact that he was thinking for a while might put Jakubek off the ace-king, because sometimes you think, well, if you were thinking about it, did you have one of my cards? Wow. He does indeed shove. See? Told you he'd love the ace-king.
Wow.
Classic race.
Wow.
And now there's
classic race for all the cookies on the bubble.
Probably a bit of a wait, because now we know we have to wait until all the other tables have ended. So just time to answer a few questions. Lee, people would like to know about your hobbies in case it helps influence the names.
Well, so weirdly, I'm a bass player.
Like myself.
Exactly.
What are the chances?
I'm into music massively. Like trout fishing. Scuba diving.
Cyborg and the Trout. They call him the Trout.
Maybe now I will bet or what? I don't hope so. You don't hope? I don't hope so. I hope that you first time that no.
This is the painful bit where you're not allowed to show each other your cards for like a good 10 minutes.
We're still at 3,000 blinds, right? I guess we're 2 and 4 now.
No, 2 and 4 now, yeah.
So he shipped. Okay, I guess he shipped what? 16 blinds?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Somebody is saying time bank. Don't forget, boys and girls, in case you've just joined us, we are hand for hand on the money bubble. That's why things are slow down.
They're all in.
They're all in, and right now we are just making sure that all the other hands in play, of which are quite a few. If you've ever seen our bubble coverage before, you know that we have to go around the tables, make sure that any all-in and calls are dealt with. The beautiful thing is that at least there aren't 16 TV crews all tripping over themselves to get to the tables while Thomas tries to climb through the crowd of humans. 2 guys with boring hobbies, says the Obama, who I'm pretty sure is a skydiving multi-millionaire and doesn't at all live with his mum. The beekeeper and the stream creeper. Quite clever. That's quite clever. Don't forget, I'm looking for a poster, though. It can be absolute. By the way, when I say poster, feel free to just scribble down on a bit of paper and take a picture. If you're not familiar with my rubbish competitions, is that it's not about quality, it's about creativity. So even if you can't be bothered to Photoshop it, just get a bit of paper and a pen and draw something out with a headline. I honestly will accept the most minimal of effort as long as the creativity is there.
Actually, Fire Medic just came in with honeybees and rainbows.
Wow.
That's actually...
See, Biomedic, if only you could be bothered, just like scribble that out on a bit of paper or jump on Microsoft Paint, you could pick up an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot t-shirt or $11 T. So
Decade Cell is saying he doesn't understand why they have to wait. Basically, if there's a chance that one table could, knowing that one table is all in, once they saw the cards, it could change another player's decision to be willing to shove or not.
People asking me where to send their creativity, you need to go onto Twitter and use the hashtag PokerStarsTV. I can already see a fantastic entry from Stephen Blower. There's like a kind of a Superman thing playing a bass guitar. I don't, the Guitarman of Poker, we're being called. That is already the winner so far because it's the only entry so far.
This guy's playing left-handed.
I know, it's interesting.
Do you play left-handed?
No.
Neither do I. And I'm left-handed.
Yeah.
like when I watch Paul McCartney play, it's like, how do you do that? Like, how do you make your hands go in that position?
I don't know. Bring back that cringe bloke. Name started with an S. Do you mean Stapleton? Are you dissing my colleague Joe Stapleton?
Just won an award for his broadcasting.
Exactly. Smith is saying he looks very giddy out on the bubble floor. Yeah, this is... Ordinarily, I have a bit more of an idea of what's going on because I'm normally stuck out there with a headset on trying to help manage everything. The thing is, there might just be one table that has a real tanker thinking about some big tournament life decision.
Will be a history for and only play kings and aces until the bubble is gone.
Okay, we have now 3 all-in and calls on 3 different tables.
Wow.
All three busted, they have 500.
Then you get a third of the money.
Yeah. But I won't bust it. I win this.
It's 500 euro each is a small guy loses everywhere.
It must be honor to me. I lose aces, I lose kings.
Have you lost an ace like kings?
Yeah. Aces against ace 10. Kings against ace 2.
This is the hand. That has not been a lucky day. Me, it's pre-flop, so I apologize. Maybe it's changed. I understand your frustration.
Okay, we start on table 104 with the first all-in code. So you put a all-in code. We have 3 So shut down please. Please show your hand. The pocket kings and only player showing pocket jacks. So the only player
Pocket jacks versus pocket kings, the first all-in and a called table out on the bubble.
247 rainbow, so no value so far for the only player.
247, king still good.
4 and the river is a 9. So with the first player out in the tournament.
So we lose one player. Don't forget, we're only hand for hand. This isn't the bubble. That just gets us to 216.
You want to ensure?
Without going overly technical here, do you know what the rule is if multiple players bust on the actual? Do they split the prize?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the next all-in goal is table number 85.
Here we go.
We are on the clock. The clock is 7:75. So showdown, please. One player showing 6-5, 2 7-5, and only player showing pocket queens who is in the lead. Let's see the turn.
Queens is on this.
Turn is a 9. And the river. It's a 5. The player makes a full house, 5 or 7, so we have a second player out.
Wow.
I'm in the money.
So the money bubble is burst in the first hand for hand. Go figure.
How about now we should see Thomas come up here.
Yeah. What's this hullabaloo? Is this another table as well as Well, the bubble popped, and then so did the broadcast. Don't worry. They're not interrelated.
Unlike the guy who is out, we are still here.
Don't forget, boys and girls, we are very grateful to be piggybacking on the King Casino's output here. This isn't your standard PokerStars broadcast. We're a little bit helpless. But in fairness, anytime you guys report that something's going a bit squirrely, they do jump on it pretty quickly. So just bear with us. By the way, some good entries here to show you. Some are minimalist, Lee. That's the cyborg and the professor with a dodgy eye. This one here, I don't entirely understand. There's just somebody sitting on a rainbow fishing for aces. That doesn't really do the job I'm asking you to do. The baster and the waster is kind of, that's fine. Again, the thing is, I did say it doesn't have to be awesome. Dana Craven, good job. So we're through the money bubble, boys and girls.
Yes, we are.
Don't forget, money up for grabs here in our competition. $11 as runner-up. Everyone loves a chop pot t-shirt. Get on to hashtag PokerStars TV with my silly competition. Meanwhile, play will get underway. We will unpause the clock. And as somebody with an unpronounceable name points out, it's still pretty darn cool that they have their own stream at King's Casino. I wish all of our venues
That'd be awesome.
for the festivals, because that way we could do the big job with like the whole crew when we get to a championship. But to be able to just bounce from like venue to venue and bring you everything,
yeah,
that would be just awesome. You never mind. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens for a lot of the big venues, because it's gradually getting easier. Is it considering me and James did like a Twitch cast from my spare room, and it kind of looked and felt like anything else you might see. It's like it's so easy to do these things now.
Yeah.
These guys are just using OBS, the same software that Jamie and Nanonoko and ourselves use when we're just chucking out these like random little Twitch streams. And this is fantastic.
Yeah, I stream once a week for Poker School Online from my house.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, you spend $100 on a mic, $100 on a camera.
Yeah.
And you're on the air.
And we did this thing, and we had all our different table stream. We had Joey Skyped in from LA, and it's like technology is just making this stuff so easy to do. I would love to find out that we start doing more of the festival stuff, because you think about the turnout in London, you think about what they've achieved here. It's incredibly impressive, considering it was 680 odd entries last time round, and here we are at nearly 1,200. It's awesome. H2O is really happy that he has been mentioned twice today, once for the teleporting gag and the second for the coolness. Mate, you know what? We are always happy to name check anyone who contributes to our streams. Anything funny, anything positive, just getting involved with the competitions is always appreciated. So everyone's welcome.
Calling the 3 players from the bubble, they can go up to the upstairs to the cash out. We have their names, so they can pick up insert of the 250th place.
800 people did not bust within 90 hands. I'm not sure what.
Yes, that is not the case. We started, what were we, about 480 or 460? I can't remember what we started the day with.
400, I want to say 450-ish?
Yeah, that sounds about right. So we have lost over 200 players since we started at 12 o'clock today.
And we will be here until the wee hours.
Yeah, we've worked it out that because there was a bit of an extended break in the last break to color out some of the chips, we estimate that we will finish bringing you our commentary-based broadcast about 20 past 11 Central European time tonight. We will actually keep the stream going with the table sounds. It's just we're going to sign off, because otherwise we'll be here until 3 in the morning, and then we've got another long one tomorrow. So we're trying to be a bit strategic to make sure we bring you as good a job as we can tomorrow. The stream will continue until the day is done. Some people probably think that's a dream, because we get so many people say, is there a way to watch this without listening to you guys?
Yeah, it's called the mute button on your computer.
Yeah, but with this way, while we're tucked up in bed, you can still watch it until the early hours with the sound of riffling chips, and every 6 hours, one bit of conversation.
But if you turned off our audio, you would not hear about the PokerStars Championship in Panama.
True.
That's coming up in like what's happening now.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, they're running the high roller right now, and Steve O'Dwyer was the last chip leader that we heard about, although that's probably changed. The PokerStars Championship Macau.
Yep.
Which is coming up end of March. Are you going out for that one?
I am not, sadly. It's a location I would love to go to,
Well,
but no.
I would love to see. I've never been to Macau. I would like to see what that's all about.
Same here, same here.
And then, of course, the PokerStars Championship Sochi, which just got onto the calendar.
Yeah. That's going to be real.
Have you been to Russia?
No, never.
I've been once, and it's weird. It's a very different kind of experience.
I must say, both Macau and Sochi are places I would love to go. I don't know if that's going to be the way things work out, but I guess it's a great reason when everyone at the end of last year, when we wrapped up the EPT in Prague, and went, well, what's all this PokerStars Championship business about? Is considering here we are at a festival with over 1,000 runners in a main event, and then you look at our calendar and go, the additions this year are Panama and Sochi and Macau. You kind of start to understand why that change was meant to kind of expand and evolve beyond that European twist of what the Poker Tour once was.
100%. Oh, look at that. Boom.
That's the way to do it. That's how I like to flop my wheels.
You play your guitar on the MTV.
Have you seen this one? We're called The Fish in the Dish. And there's two great photos. Someone has Googled.
Wow.
This is Ed Kilworth, who I consider to be entirely eligible, even though he's one of our mods.
But the mods can't be eligible.
Hey, do you know what? I'm sorry, but I reward creativity above all else. Is still a human being. I don't know how you feel about. I mean, I'm not saying that
It's the most clever one so far, but Ed is a mod. If the terms and service of your competition say he's eligible, then he's eligible.
He has pushed the bar up there. I'm not. The thing is, I mean, maybe you should never clarify which one you're saying is the fish and which one is the dish. I'm just saying where the word is under the picture. I can't argue with that.
You know.
Thanks, Ed. Don't forget, everybody, get onto hashtag PokerStarsTV with your really poor quality names for myself and Lee's first outing as a co-commentary team. We've had the Cyborg and the Professor, the Baster and the Waster, Fish in the Dish. Which, see, Fish in the Dish, you also go, you're listening to Fish in the Dish, etc., etc. That's what I'm looking for. Rubbish posters advertising this new coupling, an audio coupling. Oh, Sexy Panda's getting involved. Lead the Bee in the Wasters. It doesn't make sense, but I like how average your illustration is. He's even got a bit of PokerStars branding in there.
Play at PokerStars.
Well done to you, sir. You're on the list. I will review all of these. Sexy Panda. Good name as well, Sexy Panda.
Just started the $11 Sunday Millions. I didn't know they had an $11 Sunday Million, but
well, that's the Storm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Storm.
Yeah, so I don't.
Oh, maybe this
Unless it's a satellite.
No. Do you know what? There is a massive storm coming up. It's next week, though. Today is the 12th, but next week, actually, this gives me a perfect intro to talk about next week's Sunday Storm because it is the 6th anniversary of the Sunday Storm. And so check this out, because PokerStars is crazy. We're guaranteeing $1 million prize pool for an $11 tournament. Easy game.
Yes.
With first prize of $100K guarantee.
Definitely worth your efforts for $11.
So that's a week from today. The $1 million guaranteed prize pool for an $11 Sunday Storm. And the usual satellites are running. So you could buy yourself into a ton of equity right here. Jakob Peck has a queen and a joker. One of his cards is a blank. But yes, don't miss the Sunday Storm, because I promise you there is going to be 1 gazillion people.
I have one of my favorites.
Here we go.
Entries. Elbow and the Dome. I mentioned about being the elbow guy earlier on. See, this is another one of our mods, though, but I don't care. Elbow and the Dome. It's harsh but fair. You see? And everyone that said, oh, I haven't really got time to do a little Photoshop thing. See? Yes, you have. Good job, guys. Keep them coming. You've still got a fair while, so if you're thinking, I don't know if I can be bothered, yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Be bothered. Make yourself bothered.
It's Sunday afternoon. What else are you doing?
Exactly. Put it this way. If you've got enough time in your hands on a Sunday afternoon to watch this, you've got enough time on your hand on a Sunday afternoon to play a silly game with me.
There used to be a wonderful radio show on National Public Radio in the United States called Car Talk, and at the end of their show, they would say, well, that's it. You've wasted another perfectly good hour watching.
Being told we're the Bumble and the Fish. I don't mind that, but there's, Bumble is the wrong kind of bee, and I don't think Lee Jones is a fish. So, hello also to Artem Korolev, who's been a super fan on the Poker in the Ears podcast. Baldy-headed and goatee-bearded. Hello from Russia. Thanks for great fun on the stream. I'm going to be honest with you, Artem. Thanks for playing, but you're not currently winning. That seems harsh, I know, at such an early stage, but just to let you know, that isn't currently winning. Just to piggyback, actually, on what Lee was saying about Panama, don't forget, that is all underway right now. Our broadcast starts on the 16th of March, which is this coming Thursday, and we'll be bringing you 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and then on the 20th, it will be the final day of the main event. Cards up coverage, as always. Cards down up until that point. But do join myself, James Hartigan, Joe, award-winning Stapleton. He is Joe Stapleton of the year.
That's kind of cool. He got to win the award in his hometown. So that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It was funny that he'd been making it sound like he didn't care, because I don't think he truly believed he could win. He was like, oh, do you know what, awards, whatever. And then he won, and he was just jumping up and down. I was like, good. Good for you.
Yeah. And against some meaningful competition, like Sarah Herring and some of our other... Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Nielsen, who now you'll see has become Nielsen on the screen. We've done away with the M. It seemed unnecessary.
How do you like the rating for Nielsen's hand?
Ah,
sorry.
I don't know how many people are going to get that.
You're not calling. Thank you.
You know, you don't want to fold immediately.
Why?
Superman and Lex. Okay, thank you, Tom. Your entry has been received. Honeybee and Rainbow. In fact, that is John, who I think entered that earlier on, and we said, oh, yeah, here's my poster. Okay, Jen, you're going on the list. Honeybee and Rainbow. Gonna have some honey for you this year, Lee.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm gonna have. Last year I was very stingy. I was more concerned with the bees than the humans, so I hardly took any honey off them because
that's the right thing.
That's the thing to do. I know a lot of honey farmers, and I don't want to be one of those. I want to be a beekeeper. And all 3 of my colonies made it through winter. You'll be pleased to know I had a look last week, so plenty of honey coming out this year. If anyone else would like some honey, I won't be doing a competition to give away any honey.
You should totally do a competition and give away 1 jar of Matt's honey.
It's just the idea of having to post honey. I just got visions of people opening up a Jiffy bag, and it's just full of honey where the glass has been smashed, and they go, yeah, thanks for this. I'm not sure. It's not illegal, as far as I'm aware, to post honey, but the chances of it surviving. We're being asked by Chloe Grace, is Kroon Guy really from Mali? All we can tell you is the information we have is actually from the Netherlands, and his name sounds Netherlandish to me, but the flag he has is the Mali flag. My guess is that he is probably from the Netherlands originally, but lives elsewhere.
So, my wife and I have just bought a new house, and it's a townhouse, so we can't raise bees. However, she called up our son and said, "Can I have a bee house in your backyard?" And he goes, "Sure." So we may be keeping bees.
Nice.
In our kids' backyard.
I do that. I wanted to. I started a little project that actually kind of the brakes got pulled on it because I was worried I couldn't maintain it. But where there's a woman who lives not too far from me, and I have a beehive in her back garden that I keep for her.
Really?
And I started this whole thing about back garden beekeeping, where I would just place these bees just to proliferate the species. And some people don't want a billion bees, but they're quite happy they've got a nice garden with a bit of space, chuck a hive in it. It just takes quite a lot of upkeep. But yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Oh, hello. Bald mucker and the goatee. Alan Brereton, thank you. It isn't currently winning.
Samuelson just called. Wow. Wow. Well, he's leading right. No, I mean, it's funny. In theory, he's in front. But he actually doesn't have the most equity.
Yeah. The 8 would overtake him.
Or a
the
7,
king
or a
would
diamond.
overtake him. The 7. But I was getting there. I was just working my way through all the outs. And we know Gisele has... he's got a good reputation. He has a good run. And we are going to say goodbye. Say goodbye to Samuelson. Thanks for playing. At least he's in the money. I want to draw your attention, Lee, to a very strong entry by Josh. 2 fumbling fishes. And look, I think in there you'll find there's a little picture of me and you. Tune in to the all-new PokerStars radio station run by Fish. I mean, it's a bit insulting, but nonetheless, I like the effort you've gone to with your illustration.
That's quite impressive.
Two fumbling fishes. Good job, Josh. Another one here. Oh, all it says is super bald. Oh, I see, because I've got the Superman thing in your bald. I think people can probably be a bit more creative than notice that Lee is bald.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, there's got to be more to Lee than the fact that he is a bald man.
Yeah, tell me something I didn't know.
At what age did you go baldly, if you don't mind me asking?
It was in my 30s.
Okay.
And it wasn't, I mean, it wasn't completely bald.
And did you hang on to it, or did you just go, do you know what, bang, I'm bald?
And in fact, I'm not completely bald, but the problem is, and for those of you that know the Dilbert cartoon, when my hair grows, I look like Dilbert's boss.
I know who you're referring to.
So I very quickly said, do you know what? Psst.
Yep. I think that's the smart way to go.
100%.
Man, our boy here, I think Kroon is going to get looked up.
He just like snaps.
Well, you know, he's got a lot of chips.
That doesn't mean that you make.
Well, you can't avoid these, you know, coin flip situations if you want to win a tournament.
If you know it's a coin flip.
Well, he clearly does, Lee. If you want to go out there and argue with him, he'll show you his chip stack. I know that's not a proper argument, by the way. I'm just baiting you. Oh, do you know?
I was waiting for the 8 to come out from under.
I have faith. I have faith in the 8. I'm all about the 8. All about the 8. About the 8. About the 8. Boom. Oh, okay, well, that's half an 8.
Half an 8.
Half an 8's better than no 8. Great news for Dave Kroon, either from Mali. The thing is, if you look at him, he looks like a guy who could be from the Netherlands but lives in Mali.
Exactly, right? Or wishes he lived in Mali.
But I have less than when I go all in with you. Then I play 160, 170. Now I play 150.
The Birds and the Bees of Poker is another idea for the radio station with B. Lee and the Waster.
How much did you get? 72?
I like the effort. I'm not sure the concept is the strongest one we've seen.
We've had better concept.
But I like the effort. Thank you very much to Swapper for his efforts. By the way, if anyone doesn't know what on earth's going on, do tune into Twitter using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. Look, everyone's getting it now. Everyone's going for it. Oh, that's excellent. A pair of bases. Look, like aces, Lee, only bases. That's a strong contender.
I like that one a lot.
That is Alex Rogers rocking the competition.
How many strings do you have on your base?
I've got a 5-string, but I mostly play a 4-string. I'm not.
Can you play the 5-string?
I can do, but not as effortlessly as a 4-string.
When I try to play a 5, I'm just like, how is this string nearest me not an E?
I know. I wish that, because I taught myself, I wish that when I started I had a 5-string, because there are plenty of times I really would love it, and I have to detune the E quite a lot, but my brain just goes, E. Oh, no, it isn't.
Exactly.
I struggle.
Well, see, when I started playing 45 years ago, 5-string bases were essentially unknown.
Yeah.
Like, nobody played them if you weren't Jack Bruce. But, you know, by now, everybody plays them.
The other thing that I found, I'm much happier. Like, there's a couple of songs I play quite regularly with my band that need a drop D. There's some Rage Against the Machine, there's some Queen, there's some Queens of the Stone Roses. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I'm much happier to detune the E and have relearned the song like that. Because also, when I used to tour around Europe a bit, it was very rare that if they were supplying the basses that they'd have a 5-string. So I would know, because I used to go around, I played in this punk band, and we would go to Belgium, we go to Milan, we go to lots of places, and they would always say, here's the selection of guitars, and they might have 3 or 4 basses for me. Never ever a 5-string, but I knew I could pick up a 4-string, we get to a certain song, I'd drop the D down, play the song. So it kind of made sense to me to do it that way around.
I totally get it. But there have been times when I've been playing, I've been thinking, man, I'd love to have a D right now.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't happen enough that I think I would ever want to spend the time to retrain myself. Right. I'm just baked. Good Lord, that's a fantastic waitress outfit right there. Congratulations, you win. That's the winner of our waitress competition. I've just set and awarded immediately. I'm going to go out and hand it to her. Bye-bye.
Give her the $11 tournament ticket.
Exactly. You are the runner-up of any competition. This guy here, he looks like he's just come off a painting site. He's just been decorating the house.
Exactly.
So I'm going to be on the stream.
Oh, the break's over, honey. You need to get back to the table. Oh, sorry.
Loving pair of bases. People now are jumping on the base stroke ace gag. Good job, Alex Rogers. Really, really keen on that, mate. People are saying more talk about poker, please, not about your hobbies. No.
Don't worry. There'll be plenty of time to talk about poker.
Like right now, look, we've got Ivanov all in with his pocket queens up against ace king. It is the classic est of all classic races.
Nope.
Jack and an ace.
Boom.
Straight on the flop. A 10 would be fun. Ah, close but no bananas. A king? King.
Hey, our qualifier cashed.
Our qualifier cashed. Good point. Ivanov, he ran. Look, he ran to the cash desk. So we've actually still got 2 seats open because we've yet to replace Andreas Samuelsson, who from our Sweden representative. Quite confident we will see new players.
At some point, Ivanov's going to have to come back and get his hoodie.
That is a very good point. That is a very good point. He is going to feel so silly. Everyone loving that he forgot his jacket. Do you know what the thing is? He is just cashed. So he can afford to buy himself a new jacket.
Yeah.
He's saying, I am leaving my old jacket behind. That
because remember, he was a qualifier, right?
He was. He was. He was. He's saying, do you know what? That old jacket, that was the jacket of a loser. I'm going to buy myself the jacket of a winner. Simple as that.
Man, that espresso looks good right now.
Oh. See, right now there'll be no one at the coffee machine. If you want to head out and grab a coffee, I'll man the fort for a moment.
It's all good. It's all good. That plus we're in the alternate universe. We don't really know.
No, but as long as they're not on a break in the real world.
That's what I mean. I guess they're not.
I've lost track. I think we're good for another 20 minutes. Maybe even more. Excuse me. I've got a schedule here. I don't know why I'm guessing. I should know these things. Let me drag my schedule out from the pile of huge amounts of information. Where are we? What's the time? It's just gone quarter past 8 here in Rozvadov. So the next break should be in about 45 minutes time, I guess. In fact, there's a dinner break due to start at about 7:05. So there you are. So as long as you get out, oh no, actually, tell a lie, at 6:35 in the real world. So you got 20 minutes before the whole of the main event descends.
I think maybe I'll just sit in here in the in the commentary cupboard.
Yeah. I hope you enjoyed. I posted while Jamie was on with Lee. I posted onto hashtag PokerStars TV a photo. It doesn't do any justice to the poker commentary cupboard, but you get to enjoy the soundproofing that is also one of the best heat insulators I've ever encountered.
Exactly.
You could cook an egg on me right now, but please don't.
And it is weird. We're playing six-handed at the moment.
Yeah. Interesting, considering not that long ago we were having 9-handed tables.
Right.
I'm surprised it's taken that long to balance things out. My guess is it's because we have this post-bubble bust-out bonanza, which you're probably familiar with. I wouldn't be surprised if people are busting out, now that we're through the bubble, at such regularity that they're struggling, because as quickly as they balance the table, they have balanced the table, and they've just not got to us yet. Oh, I think that card was exposed, was it not? Wow. Maybe Kroon doesn't seem too worried about it.
Scarano couldn't pull the trigger on that 7-deuce raise.
I'm glad these guys, I mean, sadly, because of our lack of language skills, we can't follow it. But I'm glad these guys are actually having a bit of a chat now. As long as they're having a nice time.
Yaman's still talking about that Queens versus Kings.
Oh, yeah, man.
That's going to haunt him in his dreams.
Couple of players out in the field at large, I can tell you, over the 500,000 mark in chips now. And I can also tell you that our boy Elke, still doing very well for himself, at some point in the last hour has picked up a big hand, and he is up to over 300,000. Always nice to have some of our big names and friends doing well. Can't help it. Probably not meant to be biased, but we are. I like it. I like it when Elke does well.
So where's Geesley in the? I mean, he has 640 odd thousand.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. The problem is, again, I kind of don't want to step too far into the other time zone.
Oh, right. You don't go into that time zone.
But I'm guessing that he's got to be up there somewhere. How much do you imagine he has?
640 is what the graphic just said.
Okay. Then yeah, he's got to be very high up.
In the thick of it, yeah.
The last time I was aware of the top chip counts, the top was 580,000.
Okay.
So that's got to be a fairly old stat.
And he did it.
Now we're playing 5-hand. This is
very peculiar.
Make it. We're back to 6. We're back to 6. Yaman wants to get back in time to get queens again.
That was the joke. We can have a little bit of fun even though that is a serious business. Huh?
Amen to that.
Are you sure? Really? Okay.
Man, we're seeing a lot of pocket fours. Today's show is sponsored by Pocket Fours.
It's like Sesame Street.
Exactly.
Today's show is sponsored by the number 4.
It just feels a bit like Pocket Fours are the driving force. I mean, this guy, look at his T-shirt. Come on now.
Sometimes you know, huh?
He had to pay extra for that.
Do you think that's deliberately distressed in that way?
You know, every time I come over to Europe, I see clothing designs and I'm thinking, I spend a lot of time in the U.S. and never see that clothing design.
Yeah.
Kroon is coming right in because I can flop a wheel.
He could get himself a straight flush. I mean, right now, he has all the possibilities available to him. The commentary from bases to aces. I quite like that, and you've spelled everything correctly. Nice entry here from Tom Diamond. Well done, mate. You're in the book. I've got a book, and you're in it. Ace King, another.
Remember how we're talking again about like this mess of what do you do with a yeah, exactly. Now what's Kroon gonna do? Gonna cost your 4 deuce suited?
I fold better hand.
Better than ace deuce?
Pair. I fold pair.
Yeah.
Do you know, if Yobman comes back from that mess and makes a very deep run, I will be impressed. Because he had to, you know, not only overcome the chip crush, but the emotional damage of making that call.
It was a very strange play. I don't know how many times out of 100 you ask a player to put the guy in the hand that they go, probably kings. It's like a weird spot.
A Diet Coke, please. I changed my mind.
Can we have a Diet Coke to the feature table, please?
But could you do it 60 minutes ago? Now, she might be up for runners up on the waitresses. I'm not, there is a separate competition going on.
Is it a different waitress?
It is a different waitress. Okay. In fairness, almost everybody here is lovely. We are in the Czech Republic. Pretty much every lady is wonderful. Man, I can't believe we are still playing six-handed here.
Yeah, that seems...
What must be going... I mean, I can only imagine that the mayhem that must be across the whole field.
Yeah, there must just be a carnage out there.
Very unusual. And as I point out, though I'm talking about how we're piggybacking on the King's Casino's broadcasting facilities, it's all the PokerStars staff out there running the tournament exactly as we normally do. So there's absolutely no compromise as far as the running of the tournament goes. It's just me and Lee that are your compromise today. So they're never sloppy with sorting things out. So there must be just so many players busting out. I bet there is quite a queue at the cashier's cage right now.
Oh my goodness! This is the hand of strong starting hands here. Boom. Easy game.
That's how I like to play it. Now watch the runner obliterate the two-pair flop.
What's he gonna do? Is he going to bet out?
That's all right. He's got two opponents. Why not? And Gisele just, I mean, he will play anything as long as he's got some kind of connection.
And I think he raised to 50-55.
Lovely.
And it's like you just ship here, right?
He's got 113 behind, yeah.
Any time that you're pausing here is just for...
Yeah, for dramatic effect.
Dramatic effect. There we go.
How much you play?
I mean,
150.
our boy Olsen Gisele here. He has done some crazy bonkers things. He folds, he shows the 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't ever do that.
I don't like that in any circumstance.
Ever do. This is a game of information. Do not give away free information.
Do you know what? The only time I do it is really early in a tournament. If I'm in a table that I know isn't going to break forever, I will play early doors, some really silly hands, and occasionally show bits and bobs, and then become as tight as the tightest thing you've ever encountered on the planet. Just because then there might be some hand where I get paid off really early. Somebody will double me up, and it has actually worked for me a couple of times, where I'll play some real speculative kind of like suited connectors. I'll overbet if I connect on the flop, and then somebody comes back at me and I give it up, and I'll show the rubbish I've played. But that's probably in only ever the first or second level of a deep tournament.
Right.
And then that's me done. But sometimes in the following hour, somebody might remember me as that weird guy that played the crappy thing, and I get a bit of value for it. And it pays off because it'll be such a small percentage of my stack to do something stupid early. And I say that was actually one of my old live ploys, and it paid off more times than it didn't. Sometimes it didn't lead to anything, and it was just an investment that didn't work out. But a couple of times, and people had even said to me, do you know what, I thought you were just playing any old pair. And I was like, well, that's the idea.
Right.
There's a really deep personal conversation thread going on our Twitch channel right now. Don't forget PokerStars. Twitch.tv/PokerStars. Everyone's desperately trying to find out what everyone earns. Like, I'm certainly not getting involved in that.
No.
And everyone, good luck. As long as you can pay the bills and your life is good, let's just all live together in harmony. Now then, we have some new humans arriving. Jan Stariat is joining us in the 6th seat from the Czech Republic. And another Roman Sokolov, in seat 8.
The previous Roman is gone.
He has gone. Both players with 25 and less, big blinds-wise. Actually, we get to see just how low Jens Nielsen has got himself here and how high Olsen Gisele is, 565,000. So he is one of the few players in the field with over 500,000. Welcome to the table, new players. Good luck. Where's my schedule? Where's my schedule? So we've got about another 35 minutes with these guys before we take the dinner break, and then we will come back with yet another feature table. Again, keep repeating myself, but if you're new to us, we are playing throughout the day a total of 12 levels. We're playing 2 one-hour levels back-to-back, and then a break, back-to-back, and then a break, etc., etc. We are going to wrap up our commentary at the end of level 19, which is going to be about 20 past 11 Central European time. Right now it's 6:30 here in Rozvadov. The game will continue and the stream will continue without commentary, and then tomorrow we will carry on from 1 p.m. Central European time with our final day of coverage,
which will run until it has to.
Yep. Also, actually, I'll shortly... Well, actually, I can't say shortly because I did say you'd have the full level. I would say in about 25 minutes' time, I will announce the winner of the Lee and Matt What Should We Be Called and Make Us a Poster competition. Some very strong interest. I got a feeling that it's one of those problems where somebody sends in a really strong... Alex sent in a really strong one. as did Josh. And I think other people go, I've got a feeling I can't beat that, and they just don't bother.
Right, they're drawing dead.
But there are some good entries. I will promise I will review them all, and then I will present to Lee my suggested winner and runner-up. We might change. He might change my mind. It's not a done deal. Wow.
There we go. There we go. That was some good poker right there.
Yeah.
Boom.
Kroon cannot call, even though he has the best hand.
So, Nielsen is one of our qualifiers?
Yeah, Jens Nielsen, indeed, from Denmark, is one of the 3 qualifiers came to this
The same guy
table.
formerly known as Jens Nielsen?
Yeah, it's Jens Christian Nielsen and many a tale to tell. So, yeah, Jens in the hat.
I was kind of wondering because he's not rocking any PokerStars branding.
Well, he's got a tiny little patch on him. That's the best we could do. That's good enough for us.
I need to send our minions down there to
We don't
patch him.
we don't have any. I think that's the problem. I think an error in planning has led to that being the best thing we've got. Because Gabby is normally out managing the floor, and she will grab you from 1,000 miles away and slap a huge PokerStars logo on you. But I think we found out that that was the best we could do.
I may have a couple in my backpack.
Well, you
There
might
we
want to
go.
bring them tomorrow for the big day.
Well, if Nielsen doesn't get his acting gear shortly, he's not going to be around long enough to...
A late entry from Alex Morgan is very good. The Super Bumbles. Man, I like your outfit more than mine.
I like the Bumble outfits.
Oh, see? See, it's never too late to steal an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot t-shirt. Oh, meanwhile, excuse me, Ace Jack versus Pocket Tens.
Boom. So, quick call, and let's flip. What do you say?
Let's do this thing. So it is yet another of our qualifiers, Jerome Scorano, who is at risk and behind, needs to connect over the next 5 cards.
Or over the next 1 card.
In the window.
Or the door.
Well, in the door even, yeah. Window.
Now she's slowing down. You know, for a while there, like they were just ripping the card out.
Yeah.
I think somebody just told him to back off.
A 10 to spoil our qualifiers afternoon. No, it's all good. Scorano hits.
Now, speaking of Mali, which Kroon is apparently from or hangs out in occasionally or whatever, I just heard a couple days ago the most amazing Malian musician, and his name is Issa Bagayogo.
Wow.
And he's passed away last year, unfortunately, but his music is amazing. So check out Issa Bagayogo with 46 minutes left on the...
Exactly, you've got 46 minutes to check out that Malian person. I'm going to synchronize my watch. 46 and 30 I'm going for. $46.22. Strong play again on the button. Big blind going to take a look with his 10-7 suited. Going fishing.
No.
Yes,
do not
but
do this, kids. Just please don't do it.
man, and look at Gisley again, like somehow always manages to dodge and then hit. Got a little bit of flush in the back.
I mean, look, Kroon is, yeah, he was reaching for chips, and Kroon just was like, Kroon is on 10 blinds. When you're on 10 blinds, you can't be fishing.
Nah.
Right? And that's the mistake I see people make all the time, because the problem is, and I have to say that we're responsible for it, is because they're used to watching tournaments where they're deep, right?
Yeah.
Where these EPTs and things, where everybody's sitting on 30, 40, 50, 80 blinds. And so they think, oh, I'm going to do dodgy things and create all kinds of jiggery pokery and all this other stuff. When you have 10 blinds, there's no getting jiggy. It just doesn't happen.
Sorry, kids, but that's the truth of it. There is no getting jiggy.
And you can't be taking flops with speculative hands. You just ship your chips in or you fold.
Wise words. And you saw there that both Jens Nielsen and Dave Kroon with 8 and 10 big blinds respectively. Gisela Olsen, or Olsen, Gisela, should I say. Huge, over 600,000. Gonna raise it up. That's a re-raise. So it was a raise from Sokolov with his 9-10 suited. I don't know if Olsen realized that.
Yeah, I think.
Gonna make the min raise
okay,
now.
Nielsen, here you go. Here is your chance.
This is it. This is as good as it gets.
Don't make us. No. Oh.
No.
Well, I guess no. Behind a 3-bet. Behind a 3-bet.
Well, yeah, but behind a 3-bet from Gisela. That's all I'm worried about. Oh, that's Roman. We've hardly. Oh no, it isn't. Excuse me. That was Jan Stariat. This is Roman that we've not seen much of. In the stripy jumper.
That's because he's brand new.
He is a brand new kind of guy. Russian to the table. Man, it must be nice to be Gisela.
I mean, like, really. So we have a comment from somebody. I've played some with Nielsen. Bacher95 says, I play tight, but he is very good at playing below 10 blinds. So there you go. Maybe what he does is he just like waits till he gets short stack and then he plays well.
The other thing that we don't know, because we're not following, and I didn't make a note the last time we saw the clock, is where we are as far as numbers of players left and where the next money jump is.
Yeah.
So it might be an ICM decision. Can I have a cappuccino, please?
Yep.
Love you.
I can do that.
Kroon's got a decision. He's got 2 blank cards. He's not sure what to do.
Maybe if he just rubs them with a coin, they'll reveal themselves to be really awesome. Stariat is all in with his ace-5.
That's going to be a tough call for Yakupek. Very tough call. Exactly.
Yeah.
I would just have to think in that situation, don't show. Oh, what is it about this?
It's a friendly game. They're just having a nice time. If they want to show, they'll show.
I think friendly is a beautiful thing. That doesn't mean show.
And especially in this position where people are shoving, I think if ever there's a time where it's really dangerous to show people your range, right now where you go, just in case you're wondering what range am I going to fold every time you shove.
Because
here are some of them.
Exactly.
Like, that's really valuable information.
If you can get somebody to fold pocket sevens, it's hard to have a pair.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what?
I think I'm first to you. And that's why she forgot it. Nice try. Try again.
Do you want a straw for your little bottle of drink? Yeah? There you go. It's probably just an excuse. Now we see our short-stacked Jens Nielsen get it all in. We don't know.
Yes,
Jack.
Christian Nielsen.
Yes, Jens Christian. Excuse me.
No play
We've been told he is very good with the short stacks. And that keeps him in the game. Peter Blow saying maybe they keep showing because it's the TV table with cards up, so they're thinking you're going to get to see it in half an hour anyway. Maybe so. I don't know.
Like anybody's going to go back and watch.
Exactly. Whereas Dana's like, there are no friends at the poker table.
There's lots of friends at the poker table. Doesn't mean you show them.
Being asked where is Elke. Elke is alive. He is still out in the field.
He's not just alive. He's got like big chips.
You keep you're going through the time barriers.
Sorry.
I deliberately am not giving any hints like that because my information is not from our time zone. It's from the real world. He is doing quite well though. Now that you've blown the cover.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
30 minutes ago, Elke was doing well. We can't speak for now.
No, that's the point. We can speak for now. Don't forget, we're 30 minutes. Man alive. welcome to the commentary bubble. Yeah, sadly, while he was on our TV table, he didn't really get his wheels rolling. But the good news is, since he went out into the field, he appears to be doing much better for himself. We will find out where he is.
In the alternate universe.
I mean, there's a good chance that he comes back to our feature table at some point because we're trying to mix things up. There have been so many eliminations since the bubble was burst that there's a good chance that we can pick any table to find something interesting. We don't want to pick on Elke just because he's one of our superstars. But
the one guy that we cannot pick, though, is Jamie Staples.
He is out. He is out. There's no way we're going to pick his table. Still about 35 minutes on the level. I'm going to say I give you guys another 10 minutes. If any of you have some absolutely cripplingly good entries for the competition, you can go back, scroll back through the PokerStars TV hashtag on Twitter. You can see some of the good ones. I'm going to have to review them myself in a little bit, and then I shall propose my winner and runner-up. Remember, a Chop Pot T-shirt up for grabs, followed by an $11 runners-up. Thanks for playing as always. I know my competitions are silly and they require some effort, but it's nice. Sokolov raising it with the pocket Lady Kings. You'd like to think he won't get quite as much respect for his hand because of being on the button. That used to be a thing.
Are you going to do what I think you're going to do?
Sorano.
Okay, good.
So the ace-9 versus the queens.
Now, it looks like Gisle folded pocket sevens, but I don't think he really did. Color. How much is this one?
$29,000 in the middle. Here comes the continuation.
Funny man. 5.
Well, that's some security right there. 2 hearts, 2 clubs. No reason to just keep on firing if he called on the flop.
Exactly. Maybe he'll call again.
22,000. Made that up. He's trying to look cash about his monster hand. Oh, right.
I think he's trying to figure out how much am I going to leave myself behind.
15. I think I would have been greedier, to be honest, because if you're going to get paid off, you're going to get paid off if you're not.
Yeah, I would have.
I would have been 22 or something, a little bit more.
Jakubek is probably thinking he has 7 outs. He's thinking maybe I can take it away from him.
I even think he's got more than that.
Yeah, he could think he's pushing a draw.
Yeah.
He could actually think he's got the best hand now.
He chose wisely.
Yeah. Wow, there's a reference you don't hear every day. Starry, it looks like he could be related to David Koresh of the Waco, Texas standoff fame.
Is it Waco? I always thought it was Waco.
It is. I'm just in Europe, and it's affected my speech.
I was saying, oh my God, I've been saying Waco for decades.
It is Waco. I mean, but like, I didn't even know that most non-Americans even know where Waco is.
Oh no, I think that's pretty internationally known. It was quite a.
Well, yeah, it was quite the fustercluck of crisis management, but
agreed.
But you know what? That was when Janet Reno was Attorney General. She's passed away recently, so she was Clinton's Attorney General. We're going back no later than the year 2000.
Wow, true. We are all so old.
We are.
Just for confirmation, that player is not betting a banana. That is just for him to eat. Bananas do not count on the table. This isn't Casino Royale. You can't just chuck the keys to your Aston Martin and a banana in the middle and it be accepted as legal tender. I can confirm that Jamie Staples is no longer in this tournament. Just, I mean, you called it. We could be crowning our winner tomorrow morning, and people will still be asking if Jamie Staples is in.
Did Jamie Staples make the final table?
Tomorrow morning. I wish. Tuesday morning. Yeah, they'll still be asking. We will have gone off the air in 3 days' time.
Exactly.
We will be welcoming people to Panama, and they will say, is Jamie Staples still in?
Yeah, yes, he is, actually.
He is. He should be by that point. Just in a completely different tournament. Jobman, who has been incredibly quiet since his misstep with the Queens.
Now they're talking about the
Now
banana.
they're talking about the bananas. Maybe the banana does play.
Maybe it is. Now what you gonna do? You got the best hand.
So now I keep it until you find the Where was the banana before you put in the table? I don't know. That's a secret. You never know.
Pot 61,000. I'm going to splash these down because that way you have to restack them.
I know. I never understood that. I don't get it. I mean, like right in front of you. Splash. Just let's make life easy for the dealers. Yeah? Ding Dong saying, live poker, so slow it hurts my teeth. Yeah, if you're used to multi-tabling online or just single-tabling online, I know that the transition to live can be quite tricky. I think actually most of the players we've seen today have been quite reasonable. I don't think we've had any bad serial tankers.
No, you know what? And you and I have certainly watched our share of serial tankers. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. A nice little push back from Jobman there. Now, Lee, you're going to make this really easy. Right, here's Phil Duggan.
Uh-huh.
He's got a nice little base on the river. There's you.
Uh-huh.
Fishing for an ace. There's me. What's the one key thing he has missed out? If that is meant to be me, what is the one key thing? In the same way that he's made you bald, what would you say is something that you need to say about me?
The beard?
The beard. Where's the beard? The TV's going to turn itself off. This we have to...
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay. It's all right. Luckily, Jamie Staples discovered the magic button that stops it from turning itself off. So there you are, Phil. It's a good entry, and I like the fact that you have clearly spent a little bit of time drawing that. But you have missed out the one defining feature about me, which is my mouth hair.
You're cheating, huh? No, you was cheating again after that hand.
Then I start cheating.
Yeah.
That's true.
He has also picked up a lot of chips since then, I guess. He must do something right.
Yes, he's been climbing back since he tried to give you his entire stack. Kroon's going to go only with 2 blank cards.
Any minute now, he will reveal them to us. That's the way he works.
As the banana emoji
Yeah.
fill up the Twitch chat.
Everyone loves a banana. Taste you can peel. Ace Queen.
No, you should be able to get away from it. Get
you
away
should
from
be
it.
able
You should
to.
be able to. You've got an all-in and a call. Where do you think you stand in this mess?
It's just hard. I think you got to appreciate when somebody's been pretty bored with some pretty poor cards. You finally get Ace Queen, you go, oh.
Sure, if you're the first one into the pot or the second one into the pot. If you think this is Ace-Jack versus Ace-10, jump on it.
But then I must win this hand. Otherwise, I have tomorrow nothing.
Oh, that is, yeah. Though I understand why it would be hard to fold it, you still should. All in with the Ace Queen is a bit messy.
Yobman says, hey, I'll take some of that.
Yeah.
And by the way, that leaves a pretty nice side pot for Yobman. Yobman doesn't even have to win the pot. You know, if he can just hold against the Ace Queen, I think he comes out just about even.
Here we go. Come on, flop.
There
Queen
she
10,
is.
7.
Boom.
Wow. That's handy.
Well, anything but a 5 or a jack.
Wow, Thank you very much to Mr. Dave Kroon from either the Netherlands or Mali. He is out of there. In the money, though, don't forget, everyone now made it through the money bubble.
You just go and play or lose.
By the
goodness.
Yeah. By the way, tip of the hat to Peter Blow, who came in with the rough and the smooth. I'm amazed. One of my own personal ideas was, you know, the rough with the smooth, because you say you've got to take the rough with the smooth in poker, and we could be the rough with the smooth.
There you go.
So I don't think now if anyone suddenly cobbles together a poster for that, I can accept it, because I've kind of handed it to you. I did say to Lee, I've got competition. Don't say out loud any of your ideas, because sometimes we end up with the best ideas. Well done, Peter Blow. I can't accept your answer because you haven't made it the bruff with the smooth. Again, Peter, it's good stuff, but you know the poster was necessary. And you've won way too many of our competitions in the past. That's just, I mean, that doesn't preclude you from further winnage. I'm going to have to start reviewing these. Cover me, Lee. I'm going in. You do your thing.
I'll do the thing. So poor Yadman is sitting over there after crawling back from his queen's debacle. Gets ace-king in versus ace-queen, and just like there's a queen in the door. It's bad. But he's hanging in there. Jakubek is now raising with 4-3 suited, so everything is back to normal. Got started on the big blind, and he's relatively new to the table, enjoying the O'Neill sweatshirt, and you don't see a lot of O'Neill logo gear around here. It's an American surf brand, actually. And that's going to be very difficult for Jakubek at this point, because Starry has actually got a double gutter and the best hand, and just he's way all over it. This will be interesting, because that's not necessarily his favorite card. Jakubek is now drawing dead.
After this hand, I will be announcing our winner and runner-up. I've made my decision. The end.
Are you thinking about making a move? Nope. Okay.
I don't mind it. I don't mind a little bit of a dwell before a fold. Just keep your actions kind of pretty much always the same. Right. Would you like to know the runner-up of my competition with a fantastic Photoshop, just basically for that? Lee Jones dressed up as a bee. The Super Bumbles. Alex Morgan has picked up $11 T. And you probably won't be surprised to find out that the winner, which I thought was fantastic, was the pair of bases. It had everything. It had the two players with the bases that have aces for bases. You spelt everything right. You even got the PokerStars
logo.
Alex Rogers, congratulations. You win, and everybody loves a Chop Pot T-shirt. Thank you to everyone who took part. I don't say it lightly. I do very much appreciate it when you guys get involved. Oh, there's a late entry, but I'm afraid it's too late. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Let's play some poker with the Waster and Lee. See, that's a great tagline. It's not really the name for the show, but nonetheless, tip of the hat to Moonchild. Thank you, everyone who participated. Perhaps a bit later on, I'll give something else away. Certainly tomorrow we're going to have a long day.
We're going to be off the air soon. No, wait.
No,
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 we're not.
Congratulations again, guys. And thanks to everyone who played.
Ooh. How many is it? That's 13 blinds. It feels like a bad call. I don't mind shoving ace-10, but calling with it? There you go. According to my watch, we have about 20 minutes left on this level.
I concur.
And yeah, we will. To be more specific, we will be signing off around 11:30 tonight.
Yes, that was an update from the stream team.
The people in charge, as we like to call them.
Yes, the people here who make such decisions have said that the stream will be finishing around 11:30 p.m. Central European time, because everyone needs to basically recharge their batteries before the pretty monster final day tomorrow. But don't forget, you can always check in on the PokerStarsblog.com. Follow PokerStars blog on Twitter as well if you do want to find out for the rest of the day's action. And what we'll also do is at the top of tomorrow's show, which will come to you at 1 p.m. Central European time, we will start the actual play here 12:30 tomorrow, but we will start without delay at 1 p.m. We will give you a bit of an update on the key shakers and movers from the last few hours of play that we won't be bringing to you.
Yeah, because there will be, I guess, about 4 hours of play after we go off the air.
That sounds about right and logical. The thing is also, we actually bumped an extra 5 minutes into the day because we took an extended break to chip out. So after dinner, we'll come back and confirm everything exactly. But that's basically the score, is that at the point before midnight, things will end here today on this broadcast. And then tomorrow, as we attempt to beat my taxi arriving at 4:15 in the morning, to see if we can't get down to a winner before I actually just physically walk out of here.
And if not, then we'll drag Gabby in here. And
yeah, she won't have much to do by then. There'll only be like, 1 or 3 tables left as players.
Exactly. She can just come in and start
chill out,
adding commentary.
Tell us about her life.
See, she's not listening to us. It's a little different when we can tweak Justina over the comms, because she's sitting there listening.
Ordinarily, everyone is trapped listening to us, but we can't even troll our own stuff. Unbelievable.
Now you've done it. You've made the best hand.
Now what you gonna do? Yeah? Wasn't expecting that, was ya?
What you're seeing on Jagman's shoulder, by the way, is the strap from it's a patch that's on his messenger bag or whatever it is he's carrying there. People keep asking about it on Twitch. Like, what is that thing?
It's like a seat belt.
Yeah, exactly.
It's strapped in.
Strapped in and ready to just like shove with pocket fives.
Poker had him on the edge of his seat, so he needed.
No! Oh!
You'll be all right, Lee. You'll be all right.
Why did they? Well, yes, you can move me off the best hand. You know, I'm just like, what? Just what? What is it that makes people do that?
Fear. They're unsure.
Surprise. Ruthless efficiency.
They don't know. I mean, the thing is, it is one of those spots where you go, well, surely that's what you wanted, was to improve to a better hand. And then you kind of go, I don't really know where I am. I just fold.
That's fine. I mean, maybe it's fine, maybe it's not. But don't show them that you're confused and unable to play the best hand.
I don't know.
There's just this insanity that prevails.
By the way, just to piggyback on a comment, don't forget hashtag PokerStarsTV if you want to get to us on Twitter. Peter Blow says, I took 13th in the PokerStars event at the Hippodrome last weekend, the PokerStars Megasec event. This is something that myself and Jamie Staples were talking about, is that I was saying how great it is that when you run one event and it's incredibly popular, it kind of makes the venue go, well, maybe we should do more of these. And I wanted to draw your attention to the PokerStars London series. If you are playing in the UK and down in the south of England, there are many more of these things coming up, and there's one that has particularly tickled my interest. It's a 250 quid into the game. There's one May 25th to 28th, October 5th to 8th, and November 9th to 12th. Do look up the stuff happening because...
Oh, is that the Hippo?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because the London Festival was so popular, and maybe it's coincidental, but it seems since that they have been announcing more and more of these events. There's one I'm going to play in, I think it's in April, and that's like 175 quid entry or something like that. But I think it's great because it's almost like bolstered by the success of some of these festival stops. They're starting to really get behind putting more and more of these tournaments on, which is so up my alley. And it's great because it feels like they're kind of feeling the confidence that we're going to fill the seats. Everyone loves these things. So do look out for the events. Don't forget, you can always go to PokerStarsLive.com to find out about the festivals and the championship events. And just Google any of these venues that are involved in the festivals or the championships, because I think they're really going to start boosting their output.
You know, a couple things about that. One, PokerStars is making a very specific and overt attempt to find more events like the Mega Stacks for people that are recreational players.
Yeah.
Right? And give them plenty of opportunity to play at PokerStars events.
Yeah.
And the other thing I will tell you is that the Hippodrome is basically located at ground zero of London.
Yeah.
And if you have a wife, husband, partner, girlfriend, boyfriend, son, daughter, parent, anybody, you could say, look, let's go to London for the day or a couple of the weekend, whatever it is. And you go, look, if you want to go watch a show, there's going to be like a dozen shows within a 10-minute walk of the Hippodrome.
Lots of things to do. Instantly, I've just got a point on the screen because we've got an all-in with the sixes. We've got sevens out there. We've got the queens for our friend Jobman, who had a horrible time of it with his queens earlier on.
Yeah, but now he's getting it in good.
Now he is in a much better spot. Both the pain and the pleasure of pocket ladies, lady kings. Gives up the sevens. Great fold. And Stariat is all in. And the player at risk.
And we're going to lose the surf hoodie. See, I just said I folded a queen. Like, what?
Why would you do that to someone? Why did you get involved?
You know, it's okay to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
And there's the six. Oh.
Oh, snakes alive. Jobman is just punched in the face one more time.
Jack.
No, it's just not his afternoon, is it?
It really isn't.
And now we know that there's only one queen out there. 2% chance to hit this. That's really brutal. Sorry. I don't feel personally responsible, but it's not nice to watch it. People saying lol on Twitch, you want to go home and think about the sort of person you've turned into. Chez does say Jobman's queens have failed him so hard.
Well, but yeah, I mean, one time he had a chance to get rid of them. There was no way or reason to get rid of them here.
We see what that does to poor old Jobman's stack.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Poor
he's going to
guy.
head into the next level with a sub 70,000 stack.
Oof.
Jens Christian Nielsen still hanging on there. A couple of people rooted for him as playing a short stack well. I mean, I don't know at what point he will ladder up into a new payout stage, but sticking around. Remind you that in about just over 10 minutes, we will go into a dinner break. It'll be a 60-minute break, and then we will come back with a brand new featured table.
Oh, a dinner break. Cool.
Dinner break. Just time to eat more chips and coffee.
They had fresh pineapple on the buffet today.
I saw that. I'm definitely going to fill myself up on a bit of that.
And you know, it's really funny because it hasn't been all that long ago where your chances of getting fresh pineapple in Eastern Europe during March were not all that good, right?
True that. True that.
I folded sevens.
Like, do you think he cares right now?
Exactly.
Like,
So what?
So what? I had my queens crushed by sixes.
Isn't it?
I don't care about your sevens.
What is it about you that when you just watch someone have a bad beat, you tell them about the great fold you made?
You know,
Hey, you know how you made a great call and got like screwed over? guess what I folded? It's like, do you know
Nothing
what?
that had anything to do with that pot.
Exactly. On a scale of 1 to 10, I care exactly 0 about what you folded.
Do you know, when I lived in Asheville, we had this great home game. We played 3 or 4 times a month. There's a guy in it we called Ida, because after any hand was over, he'd say, Ida had 2 pair. and it wouldn't matter what he had. He said, Ida missed that flop, or, you know, and I'm just like.
There is nothing about post-hand chat that I like. I just don't want to know about it. Let's shuffle up and give me a new set. You know what you should have done there, mate, because I folded the 10s, and if do you know what? I don't care at all about the past. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Sokolov.
All in with his ace-jack.
Yeah. It was a raise from Lechner, who is our new players, incidentally. Came in for the space that Dave Kroon vacated. Matthias Lechner from Germany. King 6 off. Oh, sorry, King 6. What on earth am I talking about? King Queen off.
Because all queens were replaced by 6s.
Oh, I don't know what.
Yabman's just sitting there thinking, I could have been a contender.
He will be quite happy to see the dinner buffet arrive.
Through, if he makes it. I'm sorry if it's.
Sylvia is off to the Hippodrome in April. Great. I'll probably see you there, Sylvia.
Fantastic.
Come and find me, and I will shake your hand firmly and walk away.
And you know what? They have good cash games there, too, even though I can't play in them.
Yeah. A lot of regs in those cash games. Quite a few sharks.
Oh, really?
Waiting for the tourists.
Probably waiting for me.
There go. People say, why do you play here? And they go, I'm just in case Lee Jones turns up.
Yeah, they say,
every single day I come here just in case.
Tell the regs that Lee Jones cannot play in the Hippodrome. It used to drive me crazy because whenever I'd go to the PokerStars London office, we would stay in the hotel that's on the south side of Leicester Square, about a 90-second walk from the Hippodrome.
I must say, I'm always disgusted in James Hartigan when he says that he didn't pop down for the festival of. It's like, man, that.
Where does he live?
No, as in where they work. You know, like you could just pop out in your lunch hour and stick your head.
Do you know, the first time we had an event over at the Hippodrome, I was down in the London office, and I was saying to the HR person, so you're going to be taking all the new employees and stuff and taking them down to see, you know, what we put on. And she goes, no, I didn't have any plans to do that. I was like, it is an 8-minute walk from the office, you know?
It's pretty hard to come up with a really solid excuse to not bother.
Take the newbies out, turn left at Whole Foods, walk 8 minutes. There you are.
Here you are. Welcome.
Oh, Nielsen picked a bad time to do this.
Yeah. Starry up. Now
probably going to call him pretty quickly. Says, dude, I can beat queens with 6s. I think my ace-jack is good. Truman Capote in Murdered by Death.
Oh, just in case you wanted.
Yeah.
Any more nails?
In the coffin. We're done now.
Oh, that's pretty. Oh,
Woof.
Oh, just a bit of pain on the end.
Twist the knife.
Well, congratulations. Got in the money. Jens Nielsen, remind you, another one of our qualifiers. So, qualifier dreams do come true. Oh, do you know what? See, Colin Russell, I'm afraid you're late to the game, but that is excellent. I'm going to give you a latecomer's $11 special bonus prize because that's fantastic. He has created that Matt and Lee's show is called Hive and Jive. He's made a little playing card. I'm up one top, and my suit is a beehive. Lee is down the bottom, and his suit is a plectrum. Fantastic. Well done, Colin Russell. See? Because I'm in charge of the competition, I can do whatever I want, even if it seems quite unreasonable. But another $11 awarded on a whim.
It's good to be king. And I'll tell you what's really funny is when you said what my suit was, I was waiting for you to say the word, and then you said a completely different word. Do you know what we call that?
No.
A pick.
Do you know what? We call it a pick too, and a plectrum. I don't really know why.
Because Americans couldn't, like, that's too big a word for us.
Plectrum. I mean, there's 2 syllables, plectrum.
We just.
And you'd probably call it a plectrum, because like lever, lever, fever, feather.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably easier that way.
But yeah, and as a matter of fact, in bluegrass music, of which I'm a huge aficionado, we use it. It's a verb, and you want to pick.
Yeah. See, we talk about finger picking.
Right.
Whereas if you're using a pick, you would talk more about strumming, I guess, or well,
yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Get back to us.
I'm normally too busy playing to really talk about it. I don't know what the correct talkage is. They are a little over 4 minutes to go here, boys and girls. 154 players now, so we're into the 1,852 payout.
Yeah.
So, in fact, Nielsen, he did indeed.
Did he
nurse
crack into that
I
one?
think he must have done. He walked up an extra few payouts because the min payout, I've actually now forgotten what it was, but I think it was a good
1,500 and change.
I was going to say it was like 400 less than that. So a good, again, especially for a qualifier, that's where if you're a qualifier and you're good at playing a short stack patiently, you can make yourself a big ROI. Good job to Colin Russell for persevering with a competition that had closed, knowing in his heart of hearts that he had such a good idea that it was worth pursuing. And see what happened there? You got rewarded.
It was absolutely brilliant.
And I'm pleased. I'm pleased and happy to reward you, sir. Plectrum. Everyone's saying Matt's gone mad with power. It's because there's no one. Do you know what the thing is? Lee's on my side. There's no Hartigan to convince.
There's no
Joe
Justina.
Yeah, there's no Justina to argue with. There's no Joe to arm wrestle with. It's like if I fancy it, bang, it's going to happen. That's the way I roll, everyone. Make the best of this 48 hours with me in charge.
No, we actually have an expression like the problem with musicians is that they'll play some and then they'll start talking, right?
Yeah.
And after a while, somebody will say, "Look, are we going to talk or are we going to pick?"
Nice.
You know, and
yeah.
I'm like, "That's right. Life is short. we can talk later. Pick."
Yeah. I played in a band where the guy insisted on playing a song and then going, what should we play next? And having a little discussion. I'm like, man, we spend so much time every gig talking about what to play. We could have squeezed an extra 2 songs in.
Exactly.
That's
why God invented set lists,
I'm
right?
just going to do a set list for every single gig. I'll send it to you 24 hours before. If you want to do any swapsies, if there's something you don't like, that'll be the time to have the conversation, not when there's like a couple hundred people staring at us.
Exactly.
And we're just mumbling around. You know, it's like everyone's on, especially if you get people on the dance floor, bang, straight into the next song, and he'll be like, what should we do now? How about that one? You'll be going, no.
Oh, if you have him on the dance floor, do not let him off. Rule number 1.
We end up with these like ridiculous 4-song mashups where we'd play Stevie Wonder Superstition, and everyone would get up and dance, and then they'd walk away. So like, we have to go straight into Good Times, and then we're going to Rapper's Delight, and then we're going to Oops Upside Your Head, and then we're going to Jailhouse Rock. It's like, we would be playing for like 22 minutes straight. One of my personal favorites, we go from Valerie into Faith, into actually I've already forgotten, but we've got some belters where if you turn up at a wedding and start belting those out, no one gets to sit down. No one has an excuse to hit the buffet.
But the thing is that like once you get Superstition going, it's a tough bar to crack at that point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, okay, we've played one of the greatest pop songs of all time. Oh, there's a discussion.
No, it's okay. I don't think we've missed anything key.
Yeah, and so you get that you get that energy going, and then you're like, oh, what should we play next? Shut up and play something.
Yeah. One of my absolute favorite ones where we trick everyone is we start with Valerie, dung, 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 then we go into dung, 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 into Faith, George Michael, and then we go into Kung Fu Fighting. Oh, 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 and all you've got these people who are quite happy to dance to a bit of Amy Winehouse, really happy to dance to George Michael, suddenly find themselves dancing to Kung Fu Fighting. If you started Kung Fu Fighting, no one is going to get up to dance to that. But everyone is now trapped dancing to it. And I always call them out after and say, now, at any point tonight did you expect to be dancing to Kung Fu Fighting? But they have a lovely time. They're not bothering about being cool. Some of them are pulling Kung Fu moves on the dance floor. And they've all had a lovely time. Mission accomplished.
That's all that matters.
Are we going to talk or are we going to pick? Well, everyone is sloping off because the dinner break is kicking off.
In that universe.
In that universe,
Our
which is
universe,
where we
which
live.
is our universe.
So boys and girls, mums and dads, we are going to go on a 60-minute break. Be sure to set your alarms for about 8:22 Central European time, an hour from now. Myself and I will be back to bring you some more action here from the PokerStars Festival Rozvadov main event. Come back and see us soon. Enjoy your dinner. Bye.
So it's the runners stop. I made the final table there. I always knew that I'll make it again.
When I was close to 18, I won a very big score in Moscow. I thought that I'm the chosen one.
A €1 million challenge from Full Tilt was my first big live tournament, and I got 30K. That was basically my start bankroll, and I grinded it up from there.
Leave nothing to chance. Find your edge. We've come to the beautiful Czech Republic for one of the most eagerly anticipated stops on the PokerStars.net EPT. Players came in their hordes to compete in the ultimate clash of wits for a share of the €5 million prize pool and the coveted trophy. The Chip Daddy brings a stack of 10 million to the final table.
It's like a dream, of course. I was expecting once in my life to come to final table or something like that, but to be in this position, yeah, that's a real chance, and look forward to using it.
The St. Ensan has gained a reputation over the last couple of seasons for being a bit of a wild card.
I don't play tight. I am aggressive. You can win one tournament when you aggro.
Ensan came third in the EPT 100 main event in 2014. The 8th place finisher in that tournament was Slaven Popov.
I feel a little bit more confident. I've done the table before. Now I just want to play to win.
Thomas Buxhammer is also haunted by the ghosts of EPT's past.
I'm really glad I made the final table. Last year I finished 16 in the same tournament, and I was a bit disappointed, and so I'm even more happy that I made it this year.
Gleb Tremzin is a young online pro with a lot of faith in his own abilities.
I'm feeling 100% confident about my game, about my experience. I will play my best game.
And finally, short-stacked Olivier Ferrero will be looking for an early double-up.
Actuellement, je suis en table finale. Actuellement, j'ai 1 700 000. Je suis short stack, mais ça va, je me sens bien. Pas de pression pour le moment.
All 6 players have taken their seats. Time to get this final table underway.
Let's light this candle.
Blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. An action on chip leader Ilkin Amarov, a recreational player who likes to combine his holidays with major poker tournaments.
He's 43 years old, but he also looks 11.
So he's raised it with Jack-9. Slaven Popov has pocket 8s. He calls the raise.
I think a flat call is the way to go. Even though it invites a squeeze, you don't want to have to 3-bet fold or 3-bet get it in.
Folded to Olivier Ferrero, another recreational player who owns a couple of businesses with his wife. He passes, and Ensan gives up the big blind, so heads up to the flop. And just like that, Slaven Popov flops quads.
Popov gets a treat. Hey, don't call it quads. It's disrespectful. It's like calling a police officer a cop. This is 4 of a kind.
Amarov, drawing dead, continues for 175,000.
Oh, God, what do I do? Play it cool. Play it cool.
Popov flat calls.
Yeah, push those chips in, Ilkin. They're not coming back.
Oh, Amarov pairs his 9 on the turn. This could prove costly.
Well, at least he might slow down now that he's got Okay, nope.
Second barrel coming. 255,000.
I think I like a smooth call here again. Let some draws hit the river. But I guess when Amarov raises under the gun, I don't know how often he's going to have draws.
Popov raises to 660,000.
He can rep a draw. I actually think a call here would be pretty loose.
Amarov does call. We go to the river with 2.3 million in the middle. It's the 5 of spades, so a few of those draws got there.
So maybe that'll save Amarov some chips.
Well, he has finally slowed down. He checks the action to Popov.
Popov, play it safe. Check behind.
He's got the second nuts. He bets 1.2 million.
Amarov thinking of getting loose again.
The hell yeah.
Just quads.
Thought we agreed we'd call it 4 of a kind.
Whatever.
Hi, Sam.
Amarov lets it go.
Good fold.
Well, this is Popov's second EPT final table. He's also won a scoop event online and is a very popular poker writer in his home country.
I think he's wearing the exact same outfit he wore last time, too, which I'm guessing has to be for luck.
By the way, while we're talking about online achievements, Gleb Tremzin has 3 W-Coupe titles and 6 six-figure results online.
Gleb with his shirt all buttoned up like he's straight out of Compton.
Tremzin raises with 9-6 of spades. Ferrero has 5s on the button.
All in.
He shoves. St. Anselm with ace-queen.
Me too.
He calls all in. And Tremzin can fold his garbage.
We have got a race like Ryu versus Ken. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
It's a battle of the short stacks. Hussein Ensan officially at risk here with the overcards.
Short on short fighting, like the movie Time Bandits.
Queen on the flop. Ensan takes the lead.
Ferrero's gonna need to spike a 5 now, which is pretty Ferrer.
The turn card is a 10, 2 outs for Olivier Ferrero. He needs a 5 on the river. It's another 10. Ensan doubles up. And I think Olivier Ferrero is going to be left with just 3 big blinds.
Pretty annoying to lose a flip.
Ensan up to 2.2 million.
Hi, Sam.
Thank you.
I like that, not quite a full thumbs up.
Ensan's friends also liking it. So the next player out will earn 166,000 euros. We see the usual big money jumps as we move up the spots, with the winner receiving more than 921,500 euros. Lines 60-120. Action folded to Ferrero. Super short. He shoves with 8-9.
Not the best hand in the world, but he had to do it.
355. Yes.
Such an embarrassing question I have to answer.
Popov folds. Buttshammer's priced in, and it's an easy call when you wake up with ace-king.
That's how you don't slow roll a dude. Nice one, Buttshammer.
Ferrero at risk and behind.
Ah, il a payé dans le noir. As-3.
French humor.
The flop. As 2 kings on it, that is pretty much it.
Look.
Ferrero needs running cards. He's drawing down on the turn, and we are down to 5.
Good man.
Olivier Ferrero cashes for 166 grand.
Lost a flip, lost with live cards. Now I know why the French make such dark films.
1 down, 4 to go. We're now 5-handed here in Prague, with Ilkin Amarov holding on to the chip lead. He's the first player from Azerbaijan to make a final table on the PokerStars.net EPT, and he got here in style. On the penultimate day of the tournament, with just 13 players remaining, this happened.
I'm all in. I mean, 2 all-ins in front of you, then you wake up with kings, you got 2 players behind, you have no choice, you have to put it in. I'm all in.
We have a 4-way all-in with 3 players at risk.
I saw an ace, but after these crazy decisions before me, I just snap, fold it, and leave you alone.
The flop was crazy. I mean, everybody back at home, they were watching live, they went mad.
A triple elimination.
That is awesome. I mean, I feel bad for all the guys that just got cold decked, but that was sick.
Living a dream.
It's like incredible, you know? I was really happy with that situation, obviously, because I was short stack, and then I secured my spot at the final table without playing a hand.
My telephone was bursting after that part. I don't think I will ever forget that part.
He had missed calls from over 10% of Azerbaijan's population. 41 calls.
So now we know how he came into the final table as chip leader. Action's been folded to Thomas Buttshammer on the button. He's got Jack-7 off. And he's raising to 250,000. The Saint Ensan is in the big blind.
200?
Don't let the old man routine fool you. This guy likes to get down with the kids and the peeps and the... Where you going, Gleb?
Stretching his legs. So Buttshammer pairs his 7 on the flop. And looks like Ensan is leading with absolutely nothing.
Well, this is weird, and it's probably never going to get a fold, because if he had an ace, he probably wouldn't play it like this.
Ensan, the oldest player at the table, 51 years old. Buttshammer, the youngest, at 26. He's called the bet. We get an 8 on the turn.
Don't forget, y'all, this guy is Hossein in the membrane, Insan in the bran.
Is he going to take another stab at this?
That's what Insan people do.
There he comes. 720,000.
I still don't think he plays his value hands this way. It might work other times, since Buttshammer's rarely going to have a pair here, but this time he does, and he probably can't fold it.
And he calls again. A pot of 2.7 million.
And remember, he's already beating most unpaired hands. I think he probably gets a lot of credit because he's 51 and clicks buttons like a 21-year-old.
The river is a king. King of spades. Triple barrel bluff? Nope.
And Buttshammer can't value bet. He can't really expect to get a better hand to fold.
You say that? Huh. He thinks better of it and checks behind.
That's what I thought. Maybe he was just trying to get a read.
Buttshammer takes a big pot off Ensan.
Sick. Yeah, nice call.
Nice calls, plural. There's Ensan's rail. I call it the Ensan Asylum. Those guys are crazy.
So back to the action. Gleb Tremzen under the gun. He folds. Ensan raises with fours.
Sure.
Elkin Amarov has King 10 on the button.
Sure.
Calls the raise. Popov in the small blind has Ace-Jack of diamonds.
We gonna see a little squeeze from the Bulgarian?
Yeah, he raises. 3-betting to 825,000. Buttshammer folds. It's back on Ensan. Wow. He moves all in.
Wow is right.
Amarov's folded. It's back on Popov.
I want to play heads up with you, man.
I have good hand.
This is
you can show my card.
the only reason that I would not go.
I don't know what you have, but I have big hand.
Yeah. Let's play heads up, huh?
Okay, man.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say the speech was great. The play,
Sorry, I cannot just call push or fold. Sorry, man.
Ah,
yeah, that's a game.
You do what you have to do, man.
Okay, man.
I heart these two. They should have their own TV show. Popov and the Ensan.
Mr. Ensan is a really fun guy.
Popov, doch, der war ein ganz angenehmer Junge.
After the final table in Barcelona, when we see each other, we exchange some words, and he's a really nice gentleman.
Und meine Mitspieler sind sehr wichtig. Das ist ein Charakterspiel. Poker ist ein Gentleman-Spiel.
Back in Barcelona, I didn't get involved with him in many hands because I just busted quite early. He's a really tough opponent and really tough to read.
Das ist nicht nur Karte gucken. Und mit Poker kannst du mal Menschen kennenlernen.
I'll try to avoid him, but when we play the heads up, then I have to play all the hands with him.
Blinds are up to 80,000, 160,000 with a 25,000 ante. Hussein Ensan is raising with Queen 7 suited from under the gun. Buttshammer in the small blind.
Buttshammer.
King Jack. He calls.
325, yeah?
Gleb Tremzen with ace deuce of clubs in the big.
Come on, Gleb. Don't get hot, get in the pot. Though it's gotta be pretty warm up in there with all those buttons. It's driving me crazy.
Three-way action. Well, the flop gives Ensan top pair. Nut flush draw for Tremzen and nothing for Buttshammer. He checks.
No, Ensan's betting all right.
He continues for 410,000. Buttshammer folds.
420. 410.
420, I'm out. 410, you got yourself a turn card.
Tremzen calls. We're going heads up to the turn. King of diamonds. So Ensan still ahead, now a 71% favorite. Action goes check, check.
I would have liked to bet there.
Oh, Ensan improves to trips, but Tremsin makes his flush. And looks like Gleb's going to bet for value. 1,555,000.
Hossein's kind of got a call.
He does call.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had much, so Gleb would probably also be betting all of his busted straights and kings the same way.
Look at the crowd rushing in to see what happened.
Yeah, that's the appropriate face.
Nice one.
Yeah, thanks.
Nice river.
The best possible river card in the deck for Gleb Tremsin. And the online beast is now playing close to 8 million.
My name is Gleb. I'm from Russian city, Archangelsk. Hello to everybody who watching me, rooting for me, my friends, my wife. I appreciate it very much. So I must win in this tournament. I playing more than 10 years and I didn't win big tournaments. I won some small tournaments, but this, you know, it's crazy money. When I was 18, I got second in some tournament in Moscow, and it was a very big score for me. After that, I have some tough years because I thought that I'm like the chosen one, but I wasn't a good player, and maybe now I'm still not the best. But I will play my best game, and I come to take a trophy.
He's so smiley because he's that random Russian you're always losing to online.
Blind still 8160. Buttshammer under the gun folds. Tremsin's out. Hossein Ensan on the button has ace-jack, and he's raising with it. Amarov folds the small. Popov with ace-deuce in the big.
I'm all in.
Call.
Shove and a call. Popov at risk and dominated.
Yikes, folding ace-jack before to shove here is also a little...
Ja, så dve massa svoje volje. Good luck.
He could have been flipping before, but now he is dominated.
Ensan's coming over. Such good camaraderie between these two.
I wish they were my real dads.
A 9-8-5 flop. Popov needs a deuce, or running clubs, or running straight cards. King of hearts on the turn, just 3 outs for Slaven Popov. He needs a deuce.
It does not look like they're gonna get to play heads up.
Boom.
No deuce. Slaven Popov eliminated by his friend Hossein Ensan.
Good luck, man.
Better than his last finish. Just.
And we are down to 4 in the quest for the 3rd main event trophy of EPT 12. Do you want to feel the excitement of the EPT? Qualify for free at PokerStars.net. Hossein Ensan just proved there are no friends at the poker table, dispatching Slaven Popov from the PokerStars EPT Prague final table in 5th place.
Hossein Ensan he's a good, crazy player, so I like him as a person, but I'm sure next time we play, I'll beat him.
And now, he's hoping 3rd time's a charm.
I play final table 3 times. I wanna one time win the trophy, please.
Well, he asked nicely. The guy's insanely polite.
Blinds are still 8160. Gleb Tremsin's first to speak.
It's only big blind, yeah?
Don't have to worry about that online.
He's got Jack 10.
370.
He raises. Action on Hossein Ensan. Looks like he's going to play here. So I tell you what, Joe. Let's try and play against Hossein Ensan. Let's sweat with Gleb.
But I don't want to play against Ensan. He's going to be my adopted uncle when my real parents die in a big game hunting accident.
Ensan has 3-bet to 635,000. Tremzen calls out of position.
I think I already know what we're going to do. We're going to call, and then call, and then call, and then call again if necessary.
Top pair and a gut shot for Tremzen. Checks the pre-flop aggressor. And Ensan continues for 450k.
So far, my plan is checking out. Step 1, call.
There's the call from Gleb. Turn card is an ace.
Oh, I assume he wasn't 3-betting us with nothing.
Tremzen checks a second time, and Ensan checks behind, river for free.
Now Ensan checks, I don't know about this.
Ace of diamonds, so now we have a straighty flushy paired board. And Ensan bets pretty much full pot.
2 million.
How much?
2 million.
Look, I said our plan was to call 6, possibly 7 times. We've only called twice. I say let's go for it. This guy's an aggressive little monkey. He will rue the day he messed with Gleb Tremzen.
Gleb calls. Ensan. Table's queen 10 of diamonds for a flush.
No, diamonds, are you serious? Come on. Well, at least my adopted uncle's gonna be rich.
Ensan now playing a stack of more than 9 million. Well, Hossein Ensan certainly has a unique and aggressive style.
Also Frucht in dem Sinne, ich kämpfe für meine Stake.
All in. Why so much? Call.
He calls, and Hossein Ensan is drawing to a 9.
That is thin.
Kann keiner sagen, dass keine Fehler gemacht hat.
The river card is a 10.
1, 2 Fehler ist es immer, aber da kann man reparieren. Ich habe versucht, immer dieses Spiel besser lernen. Ja, ich habe alles probiert.
With 3 final tables in a year and a half, he's clearly doing something right.
Turnierspielen, also braucht man viel Motivation, viel Geduld und auch rechnen muss man gucken, also was man crazy, verrückt, aber das lass die mal denken. Ich weiß, was ich tue.
Hossein Ensan is now the chip leader. Action's been forwarded to Thomas Buttshammer on the button. Ace, queen of clubs.
Time to give him the old Buttshammer.
He raises. Ensan is in the big blind with Jack 10. And he defends.
Fair.
The flop is Queen 9-4. Top pair for Buttshammer, an open-ended straight draw for Ensan. And with top, Buttshammer will continue.
Betshammer.
All in.
Wow.
Call.
Blimey, that pot got massive rather quickly.
Oh, man. Hossein Ensan has 0 chill. I don't hate the shove, but I think he's going to get snapped off enough by a queen there to make calling the right play.
Buttshammer's at risk and has to fade 8s and kings to double up and survive.
Tough to smile when you know 34% of the time you're getting run down.
8 on the turn, and it's over for Thomas Buttshammer.
Ouch. I guess shoving was the play.
Sorry, man. That's that game. Six down.
You know what? I'm gonna call him Bootshammer. He's earned it.
Ensan increases his chip lead. And we are down to 3 players at the EPT Prague final table, with Buttshammer's elimination.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played, and I'm also happy with the result. 300K is a huge cash, just my biggest cash by far, and I'm really happy right now. Really nice experience, I like it a lot, and will come next year for sure.
I'm gonna miss that little Buttshammer.
So Ilkin Amarov, who started the final table as chip leader, is now the shortest stack. He raises small to big with ace-9 suited, ace-10 for Gleb Tremzin.
All in.
Who shoves?
I call.
Another all-in and a call.
Jeez.
Ah, to this.
I just learned a swear word in Azerbaijani.
No comment.
Раздали кулерок.
Куда мне деть?
Ну да.
Oh, Gleb speaks Azerbaijani too? Man, the American educational system sucks.
Да, здорово. Ну еще, может, поиграем.
So Amarov at risk and dominated. No diamonds, no 9.
Спарринг да, olmadı.
He has 3 outs.
Семерка.
One last chance to hit. It's a 6.
Молодец.
Разорви его.
Хорошо дошли.
Good game.
The start of day chip leader exits in 3rd, cashing for nearly 392K.
Well done. Heads up in EPT.
Okay, man.
Not bad.
Yeah.
And we're heads up.
Ich bin so happy und ich bin erleichtert. Ich habe verdammt sehr gute Gefühl.
I come to take a trophy. He's a nice guy, he's a good player, but I think I'm better.
Ich habe mich nur entschieden, für ein Turnier hier hinzukommen und meine ganze Kraft investieren.
In heads-up game, you need to fight for every pot. You know, it's pure poker.
Also Heads-up-Spiel, so einfach ist er nicht. Heads-up-Spiel für mich ist nach dem Flop Turn und River.
I will just play my game. We will see.
Ich bin ein ganz fairer Spieler. Wenn ich gewinne, ich freue mich sehr. Ganz hart dran gearbeitet. What's your name?
Gleb. And you?
Lip.
Hossein?
Hossein. Lip.
Gleb.
Lip. Glip.
Gleb.
Glip.
Yeah. Hossein.
Yeah, хорошо.
Хорошо.
Gleb, Gleb, Lip, Gleb, Gleb, Hossein, Gleb.
So as the guys are pretty even in chips, they agreed a deal. They agreed to chop the prize money and play for 30,000 euros, and of course, the title and trophy.
I love it. What a display of sportsmanship.
Tremzin's on the button. First to act. 10-8.
Wait, what's his name?
He raises to 600,000. 9-7 off for Ensan.
I was saying, remember what you were saying about it being a post-flop game?
He 3 bets, re-raising to 1,375,000.
These guys want to play bigger pots? Fine by me. It's your funeral. I always wanted to say that.
Tremzin calls. It's a 2.85 million in the middle already. Tremzin flops top pair, nothing for Ensan.
Best hand flops best. Well, we know Hossein's not slowing down.
He slows down. He does not continue.
Okay.
Action check to Gleb. He bets 475,000.
How much?
475.
Oh, is this the part where he doesn't slow down?
That's why he didn't continue. He wants to check raise.
1-9?
1-9.
I really like Hossein's chutzpah, but I'm not so sure about this.
Go.
Tremsin calls. There's now 6.6 million in the pot. The turn card is an ace.
Bit of a scare card for who, I don't know. I guess Hossein can rep it a little more effectively.
He's loading up. He bets 2 million.
This bet is so small, even if he did play with nuts this way, it wouldn't get a fold here.
Tremsin calls. So now the pot is more than 10 million. Neither player has a pot size bet behind.
Ah, cool.
A king on the river, Tremsin still has the best hand with a pair of eights. And Ensan's gonna try bluffing again. Super small, 1.3 million.
Insanely small. Would he really value bet an ace or a king this small?
How much you left behind? Like
9?
1 million chips.
All in.
Tremsin shoves! Was that a bluff or a vanny bet?
As much as I love Hossein, Gleb played that hand like he had some really good leads. The Gleb-Gary leads.
And the young Russian takes a 2-1 chip lead over Hossein Ensan.
Now, will you go to lunch?
It started off so friendly, but things just got serious. We're heads up here at the PokerStars.net EPT Prague final table. Russia's Gleb Tremsin has a commanding chip lead over Germany's Hossein Ensan. The lines are 150,000, 300,000 with a 50,000 ante. And Joe, we're going to give you another go to play against Ensan. We're going to sweat with Gleb once again.
Of course we're going to sweat with Gleb. He refuses to take down that top button. Dang.
Ensan has raised. Tremsin has ace-king.
Hossein said he doesn't like to play big pots pre-flop, which is the reason why I want to make this pot bigger now.
1,000,006.
There's the 3-bet from Tremsin.
Hossein doesn't seem that thrilled about it.
He calls with the advantage of position. The flop is 5-5-4.
Not a huge fan of this board. I think we should c-bet small and then maybe just shut it down from there.
Tremsin does not c-bet. He checks the action to Ensan, who checks behind.
Okay.
8 on the turn. And still no bet from Tremsin. Ensan, on the other hand, will bet 700K.
This bet is so small, we have to call. I think he tends to bet small when he doesn't have it. I think.
Tremsin calls with ace high. The river card is a 10.
I say let's check one more time. Hope for a free showdown.
There's the check. I don't think Ensan's checking behind. He is loading up.
Maybe he's just building a chip castle before he checks.
Oh. He's really loading up.
All in.
He shoves!
Awesome. We fold. We fold.
Gleb's not convinced. Could ace high be the best hand here?
I mean, it's possible. But
he calls! Ensan, table's a full house!
Yes. I don't know. This dude's kind of random. I was just flipping a coin back here anyway.
He flopped it. and got the absolute maximum. The ultimate hero call from Gleb Tremzin, and it cost him.
You can't really blame him. Hossein is confusing. I mean, his name's Hossein Ensan, and he's from Germany. He's already a bit of a conundrum.
What did the Russian rail make of that?
Wait, is Igor on the German rail or the Russian rail?
Kurganov's on the Russian rail. EPT Prague winner Martin Finger is on the German rail. So it's almost even again. Tremzin with 8-4.
Call.
Completes. Ensan checks his option. His hand, Queen 5. And he's still ahead. Bottom pair now. Action goes check, check. Deuce on the turn, doesn't change anything. Tremzin has picked up a gut shot, and he bets it, 400k.
It's the most passive pot we've seen them play so far.
Ensan calls.
Nice try, Gleb. Now give up.
6 on the river, so Ensan still has the best hand. And he's going to bet it. 400k.
Gleb's raise of a super small river bet got a fold before. Pretty good reason to think it might work again.
There's the bluff from Tremzin, 2.3 million.
It doesn't look like it's going to work.
Ensan re-raises.
Good call.
You call?
Yeah.
You win. I'm just 5. 5.
Yeah, good call.
I think there's some confusion here. I think Gleb thought Ensan was calling.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I win.
Yeah.
Yes, I win. 4,6.
4-6.
I said good call.
Call, you call.
No, I said good call.
I call. I raise. Hey man,
I
you
didn't
call.
say.
I call. You say I call.
Floor?
Yeah, he bet 400.
Of course, I'm not calling. We say.
This is I raise. This is I raise.
You said raise. Like it's clearly
He didn't say raise.
Raise, my friend.
And you said call.
I said good call, not that I'm calling. How can I call with 8-4?
Well, this is awkward.
Let's go back to the tape and hear what Gleb said.
Good call.
Good call.
Yeah.
You win.
He thought Ensan was calling, and he praised him on his call.
Yeah, good call.
Okay, gentlemen. It's okay. I don't want more. It's okay. It's okay.
Of course, I'm not calling.
No. I don't want more. Yeah. It's okay, man.
Yet another amazing display of sportsmanship.
Be careful.
Yeah. Sorry for that. It's my mistake, but
maybe poker is a sport.
But next time, please don't bluff.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay.
It's not good.
But you bluff also.
I have 5. I'm good. Don't flop. You have nothing.
I kind of want both these guys to win. I did not see that being resolved so happily.
Well, the blinds are up to 200, 400 with a 50k ante, which means Gleb Tremzin is now playing fewer than 20 big blinds. Hossein Ensan, the dominant chip leader, and he has aces. He limps.
Wow.
Million.
Tremzin raises with Queen Jack suited.
How much?
Things are about to get swifty in here.
Ensan continues to play it slow. He flats.
This is very, very suspicious.
And this could be fatal for Tremzin. He's paired his queen.
Things are about to get real swifty in here.
He checks. And Ensan continues to slow play. He checks behind.
Jeez.
9 on the turn. Tremzin's going to come out firing. 1 million.
1 million.
Kind of seems like Hossein check calls a lot and then bombs the river when he has it, but there's pretty much no way Gleb can know that.
Ensan calls. The river card, an inconsequential 4.
There's going to be consequences, all right, for Gleb.
260.
2.6 million.
I go all in.
And Ensan shoves on him.
I know that Hossein and the membrane, Insan and the brand plays nuttier than Bear Grylls used pine cones, but I think when he moves all in here, you have to consider the fact that a large percentage of the time he is going to have it.
This is a decision for Gleb Tremzin's tournament life. This is a decision for the title.
Can I fold in this bank?
Really tough to fold here and leave yourself 3 million to his 30.
Tremzin calls all in and busts.
It is over.
Good game.
Yes!
Hossein Ensan is the winner.
Not bad, man.
He is the champion of the Czech Republic.
That's so good.
His third EPT final table, his first win. Such a great vibe at this final table, such great camaraderie between the final two. Remember, they chopped most of the prize money, but the title and trophy was still up for grabs, and they both go to the EPT 12 Prague champion, Hossein Ensan.
Hossein Ensan, 3 final tables in the last year and a half. You finally win one. Don't you know poker's a young man's game? What are you doing?
I think poker is for all people. I am young too. Yes, it's 50 or 60 is doch not too much old.
Are you happy?
I'm happy.
He's very happy. Let's get a big round of applause for EPT 12 Prague champion Hossein Ensan. Very good.
Lost and found, hidden safe and sound. Turn around, watch the sand hit the ground. Colors, explosions, I feel like the world and I changing the world tonight. We're free, light draws down, scattered hit the ground. Colors, explosions, I feel like the world and I changing the world tonight.
No one likes listening to a bad beat story. No one wants to hear about how you played it perfectly and got unlucky.
Can you please shut up?
But let's be honest, there's a cruel, twisted part of us that loves seeing bad beats on TV. And here's the top 5 we're still talking about.
Well, you just want to rub salt in my wound every time? Show some class. Show some class.
At 5, it's Chris Moneymaker versus Jason Mercier at the NAPT Venetian Bounty Shootout. Jason has a reputation for always getting there, but on this occasion, he gets a taste of his own medicine.
Mercier with the kings.
Come on.
Moves all in. He has both Glance and Moneymaker covered. Glance folds.
A call.
And a call from Moneymaker. Moneymaker at risk and behind.
He started the hand with almost 40 big blinds, and it looks like ace-king suited might be his last hand.
Jason Mercier in position to collect Moneymaker's bounty as Moneymaker exits the scene.
You should have to stay at the table. Brett Favre doesn't heave one up for grabs and run to the sideline and drink some Gatorade while waiting to see if it's intercepted.
The flop is 10 trade jack, 2 clubs. Wow! Moneymaker now favored with a royal flush draw and 1 overcard.
Yeah, Moneymaker might win the hand now.
It's better than an ace.
Turn card, 8 of spades. Mercier dodges trouble. He's now favored to knock out Moneymaker.
Well, Chris now should be halfway to his car because he is about to lose his hand.
River card, queen of clubs. Are you kidding? A royal flush for Chris Moneymaker.
If you're going to win, that's how you win.
No, you stay at the table and watch your fate. That's how you win.
At least Jason took it well, and table demeanor counts for a lot. It may even help keep karma on your side, Mikhail Hab. At number 4, Mr. Hab finds himself in the 2016 Aussie Millions main event with one of the easiest decisions in poker.
Oh my God, is he gonna really? Oh Lord, oh no, fail fish? Oh my Lord. Oh no, not like this. Oh my God, he's slow rolling Sam. Oh my Lord, what in the world is going on? Oh my God, this, please, a 6. Oh, I mean, I don't usually root for players, but I mean, maybe he's truly thinking about this. You can see Sam is kind of disgusted here. Oh my God. I've never called for any kind of cards in any situation, but come on, 6 for justice. That's kind of a brutal slow roll there. I mean, oh my God. We're gonna need a 6 here. Sam needs a 6 and only a 6, or she's gonna lose a huge percentage of her stack. 10, Sam needs to find a 6 and a 6 only here. Oh my God. Oh, 6 on the river. Ship it to mama. Oh my Lord. Oh, 6 on the river. Oh my God.
Oh, those poker gods can be cruel when you provoke them, and sometimes they have a wicked sense of humor. Case in point, number 3. On the bubble of the PCA 2014 Super High Roller, 5 short stacks watch on as Vanessa Selbst and Dan Shack go to war. Ace-Jack for Vanessa Selbst in the small blind. The chip leader calls.
Even with a huge stack, Vanessa playing this cautiously.
Dan Shack with 9-10 of clubs in the big blind, and he calls as well for an additional 60,000.
He's getting great immediate pot odds with suited connectors, and he's actually the favorite 3-ways.
3-way to the flop, which gives Vanessa top pair, second pair for Dan Shack, plus a flush draw, plus a backdoor straight draw.
Oh boy, this could get uglier than Quato from Total Recall.
Well, it doesn't look like Vanessa intends to play in flow. She leads for 165,000.
400.
Dan Shack raises to 400,000, gets an insta-fold from Antonio Esfandiari.
I don't see Vanessa folding top pair, top kicker here.
Call.
She calls. There is now 1.25 million in the middle. Huge pot building here on the bubble, and there are 3 guys at the table running on vapor. The board pairs on the turn. Vanessa now a 3-1 favorite. She checks.
All in.
And Shack shoves!
OMG ICM suicide. I commend Dan Shack for having stones so big. They are now considered the islands of the Bahamas, but this bluff is risking crazy amounts of real money against a person with a stupid strong range.
I call.
Vanessa calls! And Dan Shack is at risk of bubbling the super high roller.
What a ridiculous sweat. What an unnecessarily huge pot.
Dan Shack does have 11 outs. He can hit a club or a 10 on the river. It's a 10!
That was not supposed to happen. He's doing a victory lap. He's coming back.
Dan Shack doubles up and takes the chip lead from Vanessa Selbst.
I just didn't think it up.
Dan, don't say anything. Don't. Too late.
I just lost like 2 million chips. I lost 2 million chips. Dan got me on the river, yeah. He pushed on the turn, I called, and he had 11 outs. Yeah.
Selpst, squashed. But sometimes it's the guy dishing out the bad beat who looks devastated. At number 2, Olivier Busquet tries to hide his embarrassment in the EPT 11 Barcelona Super High Roller. Olivier Busquet is on the button. With ace-deuce suited, he has fewer than 20 big blinds.
For Olivier's sake, I hope he's just thinking about flatting.
All in.
He shoves.
He wasn't just thinking about flatting.
Klein folds the small blind. Trickett folds the big, and Rijkaard's calling.
That's bad.
And Olivier Busquet is at risk. Rijkaard's kings, a 68% favorite.
Is Olivier Busquet going to finish 8th in a super high roller again?
That would be brutal. Rijkaard almost flops him dead.
More than almost. He's got less than 1%.
8-8, you win.
Ace-ace.
8-8.
8-8. Or ace-ace.
Oh, boy.
Busquet now has 2 outs.
The great television. Is that what you would think? If it happened, you'd be like, well, at least it was good television?
That'd be so sick. Sick doesn't cover it.
Busquet needs another ace to survive. And it is another ace!
So you're saying there's a chance?
Unbelievable! Less than 1% on the flop. And runner to make a better full house.
You're taking photos of this?
I've never seen that.
Yeah, obviously.
They put the kings away.
Olivier runs ace-deuce into kings and gets there in incredible fashion.
It's exactly the look I used to give when I make a great catch in the outfield. You know it was all luck, but you're happy for the applause anyway.
And at number 1, it's the bad beat that felt so good to watch. From season 1 of the big game, it's the poker brat himself, Phil Hellmuth Jr., taking not 1 but 3 bad beats.
Wow, what a sick hand this is. 4 ways.
I'm landing on anyone next spot, so it's like a free roll for me.
It's the danger of smooth calling with kings. Ernest has let 3 other players into this pot.
The flop 9-10, 9 trip 9s for Hellmuth.
Phil has flopped the Hellmuth out of it. Our loose cannon Ernest is in big trouble if he can't get away from this, and honestly, Chris, I don't see how he'll be able to.
17,000.
Phil bets 17,000.
If you look like me, why you bet so much?
Ernest is actually asking the right question, but isn't looking for an answer.
Wow.
All he can see are those 2 kings.
$36,000.
I love you, Ernest.
I'll try it again. Well, I just can't.
Doyle folds.
I was gonna race. I'm so sick.
Tony G's out.
Wow. This is almost certainly disaster for our loose cannon.
200,000.
What are you going to do if I move in? You going to call?
Phil, of course I had no choice but to, my brother.
You got aces or kings or something, or what?
Man, if I had aces or kings, man, I'd be the man right now, wouldn't I?
This is why this show's so fun.
All right, I guess I'm all in.
I call. Kings.
I got 3 9s.
You lie, be kidding me. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah,
What were you slow rolling him for?
Here, man.
Maybe he had 10s full. I mean, he was so happy.
That was so unreal.
That was torture.
I didn't mean to slow roll. Hold on. How many times do you want to deal it?
Oh, hey, thanks for asking me.
3 times?
Yeah, that's, huh?
3 times?
Yeah, run it 3.
3 times.
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, that'll
You
work.
might win one of those 3.
Gee whiz, man.
Wow, and you straddled and everything. That was perfect.
You made it so much before the flop with ace-9.
Our loose cannon has 1 foot out the door.
You want to deal it 4 times?
When you asked him, you're going to call if I go all in, and he said yes, what percentage of you didn't believe that he was given the straight dope there with that little bit left? Wasn't it like a little
bit left? He had 50,000 left.
That's one of the worst slow rolls I've seen in forever.
No, that's not.
When you know he's going to call because he says it.
You know, Phil Locke, why don't you just stay out of it? Why don't you stay out of it?
Because I'm right here.
Because you've been so far out of line to me, and every time we've played, and I'm just sick of it. So why don't you just mind your business?
12,600.
But he's right. It was a pretty sick slow roll.
I'm sorry, because I haven't done anything like that in my whole life.
Were you folding? I can't get away from this. The whole speech. The guy's already in.
He's already got 80% of
Doyle decide.
Doyle, you're the.
He had 50,000 more. Did he have 50,000 more? You want to? I'll bet he had at least 40,000 more. You want to bet? 36,000. I'll bet he had 40 more before you count and look.
74, 74,
What's the difference?
300.
How can he ever have that beat? You want to deal it 4 times or what?
4 times?
Yeah. It gives you a better chance to win.
Damn sure do. Cool. Run him out, baby.
All right, 4 times.
4 times, need 2 kings. Wow, that's about
Or you need
50,
spade,
50.
spade, queen, jack.
Hey, run a
Queen,
jack.
spade, spade.
Hey, run a runner.
So we'll see the turn and river 4 times with each pot worth a shade under 50 grand. Run number 1, a jack of hearts.
Queen, yeah, queen, king.
The river, an ace of diamonds. Round 1 goes to Hellmuth.
Phil Hellmuth is filled up and made a full house. He's locked up at least 25% of this pot.
Run 2. The turn, a king.
There we go. Full house. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Get me down.
If you're in it twice, you got your money back.
Damn. Oh, damn, I said 4 times, though. Damn, didn't I? Holy snap. I got to stand back up now. I thought it was only twice. Come on.
The river's a 3.
15% dog. Ernest has won the second pot.
So that's cool. I'm feeling good right now. Well,
you're still alive. You're still alive.
That's what I'm saying.
Our loose cannon will stick around. Round 3, a 7 of spades.
Everybody's rooting for a spade.
He can now hit a king or a spade to win this run.
The river, it is a spade.
God damn.
Spade, up 2-1. That's loose cannon. He's up 2-1.
Why did you go for 4 times? You went for. Hey, man, I was thinking of more house, man.
I can't believe we interrupted. If there's one thing I love about poker, it's watching Phil Hellmuth implode. Anyway, we are back. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sticking around during the dinner break. We are back to the PokerStars Festival Rozvadov. It's all about the main event, and it is all about a feature table that sees the return of the Elkster.
The Elkmeister.
The Elkmeister. I'm Matt Brown. Here's Lee Jones. And we are with you until about midnight Central European time tonight. The game will continue, and if you want to carry on following the action, you'll have to tune into the PokerStars blog. Don't forget, as well as visiting PokerStarsblog.com, you can also follow them on Twitter. So this table is going to feature in seat 1 right now just a rack of chips, but that will transform magically into the Elkie. 293,000. Seat 2, Sebastian Dornbracht from Germany with 110,000 at the top of this level. Peter Targa from the Czech Republic in seat 3 with 337,000. Denny Müller from Germany in seat 4. Gualtieri from Belgium in seat 5. Michael Gattinger from Germany in seat 6. Marian Flezar. Mary is back from Slovakia. In the middle of your screen right now with the glasses. He has got 229,000. And Konstantin Tupalo from the Ukraine is our seat 8. Some of these guys we've already seen earlier on today. Some of these are new to this table. We are into the money now. The bubble burst a few levels back. Everyone is full of dinner. I don't know about you at home, but I had chicken and chips, which ironically is all I would eat between the ages of 10 and 17.
Between the ages of 10 and 40.
Well, you can't be surprised by chicken and chips. Michael Gattinger, you can see, has got just 7 big blinds. So he is going to definitely have to make something move for himself. Other than that, please come and keep us company. If you want to chat to us on Twitter, use the hashtag PokerStarsTV. If you're on Twitch, you can join us, twitch.tv/PokerStars. Other than that, here we go again. 3,000, 6,000 are the blinds with a 1K ante.
We're back at it.
Let's shuffle up and deal. They've already done. They didn't wait for me. We didn't even wait for Hellmuth to get horribly beaten.
We got to see the 3 where he loses.
We got to see some of it. That was awesome.
It's the 4th one he actually wins, so that one was the least interesting of the bunch.
I feel sorry for you, Lee, because you will never know the delight as a British person of seeing someone like Phil Hellmuth lose. I'm sure you get a lot of pleasure out of that clip, but it's nothing like an English person seeing a whiny Yank getting absolutely bent over. Harsh. Harsh but true. Elke's raised this up from the cutoff with his pocket sixes.
Pocket sixes have done well today.
And here they are doing well again. Not much of a fight, but every pot counts. And then we see 145,000 players, excuse me, 145 left, and that means we are in which bracket? We are now paying out 1,852.
Yep.
You can see the next jump clicks over at 127, which is 2,254 euros. So big gaps in the player tally before we start profiting. 54 minutes and 47 seconds.
And they're back.
And they're back. And remember, we're back-to-back levels, 2 at a time. So we will play through the next 2 hours solid before we take another 15-minute break. And again, the plan is to finish up today's stream about 1:45 midnight CET, but the game will carry on into the early hours, and you can follow that on the PokerStars blog. We will be back tomorrow broadcasting at you from 1 p.m. CET. And who knows when we end? It really is a bit of a bagatelle right now.
Gattinger's got all of his biscuits in the middle, and that's going to do it, I think. Yes?
I'm still reliably informed that Gualtieri is called Gualtieri and not Thierry Gill. It just seems strange that we've chosen to show his first name in the information.
Gualtieri is charged.
Hey! Joe Stapleton in the house.
This is Lee Jones, and I will be playing Joe Stapleton.
Tonight, the part of Joe Stapleton will be played by Lee Big Horse Jones.
Play at PokerStars.
He is Joe's understudy. Understudy of the year.
Those are big shoes to fill.
Good job you got your cowboy boots. Man, look at the nails on Denny Muller. Scratch your eyes out. Look at them. Like talons. Oh, actually, that's Michael Gattinger. Excuse me.
And Denny Muller says, wait a minute.
Hang on. Being asked, what is the buy-in? This was a 1,100 euro buy-in.
Ed K already beat you to it with Nightbot.
Well, Nightbot is one thing, but the personal touch, I still like to reply in person to show that I'm watching and I love. Being asked if Jamie Staples is in the tournament, no. James Mitchell Staples.
You know what? They're trolling us now.
I know, but I love it.
At this point, they are just... You know what? He wasn't trolling us. He was actually asking.
Well, I like to still answer, because if it's a troll, it's no skin off my nose to answer. And if it's a genuine question, I'd hate to ignore it just on the assumption that it's a troll. You troll away, boys and girls. If you've got nothing to do on a Sunday evening but troll two innocent commentators, then shame on you.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing, an ear inspection on it? Dealer change.
Always an exciting time. Oh, sorry, we didn't actually answer. No, Jamie Staples is no longer in this main event. I realize that in acknowledging the troll, we didn't actually answer his question.
James Mitchell Staples is out of the tournament.
Yeah. And as far as we know, the biggest stack in the game right now is still Michael Mrakes, who was top of the chip counts a while back. He's got over 600,000. Our friend Gisle Olsen, who was on our feature table previously, is about third in chips-ish. And Jan Timo Jobman, 10th with over 500,000, so that was a hell of a comeback.
In an alternate universe.
In an alternate universe, yeah. The thing is, I'm aware that though I'm kind of looking at chip updates, I'm pretty sure they're a bit out of date. So it kind of it kind of, there's a third timeline. There's right now, there's the 30 minutes ago that we're watching. And then there's kind of this in between where probably the blog update's a bit behind. So I kind of feel like, do you know what? It doesn't make a difference. It's good to know who's in the top counts. And maybe that's horribly out of date, but we're there or thereabouts.
Things up as we go, ladies and gentlemen.
The thing is, just if you don't mention it, no one questions it. They just think, do you know what? They're sitting at home in their pants watching the stream. They'll take whatever we say. Being asked if Lex Velhaus played. No, he did not.
But Gabe Kaplan is still in.
In where, though?
Mr. Carter! Mr. Carter!
$10,000 is the price. Doesn't fancy it with a 6-7. Look at Murray raising with the 10-7 off. Blind on blind. Positional power. People asking who is still in. I cannot answer that because there's still a couple of hundred people in. Head to the PokerStars blog. They will help you out. Helmuth is not still in. You might be confusing what you've been watching. There is Elke and Mal 5. The funny thing is when James Hartigan calls Mal 5, it sounds like a troll, but genuinely the first time when Elke, a couple of years ago I guess now, started going on about Mouse, Hartigan was at breakfast going, what is all this Mal 5? We're going, it's leet, it's kids speak, isn't it?
Yeah, right, exactly. It's actually leet speak.
He was like, oh, I didn't realize, and I had to explain what leet was, and then he was like, well, that's stupid. So, but even though James then found out what it meant, he chose to just continue calling it Mal 5, exactly. Which really was winding up Elke, but I think Elke is realizing.
Wait a minute, James Hartigan playing the troll?
I know. Who'd have thought? Just doesn't seem likely, does it? Raise and take it for Targa, seat 3. Started at this table with 337,000, so the largest stack here just behind the Elkster. Being asked by Brown Stains, why is the EPT being discontinued? I mean, do you know what? If you want to play up this whole PokerStars Championship stroke festival thing, we've been using words like it's the evolution and it's a big time for change. But if you also want to try and not make a fuss about it, we've really just changed the name so that we can stretch our wings a bit further across the globe. Is that really, it's all the stuff that you've loved for 13 seasons. It's big tournaments, big players, a lot of the same locations, Barcelona, Monte Carlo, Prague, Bahamas. But now that we're not sort of hamstrung by the European tag, this year alone, next week we're off to Panama, followed up by Macau. You've then got Sochi in Russia. So you can see that by immediately shedding that European tag, we can now go to way more emerging markets, stretch the PokerStars flag a bit tighter across the globe. So it's not really a massive change other than a name change that allows us to just develop the brand and take PokerStars to some new and interesting venues.
Yeah, and it also removes the somewhat silly statement of saying, yes, we're the European Poker Tour in the Bahamas.
Yeah. I personally, from a marketing point of view, thought it was suicide and thought they should have just changed the E to everywhere, the Everywhere Poker Tour. And then we could have done the same thing. We could have kept the EPT felts. You know, we could have saved a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
But nobody consulted me. So, you know what? Then fine. That's fine. Or everybody's Poker Tour. All the people of the world joining hands across the globe. But so that's the short and sweet answer is it's where they wanted to go. Elke has called this all in.
Whoops.
Hello. 2 spades on the flop.
Slower, slow down.
Oh, Elke. Susik.
Now watch her delay to put out the card. The poor guy's drawing dead.
And look, they always give you a little piece of love on the end, even though it's too late and you're dead. So Gattinger, as the visual says, lost. He didn't lose minus 46. He lost 46. Or he gained minus 46. It really depends how you want to go about it.
Matt going math nit on us. That sounds like something I would. All my friends are going like, how did Lee not get there first with that nitty comment?
So we've got seat open on our feature table. Sorry, I normally restrict all of my kind of nitpicking to just the English language. And so you see Elke looking pretty sweet, 359,000, makes him our table chip leader just ahead of Peter Targa.
And we are cruising down. It's going to take us a while to get to the next payout level. They're at 1,800 some odd now. And they will be getting to 2,200, but it's going to take about 3 tables worth of players, I think, to get there. You know, go ahead.
No. I was just going to acknowledge Smitty. Said, welcome back, guys. Hope you enjoyed your dinner. I did. I must admit, I said I had chicken and chips. I did, but I had a side order of pizza.
Oh, well.
Which I know is probably not the healthiest choice, but if it's any consolation, I did also wash that down with a bowl of pineapple chunks.
There we go.
And 2 cappuccinos. So, again, I'm pretty sure I am both treating my body and kicking it about at the same time. Sorry, what were you going to say?
No, it's just fine. As a matter of fact, I did take like 3 French fries out of the tray.
Just 3?
Well, yeah, but see, the thing is like I can never order French fries with a meal because they would bring like this giant pile of French fries on my plate and I would actually eat them.
Yeah.
Right, but when they're in a situation like this, I can just take 3.
A couple. Just for the flavor.
Yeah,
just for the flavor.
You know, I tell my wife, oh, guess what? I had French fries with dinner. She said, really? Well, 3.
3.
You know.
Just don't tell her. Just don't tell her.
No, if she's listening, now I'm toast.
Amran Grander is telling me that pizza is a vegetable, according to the U.S. Senate. Well, they are. So it's one of my 10 a day.
It's not actually. No, what I was going to talk about was actually rakeless poker.
Yes, tell us. In fact, it's time, everyone, for Lee's Lowdown, we've decided.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, and we welcome to the cupboard.
Hang
on a second. So we welcome now to the cupboard. Hey, everyone, it's Lee Jones. Hi, Lee. Welcome
Matt.
to the stream.
How's it going?
So it's time for Lee's Lowdown. What have you got for us today, Lee?
Yeah, we're going to talk about rakeless poker.
Is that like topless poker?
It's not near as much fun. No, what it is we have a thing called Poker All-Stars.
Mm-hmm.
And we are running a special promotion for some of our really serious cash game players.
Mm-hmm.
And they are going to get to play in essentially a sequestered set of tables. Where
Like the high roller area in a casino.
Exactly.
Will there be virtual rope?
Well, there will actually be electronic rope such that only people that get invitations play. And those will be people who are substantially profitable in their cash game community. But the cool thing is that they will be playing for 0 rake. And they will have the opportunity actually to win. There will be a leaderboard for those that are playing in these special games. And so they can actually win some extra cash on top of their
on top of their rake-free.
On top of their rake-free profit.
Is it? Have PokerStars really thought this through?
Yeah, I mean, and I'll tell you what I will do. Unfortunately, I'm not sufficiently cool to have. I can't put URLs into the Twitch chat. I need to do something about that. I need to talk to the guys in charge. You need to get yourself
modded up pretty quick.
Yeah, I need to get myself modded up.
Is it an easy one that I could type in for you?
No, it's not.
Right, okay, let's forget that.
But
you could put it into Twitter.
I'll put it into Twitter.
If you put it into Twitter, I can copy and paste it out of Twitter into. Make sure, Lee, that you tag your tweet, #PokerStarsTV.
Yes, I shall do exactly that.
So can I ask, because in fact there's a fair question that says, how is this exciting for 99% of people, says ESH. What kind of volume of players is that going to really actually affect?
There's a couple things. One, it's going to reach a very small volume of players who are actually going to play it, right? But they are the players who have really taken the brunt of the changes to the VIP program that we've been putting in, right? I mean, because essentially our VIP program has been redirected to be particularly attractive and motivating to our recreational and newer players, which I think is 100% the right thing to do. But we're basically saying, look, serious grinder professional players, we love you too, and here's something that you know you can do.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm normally pretty cynical, but that is a fair point. There are quite a lot of promos that do hit the small stakes.
Well, I mean,
recently
so we would say, you know, there's been that's really been the main thing. So what I'm about to do is I'm about to send a tweet all about.
Meanwhile, on your screen, Ace King versus Ace King. Classic poker delivered to you, courtesy of PokerStars TV. You're welcome. No additional charge for Ace King versus Ace King, I should point out. Everyone can enjoy it. A 3-bet from Tupano here. Both pretty similarly stacked, Gil and Tupano. Are we going to get into a leveling war that ends up with everyone throwing their heads back and laughing about how they had the same hand?
This could actually be interesting because this is where basically, like, the first guy that gets his chips in may very well win the pot.
I have twitched your URL if
Well,
anybody would
you.
like to see more about the whole our search for the best.
Yeah, and it's actually a very interesting promotion. And the other thing, by the way, is that for the 99% of the players that won't qualify for actually playing in this promotion, it will be a great opportunity for them to have games to rail. That should be very, very good, actually. See, this is very interesting. Gil's basically free rolling at this point, right? He's got all his chips in, and now Tupano is having to think about calling with Ace King, and so it's essentially a battle of who gets the money in first, and in this case, Gil Thierry got his money in the middle first. It's really hard to look at Ace King in this situation and go, what am I crushing?
True. But as a wise man once said, you can't win a tournament without embracing coin flips.
No, I mean you have to embrace the coin flip sometimes.
But there are good times to do that and bad times to do that.
And you know I've had my share.
Nice. Welcome back to Iceblade. One of our mods has just had a solid 3-hour nap. Well done to you, sir. I hope you're feeling fresh for it.
Okay, call the clock.
Harsh.
It's interesting because I suspect at this point Gil Thierry is thinking, well, either he's got Ace King or he's got Queens. He really doesn't want to call. Yep, and I got the job done.
Man, a man alive. Meanwhile, we would like to welcome to the table Jörg Peisert from Germany. Apparently, he got a WSOP bracelet in 2009. Don't know much more than that. But that is the guy in the grey top. There you are. Brings 267,000. I don't know why it says hand. Hand 2,000. Yeah, it does. I don't know.
Is it puff?
Chips.
Is it puff? I don't know.
I think it's Peiser. Normally with the Germans,
Oh yeah,
you say the
sure.
second.
Oh, absolutely, Peiser for sure.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
I meant the word hand. I wonder if it
Oh,
has some
I
other meaning in
see.
another language.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were chewing over.
No, I'm absolutely sure it's Peiser.
He has yet to learn the ways of the card. Oh, thank you, Gil. Or Thierry, whichever way you are. Pocket Eights, welcome to the table. See? Being told that Lee's microphone needs to come up a bit. I've just tweaked that, Moonchild. Let me know how things go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now Elke's the one bouncing out of his chair.
Man, some people just can't sit still, can they? These kids. I believe I need to say happy birthday to Minel. He said, I got 40 today. I'm assuming you mean that's your birthday, so happy birthday. Have a good day.
Okay, so Gil Cherry just called the raise with 4 deuce offsuit, so yeah. Watch your flop a wheel.
Well, you know, close.
Watch the turn come 3 and him just crush Peiser's set. Peiser is thinking, this is where I make all the monies. I'm up against at least 1 ace, and they're drawing near dead. Don't show. Don't, no! Oh.
He's setting the scene, Lee. He is setting the scene. Hey, Francesca Gunn is with us. She is one of our loyal and devoted,
oh, is she?
Long-term Twitter chums from back many years ago. Hi, Francesca. I haven't seen you for ages. Good to have you with us. Don't forget, boys and girls, not only have you got the rest of today and tomorrow here from the PokerStars Festival Rozvadov, but tune in on Thursday of this coming week because we're going to bring you more PokerStars Championship action when we all zip over to Panama.
What's everybody supposed to do on Tuesday and Wednesday?
Just chill. Just hang.
Exactly.
You know what? Just like, you know, get any work done, get your chores done. When I say pop over, it is, of course, a 12.5-hour flight from Germany, having done the 4-hour drive to Frankfurt first. But don't do that bit of it, everyone. Just fire up the old internet. Tune into PokerStars TV. We'll be with you from Thursday the 16th through to the 20th. You know how these things work. Me, Joe, and James. Tupano with your pocket aces.
He's going to get 0 action. I don't know. Gil could call a raise with 4 deuce offsuit.
Peiser's feeling all spunky after his 8s.
Yeah. Drawing very, very slim.
Aha. Yeah, no, you're right. Hey, run. It's all about backdoors.
The 7 of clubs comes on the turn. It might be an interesting.
Emmanuel is suggesting that in the gap between the festival and the championship, everyone should just hit the spin and goes. Do it.
Yes, please.
Make it so. Are there qualifiers for Macau still running in spin and goes? I can't remember.
I should think so. Yeah.
Spin and go your way to one of those. That. I mean, I love to follow a qualifier, but a spin and go qualifier, that's like catnip to me. Can't get enough of them.
Because I have 2 overcards. You realize that you cannot be winning on the next card.
Well, that's the thing, is to him this probably looks like, you know, worth the continuation. Sure. We'll call this. See, that's just still got 2 overcards. Now picked up the gut shot. Is you can understand why Peiser might think this is worth spending money.
No, I totally understand. I completely understand. going to lead.
See, ordinarily I go, well, good on you.
No,
Trying
I mean,
to take control.
you know, it's really, you're looking at your aces and you're going like.
I wonder if Tupano gets more aggressive here.
No, I can't. I mean, basically, I don't see any reason to raise here.
Well, I think you'll find he's gone all in. Yeah. You don't think that board is kind of scary enough that if you play it slowly and then another spade or a club or one of the straight cards comes down, you kind of hate life?
I've got position, right? I mean, what? If he gets called, he's never ahead. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, and there are all kinds of two pairs, and I mean, a straight could have turned there.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
He basically put himself in a situation where the only way he got called was if he was behind, perhaps drawing dead. I mean, I'm trying to look at his, try to see his stack. There was a lot of chips involved there. That just doesn't seem like.
Yeah. Elke, 10-7. We're punishing Elke with.
What?
Oh, he's off. He's off again. He can't help himself. Ace King. Come on. Dornbracht.
Put them all in. Oh, he's got the quote yellow chips that you're seeing are not yellow. And whoever's driving Nightbot, if you want to change that to foamy green for the 25K chips, we'd appreciate that. The fortune is that he is ahead of a large portion of his lead turn. I agree. I didn't say that he's not in front. He's in front a great deal of the time. His problem is that by shoving, everything that he's beating badly folds, and everything that is crushing him calls. Elke doesn't smoke, so.
Yeah, somebody was asking if he was doing the smoke leave thing. I don't think so.
No.
Also, it's a little bit of a jaunt. It's not exactly miles away, but to get out of the poker zone into the and you can smoke here zone, it's actually a little bit of a walk through. So that would seem quite a zero optimal way of wasting your time at the table.
And very specifically, Elke doesn't smoke either. So.
Oh, he just
that was
smooth. Look, just in time to fold the A6 in early position.
What is going on here? I know what it is. He's multi-tabling the high roller.
Ah, yes.
I will bet large amounts of money that Elke is multi-tabling the high roller.
I think you are right. Oh, God, I hope his table is drawn pretty close. That's awful if you look and they go, yeah, your table one, it's just right up the far corner.
Because I don't want to say anything because I was out in the alternate universe, but.
I told you not to go out there. You'll cause a. What if you appear on camera? Yes. What are we going to do then?
Then what?
There was one event for a different company, who was dirty, that I did some work for where we were doing competitions with the timeline. So I would go out and wave and do a mime, and then everyone watching us saying, right now, set a timer for 30 minutes, and in 30 minutes, what film do I do the charade for? And I was going in standing behind the players, and of course, and then you'd kind of forget about it, and then suddenly I'd see me appear in the background going, everyone, I'm on the screen, what am I doing? And it just twisted everyone's minds.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple.
I should have realized that that's what he was doing.
By the way, I can confirm Joe and James have not been fired. That's not the case. Originally, it was due to be myself and James here, and then we realized that because Panama was so close, James had to ship out. And thank God they gave me Lee. I mean, I could think of at least 6 potential co-commentators that might have been I had to pretend I had like to wash my hair or an operation. So it's myself and Lee for the duration of Rozvadov trip, and then I'm going to jump over and join. I don't actually know when Joe arrives in Panama. He was on WhatsApp chatting to me earlier on. But the usual gang will come back together again. Will you be Skyping in for Lee's lowdown when we're in Panama?
I don't think so, because I am told
that
we don't have the technology.
We have some, yeah, we have some
internet doesn't reach
limitations.
Panama or something.
Yeah, the cable runs just too short. I think it
stops at Cuba.
I think it's more that we have a different tech team out there than our normal production, so we're gonna keep some of the things simple that we normally make complicated for ourselves. Nice king again. Oh, 10s for Elkie. Oh, candy.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's good
Now
news and there's bad news. Do you want the good news, Elkie, or do you want the bad news? You're 69% right now, but there's a lot of dodging across 2 cards to come.
Well, the funny thing is that if he hits a 10, then that gives Gil the straight, but it gives Elkie the redraw. I wonder if this also calculates into his thinking about, you know, I could be back at the high roller. 9? 9. Ay-ya. This could engender some chippage. What you gonna do, Elkie? You gonna check? No, he's not gonna check. $28,000.
So much to get excited about.
It's gonna be hard to make Guiltieri go away at this point. He's like, I got 9 outs at least.
Yeah. I guess there's no way he's going to wait. It just depends, is he going to push back or just quietly take the river?
They're both on big stacks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Really? Really?
I think Elkie, when he sees what got folded there, he's gonna be so sick.
That is pretty sick. I'm slightly dabbling in the time bubbles, but I got some bad news. Do you remember Jerome Scorano, one of our qualifiers? I'm afraid to say that he has been busted out by Martin Cabrel, who many of our previous EPT Live viewers will remember from a couple of seasons back. A quite chatty Czech chap who has taken Jerome out of the game. Good job to him, though. Qualifier made it in the money, never a bad thing. But out in the real world, Martin Cabrel is up to 800,000. I don't know how old that is. It's probably not happened yet in our time bubble, but I don't think it's going to influence us in any way. So I don't feel like I've ruined
I don't think
anything.
it changes the future or anything like that.
And an interesting point here comes from Smitty, who said this old table style really makes you appreciate the new star style table and the cameramen who get both the plays and the shots. The thing is, Smitty, I'm kind of with you, but yet we had some other viewers who are going, oh, I like this, or I like this setup. So it's horses for courses. One man's cheese is another man's kick in the trousers.
Dude, you just laid like 17 British expressions on me in
Oh, really?
2 sentences.
Oh, did
I'm
I?
like,
Sorry.
What did he just say? You know, and Bob's your uncle. Oh God, get Martin to the featured table. We demand entertainment.
Yeah, he is. Well, I saw on the blog earlier, and he was compared as being the Czech Republic's William Kassouf.
Oh, well then you know what? Leave him on the outer tables forever. I'm in. Oh, wait a minute. Elke is no longer bouncing. I wonder if he's. You think he's out of the high roller?
That would be harsh, wouldn't it?
Well, he had been bouncing over to the high roller pretty much nonstop.
Yeah.
Or I mean, he'd been bouncing away from the table.
Yeah.
For no stated
Yeah.
reason.
Quick hello to Pedro Almeida, I spot. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to everyone who's joined us today. With you again tomorrow. We'll be kicking off from 1 p.m. Central European time. The game itself will start 30 minutes before that. As you know, we're able to bring you the cards up because of our delay and the fact that they've put us in a very small cupboard behind the coffee machine. So there's absolutely no chance of the integrity and security of the game being affected in any way, because we are about a mile away from where the poker is taking place. However, if you want a cappuccino, I can help you out.
No, there's a line.
Yeah, no, there isn't at the moment.
Okay.
That's the good thing about the delay. At least now, when we go on our breaks, we're not running into 212 people on their breaks. Action's going to
It's
start.
delayed 30 minutes to the broadcasters, but they're giving commentary live. But the players are actually on a 15-minute delay, and then Matt is reading blog reports from 20 minutes.
No! Just don't mention it. Just don't mention it. No one will ever know.
I feel like off, Ensign Sulu is going to turn around. Captain, we have reached a rift in the time-space continuum.
Exactly. Doc Brown will turn up and say, don't worry about the poker. It's your kids, Marty. It's your kids.
That was actually a pretty damn good Charles Lloyd.
Thanks.
Your kids, Marty. It's your kids. Oh, uh-oh.
Been pretty quiet since he came out to our feature table. Mari is at it. This is Marian Flesar from Slovakia. Pretty well-known player around these parts.
Made it 30,000.
I believe you are correct, sir. 15 and 15. Oh, Elke's off again. Must have got a good hand. We've been called nerds. I'm happy to be nerd. If knowing and loving the Back to the Future series is a nerd.
I was just thinking about Back to the Future because of the scene where he sees, like in the third movie, or the second movie, where he sees himself in the first movie scene.
I love
friggin' epic.
I love that sort of stuff. I love people playing around with timelines in science fiction films. It's just,
but
I just love
they play around it for fun. I mean, they have fun with it, right?
They do it so brilliantly. It's like a throwaway. It's such a great trick.
It's not Charles Lloyd. Who is it? It's
Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd. Charles Lloyd.
I didn't want to correct you earlier.
Charles Lloyd
I
is
thought it didn't
actually
matter.
a sax player.
Yeah.
Christopher Lloyd also was the best character of all time on the Taxi TV series.
Yes, he was quite mad, wasn't he?
He was just frigging genius.
Snakes alive. Look at this. The worst hand, but still an awesome hand. 3 betting. And Gil pushes
All
with
in.
his 10s. Tricky decision from Murray here.
Really? I don't understand how this is a tricky decision. I mean, one, I'm not a tournament expert, but I'm just trying to figure out if things are going really well, I'm flipping. And I think it was fine to 3-bet, but what does Gil have? He's got 170. How much did he get in? He got 30
No,
in.
Gil is in for 308. You mean Murray?
Murray has got 170. He's in for 30. Look at that. Wow. And he called.
Oops. Still, stranger things have happened, Lee Jones, than a 9 appearing in the next 5 cards.
Well, but I mean, that's really not how you want to get there, right?
No, I'm pretty sure. But then, as Joe said when he accepted his award, you know, when you've got the losing hand and the dealer mucks the best hand and you win, you'll take it. I'm sure if he can pluck success out of this rather sticky situation, he'll still accept. Oh, it's all right.
No, it's not.
It's okay. It's okay. The straight is...
No, it's 9's full.
Oh my gosh, I hadn't even seen that. My lord. That is where it creeps up on you. Good spot. 9's full. I was thinking, oh my God, he's hit the 9, and I thought, no, it's okay. The 10, no. It just keeps... Poker is a horrible, horrible, dirty man.
Oh my goodness. I just like... That was just dirty.
That was pretty filthy. Fantastic for Murray, though. Up to 417,000. Puts him top of our featured table. Just ahead of Elke's 404. That's horrible when you get it so wrong. And
Well, you know, I mean, I have to tell you that, like, one of the reasons I don't play tournaments is because of stuff like that.
Yep.
Because if I'm playing cash and that happens, I just go, I got the money in really good.
yeah, that's what you want. I want the guy with the 9s every time.
Let's just do that again, right?
Yeah.
But it's like he doesn't get to do that again. No. And now he's got like 8 big blinds. 18 still.
Skill game, skill game. As Joe would say, poker, poker, it's all skill. Start with the worst hand and go uphill.
Oh, look at all these chips I have in front of me.
Yeah, but they're dirty chips. They're blood money chips.
Yeah, they are. Elke is not bouncing away now. I really wish I knew what was going on.
I think you're absolutely... in fact, I'm sure I even saw someone tweet about looking forward to multi-tabling the high roller, so it's very, very likely. Incidentally, big shout out to, we were chatting about the timeline. Somebody said about the film Predestination. Ethan Hawke, really great film. I don't know if you know that one.
No, I don't.
That's a real mind bender, but that's pretty worthwhile.
Is it? Okay.
Time Cop, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Actually, much better than you might imagine.
It must be because I was imagining pretty bad.
Okay, well, they are then. I was absolutely right. No, it's a quite clever concept, only slightly ruined by Jean-Claude Van Damme, but still somehow coming through it. Looper, got some good stuff in there, some clever stuff. By the way, Francesca is asking me, she's saying the stream keeps looping. I have checked with everybody else watching, and they say it isn't. So you might want to restart something.
It might be you.
It might be you. Just every so now and then, it's just you.
Well, you know what? I did see one loop.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. But it was a while ago, and it was a very brief 3D. Up, zip.
Yeah, Muller, all in for 108,000 with his 9s. Japana with the suited Queen Jack, 95,000 to call. He's still got $250,000 to play with.
No, he can't call.
Don't say the words "can't call" because we're watching this game. You told me the guy with the pocket 9s couldn't call, and look what happened to him.
Yeah, right.
Winner, winner, chicken of the dinner. Butterfly Effect, another good film. Thanks, Ben Dubs. Good point, good point.
Actually, the one that was incredibly good was the book. And they made a movie about it, but the book was, as usual, way better. The guy who just gets yanked out of wherever he is and dropped naked into this place. Something daughter.
I don't.
And this
there's
little
a good
girl,
chance I don't know.
Somebody will get it on and will tell us. And a little girl finds him, and then they, like, she keeps finding him, and
not. Oh no, you've made me think of the Terry Gilliam one. Is it the 7 Monkeys? No, 13 Monkeys.
No.
However many monkeys there are, but that's another one of my favorites. But I don't think I know your one. How many monkeys is it?
You will know it.
12.
12 monkeys.
12 monkeys. Thank you.
But no, the Time Traveler's Wife.
Oh, okay, yes.
Which, did you read the book?
No.
Okay.
But I do know of it.
Go and actually crack a book open. It's really good.
I got a lot of books waiting to be read when I get old enough to read books.
Time Traveler's Wife is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
I must admit that the auto lock support made the same mistakes as me. When you said about a guy getting pulled out of time and just lands naked somewhere, I did go to Terminator as well. But I think the chances of Mr. Lee Big Horse Jones reading the book version of Terminator and saying it was much better than the film,
not likely, right?
You got to put the puzzle together, folks. Yeah, 12 Monkeys. I watched the series. They made a series of it. I got bored, I'll be honest with you. Elke, come on, Elkster. You've sat back down at our feature table at just the right time to dominate Chipano.
Targa's going to jump in. No, he's not.
I think he'd already folded, actually. We were actually waiting on Muller. I think we're just a little bit behind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Targa is the chap with the dark T-shirt.
Speaking of time travel.
Yeah. Heads up to the flop, Chipano versus Elke.
Deeply. Well, that's the other way to do it. This should not be too painful for Elke. Are you going to count them out one chip at a time?
Well, you've got to be sure, haven't you?
But get a good look at Tupano because he's actually wearing this sort of nice burgundy colored shirt. And he's a perfectly normal looking guy. But when you look down from the top, it looks like basically he has nothing but a disembodied head.
Yeah,
yep,
there he is.
There's the look.
Fish-eyed, out of existence. Look at Elke, like just chilling back, just chilling back. All in good time. Sussy. Time Stalkers with William Devanell. Don't know that one either. What was the other one? There was a Michael Crichton one that was quite interesting. That was a time traveling thing. I think they made a film of it and it was a bit pants. They had to kind of go back in time and have an adventure. Timescape? Nah.
Michael Crichton? Really?
I think so. Somebody will tell me. Somebody will tell me. It was a book I really enjoyed and thought this would be a great one to turn into a film. And then I think they did, and I think they kind of screwed it up.
I'm just trying to decide what Elke is up to because sometimes he bounces away and sometimes he doesn't. This could get interesting if this is blind on blind violence.
Timeline. Sorry to jump in. Thank you, Glenn Webber. Timeline. That's the one. Anyway, poker.
So Mari thinks he's flopped a pair. He says, well, I did flop middle pair and the nut flush draw, so I'll just go ahead and let you walk into this. Yeah. Bets 23,000. I raise. Oh, he's thinking he's doing it with the naked flush draw.
Yeah.
He could call and see how the turn plays out. He's got position. Peisert has to go first on the turn. That may be your best choice right there, sir. I know what you're thinking. Do it. There you go. Well done.
Good decision. Had to think about it. Meanwhile, just again stepping through the cracks of time, I can tell you that our boy Martin Cabral, who I mentioned a while back knocking out our qualifier Scorano, has now moved over the million mark, 1.3 million in chips, after another massive hand in the outer tables. That won't actually happen for half an hour, but bear with us. I can also tell you that in the real world, really cracking through the players, considering it doesn't seem that long ago that we had to get to the 250 mark to burst the money bubble.
Right.
They are now charging along, and 30 minutes in the future, as far as our stream is concerned, they're getting around to about 110 players. So, oh man, Dornbrecht's name's just unbelievable. I'm just joking. Hello. Ace 10, Elke's going to have a go. Targa's found himself with the superior ace king.
This could end poorly for Elke if he accidentally makes a hand.
Yeah, Pisa is out of there on the button. Chapano with the 7-8. Think about the value. Think about the value.
One chip at a time. There you go.
Just to be sure.
Don't want to do anything rash. And of course, he outflops both of the aces.
That's why he played it. Man, Elke couldn't hit a car with a stick right now. Gonna keep on going. Bit of classic C-bet action from Elke, who I'm sure as soon as he got called by one player was done with a hand, let alone when Tapana comes along for the ride.
With the best hand.
Yeah.
And dude, if you're gonna call with 8-7, it's kind of your flop. Now nobody has any spades.
Yeah, unbelievably, pair of sevens still.
Yeah.
Still
the
gold.
interesting thing is here is like basically the first person that bets at this point probably wins the pot.
He who bets wins, Rodney. Check. See, for Tapano, it's got to be tempting to think, well, I'm probably still ahead here. But whether that translates into being tempted to bet is hard to imagine there's any value to be gained.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. You know, when you bet, you have to think you can get called by worse or make better fold.
So Targa is going to try and tell a story that says, I've definitely got either a 9 or a spade. Fight me at your peril. Does get the best hand to fold. And Elke faced with a bet at 27,000 and just high cards over the paired board. Unless Elke is thinking of pulling some funky move out of his trousers here.
It's a big pot. Look at the concentration there. Look at the concentration. You call? No.
385,000 for Targa now. Iceblade, another fan of the big jumbo banana table. Well, I can certainly tell you that you're not going to be seeing any championship events anytime soon.
Nope.
But if we come back here in exactly 12 months' time, hold your breath. You never know your luck. I'm pretty confident that we will be back here next year.
Yeah, I should think so.
I think after an 1100 field, we can consider the festival in Rozvadov to be a rather blinding success.
Ice blade back in the house. Speaking of elite spellings.
Elke with a big 8 deuce in the big blind. That's horrible. Oh.
Oh.
Hang on a minute, everyone. Don't worry, we're back.
We're good. Whew. We're good. Okay.
Something exploded.
The cards have turned sideways.
Lee, did you pull the plug out with your foot?
I did not pull the plug with my foot. I could have. It's the sort of thing I would do, but in this case, I didn't.
Okay.
And if it appears that your stream is dropped, please refresh. There was an error in the matrix. Oh, ace-queen on ace-queen violence.
I don't think there'll be any violence here, Lee. I don't know what it is you're trying to imply, but these seem like entirely civilized people.
As soon as you say that.
Yeah.
Call?
Well, you were surprised before. This man constantly surprises you.
Oh, this is the guy that called with 9s.
Yeah, and look, he got there. He knows something, all right? He knows something.
You are not going to do this, are you?
Muller has been pretty quiet and not really super funky, so I don't know why you would look at Muller as an all-in player and think to call him with the ace-queen. He's not had much history of doing too much craziness. Could be wrong, but that's my kind of
Mari
vibe.
is just like, he just thinks calling us. Okay, there we go. Don't show. Don't show.
Yeah. Unless you want to incur the wrath of Lee Jones, don't show your hands when you fold. Okay. By the way, I just want to clear up. There was some confusion. I had a message from Dana saying about us signing off. Again, to remind you, we are going to be with you until 11:40 p.m. Central European time. So right now it's 9:25 here in Rozvadov. We're going to be with you till 11:40. Then we are going to sign off for the night. The game will continue. We won't be streaming it, but if you want to follow the rest of the evening into the early morning, check out the PokerStars blog. Check out PokerStarsblog.com and follow PokerStars blog on Twitter. And then when we carry on our coverage of the main event tomorrow from 1 p.m. CET, we will give you a little summary of what went on that we missed in the last couple of levels.
Whoa. If you're watching from the United States, 11:40 here is 5:40 p.m. East Coast time. Adjust accordingly.
We're being asked, why don't you cover it until the end of play, you lazy bums? That is harsh, Fibonacci, because the guys were here yesterday until 2 p.m. Sorry, not 2 p.m., excuse me, 2 a.m. We know that tomorrow is going to be a pretty late one, and we're basically just trying to make sure that everyone doesn't collapse. So I think the production team, in readiness for a pretty hardcore day tomorrow, have decided that while tonight we have the luxury of saying, let's put a full stop on things, are going to make a sensible decision in lieu of a pretty long day that cannot be avoided tomorrow, because we've got to get down to a winner. I'm sorry about that. The good news is the PokerStars blog guys have no such luxury. They will be keeping a check on all of this, so you'll have to use your imagination and take the live reports and turn them into a story of your own.
Elke. Nice bet, you're wasting your time.
By the way, if you're unhappy with the stream, feel free to ask for a refund. Whatever currency you've paid for this service in, just you know, contact support. I'm sure they'll be happy to give you all of your money back. Look at Mal5 doing a sterling job of just guarding. If it wasn't for Elke constantly moving Mal out of the way and throwing those chips across the table, Elke would be in a much better spot than he is. He should probably rely on Mal a lot more than he does. And he's so sick.
I want to find out if he actually is multi-tabling over to the high roller.
Could be. Ukrainian says, I've paid my time, please give it back. I release you. Top right of your screen, there'll be a small X. Click that and go and do something better with yourself. Perhaps help the homeless. Or, I don't know, adopt a monkey. I release you. I'm quite happy about him dwelling here, because he's done this a number of times and then folded or made bad calls. So I think his image, when he pauses, is pretty weak. I think everyone goes, well, this guy's got nothing. We've seen him do
Yeah,
this.
except he just made it 55. So
well, I think that's a mistake. I think in his spot with his current reputation, he might have been better served by just waiting and calling and being completely under-repped. People are saying, did Matt used to work in customer service? Yes. And I never, ever helped anyone. I was just hugely honest with them. Mary at least getting to stack some chips for his troubles. Didn't get much value out of his aces, but hey, at least he didn't get knocked out of the tournament, yeah?
Right.
When you play tournaments, you've got to be happy. Every single hand where you don't get knocked out is like a golden flower.
I didn't get knocked out that hand. That was great.
That was awesome.
God, Mari just keeps waking up with the hands.
I'm pretty sure that Konstantinos is trying to look at Murray's hand every single time. I could be wrong. It might just be the angle, but it kind of looks like he's just hoping for a cheeky flash. Oh, hello. Targa on the button, gonna make a under the radar call with his pocket nines.
Oh, Gualtieri is like, yeah, give me some of this. Or maybe. He's gonna call. Oh, he may be thinking about something silly like shoving.
Wow, that's, I mean, there's defending your big
that's
blind.
Spicy.
There is defending your big blind, and then there's considering all the cards he might want to improve to some sort of straight-y kind of hand. A lot of the blockers
Watch him
are
flop.
already out there.
Yeah.
Well, who likes their hand at all? Hands up. No one?
Somebody bet. Come on.
Just anybody. He who bets wins, Rodney. Whoever gets it out there first. Because Targa just called on the button, didn't he? It was Murray that tried to make things happen initially. So he's the only one that really has any reason to try and continue the momentum he first generated. Here is Murray, our man who started things off.
Check, 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 check. Here we go. The best hand is actually going to...
Oh!
Balk.
Oh,
Runner's advance.
Man. And it's 66,000 in the middle and a bet of 27,000. Oh, congratulations, Targa. Go get him, Targa. Murray again.
Look at this.
That I don't really get, unless he thinks maybe he gets a cheap check showdown. Now is he gonna?
Is he? No.
I see. I would have a lot of time for that. If he made that call and now bet out like half the pot, I would go, do you know what? The guy had a plan, but I think he just wants a cheap showdown here on the river. And loses. Okay, well, we're learning.
Truly amazing.
I have nothing to say.
It's the banana table.
Exactly. Anything can happen on the banana table. This is like the fun table in the tournament. It's the only table of its kind. And crazy things happen. Oh, look, the dealer's had enough. She goes, do you know what? There's a bloke here. Bloke here just called with the sevens. Do you know what? Someone else can do the banana table. It's doing my nutting.
He does actually look a little like Paul Newey.
He does.
Somebody in Twitch said that, so I can't take credit for that.
Yeah, no, it's a fair shout. He's like a slightly more bubbly, less crazy shirted version.
Less entourage.
Malesh is saying, well, this Murray guy is so inconsistent. Yeah, it's swings and roundabouts. I'm trying to remember the last time we saw him win with the best hand. You know, like where he got involved in a situation where he didn't somehow make a bit of a cat's dinner.
Elke is just going to go face down into the felt at any moment. There's no doubt about it. so confused. We haven't seen Gil's hand written yet, right?
No, we have not. It was ace-6, and it's all in to continue, dominated by Targa, but 50. That's only 53,000. 53 more. He fancies the ace-8 off without even really thinking about it. Just must have seen the desperation in Gil's face. 8, it's not a super high roller, mate. It's a festival. People are going to play differently. That's all we can say. And the best hand improves on the flop, making
5?
things very hard. 7.
That's 4 outs. We're never going to find out.
Your head. His head. No, I think we can say that was a slow roll there. Sick. A parting gift from Gil Thierry, or Thierry Gil. And he lost more than 71,000. He lost his seat, but he is in the money. We lose the man whose name we are unsure of which way round to say.
Oh yeah, ace-8. This is probably the best hand I call.
It wasn't a lot of chips and he wanted to gamble. I don't know. I can't answer it.
There were 1,121 buy-ins, and there was 913 uniques, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, sir. Correct.
I did that from remembering.
From remembering?
Yeah, I did.
You in your head. Unbelievable. Dornbracht. It doesn't feel like we've seen much of Mr. Dornbracht playing. I don't feel like I've watched him doing much other than folding. Targa, on the other hand, has been way more active.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Gil, while he was still around, he was kind of involved. Our friend Murray.
Yeah, Murray's.
He's an action player.
Oh, look. Now he's got a real hand.
Blind on blind on blind on blind.
You could basically say it here, this is the blind leading the blind.
For sure. I mean, 5-7, gappy suited. Can I
out of position?
You know what? Let's take a look at the flop.
What?
Hit me, dealer. Hit me.
What could possibly go wrong?
Here we go. Ready? Oh!
Boom! Right in the door.
Oh. There you are. Go on, love. Try again. Third time lucky on the flop. 75% favorite. Kaboom. Runner of spades, and it's all over.
You checked?
Check, check. Jack. Maybe now he'll bet. Maybe now Murray will go. Let's rep this.
You've got the best hand, and you can't bet it. This is just insanity.
This is strange, isn't it?
It's like, what?
I mean, when you play the 5-7, is that not what you want to see?
That's
you want to see.
You've got a pair and a gut shot.
You got the backdoor spades.
Backdoor spades.
That is more than enough reason.
Now, you've basically invited him to bet 40,000, and I guess you're going to call, but like.
But if you're prepared to call there, why wouldn't you just fire it out? And then not only have you got the same chips in, but you're just driving the action. Interesting.
Now, okay, now what? You going to check and call again? No! Oh, God!
So strange.
What are you upset about?
That's so strange, because he knows he could have won it if he'd bothered to bet at any point along the way.
No, he's pissed at Murray for getting there.
Yeah, he thinks it was a bad beat, even though he basically opened his trousers and went, please punch here on 2 streets. 3 streets. Yeah, he felt like he got suckered there. Lee Jones has collapsed, by the way. This is the second time in my career that my co-host has fallen to the floor.
Yeah, but before it was a legendary Jesse May.
That's true, and he was very tired. Wow, that's
flabbergasting. Just everything went wrong in that hand.
I'm not impressed with anyone right now. Really, really strange.
The dealer did her job really well.
She was quite superb. I thought Elke folded very brilliantly.
Yeah, it was brilliant fold on Elke's part.
That is really strange. That is really strange. And as you say, the really frustrating thing, that Picep feels like he was like, oh, I can't believe you got this. Like, man, you decided to defend and not bet out when you had the flop of a lifetime. And why didn't Murray bet at the end either? I mean, I guess you can say, well, he's only going to get called by something better. Well, I don't think so.
No.
On this table, that is so not true.
He called the turn. Why didn't you think he was going to call the river?
Well, there you are. You're watching PokerStars TV.
Play on PokerStars. He's Matt Broughton. I'm Lee Jones. Neither of us are Stapes or Hardigan.
just for confirmation. Being asked, do you think they're under pressure being on the TV tables? I don't think so. They're not doing the things that we're used to seeing when people are under pressure. I think they are just playing their crazy bonkers poker. We just happen to be here watching.
That's actually going to be the next promotion that we have on PokerStars, Crazy Bonkers Poker.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're working on the graphics for it right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of words to get right there. What's that, 20? Oh no, he's coming back for more. Was that not some sort of stringy bet going on there?
Well, okay, I was thinking the same thing, but they have the betting line here.
Oh, okay, yes, okay, fine. Did he just show his opponent the 10 then? I hope not. It could have happened. Do you know what? I think more people will want to come to Rozvadov next year.
Right, exactly.
If we want to make...
People are signing up for... They're like,
exactly, next year they're checking their diaries.
They're on Expedia right now.
Already getting the flights booked.
Check out flights to Munich and Prague.
If we want to attract more people, we shouldn't bother making some fancy advert. We just pick a couple of these hands.
Just run these.
People are like, do you know what? I think I can beat this guy.
Who is the dealer that has that motion? There's another dealer that has the little
bouncy,
bounce as
bouncy.
they go.
I don't know.
Okay, now here's a legit hand. Dornbracht is going to actually raise here.
Yeah, and he has been pretty. He's all in for it.
There we go. See.
Keep it simple. Just pray you don't run into something bad. Happy to look. Murray's got the ace-9. We know what he's like. He loves the pokers.
Oh.
Well, he has been super patient, and he's going to get himself some blinds and antes. Welcome to poker.
It's okay. Elke's still kind of looking longingly over somewhere else. I think maybe.
Awesome picture, by the way. If you've ever wondered what Elke looked like back in his StarCraft bashing days.
What he looked like?
Is
that literally a picture of Elke?
That is actually and literally and definitely a picture of Elke.
I mean, that's too pale to be a real human.
He was indoors a lot.
No, that's been photoshopped.
I think you'll find it isn't. Wow. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's true.
Chips do you have down there?
Elke, I think it's fair to say, has had a pretty tricky run on this table.
Yeah.
Just not having a great time.
Well, I mean, I think part of it is that he probably feels that, normally he could push people around, but these guys just he's not sure what I think he probably feels if he can make a hand, he can win a lot. Look at the color of that skin. I just cannot believe that. It looks like Lieutenant Data on Star Trek Next Generation.
Well, don't forget, it might just be a badly lit photo as well. It might be through some sort of filter, but
right.
Looks like Lilu from The Fifth Element. Multipass? Yes, there is a certain ginger paleness about the whole scenario.
It's one thing to have pale skin. It's another thing to have white skin. Those are your commentators.
I'm Matt Broughton. He is Lee Big Horse Jones. We are with you for the rest of today until about 20 to 12 Central European time, and then tomorrow from 1 p.m. Central European time.
One of us has a British accent, one of us has an American accent, but we're not Stapes and Hardigan.
I know. Freaky, huh? It's like the same, only entirely different.
There we go. Elke said, let me flop a set and I will just break all of your dreams.
He is Elke, dream breaker.
All your monies will be mine.
Oh, just for a minute, I thought we only had 2 cards in the flop. I was thinking, oh my God, what are the chances? Why are we staring? I was going to say that guy hasn't got cards.
Elke's going, oh, well, in that case.
Exactly. At least he is a player who you know will continue bet when he has set the trend.
Well, he didn't raise.
Oh, he just came along for the button to try and...
Yeah.
But at least when the door is open to him and no one shows an interest, he will be the man.
Okay.
Good job, Elkster.
There you go. There you go. Boom.
That's the funny thing. I'm sort of surprised that Elke isn't getting involved in more pots, because I'm pretty sure that Elke's post-flop game is a lot stronger than a number of the guys on this table. I just feel like maybe he could steal one more hand per orbit.
I don't know. I don't know.
There's certainly more speculative floating than there is c-betting as far as my radar detects.
Yeah, that's for definite sure. Oh, hello.
Oh, his little... I want to see an animated fight where his card protector takes on Mal 5.
That would be really cool.
That'd be a great
Tink,
little feature.
Boom, slide.
Exactly. You gotta be consistent.
Ooh, don't do it, Elke.
Elke did not get to where he is today by playing those kind of hands in those kind of
raises. And we're done.
Well, you say that, but this guy's got an ace. No, he's not crazy. He's not part of the crazy gang. By my estimation, we've probably got about 15 minutes on this level. We're slightly knocked out of our schedule because of one of the breaks went on a bit longer because of a chip race. But I believe originally this level was due to finish at 10.
And of course, when you have as many people as we did in the field, the chip race turns into like a chip half marathon.
Yeah. So yeah, I think they are 31 minutes. Oh, 31 minutes, really? Good Lord.
Is that not correct?
Oh, actually, do you know what? I'm looking at one document and it makes me feel like I'm wrong, but actually when I look at my watch, it was saying much the same. I'm going to do a Hartigan on you in a minute and abandon you and take a quick, what are they called?
Comfort break.
Comfort break.
That's just fine.
In fact, I'm going to do that now. Try not to break anything.
I won't. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's me and you. And we are watching the PokerStars Festival Rozvadov. I'm Lee Jones. He would be Matt Broughton. He'll be back shortly. I think we're down to maybe 100 players at this point, but I will get the official. I'll get the official word. It's folded around, And we're on. Okay, so Sebastian Dornbach is all in with his ace-7. Mueller folds. Mari folds. I guess whoever had the big blind. Okay, that did it. Okay, super. Hello, Mr. Butt Farm Poker. And yes, they are well into the money. I believe they are at the 1,852 level. Yeah, Rozvadov is not a large city. Trust me on this. It's a little tiny town on the German border, but it's beautiful. I'm actually going to get out and go for a run tomorrow before we go live on the air. Okay, so Chris Faden says that the just over 100 players remain, which means we're up into the 2,200 to the 2,200 payout. No, the waster is here. He will be back very shortly. Reisert is raised to 19,000 with his Queen Jack, and Mari is thinking about it with his 10-9 because he doesn't find too many hands he doesn't like. Oh, and he's gonna do a cheeky. Is he gonna do a cheeky little 3-bet? Yes, he is. That was a sweet little play. I like that. Very hard for Peiser to call here. He could invoke the card protector, but oh man. Oh, it's these two again. This should be good.
Are people doing silly things, Lee?
Yeah, we have
these two are a crazy
Tweedledee
pair.
and Tweedledum here. There's something about these cards and the surface. It's just making it very difficult on the dealers.
Yeah, it's unusual. Hang on. I thought Murray has gone all in.
Let's wazoo.
Hang on. What are the blinds right now? Why has he gone in for 353,000? Well, actually, he hasn't. Obviously, Peiser is the effective stack, but that seems like an incredibly aggressive fashion. I mean, maybe it's the right thing to do.
I mean, he 3-bet, right? I mean, he's basically representing. I don't see how Peiser calls here.
No.
He's got the best hand, but that doesn't mean he can call.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, thank God Peiser didn't have an ace is all I can say. Well, that would have been jolly embarrassing.
Well, no, I mean, one of the things that you have to get over is the fact that sometimes you make a bet and you just, like you shove into the nuts, right? I mean,
yeah.
It just happens. That was just weird.
Wow, there you are. He's up to 456,000. Jörg Peiser down to just 16 big blinds.
Twitch is falling out of their chairs. And the people are saying, "Run it up, Rozvadov." All right, so all you run, if you are a member of the Run It Up Legion, raise your hand on Twitch. Just a few of you, like the first 5 of you.
Why are you promoting a non-PokerStars brand, please?
Well,
Lee?
I mean,
Come on.
It's a friend of PokerStars. It's a friend of PokerStars brand. I'm just asking because, not to put too fine a point on it, but the telephone country code for the Czech Republic, 420.
I don't get that.
They will.
All in from Paisa. Tupano not going to go too crazy. He has not shown himself to be a player that's going to go too bonkers with the ace-10 with a few players behind. However, Herr Müller with his pocket sevens.
Here comes the runner-up Legion. Really? You're not going to do that, are you? What do you think you're crushing? You have 0 fold equity. It's one of the rules. He got in all in first, so you have 0 fold equity. If he has 9-8, you're flipping.
Some people play poker the way they want to play poker.
All people play poker the way they want to play poker.
Well, yes.
Thank you.
Not always. Sometimes they play it the way they think they're meant to play it, but don't really want to play it.
This is the guy that has a World Series bracelet, right?
Jorg Paisa, yeah, from 2009. I mean, I've no idea in what game it was, but he has previous form. Sebastian Dornbrack down to 12 big blinds, 2 players on 20 big blinds.
Somebody's saying, was it a bad... I don't... You know what? I think you're right. I think calling the queen jack in position is fine. Here comes Paisert again.
He is all in.
Can I have one of those triangles, please?
Yes. Do they come in strawberry flavor? Elky. Well, Pocket Fours out sponsors the table today.
See, that just feels healthier to me.
Don Black gets rid of his 5-6 suited. I worry that Jorg isn't having as much fun as he should be. He doesn't look like full of joy.
No, I think he's still tilted about that ace-queen that Mari hit on the river.
Being asked how we're doing for numbers, just under 100 left. Again, remind you, we will keep going this evening until about 20 to 12 Central European time. The game will continue into the early hours, and you can follow their progress on the PokerStars blog, and then we're back tomorrow from 1300 hours Central European time.
Wow. He won the Triple Chance No Limit Hold'em in 2009 for 500K. That's legit. See a couple guys that are routine visitors to my Trout stream on Wednesday afternoon, so we do hand reviews. Live Tonight is one of our regulars. Good to see you, sir.
New player sitting down between Müller and Paisa. We'll find out who he is in the 5 seat. We can hear.
What is it? What?
That was the dealer telling us the name of our new player, but I missed it. I'm sure it'll be piped through to us soon. Max Erik Henkel.
Henkel. Wow, look what the camera does to the waitress. That was just terrible. She's just like
bent in time and space.
Like she could be halfway into the 30-minute delay and half out.
It's like Interstellar. She just passed into the 5th dimension.
It's like watching Star Trek. Can you beam me over to the table, please?
And then we see Max Eric Henkel with 52 big blinds, 417,000, so pretty handsomely stacked. Going to be 3rd stacked on this table. Sebastian Dornbracht is our shortest stacked, 10 big blinds, most definitely in the danger zone.
Oh, there she goes again, shifting into the phase shift. She's in the rift with Elke. They're trying to get out. But because, oh, and Hinkle's going to wake up with a hand.
Yeah, welcome to the table, mate. Have a premium.
Ready? Well, okay.
Why
Since
not?
you insist.
I know. No, I mean, he is in for such a shock. You know when somebody sits down, you go, you sit down at a new table, maybe you've sat with 1 or 2 of these guys earlier on in the tournament,
yeah,
but you know nothing about them. He has no idea what he has just landed here.
Exactly.
You got Elke and you think, oh my God, Elke, I know him. And then meanwhile, these 2 guys to your left, both under the radar and likely to do any move that you've ever heard of in poker at any time.
It looks like he's going to get through this one, and then there you go. Okay. And the thing is, it's not like you pick up kings or something, right?
No.
I mean, it's this sort of dodgy ace-queen that you have to play, but then...
You're thinking, well, these guys are tight. Look, I'm going to raise every hand, and then you're going to get into all sorts of problems.
Give us that piece of paper.
Oh, you. Give us your napkin.
What's wrong with super dry hoodies? Are they no longer fashionable?
I have no idea. I'm personally not prepared to pay that sort of money for a average hoodie, but I know a lot of people like buying clothes just because it's got the word super dry on it.
And it has random Chinese or Japanese characters that you may or may not know what they mean.
Oh, do they do that? Again, I'm not.
They may mean super dry. I don't know.
Do you know what? I hope they do. Otherwise, somebody in the marketing department of Superdry is going to get real kicking. Pie set is out. Round to Murray with a big 6-7 off. Tupano with his king 8 is out. Elke's got the aces. If I had a horn, I would fire it in tribute to the boy.
He's going to raise. They're all going to fold.
Well, don't forget we've got our seat 2, who is pretty short. Nope, he is getting out of town. Man, just blinds and antes for your aces? Surely.
No, because like sometimes you get blinds and antes for your deuces, right? I mean, that's... You just have to remember that you can't... You know, you can't always pick them, right?
You don't always get what you want.
Okay, I think we're being trolled, but this guy just said, I think this is my new favorite stream. The interaction is A+. High five in the commentary cupboard.
That seems unlikely, but I mean, I'll take the compliment. By the way, I can confirm there'll be a new table in 15 minutes' time. Well, actually, there'll be a break in 15 minutes' time. And then when we come back, then we shall have a new feature table for you. I'm slightly gutted, to be honest, because I'm rather enjoying this.
There is a certain, you know. What was the kid that had the seatbelt that took every possible beat on the planet?
That was the German, Job. I've already forgotten his name.
Yeah, but
the Queens.
That was the guy who, you know, like the seatbelt is what we needed here. Oh, Mueller's got the queens. Wait a minute, I'm confused here. Oh, okay, so Targa raised this with 7-6 offsuit in a cutoff and ran smack into queens on the button.
Yeah, and Muller is deciding what to do with those right now.
Come on, guys, give us the honeys. Come on, you can do this. Thank you. Come on, Twitch. raised to 45, 49. Call it a full 50, and we're done here.
Hand over. Congratulations.
Thank you, Sammy. There we go.
Good luck, everyone.
So how many minutes until the break?
12 minutes and 54 seconds.
Cool.
Action going to start on Konstantin. Mr. Tupalo in the court. Oh, deuce 3 off. Awesome.
I am going to miss this, especially Paisart.
Yeah. Interesting player. And Mary also.
Yeah, well, I mean,
real...
it's actually, it's two of them. It's kind of like Simon and Garfunkel, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
Laurel and Hardy. Henkel is on the button. Ace-7 off. I like it. I like your style, sir. Good luck against these two blinds, to be honest. If ever there was a really interesting seat at the table, it's being the button with these two guys in the blind. Pice up with his queen 2, he's out of town.
Oops.
Well, this will be interesting. I wanted to see how a player like Mary plays a hand like pocket jacks.
He's going to 3-bet, and he should.
$20.
45.
20, yeah. Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
53. $43. All right. Now, you should know, Hinkle, that he calls a lot, but he doesn't re-raise a lot.
Good, solid fold, my friend. I'm liking Henkel.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say it was an easy decision, but we've seen stuff like that with other players getting a little bit attached
well,
to
the thing
hands.
is that hand is so dominated. It's, you know, you'd rather have like pocket 7s or 10-9 suited or something there.
12 and a bit minutes. 92 players left.
So they're into 2,700 euros now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Eight 4 off for Elke. Bye-bye.
Elke's not bouncing up anymore. I wonder if he busted the high roller.
Yeah, it does seem like he's been just sat here folding for a while now. Denny Muller with his king jack off into the suited queen 9 a Henkel. Good fold.
Boom, boom.
There you go, sir.
We're done.
Have some chips. I concur. As you can see there, they're saying it's going to be played tonight into tomorrow morning, due to finish the game here about 2:15 in the morning. We will not be doing that ourselves.
Nope, we'll be sound asleep when they finally finish.
Unless I might text you while you're asleep.
You know, you have a mode on your phone to go silent.
Well, I just wasn't expecting it. I'm just teasing Lee because he woke me up with a midnight text to confirm that our cab was booked for the morning. I was like, thanks for the wake-up call. You're a little bit early. Come back in 9 hours' time.
Yeah,
Henkel.
I mean, it never would have occurred to me. I feel really bad about that.
You don't have to at all.
I basically disable my phone so I can't get texts when I think I'm going to be asleep. What are you doing? What? Okay, he was. Okay.
You know what? Easy, calm down. We're all safe.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. He's calling. This is a very interesting situation because if Mari misses, then Hinkle's probably just going to, like, you know, fire his pocket threes on the flop and very likely take it down. It's going to be a little hard to take it down there.
Yeah, that ain't much of a flop.
Well, it's not so much it's that he missed it, it's that the ace queen, it's like I got 2 overcards, yeah, and some backdoor options. There we go.
And game over.
That's going to end the hand. Don't do it. Don't do it.
56,000 in the middle.
There we go.
Can't make
there
up
we
his
go.
mind.
There we go. Thank you. Half pot bet.
Bye-bye. Shazalux is saying, what's with the lack of c-betting in this tourney? It's an interesting point. Don't forget, boys and girls, this is a 1,100 euro festival. If you're used to watching our broadcast where we're watching the super high rollers and the guys in the bigger tournaments, these guys are going to play a less optimal game. It doesn't mean necessarily they're lesser players, but their habits are going to probably be different to that we're used to watching.
Yeah. I mean, that's...
I don't mean that in any disrespect whatsoever. It's just, you know, we become used to certain styles, and here people are a little bit more cagey. They're waiting to make better hands than we're used to seeing our standard players at the higher echelons be more aggressive. It's just the styles.
And I mean, we have seen, you know, we've seen some really good poker, to be sure.
Yeah. But we've certainly seen some weirder stuff that we
have,
wouldn't, you know, once every 100 hands in a championship event, you might go, well, that's unusual. Whereas here, every 5 hands, we're kind of going, what?
Yeah. What? What?
I mean, 1,000 euros is not to be sniffed at,
No,
but you're going to get a lot more rec players, a lot more qualifiers.
He's like, can I take a flop here? Whoa, those are awfully pleasing pot odds, and you're closing the action. And that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is something to think carefully about. Closing the action means that nothing bad can happen to him after he makes this call.
Well,
because I mean, at least he gets to see a flop. He knows that when he calls, the dealer has to put out 3 cards.
Ace, 8, 7, rainbow, 76,000 in the middle.
That's a little something for Targa and Mueller.
Here comes Targa, betting out his ace. His neighbor has got it up and down. He is all in. Give him a triangle.
Hello. Now, boom, snap it. If ace queen isn't good, show me.
Yeah, I think there are times when you just go, do you know what, if my ace queen is beaten there, then good luck to you, mate. But good call.
And there it is. Pow.
Oh,
just
straight in.
doesn't even wait. Doesn't even wait.
Sit yourself down, my friend. Denny Mueller takes that one down, 260,000.
I'm just.
What are you considering, Lee?
No,
James?
I'm having to think this through. So I didn't. I mean the shove. It just. It's a little bit transparent.
just a little under 5 minutes left on the clock. We can see what that does to Denny Mueller, up to 480,000. Peter Targa still a competitor here, but 195,000 with the blinds going up after the forthcoming break. Sebastian Dombracht is just gonna basically run out blinds and antes unless something spectacular happens.
Dribble down to nothing if something doesn't happen.
Poprosím dealery PokerStars Cupu, aby udělali čip stovek. Ještě jednou poprosím dealery PokerStars Cupu, čip stovek. So please, PokerStars Cup players, prepare your 100 chips. We have to make chip raise.
It is nice not having to hold the microphone, I will say that.
Oh, do you know what? It's a joy. I'm not looking forward to that element. I shall go back. I still don't entirely think it's necessary. We do all this, where you pick up everything else, but can we just get some headsets like these?
Exactly.
They're pretty directional. They're pretty low pickup area. I really think we should consider that. My question would be, when was the last time we tried them?
Right.
To check whether we're just habitually going, oh, no, we've got to use those mics.
You're about to get a nastygram from Justina. You know that, right?
Well, I just want to make sure we don't just think we can't use them because we're used to having the Russians next to us screaming. And maybe we try it, but maybe I think we buy one of these and we just try it at the next event and see what happens.
Yep.
I might even fund it. I might even put my hand in my pocket and say, look, I'll buy you one. Let's see what happens.
Yep. Probably cost you $49.95.
I would imagine so. Okay, look, the power fours again. Boom.
No, it's just, you know.
I will definitely miss this table. It's been a very interesting dynamic.
It really has. I mean, this has been a lot of fun.
That's not to say our next table won't also be hugely entertaining, but we've got a whole bunch of new faces to try and learn.
Yep.
When we come back from our forthcoming break in a couple of minutes, we will talk you through the new players. Couple of familiar names, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Such as?
Oh, it's a secret. I'm keeping it from you. I can say that one of our players is Wojciech Rozvadov. If I'm saying that right. I don't know if that means anything to you.
No idea.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk about him. Rozvadov, I think is the correct pronunciation.
That's going to be a raise from the mouse. He's got the button, if nothing else. Do you know when I raise out of the hijack or the cutoff and the button, you know, the ones behind me fold, I just feel like, okay, whatever else happens, I'm going to be last to act. And I feel good about that. Playing poker out of position is hard. Uno minuto. When will PokerStars be regulated in Oregon? Sometime after marijuana is. Let's just put it that way. And for those of you that want to make fun of my country because you can carry a weapon, be sent to war, and drink alcohol, but not play online poker, you're right.
Being pointed out that Wojciech Rozvadov was a 2016 November 9er. He also has a number of results relevant to our tours. He's taken results in high rollers in Deauville. Picked up big sums of money, EPT Barcelona.
Wow.
Played in UK IPT events and taken scores there. He is certainly a player that we have featured before in our broadcasts. Done well in Prague in the past.
I'll probably recognize him, even if I don't recognize the name.
San Remo he is cash. Copenhagen he is cash. He has been with us for a while on the tour. You probably will recognize him. That is going to take us to the...
That's going to do it.
Well, we thank these players for their time. It's been a pleasure to watch them. We hope to bump into them again tomorrow, if not before the end of the day. I don't think that's the case as we see them take another draw. So everybody is going on a 15-minute break. Myself and Lee are going to do exactly the same. So please do join us back here in 15 minutes when we continue our main event coverage here from the PokerStars Festival in the Czech Republic. Enjoy your break.
I just want to know if I won one hand in the last 60 hands.
No way. Here's the top 5. There's always a buzz in the poker room when a famous face sits down to play, and we always get excited when a star goes deep in a major tournament. At number 5, sporting legend Ronaldo takes on poker's elite in the 2015 PCA and makes quite the debut.
Okay, I mean.
Is that a call?
Yeah.
Okay,
call.
Ronaldo calls all in, and he is a huge dog here.
Well, Ronaldo, it was nice having you here, unless you do something terrible to this boy.
Lockhart, a 7-3 favorite almost. Sergio Garcia rooting for the underdog. Ooh, flush draw on the flop.
Well, that should pep him up a little.
I know who I'm cheering for. I know who I'm cheering for.
Huge Chris Lockhart fan.
Ronaldo now has 12 outs. He needs a diamond or a deuce to survive. The river card is a deuce.
Wow.
Wins with a pair of deuces. That shouldn't even count.
Whoa.
A pair of twos.
Heart attack.
Ronaldo was eventually eliminated in 26th place, cashing for 42 grand. From idol to hero, former New York police officer Mike Kozowski was a first responder on 9/11. The TV show $1 Million Challenge gave him the chance to win a 7-figure score by beating Daniel Negreanu heads up.
Action will begin on Daniel.
And the action's here, 3 to call.
King 4 offsuit.
We're going all in.
All in.
Moving all in. This could be it. Mike looking down at 7-5.
Why not? You calling? Yeah, I'll call.
All right. He makes the call.
I got one good one. Got a king. Okay, you got a 7-5. Yeah. 14 total is what I got.
You beat me once with this exact hand, the 7-5.
Daniel remembering the hand that turned the match earlier. If Mike Kozowski gets lucky again, he is a millionaire. To the flop.
There's a king. King. Oh, now you need an 8. That would be sick. I got a king. He needs an 8. An 8. An 8, and it's over. An 8, and it's over.
Come on. Remember, Mike caught the 1-8 left in the deck earlier tonight to knock out Brian Barbosa. If he catches an 8 again, this match is over. The turn.
6. It's a good one for me. No 8. Back in action.
So Daniel in good shape to double up and work his way right back into this match. Only an 8 will give Mike the million.
Your heart's got to be pumping right now.
Yeah, it is. We go to the river. 8-8, and Mike wins! Oh my gosh!
Congratulations. Oh, the 8 is your lucky card. Huh? The 8 is your lucky card, my wife.
Kozowski. At 3, more Negreanu as he and Phil Ivey face off in the final of Shark Cage Season 2.
Like the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight.
Yeah, that's what this is.
That's what it's like? I do like Floyd. This move. Check, check, check.
That don't look like Floyd to me.
Huh? No.
The first and only time these poker greats have played heads up in a tournament.
You're on a nice run there, Jerome.
Thanks, Kid Poker.
Okay. I like playing with you. It's fun.
You
It's a lot
enjoying
more-
it? You enjoying it
now?
now?
I'm enjoying it way more.
I'm all in.
Phil shoves!
I call.
And Daniel calls!
Set.
Set's good.
This could be it!
Oh, I win. Oh, no, you need a 6. Never mind.
Yeah.
I didn't see that part. But I'm in good shape right now. I'm ahead.
Best shape of his life.
You never know.
Yeah.
Phil needs a 6.
You don't want to win like that anyway, catching a 6. Huh? You don't care, right? Just however it happens? That would be dirty. He won't. He doesn't want to win that way. He'd throw it back. If a 6 comes, he'd just throw it back.
I sure would.
He'd be like, you know what? No, I don't want it. I can't win like that. Bad for my reputation.
The river card is a 10. Daniel takes it down.
1-0. Whoa! Shit. Good game.
At 2, even more Negreanu. In 2013, he made the final table of the EPT 9 Grand Final alongside Steve O'Dwyer, Johnny Lodden, and former champs Jason Mercier and Jake Cody. It's a lineup many still consider to be
the greatest EPT final table in history.
This is the greatest final table that poker has ever seen.
I follow a lot of poker around the world, and I haven't seen a final table this stacked in anything.
To be crowned the EPT champion at the grand final, this is once in a lifetime.
And it did not disappoint.
Where's my money?
And while we didn't crown our first 2-time champ, Steve O'Dwyer did get his long overdue victory. It's an 8 on the river. It's quads for O'Dwyer that see him triumph here in Monaco and win the EPT 9 Grand Final main event.
That's what Steve. Cheers.
What about mowing down the sickest final table that's ever been assembled?
That's, I don't know. I have no words for that either. It's just, I can't believe I won.
And we're sticking with the EPT for the greatest PokerStars moment of all time. After 9 years and nearly 100 main events, we'd never seen a 2-time winner on the tour. Until Victoria Corin Mitchell, the first woman to win an EPT trophy, made the final table of EPT 10 San Remo.
Fandaro just calls, playing the aces deceptively.
Oh boy! 2 pair for Vicky.
Stop it.
Vicky now a huge favorite. Roughly a 3-1 favorite over Fandaro. And from Fandaro's perspective, he is an absolute monster here.
And he's really under-repped it as well, so he's going to convince himself that...
I mean, Vicky could be betting anything.
Yeah, exactly. He does raise.
And with authority.
A check raise from Giacomo Fandaro.
This is not a time where you want to make a rookie mistake, realize the guy's got more chips, or it's not your turn to act. She's just kind of overthinking everything right now.
Yep. Vicky just called. We're going to the turn. It's a 10. So Fandaro now picks up a gut shot to a straight.
And this board's starting to get kind of dangerous for Queen Jack. Now, we know that she's got a lock on the hand for a moment, but against Ace King, she's not doing so hot.
Well, Fandaro's equity hasn't changed since the flop.
Fandaro can hit a set. He can counterfeit Vicky's hand with a 7 or a 10.
Remember, he check-raised the flop, but he does not continue to bet on the turn. He checks to Vicky.
And Vicky must bet here, because even though she has 2 pair, there are cards that can come on the river that she will not like.
I think he has to make a decision now.
I think he's going to be shoving a lot of the time here.
He shoves! And Vicky calls!
No tank this time.
And we are on the verge of making history on the European Poker Tour. Vicky Corin gets it in ahead.
What a sweat.
Giacomo Fandaro needs an ace, king, 10 or 7. He has 12 outs. Any other card on the river, and we have our first 2-time EPT champ.
Just an unreal tense moment right now.
If you're ever going to pray, Vicky, Easter Sunday is the day to do it.
The entire poker world calling for a deuce. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. It's a brick! It's a brick! Vicky Corrin has done it! She is the first player in the history of 10 seasons of the European Poker Tour to win 2 main event titles.
And I cannot think of a better ambassador for the game who reaches so many facets of life to have accomplished this task in front of a huge audience, maybe one of the biggest we've ever had on EPT Live. And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
An incredible achievement yet to be equaled. Well, those are the 5 moments that got every game or sport has intense rivalries.
You're so bad, you don't even understand it.
I'm so happy to be so bad.
And poker is no exception.
You're the greatest, buddy. Hold on, let me get your signature.
It's when a conflict develops over time, when the competition becomes personal, and when adversaries become fierce foes.
Once he goes after me every time. I have no idea why.
Here are 5 of the most notorious rivalries.
Well, maybe we just get a little shippy right at the end.
Number 5 is less mano a mano and more man against machine. That man is an impatient Tony G.
I want to call the clock. I want to call the clock. Come on internet you play like in 1 second. When you come here now, you come to my game and you're wasting my time.
And the machine is the computer-like brain of internet pro Andrew Roble.
Action on Negreanu. That's 18-5.
3 10s is a tough bluff to pull off, so Daniel is most likely trying to rep a big ace or maybe a straight. His bet is designed to bluff Roble off a king, maybe. I don't think Daniel thinks he could get Roble to fold a big ace, though.
I was so crushed after that final. I could cry.
I'm going to walk out. If these guys are going to come here, waste my time, I'm going to walk out of the game. It's a joke. F***ing hell, he's thinking 20 minutes every f***ing hand he's playing. F***ing nit.
Here comes floorman Tom Keene.
All right, Andrew, we're going to go through the same thing.
You play online, it's like quick. 2 seconds, bang, bang, they're pressing buttons. They come here, they freeze up.
Daniel's done a good job of making this look like a value bet, so Andrew has a legit decision to make. He seems to be doing a good job of tuning Tony out.
He folds.
What? After all that, he finally threw it away. I mean, I had a 6, but...
Daniel shows the bluff.
You qualified.
I was so happy you called the clock, Tony. High 5 for the assist there, just in case.
I don't think he had anything, and he had to move in himself.
While in recent years, Daniel has had a rivalry of his own with Eric Seidel. Yes, it's 1 and 2 on the all-time money list. They were far from friends, but frequently shared a table in super high rollers, and Daniel seemed to always get the better of his rival.
Eric and I are very different people. He's very quiet. I'm not. There's not much in terms of camaraderie or words said between us.
And let's not forget this 2-outer from the EPT 8 Grand Final. Blinds are up to 10 and 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. Pocket 10s for Daniel Negreanu. Wow, what's that, 4x raise?
More than. E4, ready?
Holy misclicks.
The small baller accidentally decided to play with a bigger ball. Yep.
Eric Seidel with pocket kings will 3-bet to 210,000.
Gotta wonder if Daniel might think Eric's 3-betting because Daniel had that little freak out.
Come on.
Whoops.
Ay-ya.
I call.
Seidel obviously calls.
A misclick got me.
Oh, sick. Sick. That's kind of sick if you stick with tens too.
I know, right? Then I had to then it forced me to
Wow.
get a little crazier.
Yeah, because
Really surprised to see the shove there. Daniel almost always just calls in spots like that.
you're gonna hit a 10.
So, that'd be good.
Seidel is the player at risk, but Negreanu is a huge underdog here. Even bigger dog now.
Really bad flop for Daniel. Can't even hit any running cards to save himself. He's still got the same 2 outs he started with, just 3 less chances to hit one.
No, just one chance. Just 5%.
Well, we don't time our crashing out of those things very well, do we? I feel like we should at least let them complete. But here we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. One more level of the day here at the PokerStars Festival in the Czech Republic, coming to you courtesy of the King's Casino. Matt Brown and Lee Jones with you for 60 more minutes of action, and we have a brand new table for you, featuring the likes of Thomas Robel from Poland, Felix Scholz from Austria. Also, by the way, Thomas Robel, one of our qualifiers. Wojciech Rosiczka from the Czech Republic. A lot of stats on him. Manos Chamakala from Germany, another qualifier. Peter Svoboda from the Czech Republic. Gert Brimmers from Germany, another German in the name of Kai Munster. And our final German, lots of Germans here, boys, Matthew Cake. So you can see everything from 9 big blinds up to 70 big blinds. Brand new bunch of faces to get to know. And we are also now coming back in. The last level of our stream is level 19. We're at 5K, 10K with a 1,000 ante. But again, just to make it clear, the game will run on until about 2:15 in the morning, Central European time. If you want to keep following the action, then you need to tune over to the PokerStars blog once we are off the air in about an hour's time. So, Robel and Schultz, 2 new faces.
Well, they're basically all new faces.
Well, I have looked at Wojciech Rosiczka quite a lot in my time. But yes, new faces certainly here. Rozvadov seen. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as we say.
Some of you say.
Yeah, not many people, but some of us.
They're saying it's a bunch of nobodies, but Brzezinska in the 3 seat, i.e. the rugby shirt, is a former November Niner.
Yep, and plenty of EPT and WSOP and WPT results. If you check him out on Yoldi Hendon Mob, he is second in the Czech Republic all-time money list, no small feat. Best live cash 1.9 million, total live earnings of 3.2 million. So very far from being a nobody. The good news is I can imagine we'll get a bit more table chat here because there's so many Germans at the table. The bad news is none of us can understand anything that's going on because we don't speak German. But as long as they have a nice time, I'm happy.
I don't know why, but I just have this sense we're going to see more.
Poker.
Yeah.
More of the poker that we are used to. Svoboda on the button. This is Kai Munster. And to his left, Matthew Cake. Three-way to the flop.
But still, I think there will be like 35 left, something like that. So maybe 40, 45. So like 600
A little bit of table chat. You can see the players trying to work out what kind of numbers they think will come back with tomorrow, and therefore how long a day it will be. It's going to be. I think I'd be surprised if our champ is crowned anything other than the early hours of Tuesday morning.
Thanks.
Well, well, you know, a man can dream, but experience dictates. You got to feel for the players, because though we're checking out in just under an hour, these guys are going to be here to the early hours of tomorrow and then come back for another really long day. There is Wojciech Rosiczka, second in earnings on the Czech leaderboard.
Who's first?
That's a good question.
Is it Marcin?
It could well be. Let me do a little search.
Wait a minute, stop for a second. It's like he's November 9er. He's got 1.9 million cash plus all the others. Like, who would have more than that?
No, Marcin Hryski is third.
Oh, there's a guy back in the old days. I can.
Oh, we're being stupid. Oh no, oh no, hang on a minute. No, I don't know. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go on.
No, I just gotta say, I can't remember his name, but he, like, back in the old days of PokerStars, he was the guy.
Martin Statsko. He's got nearly 6.2 million. Right, okay, yeah.
Yes.
And then Martin Cabral, who is also still live in this main event field, third on the checklist with 2.1 million.
Because Martin Statsko was runner-up. I mean, another November 9 finish, I want to say.
Being told that Matthew in seat 8 got third in the PokerStars Open a couple of days ago. Don't forget, even though we've just tuned in here for the last couple of days of the main event, these guys have been here playing out. Three's running pretty good. Oh. Well, Mr. Chamalaka didn't get much TV time. Thanks for playing. Enjoy your cash.
So we will have a replacement for him shortly.
Who could ever replace him?
After he ran his 5s into 3s.
Well, foolish. That's all I can say. Another scarf for the table, Lee.
Yikes. It is a look. It's been noted we have a new dealer as well. I don't think we've seen her.
I don't entirely know where we are. Okay, they are. We just had a little breakdown there. Svoboda is the player we're waiting on a decision of. No, we're not. I'm just going to ignore the graphics for a minute. They're just trying to stitch me up. Oh, wow. Wow, they really stitched me up there.
Wait.
Wow, we've missed about 6 streets of action. Okay, Munster has flopped pretty good, but Svoboda, no reason to think that he's not in pretty decent shape.
Very interesting hand here.
Long time ago.
Remember in Australia? Yeah. Yeah, I told you, like, I haven't been to the
going deep.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you? Lots to fear on the flop, as well as lots to love for yourself. So yeah, it was 30,000 from Svoboda with the middle pair and the draws. Gonna cost him another 56,000. I don't know if he's gonna like that much.
No. Wow. Good for him.
I mean, what the players on our previous feature table would have done in that hand, I don't even want to think about.
No,
I must say, there is a sick part of me looking forward to the potential of some of those guys coming back to our feature table tomorrow.
Like a bad burrito.
Quite a few players out in the field with over 1 million now, by the way, so seeing some players really start to accumulate big chip leads. We know that doesn't necessarily mean anything in this game, but be interesting to see if once we check out at about 20 to 12, how much more damage can be done. We will recap the play for you when we start again tomorrow from 1 p.m. CET. Pocket fours, man, this table, see? It's not the players, it's the table.
It's the table. Just think of it as like a two-part episode on a TV series. We'll run you up to what happened in the first episode so you can...
In a feature we're calling While You Were Asleep.
Exactly.
Rabel is out. Schultz in the second seat. Going to defend with the ace-5. Come on the flop. Dealers all having a lot of trouble with that spread.
There's something about it.
There is that the felt is just not doing what it used to. Wow, and the 4 hits massive. From one set of trips to another. Munster having a nice run of it.
It's an easy game when you flop sets all the time. Check. Go ahead. Check.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how cute, with a flop like that, how cute do you want to get?
Just once.
Do you know what my only fear is? Is taking his time. No, we're okay. I was thinking, do you know what, we've been so lucky to not really have any tankers so far today. But this is fairly legit. He's just deciding what to do each time. No joy this time, but 2 in a row for Munster. New player. I can tell you this is another Czech player, Lukas Zaskodny. So we got 3 Czech players, 3 German players, an Austrian and someone from Poland.
That's pretty much like exactly according to the pie chart.
Yes, yes. In fact, this table isn't a physical representation of the pie chart we issued at the top of the day.
The Germans arranged it.
Exactly. Efficient and accurate. He's got 416,000 to play with. Good luck to you, player. Welcome to the table.
Tak si vybere jedno, já si pak vyberu druhý. Nebo si klidně vybere. Já jít 6. Tak já si budu 2, 3. Já si vezmu 5, 6. Tak se rozčipnu na finále. How much do you play, sir?
Yes.
Just in time.
Yeah, our TV was just about to shut itself down again.
You probably should tell me where that button is. I'm gonna be here tomorrow after you've left for the airport. I'm gonna like,
that would be fun.
No,
that would be fun.
That would not be fun. Not be fun. No.
Yeah, before we discovered where the button was, it was Jamie Staples actually discovered it. That James Mitchell Staples. He, we actually lost the big screen. We had to go to the little screen until he found the magic. A raise from Keck with the ace-6 suited. Folding. Zichka. 10-6 off. I don't know. I mean, I've seen some big blind defense in my time, but that's not one of my favorites.
These guys are playing way above my pay grade.
Queen deuce deuce.
With the spades for
With
Keck.
the spades, yeah, that's the... if you ever needed some impetus to make a C-bet, I think that's all you could really hope for, short of actually flopping the absolute monsters.
Ruzicka left with 2 outs. He checked behind.
Yet more reasons to love the way this is developing.
At some point, you're supposed to bet the best hand, sir. It's one of the rules of the game.
56,000 in the middle.
It was when you looked at your chips that he decided to fold.
Yeah. Martin on Twitter. Don't forget, by the way, hashtag PokerStars TV, or you can join the chat on twitch.tv/PokerStars. Martin is saying, is it only me noticing the cards bending? No, they are a bit bendy. They've been like that since the start of the day. He's saying, are they playing with the cheapest card decks? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, sir, because these have got the RFID chips in, so that's how we're able to see what the cards are. So I think it's very unlikely they're cheap. Generally, these decks are quite expensive, but they are a bit bendy compared to what we're used to. Don't forget, this is all down to our friends here at the King's Casino. This is their setup. We are just tourists piggybacking on their work, so we can make no complaint. We are lucky to be here at all.
And I think that's really the important point, is that, you know, you guys are getting free poker.
Yeah. That we ordinarily, you know, there aren't going to be many festivals this year that you get to see coverage of.
Right.
The fact that this one happens to be over 1,100 runners is pretty sweet. Over €1 million in the prize pool. You know, this is bigger than some of our championship events. This is superb stuff. So we're very fortunate.
And yet, does it have the production values of a classic PokerStars live event? No. But hey, it's great poker, you know?
Yeah, when we're gone at 20-12, boy, are you going to miss us. Yeah, right now you're thinking, oh, what am I watching this for? But when we're gone and you're constantly pressing the refresh button on the PokerStars blog, then you'll think back to these glorious hours with myself and Lee. Well, they're pretty perky. That's going to help you stay awake in these late stages.
Yeah, I mean, they are substantially more perky than the last table.
Yeah.
Despite the very interesting dynamic that was going on with some of those players.
Aces for Brimmers.
Looks like nothing interesting is going to happen.
Yeah, we're running out of players to give some kind of meaningful opposition, but you never know, somebody might go crazy. I don't think this table has got any players on it who are going to do something crazy. Just
He just wants to look at them before they go. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I also, Matthew, think that we're probably not going to see a lot of. None of that. It's gone.
That's gone. Clear the screen. Clear the screen.
We're probably not going to see very much gratuitous hand showing.
No.
From this lot.
I think those days are well behind us.
Okay, so somebody said the shuffle machine isn't random enough. That's why they shuffle on the table right. No, that is actually not correct. Shuffle machines usually make... No, they don't. Okay, so the reason that they don't use the shuffle machine, I suspect, is because they would get many more hands per hour than the players at the other table.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't be fair. They would basically speed up their tournament. Yeah, exactly. It would speed up their tournament. Look at this.
And you know what Munster always does? He always flops the set. So, you know, this is Trip City.
Or at least he makes a monster.
Oh.
Thank you.
Boom, boom. I would say we're here all week, but we're just here tomorrow, and that's it. Fear not.
The role of Joe Stapleton being played by Lee Jones.
You're very welcome.
At the end of this hand, I will tell you an interesting story about the shuffle machines.
Yeah.
That will send Twitch into complete epic tilt.
Thomas Robel, one of our qualifiers in the 1 seat, contemplating Queen Jack off. He is pretty deep stacked, but not going to get too fruity here. Queen 9 for Schultz. Zichka, nah. Zaskodny, nah. Man. Brimmers with a 4 deuce in the big blind, similarly out of there. He's desperate to show, but he won't.
No, he won't.
He won't.
Well played. Okay, so here's the part that will disturb you guys. The shuffle machines. Do you know how they shuffle?
No,
Did you
I
ever
don't
think about it?
No, I've never thought about it. Not thought about it.
So these expensive shuffle machines shuffle exactly the way the PokerStars software does.
Tell me more.
They have a random number generator in them.
Mm-hmm.
And they generate a sequence of cards. They generate a random sequence of cards in the software.
Uh-huh.
And then they tell the machine, okay, pull out card 26, pull out card 17.
Really?
Yes, if you think about it, how else are you going to get a good random shuffle? That's...
Well, I don't know. I mean, I used to have a little automatic shuffling machine, and I would cut the deck, and I go, and I cut the deck and go, and then I cut the deck and go, and that just, and then I'd probably cut it one more time. And I thought, do you know what? That feels pretty random to me. That's really interesting. I had no idea. So the software goes ace, 9, deuce, and then it creates that deck. Well, I'll be jiggered.
Exactly.
We are all learning all the time. Education and entertainment all in one broadcast. Kids, you're welcome.
It is correct that PokerStars is based on a beam of light hitting a semi-opaque mirror. But basically, the machines have a random number generator in them, and then they generate a sequence of cards and just tell the machine, here's the sequence of cards I would like. Please put it out there.
Man alive. Rosichka raised. Zaskodny called, and you're thinking, well, they've both got blockers. No one's going to get anywhere here. And then they both actually hit a part of this. Backdoor for both. Rosichka would have much the better of it if the spades come into play.
I think it'd be hard to fold here.
They agree, Lee. They agree.
I was kind of hoping for the 8 of spades.
Yeah, that would have been much more fun. That would have been much, much more fun. But
chick, chick.
A disappointing run out of Turn and River, to be honest, for us sickos. Just looking for carnage on the tables. 9 looks pretty. 10 looks prettier. Yeah, a very different pace of play, a very different level of consideration from these players than on our previous feature table. These guys might be playing more optimal poker, but it's not as much fun.
Exactly.
I'll be honest. I don't have a problem with it, but I don't think we're going to get... I don't think Lee is going to be hanging off his chair half as much as he was with the last feature table. He was punching me in the arm a lot and collapsing an awful percentage of the hands. I think we'll be all right for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think we only have to survive another 45 minutes or something. Somebody was saying, how did the machine physically move the cards? I don't know if you've ever noticed, but if you watch them, they count down the cards as when they put the deck in.
I've really never paid any attention to it, I must say. When I used to play cash in Vegas, when they all started getting the shufflers in because they realized they could just get a lot more rake out of me, you know, you just kind of got used to them ticking over and the little light going from red to green, but I never really bothered thinking too much about it. Too busy losing cash to regs in the Mirage.
Oh, but the Mirage with the Gauguin mural.
I tell you what I used to love about the Mirage was if you got the seat where you could see the buffet line and you played in the morning, you could see all the old guys really starting to get twitchy about the buffet because they would want to play as long as possible, but they'd also want to get in the blind for the buffet before it got too long. And these guys were so distracted, you could just keep stealing from them and c-bet because they were so taken with the buffet line. All the tricks, you've got to employ all the tricks if you're playing regularly. You've got to know what to do. But that's why I love the Mirage.
Ah, the good old days. So the blue note says, so the cards aren't shuffled, they're just picked randomly. Yes, that is correct.
A lot of people really being tilted by our tilted flop cam.
Yeah.
It does make you feel like you're hanging over. It's like you're laying on the bed with your head backwards, looking at your shoes on the floor. I mean, it's perfectly fine, but it doesn't feel right.
Hanging on the bed with your head backwards, looking at your shoes.
Like where you've taken your shoes off.
Yeah,
I don't mean where you're still wearing them. That would be, I mean, I like to think I've got some flexibility, but that would be a spine breaker.
These guys talk more in one hand.
Yes.
Our previous table talked in a level.
Yeah. And maybe even more so. I think already just in the space of this level so far, there's been more interaction than we've had for the whole day since.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun.
That's good.
Poker is allowed to be fun, ladies and gentlemen.
Although one of my favorite kind of cliches of poker is always, if you find you're having a lot of fun playing poker, you're probably not doing it right. It's like, yeah, okay, I kind of get you. Being asked by a real Mr. Brun, how long are they going to play today? I believe the projection is that they will play until about 2:15 in the morning, Central European time. Right now it is 11:05 here in Rozvadov on the Czech Republic border. So we are going to check out in about 35 minutes time. Again, we will continue to cover the action through the PokerStars blog. So just because we're going to turn the machines off doesn't mean you can't still follow the action. And then tomorrow back with you from 1 p.m. CET. Until we have a winner, I am going to have to bring my suitcase with me just in case we aren't done by 4:15. And then I'm going to abandon Lee. I'm not going to tell him how to turn the TV back on. I'm not going to tell him which buttons to slide. It's just going to be an absolute lottery.
It may be a little bit off the rails tomorrow late. Just warning you.
A 3-bet here from Robble with his fish hooks in the 1 seat, 80,000. And Schultz in the 2 seat with the pocket 7s, thinking what to do with this. Both players pretty well stacked, 770,000 behind Schultz, so he can go to town if he wants to put the pressure back. Wow, disciplined fold, good man. We like your style. Again, see, I say wow, even though that's pretty standard because of the previous table. Exactly. I'm just waiting for him to go all in for 700,000.
Like all in snap call, boom, boom. Sorry, wrong table.
I think this is going to be a dwell on a fold from Brimmers. I don't think he's really very interested in getting involved in this hand, but he's got to preserve his image. No, he's going for it. Good man. Thank you. Oh. Did he?
Oh.
Oh, I
Whoa,
thought.
no, oh, wait.
We're okay. He's just called it. We're going to see a flop. Kind of blocking each other to a degree. Good luck with the flop. Dealer, not too bad. And there's a king. There's also an ace. Robble going to take one c-bet at this just to see if he can clear anybody. Nah. Same question for Brimmers, really. No.
Yeah.
Let's just keep things under control.
That's a good check. That's like way in front or way behind.
Yeah. Keep the pot under control.
I like that bet.
Yeah. I think Brimmer's just calls here. He might just get a cheap showdown, find out he's got the best hand. Again, we're just learning how these players play. Different styles to some of the other players we've watched throughout the day.
Woof. Look at his facial expression, all the body language. Man, I would just like, if I were a better poker player, I would just rip. I would just rip that river.
I predict a check.
I predicted check, but
don't slow roll him. Get your cards over. Good man.
you know, Matt, I don't know if I could have brought myself to do it, but when he called on the turn, he never had a hand that could have stood a shove on the river.
Even with the diamond. $480,000 now for Brimmers. Gerhard, one of our many German players here on this feature table. 3 Germans, 3 Czech, 1 Austrian and 1 Polish. And as Lee quite rightly pointed out, it is almost a literal representation of the pie chart that was released earlier on by PokerStars, giving an idea. I want to know where this other is. I've never heard of a country that's pink on the map and called others, but apparently 20% of our field came from there. I think they've made that up.
Monster with the 7s again.
Man, he is just like a pair magnet.
He really is. Either he gets a fold or he flops a set. Take your pick.
I think we should rabbit the flop every time he gets a pair just to see what his set hit range is. 26 minutes left on this level.
Counting down, and then we are out of here. Off like a prom dress.
75 players left. So, remind you right now, everyone is guaranteed a payout of 2,767 euros. That jumps at 71 to 3,423. Top prize, 146,464. Not bad for an 1,100 euro buy-in. But that's what happens when 1,121 people step up to the cashier desk. And again, remember this event last year when it was still called the Eureka, 682 in the main event.
Basically doubled it.
Pretty good. Being asked if Elke busted. No, Elke is still in the field. He has just moved away from our feature table.
Does anybody want to ask about Jamie?
There are a few people asking about Jamie. That's it now. I'm done with the Jamie questions.
You may be.
But Twitch is not. Kick with the queens, the lady kings. Robble with the pocket fours. Pocket fours again. Say it, Tony. It's like as if somebody was playing pocket fours here in Rozvadov and died at the table. And the table is haunted
with pocket fours.
Pocket fours. And sometimes it claims a life and sometimes it gifts the player, but very strange.
3 or 4.
Being told the sound is bad, please fix. Is that true? Is that true, audience?
Yeah, one of you guys, like one of our mods or somebody. Yes, no?
Okay, being told the audio is stuttering, video's fine. I'm going to wait 30 seconds before I tell our tech guys because this happened earlier on and then it just cleared itself. Okay, I believe you guys. Don't worry, kids. Don't worry. The authorities have been informed. Don't panic. Don't panic. Somebody's asking me if I'm going through a tunnel. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? That's it. We're all doomed. Oh, now it's fixed. It's fixed. See, I told you. If you just, sometimes it happens.
As soon as you reported it.
Exactly. I knew that would happen. I kind of reported it, safe in the knowledge that then it would be fixed, just without us doing anything.
And Keck is thinking, how much worse can this board get?
Thank you, everybody, for your audio assistance. $25,000 from Rozichka. Gonna make the hero call. Just in time to see the ace of his opponent. Whack, whack.
They are having fun out there, and that's good to see.
Yeah. And that's the difference, I think, on a table like this. If these guys stay in this formation, you know, through midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., they have such an advantage over the guys sitting mute on a real quiet table because the brain just sort of shuts down. Whereas here, if they stay engaged, the kind of poker is almost an aside to the chat and the banter. It helps a lot. I think I want the 7 seat, if that's all right with you, Lee.
No
Because
kidding.
it kind of gets a lot of playable hands.
Yeah, they must be thinking, what is he raising with?
Yeah.
Like, dude, you have no idea. He's just like flopping sets left and right. And when he doesn't, he has aces.
Ace-8 suited on the button for Schultz with 752,000 to play with. Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking. That's a 3-bet.
Not particularly surprised to see that. And if it makes its way back round, you got the Queen 10 looks so pretty, but in light of that 3-bet, you're like, okay, out of position, big pot, up against one of the other, you know, the big stacks at the table. Nice button raise, sir.
Your 3-bet custom me with so much money. I had 6 and he had 5-6. I'm sorry. I was not going to ask him to control him.
Felix Schultz, the only Austrian at our feature table, representing.
I had 6 and he had 5-6. He told me he had 5-6.
I have to give him at least one. Jsi laker,
Each card you hit, you get something. I get uses and free setting, he got 5-6. Every other card doesn't. And is it only on
cards, dude.
Hello.
I'm gonna have to do it again. Maybe this will work out better than the queens.
All in from Matthew Cake. Not entirely sure how you say that surname.
I would think kick.
Wow. Rozvadov with the pocket tens. And only the blinds still to play through. He is gonna come in over the top. And a 4-1 dog. Fighting for his life.
Yep.
Now,
Boy,
upside down camera.
Even the suits are wrong.
Not much joy there, my friend. Gonna need to be an 8 from spade. No joy. We lose one of the many Germans. Matthew Kek is out of there, but well and truly in the money. And a very welcome win for Rozvadov because he was one of the shortest stacks of the table the last time we saw the full table count.
He basically got all of Kek's chips twice.
Yeah. Yeah. A fair summary, sir.
Wow. Oh, that's the guy who ran into a slow played set in the World Series final table.
Yes.
That was 8 years. How do you remember that stuff? Do you like binge on the videos?
It was quite a memorable one. But yeah, I guess if you love the pokers, you remember the big hands. Oh, the glory days of seat 7 are over. Round to the boy Schultz with the 9-7 suited. This is a completely different class of table, isn't it, than the previous?
Totally different. It's like we're watching a different game.
Very strange. Godney, our player in the green lime. Actually, I don't know what color you call that. The guy in the jumper. Takes that down.
The questions keep coming in. Yes, Elke is still in. And yes, play will continue till about, what do they say, 2
Quarter
in the morning?
past 2. How about 2:15 tomorrow morning?
Yeah. But we will be dropping the comms in about 10 minutes, I think.
Well, we'll be dropping this stream as a whole.
Yeah, we'll be dropping the stream.
20 minutes you've got.
20 minutes. Enjoy it while you can.
As I say, you can carry on following the actual action through the PokerStars blog, but that will be the end of the stream for tonight. Tomorrow we kick off 1 p.m. Central European time, right the way through until the conclusion.
As we say in the American bars, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
People trying to guess what kind of numbers we'll come back with. People going around the 35-45 number. Just don't know. Again, just by comparing the dynamics of this table to the previous table. Previous table, people putting their tournament lives on the line like every third hand with just the most random of scenarios. Rozvadov with the 9-7 on the button. Munster with the king-9, going to defend his big blind, not giving the button raise much respect here. Ace queen 7.
He just outflopped the dominating hand.
Rozvadov both the impetus to see bet anyway, and picking up a bit of the flop always helps. Oh, and that's the view of the chairs. There's your screen. 14 minutes and 38 seconds. Don't worry, we won't stare at that for the whole of the rest of the broadcast. That would seem harsh.
I think we'll just show that.
69 players left, by the way. I forgot, we're into another money payout. 3,423 euros now. Congratulations.
That's real money.
That's real money. I'm going to have to correct Heavy Blanket, who's calling Jamie Mitchell Staples. No, it's actually James Mitchell Staples. That's, get it right. You know,
and spell Jamie right.
Yeah. Yeah, the I is before the M. I mean, you are wrong on so many levels, Heavy Blanket. Have a think about what you've done. Come back and see us in 5 minutes. Raise from the cutoff, Svoboda with his king-queen off. Munster has folded. I don't know why we're still looking at him. That seems unfair for no good reason. Hands over, everyone. Hands over. Move on.
Next case.
Next. Being asked if any Romanian players are still in. I don't know. Again, I would check out the PokerStars blog. It is your friend.
The question is, any Romanian?
I'm sure there are lots of Romanians. Today's stream is finished in
12 minutes, 44 seconds. Talking about the seat 7.
Ah, see? You got to have faith. You got to have faith in the seat 7. You got to sit through the hard times to get the good times. See if Vazichka misreads this as an aggressive button move. We could see a nice big pot here getting out of hand. These guys, their spider sense is pretty finely tuned, though.
If he lays this down, I'm going to stand up and cheer.
That would be pretty impossible. I mean, there's instinct and then there's spooky.
Right.
And especially considering we know that though Munster has had a lot of big hands, not a lot of them have actually been shown. So we can see that he's been active just because he's been on a card heater. But don't mess with seat 7. It's haunted. Oh,
or maybe
unless
it's not. He's like perfect flop.
Ouch.
And they're 3-bet too. There's already 136,000 in the pot. It's all going in. Every last chip, and Munster's going to be left with 18,000 chips. That's Lee's prediction.
Wow. Strong words. So you don't think that Munster makes a C bet, Rosichka raises him up, and Munster just I think
Stack to pot ratio is 2 to 1.
Yeah.
There's no way that either hand gets away from. I mean, there's no way Rosichka Munster gets away from his aces here.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I was going to attempt to be devil's advocate there, and then I thought, do you know what? There's no way. There's no way of talking this out of the inevitable.
Really? Wow.
Sneakers.
Maybe, okay, maybe not.
See?
Wow, that could slow the action down.
One out, top of your screen. Harsh.
I guess maybe he bets 100,000 here, and Rosichka calls, and then he goes check on the river. Oh my God. Oh, now. Now Rosichka's got. He's going to bet 100,000, and Munster calls. So I was wrong.
Get out. How dare you be wrong? Trying to guess what some poker players 20 feet away are going to do. You don't deserve this seat here in the cupboard behind the coffee machine, yeah? You have to earn this luxury accommodation. Just rock up here. Have another quick look.
Yep, it's a full house.
All in. Gotta think about this one. Good Lord. Ouchie.
He's getting 2 to 1 to call. He only has to be right a third of the time. Oh, God, that's just harsh. See, that's why I thought stacks would go in, because, I mean, I thought they'd go in sooner, but it's the same situation. Like, you're looking at this is 2 pair. I just caught up with all the 2 pairs. Are you gonna tell me you have a 5? I don't believe that. Did you turn the flush and check it?
Well, he's going to have to make his decision in the next 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Otherwise, we're just going to pull the plug, and you'll have to guess what happened. We'll have to send you all a text alert. If anybody wants to know what happens, just text yes, please to 1-800 PokerStars.
Leave me 4 blue chips. Wow. Wow.
Just gonna take a look at how it looks to hand 220,000 over. Smells bad. Talk about end the day with the hardest decision of your life.
But it's not the end of his day.
That is true.
It's in
Whatever
our
happens,
day.
whatever happens to him here, he's actually got to pick himself up from this. He has made the call. He's going to get the bad news, and he is going to be left with a tiny stack to play through now. Snake's alive. Incorrect call, sir. Wow. And Rosichka now going to be up to 678,000.
Yeah. Unless I'm mistaken, or the graphic is mistaken, Mueller's going to be left with literally 18,000 chips. Yeah, 18 of the little pink chips.
That's not a lot of fun.
Had the club, I would have folded. I didn't have the club, so.
It's tough, you know.
I mean, it's like, it's not much chance that I can
Obviously, 4 places against me, like in 30 weeks. Like, whatever is on the board.
I mean, you're capable of bluffing there against many people I can fold.
We did miscount his stack of it. He's got 3 blinds.
Wowee. I think we can put this down as a pretty good level for Wojciech. Just a reminder, in the last 3 minutes of today's stream, the action will carry on until about 2:15 in the morning. If you want to follow the action, please do tune in to the PokerStars blog. Follow them on Twitter. Check out pokerstarsblog.com. And be sure to join us again from 1 p.m. Central European Time, when we will bring you up to speed with what happened once our stream shuts down tonight. And then we will play through until we can crown a king at the PokerStars Festival here in Rozvadov. Munster's going to get it all in. Queen 9 suited, pretty decent way to throw your last chips out.
The graphic is saying 17, but I think he's got maybe twice that. 22. The number keeps going
It's
up.
just, it keeps changing. It's like the longer it stays on the screen, the bigger it gets. Maybe if Rosichka takes much longer, he'll just suddenly find himself back up with 160,000, 300,000. Just keep it coming, keep it coming.
Wait, somebody called. King 4.
I don't know what's going on.
Don't believe the graphic. It's King 4. There we go.
Okay, King 4 suited versus Queen 9. I'm not sure how many other people in this. Here we go.
Oh, he's got some outs. Now he's got some more outs. That's one of them.
7, 8, 9, 10, 6. That'll be a backward straight.
That's a straight.
Well done. We are on fire. It's probably a really good job that we've only got to survive another 70 seconds. Well, with just 60 seconds on the clock, I think just one more time to let you guys know, please do follow the rest of today's action till about 2:15 a.m. on the PokerStars blog. Myself and Lee will be back with you. I mean, I don't know how violently they're going to pull the plug. There's a guy standing by with a gun and a pair of scissors. We'll be back from 1 p.m. Central European Time. However many players get through today, we will bring you up to speed. And then we will play down to our ultimate champion. God knows how long tomorrow will be, but it's going to be an interesting one. We've already seen this, such a wide dynamic out in the field. Thanks very much for joining us today. Come back to us on twitch.tv/PokerStars and chat with us tomorrow on Twitter. Don't forget, #PokerStarsTV for anything you want to say to us. We always love your company.
It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Lee. You coming back tomorrow?
I wouldn't miss it.
All right. Other than that, guys, we're going to sign off for the night. Enjoy the rest of your time with us, and we will see you tomorrow.
From the Bahamas to Barcelona, 2016 saw PokerStars events deliver plenty of memorable moments, headline-grabbing stories,
Yeah, deja vu from the World Series main event, yeah.
unforgettable characters,
These moves.
and incredible hands that we're still talking about.
Running too hot. Can't do much against that.
While you don't have to run like Fedor to win a high roller, you just have to be capable of making some insanely brilliant moves. Witness Mustafa Kanat in action at the Dublin High Roller final table. The chip leader is re-raising. It's a 3-bet to 530,000. Charlie Carroll folds. It's back on Bertelsen.
If Anton knows what Mustafa's up to, he'll just call. If he thinks he's got a hand he'll stack off with sometimes, he'll put in another bet.
That's a re-raise. Bertelsen 4-bets to 1.18 million.
Well, we know Mustafa should fold.
He calls. He's playing a flop out of position without the betting lead with a dominant